Land of grass. Clang. Clang. Amid the clash of weapons, a lone figure was being hunted down. Uchiha Chiyo prepared to die. Two masked figures, one in white, one in gray, began their frenzied encirclement of Chiyo. Chiyo had already been gravely wounded by the ambush, and now his strength was nearly spent. From the corner of his eye he glimpsed his fallen comrade, torn to pieces. His spinning three-tomo Sharingan burned with ruthless fury. He violently hurled his long blade forward, and while the white-clothed assassin dodged, he seized the assassin's sword and drove it straight into his own right chest. Thwack! The blade passed through Chanyao's chest and drove straight into the gray-clothed assassin's chest behind him. With blood-red eyes blazing, Chiyo slapped an explosive tag onto the white-clothed assassin's face. The white-clothed assassin's eyes gleamed with ice-cold, killing intent. One hand tore at the explosive tag, while the other wrenched the sword free from Chanyao's body. Arg! Enduring the searing pain, Chiyo kicked the white-clothed assassin away. Boom! The high-grade explosive tag detonated at point-blank range, blasting Chiyo to the ground. Thud! Chiyo slammed into a tree trunk. Goth! He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening at the edges. No. Is this the end? Countless images flickered through his mind, finally settling on the figure of a young girl, his sister, the only family he had left. Chanyao's breathing grew ever fainter. Liuli. He whispered the name, then fell silent forever. The sound of fighting is coming from that direction. A young boy wearing a grass village headband was swiftly moving through the forest. Wugo, slow down, wait for me. A white-haired girl chased after him. Their headbands marked them both as grass village shinobi. They soon arrived at the battlefield from earlier. Though Wugo was already a jin in, this was the first time he had witnessed such a horrifying scene. Beyond, the figure slumped against a tree trunk, and two intact corpses nearby. The path was lined with bloodstains, with scattered body parts faintly visible in the distance. Wugo's face paled with a sickly green tinge. The moment Longshi landed beside him, he immediately covered her eyes. Ryuza, don't look. What? Let me see. Longshi pushed his hand away, but the moment she saw the scene, her pupils contracted sharply. But not wanting to appear weak before her crush, she forced herself to stay composed. You send the signal, I'll go check if anyone is still alive. Wugo saw through Longshi's bravado, but he still pulled out a signal flare and fired it. Then he went to inspect the battlefield while Longshi made her way toward Chiyo. Because Chiyo was wearing Uchiha clan attire, a garment recognizable across the entire shinobi world. Why would there be an Uchiha here? Longshi noticed the piercing blade wound through Chanyao's chest and deduced it to be the cause of death. She first checked his neck, then listened for a heartbeat. Nothing. I heard the Uchiha have these Sharingan eyes. I wonder if this one awakened his. The Uchiha corpse was fairly intact, so Longshi felt less fear. She glanced back to see Wugo occupied examining the other two corpses, paying no attention to her. Longshi quietly reached to pry open Chanyao's eyelid, but she discovered that Chanyao's blood-red Sharingan was spinning and fracturing without pause. Aya! Longshi shrieked, releasing him and leaping back. Longshi, what's wrong? Wugo leapt over instantly, pulling Longshi behind his back. Longshi shrank behind Wugo's back, that Uchiha's eyes. Cough, cough. Chanyo coughed twice, spitting up frothy blood. He slowly opened his eyes, the spinning fracturing pattern gradually receding back to 3 tomo. Where is this? The blood red had faded from his gaze, becoming ordinary eyes. Ding. Bond Star template successfully loaded. A line of text floated through Chanyao's mind, followed by countless images streaking past. He groaned, his vision blackening as he fainted. Swish. A figure landed. Wugo, what's going on? Chanyo groggily opened his eyes. His eyes were unfocused, murmuring, the world of shinobi. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Liuli. Chanyao's body relaxed as the original host's final obsession dissipated. After a brief turbulence, his Sharingan calmed down. He sorted through his memories. It was now the 58th year of Konoha. Uchiha Shursui had committed suicide 2 years prior. Itachi had already been thoroughly deceived. Likely within recent days, Danzo would issue the clan annihilation order. Chanyo had always wondered why no Uchiha clan members had escaped on outside missions. It turned out the clan had recalled all members in preparation for a violent coup. Chanyo's squad had also been ambushed by Root. His squad had been set up for an inescapable mutual destruction. But since he had arrived, he had at least clawed back a single life. The wound on Chanyao's chest still ached, but he could not afford to lie here any longer. There was someone waiting for him at home. This was his promise to the original host. Chanyo threw off the blanket and prepared to get out of bed. At that moment, the white-haired girl Longshi walked in. Ah, you're awake. That's wonderful. Seeing Chanyo trying to rise, Longshi quickly urged, don't get up. You're seriously injured, lie back down. Chanyo frowned at the girl before him, his gaze showing both confusion and warmth. Because in his vision, a crystal-like glow hovered above Longshi's head, and when Chanyo focused his attention on it, the crystal scattered into a sky full of starlight. A progress bar appeared in Chanyo's consciousness, with several stars trailing behind it. Names were displayed above the bar. Was this his golden finger cheat ability? Hadn't he loaded a Bond Star template before passing out? You are Longshi? Chanyo asked tentatively. Longshi was slightly surprised. How do you know me? Chanyo's gaze flickered briefly. I think I heard someone call your name before I lost consciousness. Longshi was still naive and easily fooled. Oh, are you a member of the Uchiha clan? What happened? Do you need our grass village's help? The Third Shinobi War had ended 7 or 8 years ago. The shinobi world was relatively peaceful now. At least relations between Grass Village and Konoha were not too bad, so such inquiries were not unusual. Cough cough. I am indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. My mission this time was ambushed. I need your medical ninja to treat me. I must return to my clan immediately. Chanyao touched the piercing wound on his right chest. After his resurrection, the wound had not immediately improved. He only had one more breath holding him together. Even inhaling deeply caused pain, let alone a long journey. But he needed to return at once. Delay any longer, and the Uchiha clan would be beyond saving. Long she saw how anxious Chanyao was, so she quickly said, "Then wait a moment, I can't make this decision, I'll go call someone for you." She rushed out without further ado. Chanyao watched the progress bar, representing Long Shi, suddenly fill to completion. The first star lit up. With curiosity, Chanyao tapped it. In the early morning at the entrance to Konoha, a blood-soaked Uchiha clansman walked toward the gate carrying 3 severed heads. Each of the 3 heads wore a mask, making their faces impossible to discern. This was none other than Xianyao, who had rushed back from the land of grass. After being saved by Muku and Ryuzetsu, he had traded a piece of intelligence for special accelerated healing. He dared not linger. Without even changing clothes, he hurried toward Konoha. When he reached the village gate, the gatekeepers Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane immediately came forward to verify his identity. Uchiha Chiyo land of grass mission. Kotetsu glanced at the heads while flipping through the documents in his hand. Did something unexpected happen? Chinyao, you're back. A voice called from the side. Chinyao turned and saw that it was a younger child of the clan Uchiha Hongxing. Hongxing was only 4 or 5 years old, not yet old enough for school. A tiny little sprout, and his voice was still completely childish. If brother Chinyao had come back a little earlier, you could have caught the clan meeting. Looks like I made it. When Chinyao heard that the clan meeting had only just ended, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had rushed all the way without even a moment to change clothes, and had finally made it back before the night of the massacre. The Uchiha clan meeting had already ended. Konoha had learned from Itachi that the Uchiha were about to stage a coup. Danzo had probably already given Itachi the order to wipe out the clan. Itachi had probably spent the last few days contacting Obito preparing to move. But since he had made it back in time, he could still take a gamble. Lost in thought, Xianyao lifted the 3 heads to show the 2 gatekeepers, and said meaningfully, "Of course, accidents are always likely to happen during missions." Izumo Kamizuki warned Xianyao, "You'd better put those heads away and not scare the civilians." Xianyao gave a cold snort. "Are you telling me how to do my job? Hongxing, come with me." Then he retrieved his ID tag and headed for the mission center. "Hey, Xianyao." Izumo called after him, but Kotetsu grabbed his arm. He turned and saw the grave look in Kotetsu's eyes. Izumo's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Kotetsu looked around, then whispered in Izumo's ear, "Those 3 heads are root operatives." Uchiha Xianyao carried the 3 heads through the streets, making a deliberate public display of them. "What are you doing at the gate?" Xianyao asked. Hongxing had neither awakened his Sharingan nor become a ninja. He was just an ordinary person bearing the Uchiha name. The Uchiha clan was not made up entirely of ninja. There were also a considerable number of ordinary people, those who had no talent for being ninja and merely bore the surname Uchiha. Who could have imagined that this clan of nearly 1,000 Uchiha would be wiped out in a single night? The great elder told me to watch the village gate for any clansmen coming back and bring them home. Xianyao knew that the Uchiha were building up their strength before the coup. He himself had been ambushed by Root while on a mission, so the other squads were probably in grave danger too. "Have any other clansmen come back?" Xianyao asked, ruffling Hongxing's hair. Hongxing shook his head. "I've been waiting at the village gate for 2 days. Brother Xianyao, you're the only one who has come back." Xianyao sighed inwardly. The others probably would not be coming back. He thought for a moment. "Do you know where Sasuke and Itachi are?" "Sasuke went to school. Brother Itachi." Hongxing pouted, his dislike for Itachi plain on his face. "I don't know where he went." Xianyao fixed the time in his mind once more. The night of the massacre should be this very evening. "Go back and tell the great elder that I'll go see him after I turn in my mission at the mission center. And don't wait at the village gate anymore. Go tell Lioli that I still have matters to deal with and won't be home until a little later." Hongxing nodded, half understanding, then ran off toward the clan compound to deliver the message. Xianyao watched Hongxing run off, knowing that the clan had already begun gathering its strength. In the end, they could only have a child do such things. The clan may have sensed something, but they had not expected Konoha to move so quickly. In his mind, Xianyao tapped the star above Hongxing's head. Ding! Uchiha Hongxing's level 1 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have received memory fragment. Some of Hongxing's memories of practicing shuriken throwing were then fused into his mind. This was one of the reasons he had rushed back to save the clan. He had discovered that as long as he formed bonds with certain people, he could find their names on his template. There was a corresponding bond progress bar along with a star that hatched once the bar was full. Each star corresponded to 1 bond level. At the first level, he could obtain a portion of the other person's training memories. At the second level, he could obtain a certain amount of the other person's chakra. Beyond that, Xianyao had no idea. He had already tried it. Apart from Uchiha clansmen, only characters who had appeared in the storyline could trigger a bond. With so many ninja in the clan, forming bonds was simple. If the clan were destroyed, he would become a rogue ninja, and his value would naturally be much lower. Besides, Xianyao was not alone. He still had family Lioli. Lost in thought, he walked unhurriedly to the mission center, making sure everyone saw the heads in his hands. After handing in the mission proof, he announced loudly in the mission center, "We were ambushed halfway through the mission. My teammates are all dead, but these three were weak, so I killed them. Qianyao held up the three heads to show the mission center staff before leaving. After he was gone, the whole mission center buzzed with discussion. The Uchiha have suffered quite heavy losses lately. I think I know whose heads those are. The person beside him quickly covered his mouth. No, you don't. Those in the mission center who belong to the Third Hokage's faction and to Danzo's side soon carried the news out. After doing all this, Qianyao arrived at the main gate of the Uchiha compound. Seeing Uchiha clansmen coming and going, Qianyao slowly let out a breath. Only when he saw that his clansmen were still there did he feel truly at ease. Even if the original Qianyao was dead, he had merged with Qianyao's memories and naturally inherited his love for the Uchiha clan. Qianyao, you're back. How did you get so dirty? Hurry home. Liuli is still waiting for you. Many acquaintances passing by greeted Qianyao, and he exchanged pleasantries with each before heading toward the Uchiha Elders' Hall. Uchiha Shirtora was the current great elder of the Uchiha clan. By relation, he was Fugaku's uncle. But he was also the strongest hawkish elder in the Uchiha clan. Lately, however, the great elder had been feeling anxious. He flipped through the account books in his hands, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Konoha's oppression of the Uchiha had been growing worse, and the clan's income was dwindling day by day. Ever since Shisui died 2 years ago, Konoha had kept pressuring the Uchiha. Now even the military police force had been reduced to the size of just 2 squads. Moreover, the Uchiha had suffered no small number of losses while carrying out missions recently, and Uchiha Fugaku had continued to waver. Although more and more clan members now supported the coup, the cards they could play were fewer. Recently, clansmen had encountered one accident after another while away on missions, alive one moment, then gone without a trace with no corpses ever found. Under these circumstances, at the clan meeting 2 days ago, Fugaku finally agreed to the coup under pressure from his clansmen. The news had not yet spread, though only some Uchiha knew of it. Fortunately, Hongxing had come back to say that Qianyao had returned, which at least added a little leverage to the clan's coup. Great Elder Qianyao requests an audience. Someone below was reporting at the door. Uchiha Sihu tidied up the account book and said, "Let him in." Soon after, Qianyao, covered in dust from his journey, walked in. The elder's face darkened with gravity as he looked at Qianyao and the severed heads in his hands. What happened? Qianyao tossed the 3 heads aside and sat down cross-legged. Danzo's men ambushed our team halfway. Koichi and Yangsheng are dead. If I hadn't reached a breakthrough, I wouldn't have made it back either. The elder's face turned ashen. Danzo, how dare you? Why not? The news of our coup has already leaked. Konoha is about to strike against our Uchiha clan. Sihu shuddered. Qianyao, what do you mean? Qianyao sat down, picked up a cup, and poured himself a glass of water. He had barely carried any provisions during the journey, and now hunger gnawed at him, and thirst burned his throat. Only after drinking 2 cups did his parched throat find some relief. Perhaps the elder would like to see my eyes first. Qianyao slowly exhaled and reminded him. Sihu's heart skipped a beat. Qianyao had previously been an elite with the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the clan. He said he had achieved a breakthrough. Could it be? Qianyao closed his eyes slightly, then slowly opened them. In his blood-red Sharingan eyes, the 3 Tomo pattern had cracked and transformed into 3 hollow acute angles resembling an inverted V shape. An immense pressure descended upon them, and the overwhelming power in Qianyao's eyes made Sihu's breathing heavy. Sihu abruptly stood up, his face first showing astonishment, then breaking into wild elation. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Our Uchiha clan has a successor. A true successor. This coup will surely succeed. Qianyao remained calm, his expression unchanged, while Sihu gradually regained his composure after the burst of ecstasy. How did you know the clan was preparing for a coup? You just mentioned that intelligence about our impending coup has already leaked, right? Qianyao, with your Mangekyo Sharingan, now what problem can't you handle? Qianyao shook his head and sighed. Elder, don't worry about how I knew about the coup plans. There's critical intelligence you're unaware of. Uchiha Itachi also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Sihu could celebrate, Qianyao continued. But he has been brainwashed by Konoha and has become their weapon. He was the one who reported our coup plans to the village. Sihu was both shocked and stunned. Shocked that the 13-year-old Itachi had already awakened the Mangekyo, and stunned that Itachi was aligned with Konoha. Why? Although the Uchiha were known for their rebellious nature, most held deep loyalty to their clan. He simply couldn't comprehend why Itachi would choose Konoha over his own family. The story is long. Our Uchiha clan is on the brink of collapse. If Konoha strikes first, we are finished. We must strike first. Though Sihu still had many questions, the Mangekyo Sharingan represented power and authority. Qianyao was deeply devoted to his clan and would not speak without reason. Then I'll take you to find Fugaku now. Sihu grabbed Qianyao's hand, eager to seek out Fugaku, the current clan leader. But when he pulled, Qianyao didn't budge. Placing his hand over the elder's, Qianyao spoke solemnly. Elder, if Fugaku were truly trustworthy, the intelligence about our coup would never have leaked. The elder looked at Qianyao with shock, but seeing his seriousness, he sat down with a grave expression. Fugaku bet too heavily on Minato back then. After Minato's unexpected death, Fugaku lost everything. He only agreed to the coup because the clan members had backed him into a corner. He couldn't step down now. The Uchiha have a common flaw: the stronger one's power, the more stubborn and self-assured they become. Fugaku is Itachi is, and Shisui is as well. Their only common trait is that all 3 possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. The elder was stunned. Fugaku and Shisui too. Qian Yao waved his hand, weakly, his demeanor far too mature for his years. Yet the elder felt nothing amiss, instead calming himself to listen further to Qian Yao's words. Shui foolishly believed the clan and Konoha could coexist. In his cowardice, he took his own life, transferring all the pressure onto 11-year-old Itachi. Itachi, constantly manipulated by the Third Hokage, refuses to acknowledge his failure. Now he can only serve as the village's blade to protect his younger brother Sasuke. Fugaku never confides in Itachi, yet naively assumes he stands with the clan, so he recklessly sends him as a double agent. None of them communicate with anyone, convinced they alone are right. If they cannot envision a solution, they assume no clansman could either. This arrogance, the belief that they alone hold the truth, is precisely what has driven our Uchiha clan to the brink of destruction. Sihu listened calmly to Qian Yao's analysis, his gaze revealing deep admiration. Among the Uchiha there were many with great martial prowess, but few with sharp intellects, and nearly none with political awareness. Qian Yao spoke these words to demonstrate his competence and value to the elder. In other words, beyond being a powerful Mangekyo user, Qian Yao was also a capable leader. It was worth noting that Qian Yao was only 17, who, despite his strength, without support his voice would carry little weight. Qian Yao poured himself another cup of water. It is very likely that tonight, Konoha will move against us. The elder's eyes were bloodshot, his temper rising. I will name you an elder right now, so you can command more easily. The elder believed there was no choice but to fight to the death, and Qian Yao, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, was their strongest trump card. Qian Yao shook his head slightly. Direct confrontation is not as effective as using strategy. Itachi has only been brainwashed, he is not beyond redemption. For a genius like him, winning his loyalty would be the best outcome. If Itachi switches sides, our clan's crisis can be resolved effortlessly. The elder's eyes flashed with sudden illumination. Qian Yao, what is your plan? Qian Yao replied calmly, Konoha cannot attack during daylight. The earliest they could strike is tonight. We still have a full day to prepare. Elder, gather all the troublemakers and high-powered clan members first. I will arrive in 2 hours. Remember, keep this from Fugaku for now. The elder was likewise calmed by Qian Yao's composed tone as he looked at the dusty figure before him. You go rest first, I will make the arrangements. Qian Yao nodded slightly, rose and left. As for Itachi, Qian Yao felt neither particular fondness nor dislike. Many people define their stance by what is right and wrong, while others define right and wrong by their stance. Qian Yao cared not for right or wrong, only for victory or defeat. Hokage Tower. Upon receiving the report, the Third Hokage's brows drew together in a deep frown. Someone had not only survived the ambush laid by Danzo's rude operatives, but had also turned the tables and slaughtered them. The Uchiha clan's vigilance must have been sharply heightened. He wondered whether tonight's operation would proceed smoothly. The Third Hokage was certainly aware that Danzo had issued the order to exterminate the Uchiha clan. However, he had to play the fool. Otherwise, why in the original timeline did Hiruzen Sarutobi arrive at the scene almost before the bodies were still warm? There were many matters Hiruzen could not handle openly, so he had delegated them to Danzo. Their unspoken understanding needed no elaboration. After all the losses were Root's personnel, appropriately weakening Danzo's strength was quite necessary. The Third Hokage took a drag from his pipe. Where is Sasuke now? Reporting, Hokage-sama. Sasuke is still at the Academy of Kakashi, is keeping watch over him. At present, Kakashi still served in ANBU and held the rank of ANBU captain. Such an important duty as guarding Sasuke naturally required someone trustworthy. The third gave a slight nod. Keep an eye on Danzo's side. Report to me immediately if anything comes up. Yes, Root base. Incompetence. Such a major lapse. 3 full teams couldn't take down a single Uchiha. Qian Yao. Danzo raged at his subordinates. After issuing the extermination order to Itachi, the Uchiha clan members on missions outside were naturally also on the kill list. In Qian Yao's squad, only Qian Yao himself was a skilled 3-tomo Sharingan wielder. The other 2 were merely Genin-level recruits, unawakened rookies. Danzo had dispatched 3 full teams, 9 root operatives, and still despite the ambush they had been slaughtered. Moreover, the heads of 3 of them had been severed. The others might not recognize these root members, but Danzo's people certainly would. Uchiha Qian Yao was clearly sending a message. Danzo's anger stemmed from more than merely losing those several men. Itachi had already coordinated with Danzo, confirming the operation would take place that very night. With so many members of the Uchiha clan, if Root did not cooperate, Itachi alone would never finish the massacre from night until dawn. Furthermore, such an incident on the eve of the Uchiha purge would only heighten their vigilance. It could easily disrupt his entire plan. Has any message come from Itachi? Not yet, sir. Danzo tapped his cane sharply. Recall all our personnel. I will not tolerate any mishaps tonight. Yes, Lord Danzo. His subordinate's figure vanished in an instant. Uchiha District. Ruri, I'm back. Qian Yao opened the door and hurriedly called out. Brother, you're back. A girl's voice came from inside, but no one emerged. Qian Yao was already striding forward in long steps. A bright-eyed, delicately handsome little girl was struggling to push her wheelchair forward, but with only one arm her movements were rather slow. Tenderness flashed in Qian Yao's eyes, and he quickly gathered his younger sister into his embrace. Thank goodness, brother, you're safe. Ruri was drawn into Qian Yao's arms, and her anxious heart finally stilled. The Uchiha had suffered many losses recently, countless clan members had gone out and never returned. If not for the necessities of life, Qian Yao would never have accepted such perilous missions. Brother, please don't leave again, okay? I've been hearing so many dreadful rumors lately. Ruri whispered softly, her voice already tinged with tears. Qianyao was her only remaining family, and she was terrified. Qianyao carefully lifted Ruri into his arms. Though she wore a skirt, the bottom was utterly empty. Ruri had no legs below the thighs, and even her left arm was severed at the wrist. The only intact limb was her right hand. Cradling his weightless sister, Qianyao gently patted her back. Don't worry, I won't be going out for missions anymore in the near future. Really? That's wonderful. Ruri rubbed her face against Qianyao's chest fervently, as she had missed her brothers so dearly. Really? From now on I'll do my best to stay close. After comforting Ruri for a while, Qianyao glanced around. Where did Jiyu go? Uchiha Chiyo was their neighbor, and had been Qianyao's childhood friend. Since Ruri had been disabled 7 years ago, Jiyu had always helped care for her, for Ruri was inconvenient in many aspects of daily life. More importantly, she feared Ruri might harbor thoughts of ending her own life. It was only in these past 2 years that Ruri had gradually emerged from her shadows, allowing Jiyu occasional respites. At the mention of Jiyu, Ruri's eyes flickered. Sister Jiyu went out shopping, she'll be back soon. Then Ruri rested her head against Qianyao's shoulder and whispered, Brother, what exactly is happening within the clan? Qianyao gently stroked Ruri's cheek. Nothing serious. It's likely just some changes in the elder positions that won't affect us much. Ruri obediently fell silent and nestled against Qianyao. Brother, you just got back, why don't you take a bath first? A faint whiff of Qianyao's scent drifted into her nostrils. Qianyao smiled and playfully nudged her nose. I'll freshen up first. I'm on night duty tonight, so let Jiyu keep you company, all right? Do you have to go on duty right after returning? Qianyao gently placed Ruri into her wheelchair and patted her head. Even if I'm not on missions, there are still things to do. Okay, I understand, brother. Soaking in the bathtub, Qianyao exhaled slowly. He checked his status panel. The bond level between him and Elder Uchiha Chiyo had already reached 3 stars. He tapped the first star lightly, and a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Ding! Uchiha Chiyo's first tier bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained memory fragment. This time the memories were not of mundane training, but of combat experience. Though Elder Chiyo was advanced in years, he had participated in numerous wars and possessed invaluable battlefield experience. A vast amount of combat memory flooded into Qianyao's mind. Qianyao exhaled slowly. Indeed, leaning on the family was the best way to find shelter. He then tapped the second star. Previously from the land of grass, he had obtained a portion of chakra. Ding! Uchiha Chiyo's second tier bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Eye Power Fragment. This time, Qianyao's eyes tingled slightly as his dojutsu power increased. Why Eye Power? Qianyao opened his eyes, delight plain upon his face. Once he reached the Mangekyo Sharingan, the issue of losing his sight would naturally become a concern. Although the eye power gained from the elder was not substantial, Qianyao now at least had a method of replenishment. Filled with anticipation, he opened the third star. Ding! Uchiha Chiyo's third tier bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Forbidden Technique. Izanagi Forbidden Technique, Izanami. In an instant, these 2 Uchiha Forbidden Techniques appeared in his mind. I didn't expect the elder to know even these 2 secret techniques. Qianyao was initially startled, but then it made perfect sense. The elder had fought in several wars, it was only natural he knew these forbidden techniques. It seemed his confidence for tonight had grown even greater. Qianyao noticed Ruri's name on the list as well, but apart from the first star glowing, the rest were locked. Was it because Ruri was not a ninja and could not learn secret techniques? Curiously, he tapped into Ruri's first star. Ding! Uchiha Ruri's first tier bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Memory Fragment. In an instant, Ruri's memories of studying various pharmacological knowledge merged into Qianyao's mind. Qianyao smiled knowingly. It seemed that while he was away, his younger sister had also been working hard. Within the Uchiha clan grounds at the Great Elder's courtyard, fully 20-odd Uchiha clansmen were standing in the yard. These clansmen were the elite of the Uchiha, and also the most radical hawkish members. Great Elder, why have you summoned us so urgently? Are we about to take action? There's still no word from the clan leader. Humph, the clan leader is indecisive. The Great Elder is the one who can make decisions. In fact, as proud and unruly Uchiha clansmen, they did not think much of Fuyu. In recent years there had been no wars, and as captain of the police force, Fuyu had simply been muddling through. After Jishui's death, however, outsiders gradually began to interfere with the police force. The police force was virtually defunct with nothing left but its building. Even if the Uchiha clan were to be wiped out, Konoha could easily replace those posts. Fuyu's hesitation had also cost him much of his prestige. Among these people, some had left the police force because they were too radical. Therefore they spoke of Fuyu without much respect. The people below were clamoring noisily, but the Great Elder remained calm and unhurried, for most of the clansmen had fiery tempers. Unless your fist was powerful enough, you could never suppress them. The reason the meeting was held in the Great Elder's courtyard was that it was deep within Uchiha territory. Otherwise the loud uproar would have long attracted Konoha's attention. Amid the chattering hubbub, the people below noticed more and more newcomers joining in. And these people were all elites and experts. Gradually everyone quieted down. After all, the Great Elder, already past 50, was a patient man. Only when all had arrived did he speak slowly. You are all experts of the clan, aware of the clan's situation and the dangers we must face. The clansmen below immediately clamored, Great Elder, we are not afraid of danger. We Uchiha need power. Konoha should be led by us Uchiha. The Great Elder pressed down with his hand. Your wishes are naturally my wishes as well. But a coup must be carried out with strategy. Not everyone is suited to be the commander. Though the Uchiha were hot-tempered, they were not all fools. A few of the sharper ones had already sensed the Great Elder's intention. The Great Elder was contending with the clan leader for command authority. Fuyu had long been unpopular, and the Great Elder C, who had always been the leader of the Hawkish faction, so there was no question whom to follow. They all spoke up. Great Elder, rest assured we will all follow you. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder slowly shook his head. I am not the most suitable choice. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, then turned their gaze to the few Uchiha standing at the front. They were Zhengongji, Yanujia, and Linren. They all possessed 3 Tomo Sharingan, and were around 30 years old. Both physically and in terms of chakra they were at their peak, and each of them had fought countless battles. If it came to command, they were the most suitable candidates. Zhengongji, Yanujia, and Linren exchanged glances, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. There could not be for commanders. Naturally, among the Uchiha, the one with the strongest fist had the final say. Seeing the fighting spirit in their eyes, the Great Elder waved his hand. The person I have in mind hasn't arrived yet. The fighting spirit in the 4 men's eyes turned to astonishment, because among their circle, they were the 4 strongest. Before they could ask, footsteps sounded. Sorry I'm late. Qian Yao walked in slowly. He first nodded to the Great Elder, then swept his gaze over everyone. Time was pressing, and Qian Yao had no intention of beating around the bush. He said directly, I'm taking the command this time. The clansmen immediately clamored. Qian Yao, are you out of your mind? This is not the place for you to speak. Although Qian Yao was only 17 and already possessed a 3 Tomo Sharingan, which made him a genius, there were levels even among 3 Tomo Sharingan users, and there were plenty of powerful 3 Tomo users standing here. At 17, his chakra reserves were also inferior to others, so it was natural that someone reprimanded him. With a smile on his face, Qian Yao slowly drew the weapon hanging at his waist. The clamoring gradually died down. It was the Uchiha tradition that the big fist is the truth. Qian Yao held the blade at his side. Linren, let's start with you. Linren knew Qian Yao best. Seeing that Qian Yao had drawn his weapon, he understood he was not joking. He stepped out directly. The other Uchiha made way for them, and many were murmuring that Qian Yao must have lost his mind. Linren likewise drew his weapon and gestured for Qian Yao to attack. Qian Yao smiled, knowing that with Linren's strength, he would not strike first. Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, Qian Yao activated his eyes. An overwhelming ocular power struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Linren's thoughts lagged for a moment. When he came to his senses, Qian Yao had already placed his blade against Linren's neck. Linren's eyes were filled with immense shock. Qian Yao. You. Without looking at Linren, Qian Yao merely withdrew his blade and sheathed his weapon. An immense ocular power pressed down upon everyone present. The people below all had dilated pupils and racing hearts. Mangekyo. Could this be the Mangekyo? Among ordinary Uchiha, the Mangekyo was a legend. But among the elite Uchiha, the clan had already disclosed partial information about the Mangekyo Sharingan. The purpose was to hope that some among them might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and become the pillar of the clan. Now seeing that Qian Yao, only 17 years old, already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, they all could not suppress their exclamations. Qian Yao looked around, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Zhengongji, Yanujia, the 3 of you come together. Qian Yao hooked his hand gently, his manner nothing short of arrogant to the extreme. But Zhengongji, Yan, and Yujia each dared not be careless and drew their weapons one after another. Qian Yao, be careful. Ji Yan, the oldest of the 3, reminded him. After exchanging a glance with Zhengong and Yujia, Ji Yan launched a frontal assault on Qian Yao. Zhengong reached into his ninja tool pouch, and instantly more than a dozen shuriken flew out. These shuriken almost sealed off all space for Qian Yao to dodge. Uchiha formed hand signs, fire-style phoenix flower jutsu. Flames shot out from his mouth one after another. Meanwhile, Ji Yan had already swung his blade toward Qian Yao's flank. Just as everyone was waiting to see how Qian Yao would respond, he laughed. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha. Susanoo. Qian Yao's Mangekyo spun, and an enormous burst of ocular power erupted. A black skeletal Susanoo took shape in an instant. Clang. Although the Susanoo was only in its skeletal form, Ji Yan's weapon could not break its defense upon striking it. On the contrary, Ji Yan's hand went numb with pain, and his blade was almost knocked out of his grip by the recoil. The skeleton reached out and brushed aside Zhengong's shuriken, which fell to the ground like toys. As for Uchiha's phoenix flower flames, they were casually swatted out like fireworks by Susanoo. Godly power. Is this the godly power of our Uchiha? So strong. A thunderous roar sounded. Qian Yao directed Susanoo to slam a fist into the ground. The bluestone slabs on the ground shattered directly, leaving a huge crater in the earth. Everyone was forced back by the pressure of Qian Yao's Susanoo. Ji Yan, Zhengong, and Uchiha likewise lost their will to fight in an instant and retreated to the side. Qian Yao dismissed Susanoo and looked around at everyone present. Who else? Most of the Uchiha were simple-minded people, a clan that held absolute faith in the supremacy of the strong. Uchiha Chiyo had already displayed his Mangekyo Sharingan and his power for all to see. Everyone had silently conceded Chiyo's authority to command this operation. Most of those gathered were representatives, each with a contingent of lesser Uchiha clansmen under their command. Thus, these 20-odd men represented the greater part of the Uchiha strength. The Great Elder led them all into the chamber. Though the space was somewhat cramped, it would have to suffice. Once all were seated, Chiyo positioned at the head began. This undertaking in itself is extremely perilous. A desperate gamble in which death is far more likely than survival. However, I regret to inform you of two pieces of bad news. First, there is a traitor within our clan. The news of our impending coup has already been leaked to Konoha. The clansmen below were furious and alarmed. Once intelligence of this kind had been leaked and Konoha was put on guard, their chances of success would plummet beyond recovery. Before anyone could raise a question, Chiyo continued, "Second, this traitor is formidable. He too awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. But Konoha has brainwashed him, turning him against his own kin to exterminate the Uchiha clan." The bastard. Who is it? How dare he betray the clan? The Uchiha clansmen could no longer suppress their raging shouts. To them, such betrayal was utterly inconceivable. Chiyo shook his head with calm composure. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a tender age, he is naturally self-opinionated and incomparably arrogant. A cunning old fox like the Third Hokage only needs to flatter him a little, and he will fall right under their control. The people below exchanged glances. Could it be Itachi? It must be Itachi. Only Itachi is younger than Chiyo, and he serves in the Umbu to boot. Moreover, Itachi's arrogance had long been notorious throughout the entire Uchiha clan. Ever since Shirsue's death, Itachi had kept to himself, walking a lonely path. In several clashes with his clansmen, his words always revolved around my capacity and the like. But Itachi's strength was beyond dispute. Anyone who crossed him was typically subdued within mere seconds. Everyone turned to look at Chiyo, who confirmed their speculation. Indeed, it is Itachi. A wave of agitation rippled through those below. And understandably so. Itachi was only 13 this year. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan at 13 made him a genius among geniuses. Yet this very genius had been brainwashed by Konoha, and their coup plans had long since been leaked. Everyone's thoughts were in complete turmoil. The question was no longer whether the coup could succeed. It was a question of how the clan could survive it all. When everyone had at last calmed down, they all turned their eyes to Chiyo. It was then that Chiyo spoke. Fugaku in his naivety placed every hope upon Itachi, hoping to have Itachi take control of Konoha's upper echelons in a deluded attempt at a bloodless revolution. What do you think Fugaku will do when he learns that his own son has betrayed the family and sided with Konoha? Zhongnong spoke up, "Fight to the bitter end." The derision on Chiyo's face was unmistakable. Do you honestly believe Fugaku still possesses such mettle? Most of the clansmen looked as though they wished to speak, but held their tongues. After all, the job Fugaku had done as clan head was frankly underwhelming. Seeing that the sentiments had been guided to the right place, Chiyo finally said, "Our situation at present is extremely dangerous. We cannot stake the fate of the entire clan upon an indecisive clan head." On the night of the clan's annihilation, Fugaku had bared his neck before the blade and allowed his people to be slaughtered by Itachi. It was only natural then that Chiyo harbored not a shred of trust in him. Hence he exposed Fugaku's unreliability without the slightest hesitation. Therefore, only the people in this room can see us through this crisis. The faces of all present grew exceedingly grave. This operation was perilous in the extreme. Some might never again live to see the sun rise. Chiyo, what plan do you have in mind? Jian asked in a subdued voice. Being a circumspect and steady man, he knew that since Chiyo had taken command, he surely had his own designs. The Third Hokage is a consummate politician, so he will not openly lead the Umbu to annihilate us. Even the other ninja clans will not involve themselves in this matter. Linren asked in confusion, but didn't the Third Hokage already receive the intelligence about our coup? Chiyo let out a soft laugh. Well, have we actually staged a coup? Linren suddenly caught on. Right, they had not done a thing yet. The only ones who might come to exterminate us are Danzo's root. Therefore, the enemies we must face are Danzo and his root organization Itachi and the accomplice he has brought in. Hearing Chiyo's analysis, everyone gradually steadied themselves. Once they clearly knew who they were up against, the possible strategies naturally multiplied. The Great Elder gave a timely cough. Our Uchiha clan has not elected a new elder in quite some time. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I hereby appoint Uchiha Chiyo as the fourth elder. Does anyone object? Everyone exchanged glances and voiced no objection. After all, if they could not survive the night, the Uchiha would cease to exist. If they did, Chiyo's merits were more than enough to warrant an eldership. We pay our respects to the fourth elder. Jian was the first to bow to Chiyo in acknowledgement. The others one by one likewise bowed to Chiyo, signifying their approval of him as the fourth elder. Chiyo gave a slight nod toward the Great Elder, then spoke. There is much to be done today. The orders I am about to give must be carried out without question and with absolute diligence. Yes, fourth elder. This time their response was far more unified. Great Elder Fugaku has certainly already caught wind of our gathering. I would like you to pay Fugaku a visit and keep him from disrupting my plans. The Great Elder responded, rest assured, leave Fugaku to me. Chiyo's command was absolutely necessary. Although none of them held Fugaku in high regard, he was after all still the clan head, and a single misguided order from him could render all of Chiyo's efforts futile. Jien, take your men and set up traps around our clan grounds. Anyone who dares to cast covetous eyes upon the Uchiha shall die. Yes, fourth elder. Jien quickly assumed the role and accepted the order. Jingong, take your people and bring all of our clansmen back to the compound. Then patrol the grounds and set up barriers. Itachi's accomplice is a master of space-time ninjutsu. He could appear within the clan at any moment. Linren, stake out the military police headquarters building. There is a strong likelihood that Itachi's accomplice will attack that location. I will brief you with his detailed intelligence shortly. When he appears, notify me at once. No matter who discovers his trail, do not engage him in a head-on battle. Just keep him pinned down there. I will rush over to reinforce you as quickly as I can. Zhengong and Linren wore grim expressions, well aware of just how troublesome a master of space-time ninjutsu could be. We understand, fourth elder. Yojia, take 5 men and follow me. Everyone else will be under the Great Elder's command. Great Elder, go to Fugaku's side. If he refuses to see reason, act at your discretion. The Great Elder nodded with a solemn countenance. He knew exactly what acting at discretion meant. The rest of you during the day see to it that Fugaku's men do not notice anything amiss. At the Konoha Academy, during recess, all the students were playing. Sasuke had not yet lived through the night of the clan massacre. He was still a carefree, yet somewhat arrogant child. He happened to be racing Naruto. Naturally, Sasuke won with ease. When Naruto staggered across the finish line panting, he immediately sprang to his feet. I didn't even use my real strength just now. You were using every last bit of strength you had dead last, Sasuke said smugly. Naruto refused to give in. Once I show my real strength, you're no match for me. Next round, we're doing the high jump. Sasuke snorted, you're no match for me. What did you say? Sakura and Ino called out from the side. Naruto, just give up. You can't beat Sasuke. The sight of these children playing together was heartwarming. But around these children, several gazes were fixed on them. In the tree canopy, not far away, 2 groups were lurking. One group was specifically assigned to keep watch over Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Another, led by Kakashi, was watching Sasuke. High above, Itachi stood with arms crossed, wanting to steal a few more glances at Sasuke in these final moments. After tonight, he would no longer be able to see his beloved little brother. What they did not know was that besides them, another group was also watching this place. Fourth Elder Itachi is indeed on the tall building nearby. In the shadows of the alley, Yusuke reported to Qianyao. Qianyao leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. First, find all the watchers. We have only one chance. Once Itachi leaves, we move. Yes, fourth elder. Yusuke took 2 men and continued gathering intelligence. Qianyao and 2 other clansmen lay in hiding here. The 2 clansmen had been a little tense at first, but seeing the elder's unruffled demeanor, they were influenced by it and calmed down. Qianyao was not merely putting on a show, he was checking his golden finger, his cheat ability. On the bond template, the more than 20 Uchiha who had just attended the meeting had all reached 1 star in their relationship with him. As for Mayumi, Norihiko, Yusuke, and Rinto, they had reached 2 stars. Qianyao began by claiming the first star for each one. With the system notification sounds, countless combat memories surfaced in his mind. Ding. Uchiha Mayumi's level 1 bond has been unlocked. Ding. Uchiha Norihiko's level 1 bond has been unlocked. Ding. Uchiha Yusuke's level 1 bond. Although Qianyao had possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan before, his actual strength did not match his body. At best, he could bring out 30% of his power. In battle, he was not deliberately holding back. He simply did not know how to fight. Now, after completely digesting the combat memories of more than 20 people, he had become a proper Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan user. When Qianyao tapped the second star, one by one, ding. Uchiha Mayumi's level 2 bond has been unlocked. Ding. Uchiha Norihiko's level 2 bond. Mayumi, Norihiko, Yusuke, and Rinto had each supplied about 10% of their chakra or ocular power to him. Although there was no instruction manual, Qianyao had figured out the bond template's mechanics through these 2 enhancements. If he was acquainted with someone and shared a certain friendship, that would form the first star and unlock level 1. If there was trust and a deeper connection, it would likely reach 2 stars and level 2. The Great Elder had 3 stars and level 3 because he had staked his life and fortune on Qianyao. That counted as a very deep level of trust. Qianyao did not know whether 3 stars was the limit. He guessed there might be higher levels. He slowly opened his eyes. His chakra reserves were now over twice those of the clan's elite. Although the increase in ocular power was small for the time being, he no longer had to worry about the Mangekyo Sharingan blinding him. Time passed, and Qianyao and the others had waited from early afternoon until late afternoon. In the meantime, Yusuke had come back to report several times. Itachi, like an obsessed stalker, had kept watching Sasuke from the tall building. Only when school was nearly over did Itachi leave. Fourth Elder Itachi just left. We didn't dare follow too closely, so we don't know where he went. Sasuke went to the training ground. He should be training. He has 3 EMBU watching him, and one of them should be Kakashi. Are you sure it's Kakashi? A sharp gleam flashed in Shinyao's eyes. Yusuke nodded. That hairstyle is unique in all of Konoha. Wearing a mask only makes it more conspicuous. Shinyao narrowed his eyes slightly. It was just like getting a pillow when he was sleepy. Kakashi was actually watching over Sasuke. Then again, there were not too many suitable people, so it was only natural for Kakashi, an ANBU captain, to be given this task. Yusuke continued. There are 4 ANBU watching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Should we? Shinyao raised a hand, cutting off what Yusuke was about to say. Our opportunity this time is based on the Third Hokage not daring to openly break with us. If we touch the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha clan will be in grave danger. Yes, I understand. Although Yusuke also wanted to capture Naruto since the Fourth Elder had his own plan, he naturally had to listen to the Fourth Elder. This was the importance of command authority. Let's go. Take our young clan heir home. At the training ground, several shuriken flew toward the target with sharp whooshes. With crisp sounds, 6 shuriken hit the bullseye at the same time. Sasuke gave a cool wave of his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Big brother had been so busy lately, always saying, next time, next time. I have to train hard and make big brother look at me with new respect. Sasuke's eyes sparkled as if he could already hear Itachi praising him. He felt his ninja tool pouch. All his shuriken had been thrown, he needed to go pick them up. While his classmates were still using paper shuriken, Sasuke already carried real iron shuriken. As he ran to the target to retrieve his shuriken, several figures jumped down with a swish, startling Sasuke. Little Sasuke, why haven't you gone home at this hour? Sasuke looked carefully and saw that they were all familiar clansmen, so he relaxed. Senior Chinyao, why are you here? Chinyao's relationship with Sasuke was neither good nor bad, but he did know him. He smiled. Why else? I came to take you home. Sasuke did not understand why Chinyao had come to pick him up, but he was not on guard, so he simply said, Senior Chinyao, wait a moment. Let me pack up. At this time, Kakashi and the others who had been watching Sasuke grew anxious and flashed out from nearby. Wait. You can't take Sasuke. Kakashi spoke. Chinyao shielded Sasuke, putting on an expression of concern for Sasuke's safety, and shouted sharply, who dares to have designs on Sasuke? Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He wore Yambiyu uniform and an Ambu mask, wasn't it obvious? But the moment he looked at Chinyao's ocular power exploded. Take them down. Kakashi's vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. You. The other two Ambu had never imagined the Uchiha would act so directly. They were completely caught off guard. Because the attack was premeditated and their targets were unprepared, the two were instantly taken down by Yusuke and the others. Sasuke was startled. After all, he was only 7, still at the age of playing ninja games. Senior Chinyao, this. What's going on? After Chinyao brought down Kakashi, a smile spread across his face. He stared into Sasuke's eyes and activated a Jinjutsu. It's fine. Go to sleep. When you wake up, nothing will have happened. Sasuke's eyelids grew heavy and he fell into a deep sleep. Chinyao handed Sasuke to Yusuke. Be careful. He is our key piece. Yusuke nodded and hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder. Chinyao crouched down, pried open Kakashi's eyelids, and asked the clansman beside Yusuke, Kosuke, you know medical ninjutsu, right? In the woods beyond the Uchiha clan grounds, Itachi had been waiting for a long time. He knew that person would come. Footsteps sounded and a man in a tiger-striped mask appeared nearby. Itachi walked over and stood before Obito. We move tonight. Obito, disguising his voice, replied, very well. As agreed, I'll lend you my strength. Itachi turned his head. Then let's do exactly as we agreed. Obito crossed his arms. The reason I'm helping you annihilate the Uchiha isn't just revenge. I have another purpose. Just pretend you didn't see any of that. Itachi naturally understood that the other man was talking about collecting Sharingan. But at this point, Itachi no longer cared about such things. You're telling me not to use my Sharingan to record your movements. Exactly. And this is also proof that I'm sparing your little brother's life. I have no use for a child without the Sharingan. Itachi knew that Sasuke held no value yet, so he turned his head and asked, then I can rest assured, is that it? Apart from trusting you, I have no other choice. Obito knew that after this incident, Itachi would have nowhere better to go. Obito spoke up again. If you ever find yourself at a dead end, feel free to come to our organization. Itachi was puzzled. Your organization? Yes. Its name is Akatsuki. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was handling official affairs. He felt little emotional stir regarding tonight's annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Everything had already been planned. Even if the Uchiha became wary, the only thing lost would be Danzo's root. It was of no concern to him. All he had to do was lead the Umbu to clean up afterward. Urgent report. An Umbu agent burst in without permission. The third Hokage frowned, but rather than reproach him, he asked what happened. The Umbu quickly reported Kakashi and the other two monitoring Sasuke have gone missing. And Sasuke has vanished too. The hand of the third Hokage holding his pipe paused. He asked in a low voice, what about Naruto? The Umbu answered, Naruto is safe and sound, and is at home now. The third felt a slight relief and took a draw from his pipe. But in his mind he kept wondering who could have taken Sasuke, Danzo or Itachi. If it was Danzo, there was no problem. He could simply go and negotiate. If it was Itachi, things might become a little more troublesome. The third looked up at the clock. It was already 10 at night. The sky outside had long since turned dark. If Itachi was going to make a move, this would probably be the time. Send more men to watch the Uchiha compound. Report back immediately if anything happens. Yes. A bright moon hung high. The night seemed especially still. Having resolved to shoulder all of it, Itachi arrived at the entrance of the clan grounds. He put the mask on his face. With a body flicker, he stood on the low wall. Sasuke, Itachi murmured, then his gaze grew resolute. He drew his blade and leapt down from the wall. Suddenly, from the shadows on both sides of the wall, two huge nets were cast out. Whoosh. The nets descended with a whistling wind straight down upon Itachi. Itachi's heart tightened. How could this be? The instant the nets covered him, the sound of crows tore through the air. Caw, caw, caw. Itachi's whole body turned into countless crows bursting into the sky in a flurry until at last they reformed into Itachi's figure. But before Itachi could land, a barrage of shuriken flew out from the shadows once more. Itachi swung his weapon, knocking shuriken away, but 2 cuts were still sliced across his shoulder. Then a figure walked out from the shadows. Itachi, you really have betrayed the clan. Itachi landed on the ground, his expression utterly unchanged. The secret of his Mangekyo Sharingan was still unknown to the other members of the clan. So even after being wounded, he did not reveal Susanoo. Still, Itachi was somewhat surprised. He had thought the one to appear might be his father or the Grand Elder, but he never expected Qian Yao. Qian Yao had been in the same batch as Shisui, so Itachi naturally knew him. Later, after an upheaval in Qian Yao's family, everyone was busy with missions and gradually lost touch. I never thought it would be Senior Qian Yao. Itachi's expression was cold, giving no hint of what he was thinking. Qian Yao did not let anyone else come out. Facing Itachi alone, he walked toward him and said, "Are you going to become Konoha's accomplice and annihilate your own clan?" At Qian Yao's question, a flicker moved through Itachi's expression. At this point, Senior Qian Yao, what meaning is there in asking that? Qian Yao laughed softly. In this world, the easiest people to deceive are those who think too highly of themselves. You only have to tell him over and over, thanks to you, you have a Hokage's way of thinking. And then that person will arrogantly believe that any problem he cannot solve cannot be solved by anyone else. Itachi naturally understood that Qian Yao was referring to him. But by now he had completely lost himself, living in a false world. When Shisui died, he placed the burden called peace on Itachi's shoulders. Yet no one guided Itachi. Under the Third Hokage's ceaseless brainwashing, he could not accept that he had already failed. He lied to others, and he lied to himself. He could not accept the self that had failed to save his clansmen. Under the constant crushing pressure, the only option left was to accept the mission of annihilating the Uchiha clan. The present Itachi naturally could not be persuaded in just a few words. Itachi kept silent, not listening to Qian Yao, but waiting for Qian Yao to draw closer. But Qian Yao had exactly the same intention. As a master of Jinjutsu, Itachi naturally wanted to use Jinjutsu to subdue Qian Yao the moment it came down to it. After all, Jinjutsu, even against someone on guard, would be amplified by the ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Qian Yao was definitely no match for him. Oh! A shrill childish scream rang out. Itachi's focus shattered in an instant. That was Sasuke's voice. From the corner of his eye, he glanced into the shadows. Yusuke had thrown the unconscious Sasuke to the ground and set his foot on him. In that split second, careful not to make eye contact with Itachi, Qian Yao charged straight into Itachi's attack range. With one stroke, he flicked Itachi's weapon away, driving straight at his face. Itachi had not imagined that Qian Yao could snatch Sasuke back from right under Konoha's nose. The Itachi of this moment was not as mature as the one 8 years later. Seeing his beloved little brother captured and his own weapon knocked aside, Qian Yao's long blade was already at his face. He could even feel the stinging pain of his cheek being slashed. Susanoo. Having just used the crow clone, the only thing Itachi could do was summon Susanoo to defend. The moment the skeletal frame emerged, the long blade in Qian Yao's hand was sent flying. Itachi was relentless. The enormous hand of Susanoo shot straight toward Qian Yao. Qian Yao returned fire, a crow's caw resounding through the air. In that instant, he too dissolved into a sky-darkening flock of crows, a testament to his mastery of the ninja crow arts. His upper body materialized from the swirling crows mid-air as he taunted. You have already betrayed Shisui's expectations, so why can't you just admit your own failure? Itachi glanced at Sasuke from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Yusuke made no further move, he felt a slight relief. Rather than answering Qian Yao, he squeezed his eyes shut, blood welling from his tear ducts as he activated his dojutsu. Amaterasu. With a detonation, black flames blasted toward the crows. No matter where Qian Yao's true body was hidden, he would be burned out. To Itachi's shock, a black Susanoo manifested in midair, shielding Qian Yao completely from the dark flames. A Mangekyo Sharingan. Shock flickered in Itachi's eyes. He had never imagined that besides his father, Qian Yao too possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment Qian Yao landed, his Susanoo hurled a massive fist toward Itachi. Startled, Itachi's orange Susanoo answered with a punch of its own. The two colossal avatars collided with devastating force, both shattering into fragments. Seeing Itachi still refusing to speak, Qian Yao waved his hand. You won't answer. Yusuke, kill Sasuke. As you command, Fourth Elder. Yusuke hurled Sasuke to the ground and planted his foot hard upon him. A young piercing cry escaped Sasuke's lips. Itachi seemed to waver, a haunting sense of déjà vu washing over him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Qian Yao closed in with his blade. The long sword slashed across Itachi's face, and once more he felt a sharp sting of pain on his cheek. This time Itachi did not summon his Susanoo. He twisted his body, letting the blade trail past his face, then struck the flat of the sword with his palm, sending Qian Yao's weapon flying. He followed with a kick aimed at Qian Yao, who blocked it with his arm and staggered backward. Itachi wove hand signs in an instant and spat a massive fireball while hurling shuriken. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jigaku. A torrent of flame and shuriken hurtled toward the weaponless Qian Yao. His lips curled into a smirk as he pressed on with his question. Shisui bought 2 years with his own death. What have you accomplished in those 2 years? Nothing. You have done nothing. With a thunderous roar, the black Susanoo materialized once more, blocking the scorching assault entirely. A barely perceptible panic flickered through Itachi's eyes, yet he still said nothing. Won't answer. Yusuke, kill Sasuke. As you command, Fourth Elder. The The same scene unfolded once more. Yusuke threw Sasuke to the ground and stepped firmly upon him. A tender, agonized cry rose through the air. The next instant, Qian Yao's blade cut into Itachi's cheek yet again. This time Itachi erupted with Susanoo, blasting Qian Yao backward. Impossible. As a master of illusion, how could Itachi not realize he was already trapped within a Jinjutsu? The third Hokage always promised he would find a solution, so what has he truly done? Qian Yao questioned him again, and Itachi found his composure beginning to crack. Could this technique be? Seeing Itachi still unwilling to respond, Qian Yao repeated, "No answer, is that it? Yusuke, kill Sasuke. As you command, fourth elder." The same scene replayed itself. Yusuke cast Sasuke to the ground and stomped upon him. A young dreadful cry rang out. Once more Qian Yao's long blade pierced Itachi's cheek. Back in reality, Qian Yao had already sheathed his blade, and his left eye had turned a lifeless pallid white. Izanami. The Forbidden Jutsu records the sequence of events between its caster and the target, then replays that same sequence endlessly. Caught within the Jinjutsu, the victim becomes imprisoned in the interval between the first scene and the replay of that scene, trapped in an infinite loop. To break free from Izanami, Itachi would have to accept his original fate and repent from the depths of his heart, otherwise he would never awaken. Now Itachi stood like a wooden doll, his eyes shut motionless, unless he could face his failure honestly and stop deceiving himself. Only by understanding what lay within his power and what lay beyond it could Itachi ever escape this loop. The conditions for using this forbidden art were steep, and pulling an Itachi equipped with the Mangekyo Sharingan into the cycle demanded its own heavy price. It required the sacrifice of an equally powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, he had obtained the forbidden jutsu from the Grand Elder, otherwise Qian Yao would never have had time to learn it. Qian Yao beckoned to Yusuke and Guanyo, and they gathered beside him. Yusuke, carrying the unconscious Sasuke, looked at him with unbridled admiration. "Elder, what do we do next?" Itachi had been dealt with so effortlessly that Yusuke's faith in Qian Yao soared. Qian Yao sat on the ground, allowing Guanyo to remove the Mangekyo Sharingan he had taken from Kakashi, Obito's Kimui, and replace it. He answered calmly, "I still need to handle Itachi. I should be able to turn him to our side. The Grand Elder is still with Fugaku, so go and assess the situation there. If Fugaku and the Grand Elder end up in conflict, report the battle situation here truthfully and urge them to hold their hands. Take Sasuke to the Grand Elder, he will know what to do with him. Organize all our clansmen and be ready at any moment to fight Danzo and his rude operatives. After delivering Sasuke to the Grand Elder, keep watch over the village. If the third Hokage comes with the Umbu, fire a blue signal flare immediately." "Understood, Elder." Yusuke lifted Sasuke and hurried toward Fugaku's residence. Guanyo meanwhile re-implanted Qian Yao's own eye. Qian Yao closed his eyes. After resting for a few dozen minutes, his vision would be restored. In this world, performing an eye transplant was the simplest of operations. On the battlefield, a 13-year-old Rin Noera had been able to transplant Obito's eye into Kakashi. Though Guanyo's medical ninjutsu was hardly exceptional, she was still far better than that young girl. After knocking Kakashi down, Qian Yao had reclaimed the Uchiha eye and had just consumed it as the sacrifice for Izanami. In truth, when Obito had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan all those years ago, the very same eye implanted in Kakashi had awakened the Mangekyo as well. Only neither he nor Kakashi had been aware of it. Now that this eye had been destroyed, Obito would never be able to possess both Kimui eyes again. Guanyo placed the ruined Kimui eye into a bottle. "Elder, how should we dispose of this eye?" Qian Yao picked up the bottle and gave it a shake. "Keep it for now. It might prove useful later." Guanyo nodded, produced a sealing scroll, and carefully sealed the bottle away. She handed the scroll to Qian Yao, who tucked it away, then pressed his hand onto the head of the motionless Itachi. Time was short. He had to guide Itachi to confront the truth swiftly. After all, a battle had broken out on their side, brief though it was, and the clan had patrol squads. Soon enough news would reach Fugaku, and the Grand Elder openly breaking with him was only to be expected. The Uchiha still had far too few cards in hand, so not a single misstep could be afforded. Qian Yao's long blade kept slashing across Itachi's cheek. Itachi had been trapped inside this cycle all along. He knew of the forbidden jutsu only by name, never by practice. Forbidden jutsu are called forbidden precisely because they demand an immense price while producing overwhelming effects. Qian Yao kept pressing Itachi with questions. "It has been 2 years since Shisui died. Apart from letting the third Hokage brainwash you every day, what exactly have you accomplished? You are clearly just as arrogant and short-sighted as the rest of your clan. Aside from carrying out the third Hokage's missions, you have made no effort at all. Shimura, Danzo, Udatane, Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura only need to frighten you, and Sarutobi Hiruzen only needs to say a few pretty words. Then you are easily fooled." As Qian Yao questioned him again and again, Itachi remained silent. But after dozens, then hundreds of cycles, he could no longer maintain his composure. "At this point, I have no other way to keep Sasuke alive." Qian Yao snorted coldly. "You damn fool. What right do you have to decide the fate of the rest of the Uchiha clan? For Sasuke, are all the others supposed to die? You still refuse to admit your failure. Admit that you were utterly unable to fulfill Shisui's request." Itachi's entire face twisted. Having already looped through over 100 cycles, he was mentally shattered. His face contorted as he burst into wild laughter. "As long as the Uchiha clan is wiped out, I will have succeeded in stopping the civil war. Konoha's strength will not be weakened, so no war will break out. I won't fail. This bloody sin. I will bear it all myself. Even Shursui would understand me. Qianyao looked at that twisted laughing face and could naturally sense the madness in Itachi's heart. But no matter how deranged he became, it was useless, because this was inside Izanami's cycle. After Itachi's laughter died down, a new cycle began once more. You have already failed. Being trapped here proves you cannot destroy the Uchiha at all. Shursui told you to protect the village, in the Uchiha name. If all the Uchiha die, where will the Uchiha name come from? The clan has you, Fugaku, and me, 3 Mangekyo Sharingan powerhouses. As long as we have not openly rebelled, Konoha will not dare to clash with us. From the silence Itachi kept when he first fell into Izanami, to his hysterical release of madness, he endured more than 100 cycles in total. Under Qianyao's relentless forced indoctrination, it took another 100 cycles for Itachi to slowly settle down from his manic state. After more than 200 cycles, all the pressure within Itachi had been vented. There was an unmistakable weariness in Itachi's eyes. No matter what he said or did after Sasuke's childish scream and Qianyao's slash across his cheek, the cycle would start all over again. Finally, as the 474th cycle began, when Sasuke let out a scream and Qianyao slashed his cheek once more, Itachi's legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees. Can we truly coexist with the village? Itachi's eyes were dull and his voice was nearly a murmur. Can the name of the Uchiha truly be passed down? In this world of endless cycles of battle, physical exhaustion could be reset, but mental exhaustion had already broken him down. Qianyao sheathed his blade and placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder. Don't worry. I won't let Konoha annihilate the Uchiha. Shursui's last will should not be protected by you alone. A faint gleam seemed to return to Itachi's eyes. Senior Qianyao, you're right. I am a failure. One person's ability is limited. Qianyao said earnestly, no matter how strong you become, never bear everything alone. That path is destined to fail. So let me stand with you and hold up this clan together. With that, Qianyao extended one hand to Itachi. Itachi looked at Qianyao, then grasped his hand. Crack. It sounded like glass shattering. The whole space broke apart, and the next moment Itachi finally escaped from Izanami's forbidden jutsu. Standing before him was none other than Qianyao. Qianyao had just replaced his eye, and his eyes were still closed. Itachi felt a pang of guilt. He had caused Senior Qianyao to lose an eye. Noticing Itachi's gaze, Qianyao touched his eye, then slowly opened it. Hey, rest assured, the eye I sacrificed was not my own. Itachi noticed that Qianyao's eye was not grayish-white and felt greatly relieved. But Itachi quickly composed himself. Senior Qianyao, I have one more ally. Qianyao raised a hand, signaling it was unnecessary to continue. I know. The one who calls himself Uchiha Madara. I will take care of him. Go see Danzo at once. Tell him the Uchiha are already on guard, that internal strife has begun, and then, at the Fugaku residence. The Grand Elder and Fugaku had been talking for a long time. There were plenty of ways to stall for time. Of course, the Grand Elder used a perfectly legitimate reason, discussing how to minimize clan casualties in the coup. Fugaku was still dreaming of a bloodless revolution, but he did not mention that Itachi was working as a double agent. He had not even considered the question of whether the Uchiha clan would be wiped out if Itachi went over to Konoha. Fugaku, Itachi, and even Sasuke, all of them were cut from the same cloth. Their temperaments came down in an unbroken line, stubborn, self-important, and arrogant. They sprinted forward along the road of self-righteousness. But when things ended up completely beyond their expectations, they never sought to make amends. Instead, they compounded their mistakes or simply gave up. Although from a family perspective, Fugaku offered his neck to the blade in order to preserve Sasuke, from a clan leader's perspective, this act of surrendering without a fight, it was unquestionably ugly, shameful, and irresponsible. The mission of a clan chief is naturally to lead the clan to strength. In times of danger, he must fight to the death to keep the family's flame alive. Fugaku, on the other hand, when faced with the clan's destruction, did not think of sending more clan members away. He only cared about staging a tragic melodrama with Mikoto and Itachi. The rest of the Uchiha clan, thanks a lot. You and your whole family. At the beginning of the conversation between Fugaku and the Grand Elder, he had been quite sincere. As time passed, however, Fugaku became somewhat annoyed. He firmly believed that Itachi would be able to control Konoha's high-ranking officials at the opportune moment, and finally carry out a bloodless revolution. The Grand Elder's plans to Fugaku were somewhat like worrying that the sky was about to fall. They had been talking for too long. Fugaku pinched the bridge of his nose. Grand Elder, let us stop here for today. I think the timing is not ripe yet. The Grand Elder gauged the time and said meaningfully, indeed. Things change at any moment, we can discuss it later. As he spoke, he stood up. In terms of seniority, the Grand Elder was also Fugaku's clan uncle. Even though Fugaku was the clan head, he rose and escorted the Grand Elder out. Just as Qianyao was forcibly brainwashing Itachi with Izanami, Obito also arrived at the security force headquarters using Kemui. Ever since Shursui's death, the Uchiha clan's control over the security force had gradually weakened. The village had reduced the security force's numbers under various pretexts and excuses. Itachi had also been voicing support for the village at that time. Fugaku viewed this as Itachi's attempt to gain the village's trust, a gradual concession. The security force headquarters still had some personnel inside, but the surrounding area was empty. As Obito arrived at the compound, the building was still illuminated while everything else fell silent. How many Sharingan could he harvest tonight? Obito chuckled lightly and flashed into the security force headquarters. But upon entering the building, he found it completely empty. Not a single soul. not even a ghost could be found. Where did all the Uchiha go? Obito was puzzled. Based on the Uchiha's preparations, they shouldn't have launched the coup so quickly. After searching the building from top to bottom, he confirmed that the Uchiha had indeed vanished. Obito became slightly on guard. This time Itachi had invited him to exterminate the Uchiha clan. He had considered whether this might be a trap set specifically for him. After all, Itachi's reasoning in this matter seemed inherently questionable. In reality, it was Qian Yao who had revealed Obito's abilities to the clan members. After learning about Obito's powers, Rinjin recognized the potential dangers they posed in confined spaces or complex terrain. The clan members would be at a severe disadvantage, so he ordered everyone in the security force headquarters to be evacuated. Though all the security force personnel were ultimately under Fugaku's command. But in critical moments, Rinjin only needed to warn them that an enemy skilled in space-time ninjutsu had infiltrated the premises. These clan members weren't eager to gamble with their lives. Obito cautiously circled twice while searching, but suddenly pressed his hands to his eyes. His Kamui eye gave a sharp throb as though it had been struck. His vision dimmed momentarily before clearing. What was happening? Had something gone wrong with his eyes? Uncertain whether this sudden sensation signaled damage to his eyes, Obito hesitated. 2 years ago, he had already used the Mangekyo Sharingan to subjugate Kazami. In Kirigakure, he continued pushing forward the previous generation's Bloody Mist plan. Currently, in the Mist Village, bloodline limits had essentially been wiped out. Possessing one was now considered an original sin. The chaos in Kirigakure could only be quelled by Kazami as a perfect Jinchuriki. However, maintaining control over Kazami consumed a significant portion of Obito's ocular chakra. After that strange sensation in his eyes, Obito quickly extended his sensory perception and confirmed that Kazami remained under his control. He let out a sigh of relief. But as Obito had just reached the plaza outside the security force headquarters, the situation shifted dramatically. A whoosh sound erupted. Just as he was preparing to leave and find Itachi, several signal flares and illumination rounds shot into the sky. Bright floodlights around the security force headquarters suddenly blazed to life. The lights revealed every detail of Obito concealed beneath his tiger-striped mask. Fire! A barrage of shurikens streaked toward him. Humph! Obito snorted coldly, realizing this was a trap laid specifically for him. He strolled casually through the storm of Uchiha weapon projectiles. Every shuriken and kunai passed straight through Obito's body and clattered to the ground. The security force guards remaining behind had been doubtful earlier, but now they saw that Rinjin's warnings had been entirely accurate. All the shuriken had passed through the enemy's body. The others dared not relax and began executing their prior combat plan. Rinjin's mission was clear: first ensure the clan members' safety, then hold this enemy in place. If the opponent chose to leave, they would let him go. They had already fired the signal flares, and word had reached the elders, the first elder clan leader and fourth elder alike. Now the sole objective was to ensure no casualties among the clan members. Drawing upon the intelligence shared by Elder Qian, Yao Rinjin gestured, and 5 Uchiha skilled fighters drew their weapons alongside him. At that exact moment, Fugaku had just escorted the elder to the doorway. Upon seeing the signal flares rising from the security force headquarters, Fugaku's expression darkened. Suddenly a pair of hands gripped his shoulders and barred his path. Fugaku, you should stay here, the elder said quietly yet with piercing clarity. Elder, what do you mean? Fugaku stared in disbelief at his own clan uncle. With a wave of his hand, the elder summoned Mabuki and several clan members who appeared nearby. The clan members following Mabuki had all been disarmed. These were night patrol personnel directly under Fugaku's command. Clan leader, clan leader. Clan leader, we're being attacked by Mabuki. Clan leader, you must defend us. These clan members were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why their own kin would suddenly attack them. Upon spotting Fugaku, they eagerly rushed forward to report their grievances. Elder, are you planning to betray the clan? Fugaku demanded coldly. Despite their occasional political disagreements, the elder remained absolutely loyal to the Uchiha clan. Yet this scene left him utterly perplexed about the elder's intentions. As a master of the Mangekyo Sharingan himself, Fugaku remained composed, seeking only to understand the elder's true purpose. The elder's voice cut sharply through the air. Fugaku, do you know your son Uchiha Itachi has already betrayed the family? After reporting our imminent coup to Konoha, he has been ordered to exterminate our Uchiha clan tonight. Fugaku's face contorted in shock. Impossible. Itachi would never betray the clan. Fire smoldered behind the elder's eyes. Arrogance blinds you. Your son has already relayed the coup details to Konoha. You're still dreaming of a bloodless revolution. All our clan members on recent missions were ambushed by Root. Only Qian Yao returned alive today. Without Qian Yao's tireless efforts bringing back intelligence, our Uchiha clan would have fallen blindly to Itachi's blade. Fugaku's face turned ashen. If this were true, he had grievously failed in his duties as clan leader. News of the internal coup had been sold by his own son. His son was meant to be a double agent, yet had instead defected to the enemy. Elder, what you say is true. Fugaku stared at his clan uncle, who had devoted half his life to the Uchiha clan. He desperately hoped his uncle was deceived as well. But the elder merely fixed him with a harsh, disappointed glare. I ask you, did you prepare for the possibility of Itachi betraying the clan? Fugaku fell silent. Given his arrogance, how could he have considered such a contingency? Otherwise, in the original timeline, he and Mikoto would not have met their end so helplessly. The elder let out a heavy huff. I have already promoted Qian Yao to 4th elder, placing him in command of this operation. Fugaku, if you wish to see our Uchiha clan survive tonight, you will comply. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, several figures landed. Yusuke and the others carrying Sasuke. Yusuke took in the tense standoff and exchanged a meaningful glance with the Grand Elder. He reported in a loud voice. Grand Elder, the fourth elder, has already defeated Uchiha Itachi, and using the rescued Sasuke, successfully won Itachi over to our side. The fourth elder has gone to the police force headquarters to wipe out the reinforcements Itachi summoned to annihilate the clan. Yusuke handed Sasuke to Mayumi and continued. The fourth elder has ordered the Grand Elder and the clan head to set aside their differences, organize the men, and be ready at any time for battle against Danzo and Root. Mayumi's weapon was already drawn. Holding the unconscious Sasuke, she fixed her eyes on Fugaku, the threat in her gaze unmistakable. Fugaku's face went ashen and flushed by turns as if he had just been slapped twice. It was all true. His own son had betrayed the clan and had acted on Konoha's orders to annihilate it. Not only had he been completely unaware, he had not been on guard in the slightest. He did not dare imagine how devastating the clan's losses would have been without Qian Yao and the Grand Elder. That the Grand Elder was now using Sasuke as a hostage he could fully understand. In such a moment of crisis, if orders were at odds, the Uchiha clan would be finished. The Grand Elder could not afford even the slightest accident. He was not worried about Sasuke's safety. As long as he did not insist on going against the Grand Elder, Sasuke would be perfectly fine. He only felt that he had been deeply negligent as clan head, and had been thoroughly humiliated. Fugaku heaved a long sigh. Uncle, I'm sorry. The Grand Elder's expression softened slightly, but there was no time to drag things out. Most of tonight's intelligence came from Qian Yao, and he has laid out the entire situation for me. Let's get through tonight, first, everything else can wait. Fugaku nodded. Understood. I'll rally the men right away. The Grand Elder snorted. Drag those two fools Yanhee and Hongshu out of bed. Let them see how our beloved fine Konoha plans to deal with us. Fugaku acknowledged with some embarrassment and hurried off to organize the men. As for Sasuke, let him sleep for a while. Yanhee and Hongshu were the second and third elders respectively. They were the Uchiha's most prominent dove elders, the two who had devoted themselves to peaceful coexistence with Konoha. Shisui had been Yanhee's man. After Shisui's death, in just 2 short years, the Uchiha clan's influence in the police force had shrunk dramatically. And once most of the Uchiha supported a coup, the 2 elders could only retire and live out their years at home. Now that the Grand Elder had dragged the 2 elders out, it was not entirely to rake over the past. After all, they still had some supporters under them. Making them see the truth was the only way to bind more clansmen together as one. Outside the police force headquarters, around 30 Uchiha clansmen together with Lin Rin and 5 others had Obito completely pinned down. Even with his mask on, Obito's face was livid at this moment. He had the intangibility of Kamui, but he could not attack at all. Lin Rin's 6-man group seemed to know every single one of his weaknesses. Whenever Obito showed signs of materializing, at least 2 Uchiha swung at his head, neck, or heart. After his repeated attempts to attack were foiled, Obito confirmed that the secret of his Kamui had leaked. And after the Uchiha fired the signal flare, there was clearly a mobilization underway inside the Uchiha compound. Was this an early coup by the Uchiha, or was there some other plan? Obito could not understand it at all. In the meantime, Lin Rin and the 5 Uchiha kept swinging their blades at his body. Though each strike passed through him, the 6 men never stopped. His intangibility could last only 5 minutes, and more than 2 had already elapsed. Obito dared not push his luck, so he sank straight into the ground. Lin Rin raised one hand, and the 6 of them stood back to back. The other 30-plus clansmen stayed cautiously on guard. Only a few minutes later, once they had confirmed that Obito was gone, did they allow themselves to relax a little. Escaping through the earth did not mean Obito had simply withdrawn. After leaving Lin Rin's encirclement, he rose up from the ground. He slipped toward the Uchiha compound. This operation had gained him not even a single hair. Not only had the trip been pointless, but he still had no idea why his information had leaked. Obito could not swallow this anger no matter what. Besides, if he left now, coming back to profit from the Uchiha later would not be easy. So he planned to see if any Uchiha had strayed from the group. One way or another, he had to gouge out some eyes before leaving. After arranging Itachi's departure, Qian Yao hurried toward the police force headquarters. On the way, Qian Yao opened the bond star panel. Uchiha Itachi's name was already on it. Moreover, the bond value had already hatched 3 stars. Qian Yao tapped them without hesitation. The first star, as expected, gave him part of Itachi's combat experience. The second star gave him part of Itachi's ocular power. Qian Yao's heart fluttered as he tapped the third star. When it opened, his heart gave a violent pound. Ding! Uchiha Itachi's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dojutsu Amaterasu. Amaterasu. So even Dojutsu could be drawn from this. Qian Yao suppressed his excitement. His own Dojutsu was not an attack-type technique, so it could not deal effective damage to Obito. But now that he had Amaterasu, he could see if there was any chance to finish Obito off once and for all. When Qian Yao reached the police force headquarters, Obito was already caught in battle with Lin Rin and the others. Lin Rin and his companions coordinated flawlessly, leaving Obito no chance to attack. Conversely, since Obito never materialized, Qian Yao found no opportunity to attack either. After Obito retreated, Lin Rin and the others did not give chase. Qian Yao, however, went to lie in ambush on the road between the police force headquarters and the clan compound. In fact, fewer than half of the Uchiha knew what was going to happen that night. When the signal flare rose over the police force headquarters, the clansmen nearby began converging on the building. Unaware of Obito's abilities, they were the ones in the gravest danger. Arrangements for the Grand Elder Fugaku and Itachi had all been made. Since he had some time now, Qian Yao wanted to wait and see whether Obito would attack these people. Crouched atop a treetop, Qian Yao was like a shadow, his presence faint and barely perceptible. He watched several clansmen head toward the police force after seeing the signal flare. But Obito never appeared, from the moment they showed up until they ran off into the distance. Qian Yao shrugged, and it seemed his guess had been wrong. He suddenly turned his head to the right where the sound of fighting seemed to be coming from. A slender figure was heading toward the police force. That figure was Uchiha Izumi. Her face was filled with anxiety and confusion. Izumi had come to the police force to look for Qian Yao or Itachi. She wanted to know why Itachi had betrayed the Uchiha clan. As Izumi moved forward, a sudden chill ran down her spine. She stopped mid-step and backflipped away from her original position. Two kunai had already been driven into the spot where she had stood. Izumi took a shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and hurled it directly in midair. The target was the man in the tiger pattern mask who had just appeared. Obito let the shuriken pass through his body. Unhurriedly he clapped. Not bad eyes. His praise was not without reason. Izumi before him was only 12 or 13 years old, yet she already possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. At such a young age, her potential in the Uchiha clan was already limitless. Perfect, he could harvest a pair of Sharingan. Seeing that the man did not look like someone from Konoha, Izumi guessed his identity at once. Are you the helper Itachi brought? Hearing Izumi's tone, Obito found it interesting. Oh, it seems you have some connection with Itachi. Izumi pressed her lips together and said nothing, but her heart ached terribly. Itachi really had betrayed the clan. She threw out the kunai in her hand and immediately fled. But how could Izumi possibly escape Obito's pursuit? Obito pulled out the chain he always used and lashed it out. Izumi failed to dodge and was bound directly. He gave a hard yank and Izumi was slammed heavily to the ground. Pain raced through her body. Knowing that this man was another helper Itachi had brought only made her heart ache more. Save me, Itachi. Hearing Izumi's mournful cry, Obito finally let out some of the frustration in his heart. Heh, Itachi can't save you. He pulled again and Izumi was dragged back with force. At that very moment, Amaterasu. Boom. Black flames crashed directly onto Obito's head. Ack! Obito let out a hoarse scream, his real voice slipping out. Qian Yao was still not satisfied. Amaterasu spread until it covered Obito's entire body. Obito was scared out of his wits. The Uchiha clan actually had a Mangekyo Sharingan. Enduring the searing pain, his other 3-tomo Sharingan emitted a glaring red light. Izanagi. Obito vanished from the spot like a wisp of smoke. Qian Yao landed on the ground and continued searching for Obito's position. So Obito had actually activated Izanagi. Qian Yao wondered how long Obito had set the duration for. At that moment, a pulse of ocular power suddenly appeared from behind a tree. Qian Yao sprang forward, but when he turned, he only saw the corner of a robe disappear there. Humph. Qian Yao gave a cold snort. He really ran fast. He bore an immense hatred for Obito because Lioli's disability had been caused by the Nine-Tails rampage back then. Putting aside all of Obito's other crimes, this alone meant Obito had to die. Qian Yao had arrived the moment Obito made his move. Since Obito was dragging Izumi, he was naturally in a solid state. At that time, Amaterasu, the fastest attack, was naturally the best choice. Qian Yao himself had abundant ocular power. At that moment, his eyes only felt slightly uncomfortable. Senior Qian Yao. Izumi had just been thrown around until she was dizzy. She had thought she was about to die, but unexpectedly Qian Yao had saved her. Qian Yao and Shursui were close friends, so Izumi naturally knew him well. If not for the fact that after the Nine-Tails incident Qian Yao had to take on countless missions to support his family, their relationship would have been even closer. You don't need to go over to the police force. Itachi isn't there. Qian Yao's tone was flat and indifferent, seeming rather cold. Izumi thought Qian Yao was taking his anger out on her because Itachi had betrayed the clan, so she stayed quiet and did not dare to speak. But Qian Yao felt no such emotion. Even toward Itachi he had no anger. Because Qian Yao had always believed that winners are kings and losers are outlaws. All processes were merely means, as long as the end was achieved, that was enough. His cold words were only because he was looking at the Bondstar panel. Although this thing was his golden finger, the foundation of his survival, it did not even come with an instruction manual. He had no idea how to raise the bond. Earlier Itachi had already produced the third Bondstar. The progress bar had basically not budged since. Qian Yao was considering how to raise the bond next. He gave Izumi a once over, his gaze cold. Under Qian Yao's gaze, Izumi felt a little uneasy. Others did not know her relationship with Itachi, but Qian Yao did. She also had no idea what Qian Yao planned to do. But some questions, if she did not ask, would simply not let her rest. Senior Qian Yao, has Itachi truly betrayed the clan? Qian Yao had already decided to use Izumi as his test subject, so he could only sigh helplessly. Don't blame him. Itachi had no choice. Konoha made a deal with him: as long as he helped the village wipe out the Uchiha, they would spare you and Sasuke. Izumi was greatly shocked. Me and Sasuke? Qian Yao said with a grave, deliberate air. Besides Fugaku and Mikoto, the people he cares about most in the clan are only you and Sasuke. The people of Konoha will never spare Fugaku and Mikoto. Itachi can only bear the infamy to save the lives of you and Sasuke. Izumi was young and too many things had happened tonight, so she was easily deceived by Qianyao. The resentment she had held toward Itachi vanished in an instant, replaced by boundless emotion. Now she wished she could fly to Itachi's side right away. Having lived 2 lives, Qianyao could easily tell that Izumi was now completely moved. There was no need to say more. Qianyao had real business to attend to. His expression turned serious. But after my persuasion, Itachi is prepared to resist Konoha together with the whole clan. Only the situation is rather complicated right now. I still need to go support Itachi. Follow me for now. We'll talk on the way. Yes, Senior Qianyao. Izumi had just narrowly escaped death. But the thought that she could go support her beloved made her immediately follow behind Qianyao. Leading Izumi toward the clan grounds, Qianyao quickly told her, many in the clan have reached the peak of their resistance against Konoha, but an armed coup is very likely to fail. So tonight we will not attack Konoha. On the contrary, none of us will admit that the Uchiha ever planned a coup. In this matter, Konoha has 3 forces. One is the Third Hokage and his Umbu. Another is Danzo's route, and another is an allied army formed by the other ninja clans. Tonight I will decide how to fight based on which enemies appear. You must not say anything or ask anything. Don't dwell on what happened before. Our clan needs to unite and get through tonight. You can take your time to understand later. As he explained to Izumi, Qianyao watched the bond between them climb rapidly. Only when Izumi's bond stars reached the maximum of 2 did he stop explaining. Izumi thought Qianyao had told her all this because he trusted her, but she had no idea that Qianyao was after the bond points all along. Meanwhile, Danzo led over 70 root members to the outer perimeter of the Uchiha clan. However, Ji Yan's meticulously arranged traps had already inflicted devastating casualties upon them. Needle traps, explosion seal traps, arrow traps. Endless varieties emerged one after another. This was a clan extermination campaign, and the Uchiha had spared no expense. The explosion seals were premium grade, each costing over 10,000 ryo. While other traps might allow survival, those caught in an explosion seal trap were virtually guaranteed to be reduced to fragments. With continuous explosions and blood-curdling screams, Danzo's advance was severely hampered. His face turned ghastly pale. These were all elite operatives, and each loss tore at his heart. These men formed the cornerstone of his upcoming plans. With no alternative, Danzo was forced to slow their pace and begin systematically clearing the traps one by one. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly reported, Lord Danzo Uchiha Itachi requests an audience. He claims to bring the latest intelligence from within the clan. Danzo harbored a flicker of suspicion. He had previously believed Itachi had defected, but the fact that Itachi had returned alone with intelligence made that unlikely. Bring him in. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Surrounded by over a dozen elite guards with Kodoame Tsukumi at his disposal, a mere Uchiha Itachi posed no real threat. Itachi appeared promptly and addressed Danzo with the same deference as before. Lord Danzo, due to Qianyao's sudden return, the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly vigilant. Fugaku has clashed with the clan's elder council. Power struggles are brewing within the clan. Civil unrest has already begun. Danzo's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. Civil unrest. Excellent. Itachi, you. Danzo was about to assign a task when their eyes met. In that instant, Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan transformed into the Mangekyo pattern. Tsukuyami. Itachi dragged Danzo's consciousness into the Tsukuyami realm in that fleeting moment. In reality, while Danzo screamed within the illusion, Itachi's hands moved swiftly. One hand tore away Danzo's wrappings while the other ripped out Shirsue's eye. Itachi kicked him hard and launched himself backward through the air. Had Qianyao not instructed him to spare Danzo at this moment, Itachi would have killed him on the spot. Danzo finally collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Damned brat. Lord Danzo. How dare you harm Lord Danzo? Kill him. Danzo was not alone, but no one could have anticipated Itachi would strike openly within a circle of over a dozen elites. Itachi's Tsukuyami had crippled Danzo in an instant. Under such conditions, Danzo could never hope to activate Kodoame Tsukumi. Though Itachi had retrieved Shirsue's eye, those precious seconds proved costly. As he was thrown backward, 4 root members nearby slashed at him with kunai. Those further away also threw their weapons. Itachi was still young and had not yet reached his peak power, but his ocular abilities remained largely untapped. The Uchiha's divine power manifested before everyone for the first time. Susanoo. Massive chakra erupted from his eyes, surging outward in an instant. A crimson skeletal figure materialized, deflecting every attack. Its colossal arms swept sideways, sending 2 root members folding in half as they flew through the air. Itachi showed no intention of staying to fight. While blocking the first barrage, he slammed a smoke bomb into the ground. Cause echoed from all directions. A swarm of crows burst from the smoke, completely disrupting the root members' vision. In the next moment, Itachi reappeared far away. The root operated under absolute centralization. All authority rested with Danzo alone. With him down, there was no one left to command. Fewer pursued Itachi as a result. He slipped through the encirclement with ease. The Third Hokage and Danzo maintained a silent understanding, each embedding spies within the other's ranks. After Itachi ripped out Danzo's eye and escaped, the spy among the crowd seized the chaos to slip away and report to the Third Hokage. The Land of Water. Within the Mizukage's private chamber. Though Kubarara Haseo had been controlled for years, he remained aware, able to see and hear everything. Witnessing his beloved Kirigakure reduced to ruins by his own hands. Countless Kekkei Jinkai families had been wiped out because of him. His heart shattered into pieces. Watching Kirigakure descend into chaos, and with it the land of water itself crumbling. His guilt had reached its peak. Yet he was powerless. Under Obito's manipulation, he could not move freely. He kept to himself deliberately, avoiding the man with the Byakugan. Even if someone suspected something was wrong with him, there was nothing they could do. No one could defeat Kubarara in battle. As for Obito's control, it came only because he had enlisted Pain's heavenly pathway. Obito had first severely injured Kubarara before seizing control. The Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to dominate tailed beasts was unquestionable. Obito had already controlled the 9 tails, let alone combined Kubarara with the 3 tails. But tonight, after using Izanagi, Obito had technically died once. The control over Kubarara naturally severed as well. Sensing the disappearance of the ocular power, Kubarara immediately burst from his hidden chamber with a mournful, furious roar. Damn you, Uchiha. The 3 tails Isabu had also endured years of Sharingan control, accompanying Kubarara's roar. A massive surge of Bijou chakra shot skyward. The entire Kirigakure felt that terrifying pressure. Teruteru and numerous Kiri ninja leaped toward Kubarara's location to investigate. Has Isabu gone berserk? Panic spread among them. Kirigakure was already suffering enough. If a tailed beast ran rampant within the village, the destruction would be catastrophic. But upon arrival, they found only Kubarara with a calm expression. The Bijou chakra he had unleashed was already drawn back into his body. Though Kubarara's face remained composed, his eyes were hollow with anguish. The village he loved most had been destroyed by his own hands, a pain that made living feel worse than death. Kubarara had finally appeared in public. Teruteru exchanged a glance with A beside her. A activated his solitary Byakugan to scan the area. But the result surprised her greatly. He shook his head at Teruteru. She frowned in confusion. How could this be? The 4th Mizukage should have been under control. Seeing Teruteru and the others arrive, Kubarara slowly exhaled. All Jonin, report to my office for an emergency meeting. I have important matters to announce. At the Hokage Tower. What? Itachi attacked Danzo and gouged out his eyes. And he still escaped unscathed from Danzo's encirclement. Hearing the report from the spy he had planted beside Danzo, the 3rd Hokage nearly dropped his pipe. The spy replied in a low voice, yes, Uchiha Itachi also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. He used the same Susanoo as Shisui, except its color was orange-red. The 3rd Hokage's expression turned grim. There were several reasons he had allowed Danzo to exterminate the Uchiha. One of them was that Shisui's remaining eye was still unaccounted for. It was highly likely that the Uchiha clan had seized it. Needless to say, Koto Amatsukumi's terror needed no elaboration, and having Danzo handle the matter was naturally the best choice. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage believed that even if the Uchiha resisted, they could still be completely wiped out. Especially since Itachi, the Uchiha's top expert, had already sided with Konoha. Ninja are glass cannons, high attack, low defense, and with an inside man, a decapitation strike could be launched at any moment. The Uchiha naturally had no chance of victory whatsoever. Dealing with an arrogant, conceited Uchiha genius-like, that was almost laughably easy. All he had to do was praise such geniuses in a few places, and they would soon lose themselves. For a qualified politician like the 3rd Hokage, that was just a few words of lip service, utterly trivial. After that, he recruited Itachi into the Umbu, which made it even easier to brainwash him. Fugaku, displaying the typical Uchiha arrogance, complacently believed that Itachi would never betray the clan. So he made him a spy embedded in Konoha. Fugaku's foolishness was that in the 2 years after Shisui's death, Itachi had almost no communication with him. He did not even know Itachi's mental state, and still proudly believed Itachi must be on the clan's side. The 3rd, meanwhile, handed Itachi tasks every day and brainwashed him day and night. He made the other council elders play the bad cop and pressure Itachi, while he himself played the good cop, saying fine-sounding things. In this way, Itachi came to trust the 3rd Hokage without limit, even though the 3rd's words were merely empty. When Itachi reported which police force clansmen were radical, the 3rd Hokage found a reason to fire them. When Itachi reported that a gathering of the police force could easily lead to a coup, the 3rd Hokage found a reason to split them apart. In other words, Itachi was manipulated by the 3rd Hokage from start to finish. And the 3rd Hokage could bring about the annihilation of an entire clan with nothing more than words. That was the horror of politics. Moreover, Itachi had been confined in an information cocoon, unable to clearly perceive any of this. Only after he had been a rogue for several years, with his horizons gradually expanding, did he realize how stupid he had been. But by then the die was cast and Itachi was ground down by enormous mental pressure. His mental affliction manifested physically, and the Mangekyo was an ability that devoured its wielder's body. So Itachi died young, long before his time. At this point in time, Itachi should not have been lucid at all. But the 3rd Hokage never imagined that the Uchiha had a technique like Izanami, a means of forced brainwashing. With an unawakened mind, one remained trapped in that loop. All the 3rd knew now was that Itachi had turned his code at the critical moment, and that Itachi was a powerful Mangekyo Sharingan user. The 3rd Hokage was in a bind. As Hokage, he had a fair understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unless he had a comparable fighter of the same rank, the only way was to throw lives at it. The Uchiha clan had surely already prepared to fight to the death. If they made their move now, the casualties would be catastrophic. The 3rd Hokage took an anxious puff of his pipe. How is Danzo now? The spy dressed in root uniform said, when I left, the preliminary diagnosis was that Danzo's mind had suffered a severe blow and other problems had also appeared in his body. After all, even Kakashi, at his physical peak, had spent an entire week in bed after being caught in Tsukuyomi. Danzo was already over 60, so his physical and mental endurance was naturally a weak point. Moreover, the modifications on his would-release arm were unstable. No one knew when he might regain consciousness. The third Hokage might not understand Tsukuyomi, but he now knew that Danzo could not be relied upon anytime soon. Summon Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado immediately. The entrance to the Uchiha clan grounds had already become densely packed with people. Many had been yanked straight out of their beds. But the Uchiha's foundation remained solid. At the news of a coming battle, they swiftly put on combat gear and headed out. Standing in front of the clan were Fugaku the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. The Great Elder's gaze was sharp as he waited patiently. The Second Elder and the Third Elder wore very grim expressions. Previously, they had been devoted to peaceful coexistence with Konoha. But now Danzo had issued the order to annihilate the Uchiha, and root members had already crept into the outskirts of their clan compound. This feeling was undoubtedly like slapping them across the face dozens of times left and right. And the more they knew, the more frightened they became. They had never expected the Uchiha clan to have fallen to such a dangerous point. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded and Itachi returned alone first. He landed in front of the group. For a time, furious shouts rose endlessly. Uchiha Itachi, you dare to betray the clan. Uchiha Itachi, you traitor. Itachi's face was somewhat dazed and weary with traces of blood around his eyes. He seemed not to hear the words around him. He merely glanced at Fugaku, then went to stand beside the Great Elder. A wry smile appeared on Fugaku's face. He could not escape his responsibility for how things had turned out. The Great Elder turned his dignified gaze toward the clansmen. The clansmen fell silent. Sihu, the most hardline, influential hawk among the elders, had cemented his authority through countless battles. Although his hair and beard were snow white, he was strong and healthy. In his battle uniform, he radiated killing intent from head to toe and carried immense dignity. The Great Elder said nothing, and the others were so quiet they dared not even breathe. The wait was not long. Qianyao descended, bringing Izumi with him. Everyone's gaze turned toward him. Qianyao pushed Izumi into Itachi's arms, saying, no one from Konoha can threaten you anymore. I've brought Sasuke back for you, and I've saved Izumi too. Itachi was stunned for a moment. Izumi had already thrown herself into his arms like a young swallow flying back to its nest. Grievance, fear, and gratitude. Various emotions surged through her, and Izumi's face was already streaked with tears. Itachi, woo woo woo. Itachi's body stiffened, and he looked at Qianyao. Qianyao merely gave him a look that told him to handle it himself. At a time like this, Itachi said nothing and simply held Izumi tightly. Seeing Itachi's bond value continue to grow, Qianyao felt assured. His method was working. He shot a glance at Fugaku, who was essentially a useless figurehead, then stepped to the very front of the formation and began to speak. The Uchiha tonight are not launching a coup. This is a counterattack against the invasion by Danzo and Root. Understood. The Uchiha, now in a combat state, may not have become smarter, but they still possess the basic qualities of shinobi. Understood. Even if they did not fully comprehend the reason for this action, they knew that all they had to do at that moment was obey. The purpose of this battle is to hunt down Root members, not to attack Konoha. With me, Itachi, and the clan head as the vanguard, our Susanoo will sweep away all Root members. Except for the Grand Elder, everyone present was shocked, and some even broke into murmuring discussion. Everyone understood Qianyao's words. Their clan head, the clan head's son, and the fourth elder were all masters of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku was somewhat surprised that Qianyao actually possessed the Mangekyo. Itachi was equally surprised that Qianyao knew his father also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Qianyao did not explain further. Instead, he made a tactical hand signal and took the lead in heading out. Itachi let go of Izumi and whispered, move further back in the formation. Knowing Itachi had serious matters to attend to, Izumi could only say, be careful, Itachi. Itachi gave a slight nod and caught up with Qianyao. The Grand Elder stared coldly at Fugaku. Fugaku gritted his teeth and caught up with Qianyao. The Grand Elder made a hand gesture and led over 100 people directly behind them. In the Hokage's office, Koharu and Hamura quickly arrived. Time was pressing. The Umbu had already told them what had happened on the way. Hiruzen, why has Itachi sided with the Uchiha? Koharu, cut from the same cloth, asked. She had been one of the elders who played the bad cop and brainwashed Itachi. She had originally thought that even if Itachi could not kill most of the Uchiha, he could at least kill some of the clan's high-ranking members and throw the Uchiha into chaos. With Danzo's massive Root organization, wiping out the Uchiha clan should have been easy. No one had expected things to turn out like this. The third Hokage's face darkened. This is not the time to discuss that. We don't know what the Uchiha intend to do now. Koharu snorted. That goes without saying. Itachi returned to the clan and attacked Danzo. Of course it's an armed coup. The third Hokage glanced at Hamura. Hamura hesitated and said the Uchiha probably wouldn't dare to fight. The third Hokage tapped his pipe. I've already sent a large number of people to monitor the Uchiha's movements. Go and organize your own forces as well. I'll notify the other ninja clans. Hamura and Koharu had no choice but to go organize their people. The third Hokage ordered the Umbu send word to Jiraiya at once and have him rush back. Yes. The Umbu below disappeared immediately. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and privately wondered whether he could stall long enough to get through today. Outside the Uchiha clan grounds. Boom. What is this? Fall back. 3 Susanoo, orange, red, black, and purple black, led the charge. Only a few en route had seen Shirsue's Susanoo. The others had never seen such a bulldozer. Swords couldn't cut it, and jutsu couldn't pierce it. Even those inside a Susanoo in its skeletal armor form were smashed into pulp by a single punch. The bloody mess was unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Something this insane. And there were 3 of them. Already leaderless Root collapsed at the first clash and fled madly toward Konoha. Xianyao's group had actually killed only about a dozen men with Susanoo, but the spectacle was far too shocking. The Uchiha clansmen behind them howled with excitement and pursued Root with soaring morale. Though Root had 70 or 80 members, the more than 100 Uchiha bearing down on them left them utterly unable to resist. They fled, dropping corpses all along the way. Fugaku had long awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but over the years he had almost never used it in front of others. This was also his first time in such a rousing battle. Seeing the clan's soaring morale stirred Fugaku's long-dormant heart into eager motion. We have 3 Mangekyo Sharingan. Could we? Xianyao's gaze was calm. He was not letting his blood run hot like Fugaku. This one-sided scene had long been part of his plan: use Susanoo as the spearhead to blunt the enemy's edge, lift their own morale, and strike down the headless Root members. Not fighting like this would have been an embarrassment to the Uchiha name. Moreover, he had no intention of directly breaking with Konoha. Itachi too was following his orders and using Susanoo to pursue Root members. But deep down, Itachi still did not want to go to war with Konoha. He stood on the side of his clansmen, but he did not want to slaughter civilians or start a war. One side pursued, the other fled. After Root had abandoned more than 40 corpses, they finally spotted the forces organized by the Third Hokage. Xianyao raised a hand and signaled to stop the pursuit. Fugaku and Itachi also stopped beside him. The clansmen behind them gradually halted as well. Most wore flushed faces full of murderous intent. For more than 100 Uchiha combatants, 70 or 80 Root members were nowhere near enough to satisfy their killing intent. They wanted to keep fighting and kill more. The battle thirst on their faces was unmistakable, and the Konoha side stirred uneasily. The Grand Elder stepped in front of the formation and made a halt signal. The clansmen calmed somewhat, and many seized the moment to recover their strength. However, none of the clan members who had awakened their eyes deactivated their Sharingan. Their crimson eyes remained fixed on the Konoha side. Senior Xianyao? Itachi asked. Xianyao turned and saw the hesitation and worry in Itachi's eyes. He patted Itachi on the shoulder. Don't worry. I didn't lie to you. Itachi felt somewhat relieved. Xianyao glanced at Fugaku, who was clearly itching to act. Grand Elder, come here for a moment. Hearing the summons, the Grand Elder strode forward with a powerful bearing. Xianyao lowered his voice and said to Itachi and the Grand Elder, in a moment you need to say this. Grand Elder, you cooperate like this. He laid out his plan in full. After hearing it, a contemplative gleam passed through the Grand Elder's eyes. Fugaku frowned and asked, Xianyao, isn't this just giving Konoha more time to prepare? Xianyao shook his head slightly. My mind is perfectly clear, but I'll tell you the follow-up plan later. Fugaku wanted to say something, but when he turned around he met the Grand Elder's stern gaze and immediately shut his mouth. Command for the night belonged to Xianyao. Whatever Xianyao arranged, he had to follow. Sasuke's life was still in the Grand Elder's hands. The Grand Elder answered directly, I'll do as you say, Xianyao. The Uchiha clan grounds had long since been relocated to the outermost edge of Konoha. They were now a street away from Konoha's forces. Although the Third Hokage did not understand why the Uchiha had stopped, he was happy to stall for more time. At the very least, he had to wait until the elites of the other ninja clans arrived. The Uchiha's combat strength was terrifying. If he did not drag more people into this fight, the Third Hokage's own direct forces would suffer terrible losses. Especially since the Root members who had just fled back had brought new information to the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha had 3. Itachi, Fugaku, and Xianyao. All 3 possessed it. Konoha Village. With the sound of numerous footsteps, members from the Sarutobi, Mizuki, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and other major ninja clans all arrived. Hisashi, Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, and others stood behind the Third Hokage. Everyone's expressions were grim, as they all clearly understood the Uchiha's combat prowess. By the end of tonight, who knew how many would be left here forever? They all looked toward the Third, awaiting the Third Hokage's orders. The Third Hokage was gathering as many forces as possible to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan in one decisive strike. Meanwhile, Xianyao coordinated with Itachi and the Elder to review their plan while awaiting Konoha's assembly. Once the major clans had gathered, Xianyao exchanged a signal with the Elder. The Elder nodded, leading Xianyao, Fugaku, and Itachi into the center of the street. With commanding presence, he announced to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to speak. The Third Hokage and the Elder were contemporaries, having even fought together on the battlefield. The direct use of his name without honorifics made it clear this was not a friendly approach. A ripple of tension moved through Konoha as the Third Hokage stepped forward with Konohamaru Maizo, Kyumo Hayashi, Hyuga, and Shikaka Nara. Uchiha Satoru, you openly attacked Danzo and hunted Root members. Do you intend to betray the village? The Third asked, grimly, pressing treason charges right away. But the Elder did not fall into the trap of self-defense. Instead, he retorted angrily, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Did you know Danzo Shimura ordered the extermination of our Uchiha clan while plotting to seize control of the Nine Tails and stage a coup? Itachi watched coldly as the third and both advisor elders braced for his response. The third Hokage always played the peacemaker in front of Itachi, and he certainly could not admit before the other clan leaders that he had given the order. Yet if he claimed ignorance, he would fall straight into Qian Yao's trap. Konohamaru, long accustomed to working with the third, recognized how difficult this question was for him, and immediately fired back. Nonsense. It was Uchiha Itachi who reported to us that someone among you harbored rebellious thoughts, which is why Danzo came with his men to investigate. The elder remained silent, and signaled Itachi with a glance. Itachi stepped forward and addressed the Konoha representatives. Our Uchiha clan never harbored any intention of rebellion. Danzo compelled me to say otherwise. His purpose was solely to seize our Uchiha Sharingan and control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so he could make himself Hokage. Hayashi and the Ino Shikicho alliance exchanged glances, their expressions dark and unreadable. The situation had unfolded in a direction no one had anticipated, yet none of them spoke, simply waiting to see what would come next. The third Hokage Maizo Kyumo and Konohamaru all wore grim expressions. They knew Itachi was lying outright, because the Uchiha genuinely did intend a coup. But Danzo was the third Hokage's white glove, and at a moment like this, of course, they had to defend him. Maizo Kyumo spoke coldly. Do you expect to slander the Hokage's advisors on mere hearsay? Yet Itachi remained composed, and spoke aloud. Isn't anyone curious why I attacked Danzo? Aside from the third Hokage and his inner circle, the other clan representatives all wore expressions of curiosity. Itachi did not wait for others to ask, and answered directly, because Danzo seized Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan 2 years ago, and he implanted it into his own eye. He wraps his eyes in bandages year-round specifically to conceal the Mangekyo he stole. Itachi's voice carried clearly, and every major clan representative in Konoha heard it perfectly. Shock rippled across every face. A village's leadership attempting to usurp a bloodline limit from within their own ranks. This was an unforgivable grievance. Konohamaru's eyes darted, and he calmly replied, Itachi, Danzo's eyes have already been removed. What proof do you have that you retrieved Shirsue's eyes? Itachi fell silent, as though he had anticipated Konoha's likely sophistry. The elder Uchiha Satoru stepped forward firmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Itachi just said was simply stating the facts. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. We Uchiha have no patience for your empty rhetoric. If Konoha's leadership desires our Uchiha Sharingan, then the Uchiha clan will fight to the death rather than yield. Behind them, Fugaku Itachi and Qian Yao simultaneously activated their Susanoo. A massive chakra storm swept across the entire area, and every clan representative felt their hearts race. Many could not resist drawing their weapons. But the leaders of each major clan exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes devoid of any fighting spirit. After all, the Uchiha's demeanor did not seem feigned. Sarutobi's face turned ashen. What the opposing side had said had directly driven a wedge between the Hokage's faction and the other clans. Moreover, 3 Mangekyo Sharingan wielders were simply beyond their capacity to handle. The third spoke gravely. Uchiha Satoru, I need time to investigate this matter. The elder's face showed a hint of contempt, as though he had known the third would inevitably back down. At that moment, Itachi spoke. I also have evidence. It is on Danzo's person. Not only is his right eye a Sharingan, but his bandaged arm still bears the Uchiha clan's eyes. Danzo's would release arm required the sealing power of the Sharingan to keep it suppressed. Unless the arm was completely removed, those Sharingan could not be taken off. However, this matter alone does not concern the rest of you. Every representative of the other clans perked up all ears. The third Hokage felt a pang in his chest, unsure what else Itachi intended to reveal, but there was no stopping him now. What do you mean? The elder signaled Itachi with a glance, and Itachi continued, Danzo sought to destroy my Uchiha clan, so he recruited an ally to help him. This person is not from our Uchiha clan, yet he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. He mastered space-time ninjutsu, and could freely pass through the village's barriers. The Nine-Tails attack that year was orchestrated hand-in-hand by Danzo, and this individual. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, and the major clans could no longer remain seated. The earlier matters had barely concerned them. But the Nine-Tails disaster had claimed countless lives across every clan, and even the 4th Hokage perished there. It could be said that the Nine-Tails attack was the pivotal moment when Konoha's golden age gave way to decline. This matter implicated everyone in Konoha. Shikaku, serving as Konoha's strategic mastermind, finally spoke with gravity. Itachi, what proof do you have? With a stoic expression, Itachi replied, everyone here knows how desperately Danzo coveted the Hokage seat. The 4th Hokage was in his prime. If not for the Nine-Tails attack, Danzo would have died of old age before ever seizing the position. During the Nine-Tails crisis, our Uchiha clan was ordered to escort the civilians to safety. Yet afterward, Danzo orchestrated rumors that the Uchiha had failed to act, using this as leverage to suppress our clan. After he attacked Shirsue and took Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, he repeatedly demanded that the 3rd Hokage hand the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki over to his custody. Because with the Mangekyo, he could already control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo ordered the annihilation of our Uchiha clan because the Nine-Tails controlled by the Sharingan could only be released by another Mangekyo Sharingan. After hearing this, Shikaku frowned and thought hard. These were all circumstantial clues with no direct evidence. Although Qianyao knew that Obito had caused the Nine Tails incident, Danzo had still been able to pin the blame on the Uchiha. The Uchiha could turn around and pin the same charge on him. As a man who did dirty work for the Third Hokage, Danzo was filthy beyond words. He could never wash himself clean. Any black pot tossed onto Danzo was always the right call. That was because Qianyao's real aim was to muddy the waters and lay the groundwork for what was to come. After Itachi finished speaking, Qianyao stepped forward. Recently, none of our Uchiha clan members sent out on missions have returned. If I hadn't made a breakthrough, I wouldn't have come back either. He opened a storage scroll and produced 3 corpses with their heads severed from their bodies. You recognize that attire, don't you, Third Hokage? Qianyao had already paraded the severed heads through the ninja village in broad daylight. Everyone knew exactly what it meant. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, fixing the Third Hokage with a ferocious glare. Sarutobi Hiruzen, was it you who ordered Danzo's men to ambush our Uchiha clan? The Third Hokage's brow twitched. Although this dirty work had been done by Danzo at his instigation, he naturally could not admit it now. So he declared without hesitation, there has never been such a thing. It has nothing to do with me. Uchiha Chiyo curled his lips. Then what's wrong with us taking back our own Sharingan? What's wrong with hunting down the root members who came to invade us? The root members who attacked us deserve to be hunted down. What's wrong with that? Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you going to shield Danzo? Hiruzen's brow twitched violently. The image he had carefully maintained for so long had now become the very thing that bound his hands. Uchiha Chiyo, Danzo is after all the Hokage's advisor. Even if there were a problem, you could not act on your own authority. If there was a problem, you should have reported it to me in advance. Uchiha Chiyo shot the Third Hokage a contemptuous look. You who does nothing but make excuses for a criminal are completely unworthy of trust. The Third Hokage was choked speechless. The clan leaders around him all wore strange, unreadable expressions, each lost in thought. Although Danzo had long been hated by the other clans, no one was truly certain what he had done. The Uchiha might be accusing Danzo, but everyone knew that Danzo and the Third Hokage were in cahoots. In other words, the Uchiha were pointing at Danzo while cursing the Third Hokage. Moreover, flashing 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan was clearly the beginning of a forceful rebellion. The Grand Elder still found it insufficient and continued to provoke. You Konoha leaders are nothing but trash. Apart from squeezing us shinobi clans dry, what use are you? Whichever genius root wants from a clan root simply takes. The faces of the Aburame and Yamanaka clans darkened. Kumogakure casually sent someone to die, and Konoha not only failed to protect one of its own, it demanded a clan head's life in return. Hayashi's face also turned livid. When they covet our Kekii Genkai, we have to offer it with both hands, or our clan will be exterminated. Every shinobi clan should think about whether this Konoha is still worth following. The Third Hokage, Udatain Koharu, and Hamura Midokado all changed color in alarm. No wonder the Uchiha had gathered the clans. Their real purpose was to drive a wedge between Konoha and the other shinobi clans. Enough. Uchiha Chiyo. The Third Hokage barked angrily. I will investigate Danzo's actions to the very bottom and give you a satisfactory answer. But today your people must withdraw back into the clan compound. Uchiha Chiyo let out a deep laugh, his tone dripping with mockery. I don't believe you'll find anything. Once you investigate, Danzo is sure to come out clean. There absolutely won't be any Sharingan on that arm of his. Or in a couple of days Danzo will die for one reason or another, and then you can claim that dead men tell no tales, can't you? I can even write the script for you. All you have to do is read it out loud. Uchiha Chiyo put the Third Hokage on the spot yet again. Never mind that Danzo was in no danger of death at the moment. Even if he were, Konoha could not allow Danzo to die. Uchiha Chiyo shifted his tone. However, out of respect for the other clans, I will give you time to investigate. During this time, you Konoha people had better not try any tricks. As he spoke, Chiyo waved his hand. In the Uchiha crowd, Yusuke and the others escorted 3 people to the center. They were Kakashi, whose Sharingan had been gouged out, and 2 other Umbu. Our Uchiha clan's young master Sasuke no longer needs Konoha's protection. You can go protect the heirs of the other clans instead. The other clans exchanged stunned glances. Well, so Konoha had even been keeping an eye on the sons of clan heads. Uchiha Chiyo kicked Kakashi at his feet. We the Uchiha will take back all our eyes. We also know exactly how many Danzo stole. The Uchiha clan is ready at any moment to reclaim the Sharingan in Danzo's possession. And we are just as ready to go to war with you, until the last drop of blood is shed. Chiyo slapped the long blade in his hand, his words utterly resolute. The Third Hokage's expression was unspeakably ugly. With the Uchiha clan riding roughshod over him, he dared not offer the slightest resistance. He could only watch Uchiha Chiyo lead Qianyao and the others back into the Uchiha ranks. Led by the Grand Elder, the entire clan began a slow retreat. In this situation, the Umbu had limited numbers, let alone the fact that if Konoha and the Uchiha came to blows, the other clans would not help. If Konoha suffered too heavy a loss, it would have no way to repel an invasion by the other hidden villages. Konoha simply could not afford the cost of an armed clash with the Uchiha. Many of the problems the Uchiha raised had existed in Konoha all along, but through the mutual compromises of all the shinobi clans, everyone had endured them. Now the Uchiha had detonated all of them at once. But the most crucial thing was that the Uchiha had been twisted into a single rope bearing their sharpest fangs. 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha were also warning every clan, if you want to be used as a spear, consider whether you can bear such a cost, and whether Konoha was worth dying for. After all the Uchiha had left, the third Hokage waved his hand. Sorry for the trouble, everyone. I will look into Danzo's matter. For now, let's all disperse. Each clan wore a different expression, exchanged a few flat pleasantries, and went their separate ways. The Umbu meanwhile dragged Kakashi and the other two back. After a brief examination, they reported to the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, they weren't seriously injured. Only Kakashi's Sharingan has been taken. The third Hokage calmly waved a hand to indicate that he understood. The Uchiha had somehow managed to turn Itachi back to their side. They had also reclaimed Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. The other shinobi clans had in effect been both bullied and threatened in one stroke. With that shift in the balance of power, the Hokage faction was now stuck in a tight spot. Besides summoning Jiraiya back, the third Hokage was also considering whether to use his trump card. Kamui Space. After escaping to this place, Obito finally caught his breath. He had come within a hair's breadth of death. The Kamui Space was his eternal sanctuary. As long as he returned here, his heart could settle. He opened his mask. The spare 3-tomo Sharingan had turned grayish-white, completely ruined. Obito sat on the stone platform, his expression unreadable, lost in thought. Why did the Uchiha know the weakness of his Kamui? Was this really a trap that Itachi Uchiha had deliberately set for him? Whose Amaterasu was that? That person wasn't Itachi either. When he was engulfed by Amaterasu, Obito had no time to make out who the attacker was. Still from the corner of his eye, he had seen Chinyao's figure. Amaterasu, a Mangekyo-I technique, had appeared more than once in the history of the Uchiha clan. Obito was not entirely ignorant of this I technique. But with Itachi already likely a Mangekyo user, the Uchiha had produced yet another Mangekyo. The key was that the other side also knew he materialized when attacking. That alone was enough to end any thought Obito had of treating the Uchiha as his backyard. The Uchiha had no treasury anyway. For him to go over there and hang around now would only be a loss with no gain. After all, one more Amaterasu would cost him his life. He simply didn't know whether the Uchiha and Konoha would clash in open battle tonight. These uncertainties left Obito feeling very much on the back foot. Apart from that, there was one supremely important matter. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki Yagura Karatachi had slipped free from his control. This meant the Land of Water could no longer funnel money and supplies to the Akatsuki. Previously, it was on these resources that Obito's cooperation with Nagato and Konin had been deemed acceptable. But now all those resources were gone, so he expected changes would come. Besides, he had no idea what Yagura would do next. However, the hidden mist was far away. It would be better to first check the situation on Konoha's side. Having made up his mind, Obito moved quickly through the Kamui space. In any case, he had to go back and replace his Sharingan first. It was just that there were not many Sharingan left. Uchiha clan grounds. After they had retreated, the great elder Chinyao Fugaku and the others settled the clansmen down. They called all the leadership together for a meeting. This included Itachi, Mayumi, Norihiko, Yusuke, and Rinto, the second and third elders, and their supporters Seiji and Tamahisa, and Fugaku's supporters Yusuke and Ryoji among others. These were all the current high-ranking members of the Uchiha. Apart from the three elders, most of the rest were young people. Because the Uchiha obtained power through strength, their casualty rate was extremely high. The great elder, the second elder, and the third elder had actually all fought their way up. It was only because the second and third elders were too severely wounded that they had withdrawn from active combat. The Uchiha had suffered massive losses in the shinobi wars across the years, which had also led the two elders to advocate peaceful coexistence with Konoha. Although the battle against Root this time was a complete victory with essentially no losses inside the clan. But it also made the two elders realize that Konoha's desire to destroy the Uchiha had never died. The great elder Shirtora Uchiha tore into Konoha furiously. After returning while Fugaku was arranging for the other clansmen to go home, he gave the two elders another scolding. The second and third elders did not dare make a peep now. Chinyao, say your piece. Seeing that the second and third elders had calmed down, the great elder yielded the floor to Chinyao. Chinyao had the face of a 17-year-old, but in the shinobi world strength spoke for itself, so age was irrelevant. We Uchiha may have survived this crisis, but this is only the beginning. He made no opening remarks. He went straight to the point. This time I drove a wedge between Konoha's upper echelon and the other ninja clans, so those clans won't become the upper echelon's pawns. But the third Hokage's true strength is far more than just the ANBU of Konoha. That is also why I didn't use this opportunity to stage an armed coup. Everyone's expression shifted a little. Fugaku asked Chinyao, do you mean the third Hokage still has hidden strength? Chinyao nodded. As everyone knows, the fourth Hokage and his wife died in battle, and the third Hokage took away their inheritance. Seeing that everyone didn't seem to take it seriously, Chinyao added, most of you have no idea how much inheritance the fourth Hokage's wife left behind. Kushina alone inherited all of Mito Uzumaki's estate. By a conservative estimate, it was worth several streets of property. That estate was enough for Sarutobi to raise over 1,000 ninja. Chinyao weighed his words and gave a relatively conservative number. But in fact, 10 years later in the original timeline, the Fourth Great Ninja War, there was a full 3,000-strong Sarutobi force. Although it was still 10 years earlier, now the number was likely quite considerable. Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. The entire Uchiha clan added up to just over 1,000 people, and that was including the ordinary civilians. Among them, those who could fight had been greatly reduced by years of warfare. After the Third Great Ninja War, there were only 400 to 500, with roughly 200 who had awakened their Sharingan. If what Qianyao said was true, Konoha really was not that easy to conquer. They all just wondered where Qianyao had obtained such intelligence. However, Qianyao didn't explain. Instead, he said to Fugaka the clan head's wife has some friendship with Kushina. Maybe she can find out the specific details. Fugaka was taken aback. He really hadn't thought of that. Understood. I'll confirm with Mikoto. Qianyao continued. The reason we Uchiha have never gained an advantage in political struggles is that most people's understanding of the Third Hokage is flawed. He singled out Itachi. Itachi, you've served in the ANBU for a considerable time. Tell me, if anything stirs in Konoha, would the Third Hokage know? Itachi said calmly, every day the ANBU know exactly which direction clan members go, and what they do. As long as they step outside this compound, anything that happens in Konoha can be investigated by the ANBU in complete detail. Qianyao motioned for silence. What I mean is not how closely our clansmen are watched, but that ANBU surveillance blankets all of Konoha. Under these circumstances, everything Danzo did was tacitly approved by the Third Hokage. Even many things the Third Hokage found inconvenient, he would have Danzo handle. Danzo was the one who did the dirty work. What Qianyao had said was already known to the higher-ups of other ninja clans. But they were Uchiha, and the surname alone put them at an IQ of -50, so Qianyao's explanation was very necessary. Sure enough, after he said this, several clansmen looked as if they had suddenly understood. Qianyao sighed. The Uchiha were not lacking in strength. Their intellect was somewhat lacking. Everyone already knows that the clan members who went out on missions recently have all been killed, correct? All but one of the 11 were dead, most not even recovered. Qianyao's teammates were blown to pieces by explosive tag traps, their remains too scattered to piece together, and they were buried in the land of grass. Konoha has been systematically targeting our Uchiha clan, not only encroaching on our police force's jurisdiction, but also delegating the most dangerous missions to us. The mission system has always been controlled by Konoha's higher-ups. After suffering such a significant blow this time, they will certainly not change their ways. It's highly likely they'll set a trap for us next. From now on, we should not accept any village missions. Leader, if no combat personnel go out on missions, how long can the clan sustain everyone? Though our Uchiha clan's assets have shrunk considerably since the Warring States period, the accumulated wealth is enough to support everyone for several years. Qianyao smiled and replied, it doesn't need to be that long, just a transitional period. The first elder spoke up, the clan members at home can't sit idle. A couple days of rest would be fine, but if it goes on too long, there might be trouble. Qianyao remained calm. This is simple. They're all doing missions anyway. Where they go matters little. There are plenty of missions in the black market. We Uchiha were originally mercenaries, so we're simply returning to our roots. The number of people who can leave from the clan must be limited, so these spots need to be earned through competition. Those who lose stay home on leave, and only the winners get to go out on missions. The first elder laughed heartily. That's a good idea. The Uchiha cannot afford to scatter right now, so whoever goes must be the elite. A merit-based approach to competing for spots aligns perfectly with Uchiha nature. For the police force's duties, we just need to guard our own territory, the same as before. Konoha will definitely come to test us. We Uchiha now have 3 Mangekyo Sharingan users, so we can afford to be more aggressive. If you encounter Yinbu root members, kill them on sight. If Konoha tries to shield you, fire a signal flare. I'll be patrolling Konoha tomorrow and can come to your aid at any time. Non-combatants need no changes, just continue with normal lives. Qianyao's non-combatants were Uchiha commoners without ninja talents. These civilians typically ran small businesses to make a living. For instance, Uchiha Shoshao and his wife Uchiha Jing ran a flatbread shop. The largest group bearing the Uchiha surname were these commoners. When the Uchiha sought to produce talented offspring, they also prioritized choosing partners from among these civilians. But generally no one would trouble these commoners unless your family had none at all. Fugaka nodded, slightly showing some agreement with Qianyao's words. After all, in his view, merely bearing the Uchiha name did not make someone a clan member. One must possess ninja talent to truly belong. Except for the first elder, the leader, and Shursue, everyone else may leave for now. The second and third elders exchanged glances, looking toward Fugaku, as if to say, were they not elders entitled to hear this? The first elder, see who backhanded the second elder across the head. What are you staring at? Go down there, and keep the clan members in line. The second elder, Yen, he had served under C who as his captain back in the day, so he dared not retort after being slapped. Yes, first elder. The third elder, Hongshu, instantly fell quiet, and followed the somewhat aggrieved second elder out. Shursue whispered something to Yusuke, who gave him a puzzled look before agreeing. Once everyone had departed, Qin Yao cleared his throat and began to speak. Shursue, your desire for peace is not wrong, and I do not wish for large-scale war. But you need to consider what kind of person the third Hokage of Konoha truly is. Shouldn't you think about how the Senju clan was exterminated? Hearing Qian Yao's pointed remarks, everyone present was chilled with dread. Shursue was completely stunned. Wasn't the Senju clan renamed and assimilated into Konoha? Qian Yao patted Shursue's shoulder. You're far too naive. We Uchiha still exist. Why would they need to assimilate into Konoha? When Toraifuji Jiraiya replicated the wood release, how many Senju clan members became test subjects, and how many survived? Didn't he know how dangerous these experiments were? He continued, even after the first one died. What do you think became of the Senju clan after their prime warriors perished? The last descendant of the Senju clan, Naoya, was sent to the battlefield at 12. Why wasn't Asuma sent? How did the rumor spread that Konoha's Anbu forced the White Fang to his death? Why did the third Hokage endorse Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage rather than Orochimaru or Tsunade? Why does everyone in Konoha know Naruto is the Nine-Tails host, yet no one tells him he is actually the hero's son? Leaving Kushina's fortune aside, surely the fourth Hokage's legacy could cover Naruto's meals. Naruto runs around causing trouble everywhere, yet he has never truly been disciplined. Can you guess why? Qian Yao's rapid-fire questions made Shirsue's gaze grow ever deeper. Our Uchiha geniuses only need a little flattery to believe they are invincible. Yet there are many things right under your noses that you fail to see clearly. When Qian Yao said this, he spoke as someone entirely detached from the Uchiha clan, his position somewhat strange. But no one noticed this detail. We have far too many clan members who are arrogantly conceited, believing unwaveringly in whatever they have decided. No matter how many flaws exist, they refuse to question it. The stronger they are, the more stubbornly self-willed they become. Leader, I would like to ask you a question. After tonight's events, and Qian Yao's insights, Fugaku dared not underestimate him in the slightest. He spoke in a grave tone. Qian Yao, go ahead. A faint, enigmatic smile played on Qian Yao's lips. Could the method recorded on the stone tablet to save the Uchiha clan be false? Fugaku answered without hesitation, absolutely not. Qian Yao spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Just as before, you firmly believed Shirsui would stand by the clan. Fugaku fell silent, suddenly at a loss for words. The first elder interjected from the side. Qian Yao, do you mean we should learn to question ourselves? Qian Yao shook his finger. No, I want our clan members to be more pragmatic. Rather than believing in these illusory things, you should focus on how to deal with Konoha village. Those arrangements I just made for the rest of the clan were only delaying tactics. If we want to coexist with Konoha and eventually carry out a non-violent coup, we must rely on this. Qian Yao pointed to his own eyes, and as he did so, he activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Fugaku's expression turned slightly serious. Qian Yao, I must remind you the Manjikyu Sharingan. It gradually loses its light with use. I know. Qian Yao answered, preemptively cutting Fugaku off. Fugaku looked astonished. You discovered this so early? Heh, I know far more than you can imagine. Qian Yao wore a mysterious look. Though Fugaku the Elder and Itachi were somewhat curious as ninja, if someone didn't volunteer information, it meant they didn't want to share it. Seeing that Qian Yao knew even this, Fugaku said no more and continued listening to his plan. Qian Yao raised a finger. Konoha currently has a problem it cannot solve. That is, the Nine-Tails cannot be controlled. Although Naruto hasn't lost control over the years, once he does, no one in Konoha can control him. A sharp glint flashed in the elder's eyes. Of course he understood what Qian Yao meant. If the Nine-Tails went berserk, only their Manjikyu Sharingan could control it. Qian Yao didn't keep them in suspense. He said directly, Konoha benefits from the effectiveness of the four-symbol seal. Barring special circumstances, the Nine-Tails won't rampage. But the current Konoha no longer has anyone as powerful in sealing arts. There's plenty of room to maneuver here. So we Uchiha must maintain a strong stance and wait for Konoha to come begging. Both Fugaku and the elder had gleaming eyes, clearly tempted. Then the first step. Itachi, tomorrow you will defect from Konoha. Itachi's surprise flickered only briefly across his eyes, and he didn't ask further. Yes, Senior Qian Yao. Seeing Fugaku and the elder both waiting for his explanation, Qian Yao continued, Itachi is defecting from the village, not the clan. Right now there's some resentment toward Itachi and the clan. Keeping him in the village is just a waste. We need to put on a show so Konoha understands that we demand Danzo's death. On the black market, how much is your head worth, Fugaku? Fugaku was caught between laughter and tears at Qian Yao's leap of logic, but he answered anyway. 100 million. Qian Yao said to Itachi, after defecting from Konoha, the first thing you do is go to the black market and place a bounty on Danzo Shimura's head. 500 million. Use escrow for the settlement. On the black market, there are several payment methods. One is escrow. The money is already handed over to the black market. Once you complete the mission, the black market pays you, but it takes a hefty commission. There's also the method of going to the client to collect after the deed is done, which makes the black market nothing more than a bulletin board. The black market bears no responsibility for transaction detail success or whether the client refuses to pay. Seeing all three staring at him in shock, Fugaku even cautioned, Qian Yao, the clan doesn't have that much liquid capital. Knowing Fugaku had never played this game, Qian Yao explained, who said we need to pay. The registration fee to take the mission is 1 million per person, and they must provide relevant intel on Danzo. Only those who accept the mission and complete it can claim the 500 million. We'll set a time limit of 1.5 years. Every month the registration fee drops by 100 down to a minimum of 100 per person. If it were you with 500 million at stake, wouldn't you want to get in on the excitement? Fugaku and the elder were both astonished. Such a move existed. Who wouldn't be willing to risk a little for a chance at 500 million? That was a bounty equal to the combined bounties of all the Kage of the 5 great villages. Moreover, registration was bundled with intel forcing these people to pay. Information has an expiration date. The longer the delay, the less valuable it becomes. That's why the registration fee keeps dropping. But the bounty hunters in the black market, seeing the threshold getting lower and lower, wouldn't they be tempted to take the risk? With the threshold lower, more people would join in just for the thrill. A cold light flashed in Qian Yao's eyes. What we need to convey is that Danzo must die. But the third Hokage will certainly protect Danzo. Danzo himself doesn't matter, but his position does. He's the one who does the dirty work for the third. If the third abandons him, he'll have no one to do his dirty work. Moreover, such a move of burning bridges would tear apart his mask of hypocrisy. Besides, the elder had put the third in an awkward spot in front of the entire village, so he wouldn't dare kill Danzo. On the other hand, the third and Danzo serve as checks on each other's power. If Danzo dies, the third Hokage would become the sole dominant force. Kohara Udatane and Hamura Midokado can't contend with the third Hokage at all. As the two advisor elders, they'll also protect Danzo and won't let him die. After all these years of doing dirty work for the third Hokage, Danzo would naturally have safeguards against him. He certainly holds dirt that could force the third Hokage to step down. The third simply doesn't dare let Danzo die. Fugaku and the elder followed Qian Yao's logic and laid it out. So, placing a revenge bounty on Danzo without spending a single coin, Konoha instead has to spend enormous manpower and resources to protect him. Ah, exactly. And it doesn't stop there, Qian Yao added. The flood of people coming to investigate Danzo will continuously tie down Konoha's forces. If the third Hokage doesn't deploy his hidden forces, the other hidden villages will likely launch probing attacks, and it might even escalate into a full-scale ninja war. If the third Hokage does deploy his hidden forces, then we can maneuver further. His ambitions will be exposed, and the other ninja clans won't let him remain Hokage. During this time, Konoha won't have the energy to deal with us Uchiha. The bounty will also show the other 4 hidden villages just how strained the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha has become. The other villages can't wait for Konoha and us to start fighting. Right now it's Konoha that'll be begging us not to. Fugaku and the elder were utterly impressed. This was a chain of interlocking schemes by Qian Yao. No matter how Konoha chose, the Uchiha couldn't lose. Given Danzo's situation, the third couldn't let him die and would have to spend effort protecting him. As for the third Hokage, upon receiving word, even trying to kill Danzo himself and claim the bounty would be unwise. Danzo has remained in the position of Hokage's advisor for so many years with power deeply entrenched among his subordinates. His brainwashing of Root was second to none. Uchi, who had already warned them beforehand. Danzo will certainly be on his guard. If Konoha goes to great lengths to kill him, Root will definitely revolt. It might even expose the third Hokage's dirt in the process. That too would still be an opportunity for the Uchiha. If external pressure grows too great and Konoha lacks absolute superiority, they won't start a war. How is his brain even wired? How could the Uchiha produce such a brilliant mind? Itachi, however, looked a little uneasy. After all, he still had a peace-loving heart and didn't want the ninja world to be plunged into misery. Qian Yao turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, stay behind for a moment. I'll speak with you privately." Itachi composed himself and calmed down. For now, Senior Qian Yao had already demonstrated his brilliance. There must be other ways. Qian Yao turned to Fugaku and the Great Elder and said, "That's about it for now. A plan must be carried out step by step. If I say too much, you won't remember it." As for the clan leader's mistake this time, Qian Yao shot the Great Elder a meaningful glance. Fugaku also looked toward the Great Elder uneasily. This matter could be serious or minor, and it all depended on the Great Elder's judgment. It was even entirely normal for him to be stripped of the position of clan leader. It wasn't that he coveted the clan leader's seat. But now with Itachi about to defect from the village, staying as clan leader gave him greater power to look after Sasuke and Mikoto. The Great Elder saw the wary look in Fugaku's eyes and seemed to recall how Fugaku had followed him onto the battlefield when he was young. Qian Yao's decision to leave the punishment in his hands already conveyed his meaning clearly. The Great Elder who cast Fugaku an annoyed glare. "Keep serving as clan leader for now, but you'll be fined half a year's salary to be given to Qian Yao." Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and said with an appeasing smile, "It's only right, only right." Qian Yao smiled. He happened to be short of money. The Great Elder looked at Qian Yao with great satisfaction. With such strength and with the Uchiha clan finally had a worthy heir. Though Qian Yao was young, age had never been a problem. Qian Yao, familiarize yourself with the clan's administrative affairs in the days ahead. As soon as the Great Elder spoke, everyone present understood what it meant. Fugaku, however, had no intention of objecting, and Itachi felt the same. If Senior Qian Yao became the clan leader, he would certainly lead the Uchiha even further. Qian Yao did not look particularly pleased, and his response was calm. "We'll talk about it when I have the time. There's still a long way to go, and the Uchiha's road is long as well." After seeing the Great Elder and Fugaku out, Qian Yao checked his golden finger. For Fugaku, the bond star was still a little short of reaching 3 stars. As for Itachi, his progress bar was only 1/5 away from reaching 4 stars. On the one hand, Qian Yao was curious about what exactly was inside the 4th star. On the other hand, he also regarded Itachi as an extremely important part of his plan. Therefore, he was ready to tell Itachi everything. "Itachi, I know you yearn for peace in the shinobi world, but do you know that the peace you now have will be shattered before long?" Itachi bowed to Qian Yao. "Senior Qian Yao, I know you must have a way." Qian Yao stared at Itachi for a long time and sighed. He did not answer Itachi's question directly. Instead, he asked, "Do you know the origin of us shinobi?" Itachi was taken aback, not understanding why Qian Yao asked this. But Qian Yao had no intention of letting Itachi answer. He simply began, "In the universe, there is a race called the Otsutsuki." Then, speaking in the third person, Qian Yao explained the Otsutsuki's plan to plant the divine tree, and how Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of shinobi, had been sealed. He also told Itachi in detail how Black Zetsu had plotted to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki, how Madara had manipulated Obito, and how Obito had triggered the Nine Tails incident. Qian Yao was very detailed and covered even the finer points which took considerable time. Itachi looked somewhat dazed, especially when he learned that the man calling himself Madara Uchiha was the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. His expression turned even more complicated. He had never imagined so many things were going on. Then can we stop Kagaya's revival? Itachi's thinking was still a bit simplistic, but Qian Yao's way of thinking was naturally different. Preventing this one Otsutsuki's revival only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Otherwise, even if Obito and Madara die, there will still be others to continue trying to revive Kagaya. And there is more than one Otsutsuki. Even if Kagaya never revives, there are Otsutsuki lurking in the shinobi world. Only by becoming strong ourselves and being able to defeat the Otsutsuki can we be unafraid of any scheme. Compared with the lives of an entire planet, how many people do you think died in the Ninja Village Wars? Itachi's expression kept shifting as if a violent storm of thought were raging inside him. Qian Yao did not rush him and waited quietly for Itachi to take it in. After a long moment, Itachi sighed. I understand, Senior Qian Yao. Qian Yao watched Itachi's bond gauge finally fill completely. He now roughly understood what level of bond was required to unseal these stars. He patted Itachi's shoulder to comfort him. The Uchiha clan situation is still not good. Sending you out also has another purpose: to use Konoha's secrets as leverage, so Konoha won't dare to lay a hand on us. After all, Itachi had truly served as an Umbu captain and knew a great many secrets. But what Qian Yao told him was even more than what Itachi already knew. Qian Yao shifted his tone. But if Konoha is hell-bent on wiping out our Uchiha clan, then expose every piece of intelligence on Konoha and every Konoha secret I've told you. Bring it all to light, even if it means mutual destruction. Itachi looked somewhat startled. Could things really get that bad? Qian Yao shook his head nonchalantly. Any plan may run into unexpected circumstances. And we should always be prepared for the worst outcome. Remember, man proposes, heaven disposes. Itachi mulled over the unfamiliar phrase, and then silently nodded. I've already told you about Obito's ability. If you get the chance, strike directly. Even if you can't kill him, make his blood run cold. At least make him afraid to come near the Uchiha clan again. Understood, Senior Qian Yao. Qian Yao looked outside. The sky was already showing a dim light, almost dawn. He stood up and stretched. I just told you the big picture. Now let me go into more detail. About the stone tablet, about the Rinnegan. Qian Yao then explained the relationship between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan, and also told Itachi of 2 ways to keep the Sharingan from going blind. He also told Itachi of his beloved little brother's identity and the fact that he would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Itachi listened very intently, for this was the very foundation of the Uchiha's survival. You awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan too early and your body may not be able to bear the strain. So you must be cautious when using the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan is a very useful tool, but a tool only has value when it is used. Now that both of Shirsue's eyes are in your hands, we can use these 2 activations of Kodoame Tsukumi to find 2 allies. Place the eyes with the ninja crows, and I can call on them at any time. Itachi was now completely convinced of Qian Yao, so he naturally agreed without the slightest hesitation. After Shirsue jumped off the cliff, do you know where his body is? Itachi was somewhat stunned, because when Shirsue jumped, only he and Shirsue were present. How did Senior Qian Yao know? But Itachi quickly realized that Senior Qian Yao seemed to know everything. Even knowing about Shirsue's cliff jump was not surprising. It was I who prepared Shirsue's body for burial, Qian Yao reminded him. If you wish to revive Shirsue in the future, you must preserve his remains. Itachi's eyes held a flicker of longing. I understand, Senior Brother Qian Yao. As for who between you and Sasuke will eventually awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I have greater faith in you. Qian Yao spoke plainly and directly to Itachi about this. A mixture of shame and gratitude appeared on Itachi's face. On one hand, he wanted Sasuke to become the one with the eternal Mangekyo. On the other hand, he had only just betrayed his clan, yet Senior Brother Qian Yao trusted him so deeply. Observing Itachi's expression, Qian Yao could read his thoughts. He patted Itachi's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, this is a matter of timing rather than sacrificing one of you. Since I know so much naturally, I must find a way to help both your eyes evolve. However, Sasuke is still young and your body is too weak. There is no need to consider such matters now. In the future, you must be Sasuke's role model, shielding him from all disasters and bearing the weight of the sky for him. As an older brother, he always wanted to shoulder burdens for his younger sibling. If one of them had to lose their sight, Itachi would undoubtedly choose himself. But with Qian Yao's alternative framing, Itachi could accept this. Feeling Qian Yao's expectations placed upon him, his heart swelled with emotion. Senior Brother Qian Yao, I'm sorry. Qian Yao waved his hand dismissively. No need to say it. You still have your clan, you still have someone to rely on as your backing. Peace is what everyone yearns for. Neither Shirsue nor you are at fault. Your perspectives were simply too limited. You're still young with infinite possibilities ahead. Don't dwell on these matters now. After all, the clan hasn't suffered any real losses, has it? Itachi tended toward self-torture, and Qian Yao didn't want him burdening himself over mistakes that hadn't even been made yet. Even someone like Itachi, hearing Qian Yao's words, felt his eyes flicker. I understand, Senior Brother Qian Yao. Qian Yao glanced toward the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a long shadow across his figure. Gazing at the shadow, he told Itachi, take this with you. As he spoke, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spun, and the shadow on the ground actually rose to its feet. It gradually took on Qian Yao's likeness. Meanwhile, Qian Yao's original shadow grew imperceptibly fainter. Itachi stared at the shadow in astonishment, sensing it emanated the exact same aura as Qian Yao himself. With a wave of Qian Yao's hand, the shadow moved toward Itachi. It slowly dissolved into Itachi's own shadow. My shadow is no different from a shadow clone. It can move swiftly within darkness. It can also remain hidden within your shadow indefinitely. Should emergencies arise, you can reach me through it, as my consciousness can transfer there. Since we both use Ninken as our messenger summons, let's establish a fixed evening time each night to send messages via our Ninken. Having nearly finished his preparations, Qian Yao yawned. Right then, that should be about it. Go choose the team members accompanying you on this mission and bid farewell to your beloved Sasuke and your precious Izumi. Senior Izumi and I. Qian Yao waved his hand dismissively. I think she's quite suitable for you. Stop being so coy. When she was attacked, all she kept calling out was, Itachi, save me. Can you guess why? Qian Yao said this with an ambiguous half-smile. Itachi's face showed some embarrassment. They weren't officially lovers yet, but they were only one step away from becoming so. After what happened last night, their relationship had indeed advanced significantly, so Qian Yao wasn't misjudging things. In this world, people generally matured early, and Itachi and Izumi had known each other since childhood, yet never confessed their feelings. Qian Yao didn't mind giving them a push. I'm just asking you, do you like Izumi? Itachi rarely blushed, but Qian Yao witnessed it happen. It was likely the first time in his life he'd been pressed to answer such a question, leaving him unusually hesitant. Finding this amusing, Qian Yao laughed heartily. All right. I'll take your silence as affirmation. Yes, I like her. Itachi steadied himself, and finally spoke his true feelings. After that night, beyond thoughts of his family, Izumi was what occupied his mind most. He couldn't bear to imagine how agonizing it would be to kill Izumi himself. Seeing the lingering fear and tremor in Itachi's expression, Qian Yao realized that Itachi kept many of his emotions hidden beneath the surface. It's all right now, everything's fine. As I said, everyone is well. Don't let your mind wander to dark thoughts. Qian Yao offered some comfort. Itachi's life shouldn't revolve solely around his younger brother. He deserved love of his own. Having grown up together, Itachi and Izumi were meant for each other. Changing the subject, Qian Yao asked, you won't be able to return for some time after this mission. Have you considered saying anything to her? Itachi's expression shifted, as if making a decision. 5 streets. Fugaku was utterly stunned by the reply. Is Rin's inheritance really this vast? Fugaku confirmed once more. Makoto nodded. Indeed. Lady Mito doted on Rin back then, and left her everything before she passed away. Since Rin knew nothing of managing it, she used it to purchase all the land and shops along Shuzuen Hanlu Daijin Zushi and Hungtong, 5 entire streets. The land and property deeds alone filled 3 boxes. I've seen them myself. A hint of astonishment crossed Fugaku's eyes. Qian Yao had been right. The fortune was truly immense. Those 5 streets hadn't meant much a decade ago, but Konoha had been steadily expanding and growing. Now they formed the heart of Konoha, with land and property values having multiplied dozens of times over. Yet Konoha's wealth wasn't entirely Hiruzen's to control, but the 4th Hokage and Kushina's inheritance had all fallen into Hiruzen's hands. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had lived in wretched conditions since childhood. He barely had enough to eat, owned only a single set of clothes, essentially an orphan. Naturally, Hiruzen had claimed the inheritance. Now, considering this, Hiruzen had secretly amassed such wealth. If he'd channeled it toward building up his clan, how vast would the Sarutobi clan be by now? Fugaku's eyes churned with shock. Qian Yao's words carried weight. Hiruzen's ambitions certainly extended far beyond simply holding the position of Hokage. He had always viewed the Uchiha and Hyuga clans as the epitome of great clans. Yet in truth, the Sarutobi clan was the true patriarchal power. By sheer numbers, even the Uchiha and Hyuga combined would pale in comparison. If Hiruzen continued expanding at this rate, he could amass a Sarutobi army of 3,000 within a decade. The longest night for the Uchiha clan had finally passed. Throughout that night, most of the Uchiha combatants never slept. It began with Itachi being ambushed, then brainwashed by Qian Yao, followed by retrieving Shirsue's eye and gravely wounding Danzo. Qian Yao ambushed Obito, then led the clan into a confrontation with Konoha. The Grand Elders sullied Danzo's name and counterattacked forcefully, then returned for a meeting to lay out future strategies. By the time all these plans were distributed, dawn was nearly breaking. Qian Yao had also taken the time to talk with Itachi privately. Now as he walked home, there was a trace of exhaustion on his face. Opening the door, he saw his younger sister, Liuli, waiting for him in the courtyard in her wheelchair. Behind Liuli stood another person. It was Uchiha Chiyo, Qian Yao's childhood friend. Brother. Liuli's face blossomed into a smile when she saw Qian Yao return. Welcome back, my esteemed 4th Lord. Chiyo greeted him with an odd tone. Liuli covered her mouth with a giggle beside her, clearly aware of the situation as well. Qian Yao let out a wry laugh. In the past, he had only been a squad leader, far from being an elder. In peacetime, the Uchiha rarely added new elder positions. Yet Qian Yao had unexpectedly obtained this position. Quietly, and without any fanfare, he gave Chiyo and Liuli a huge surprise. Chiyu's parents died when she was very young, so she basically ate every meal at Qian Yao's home. She too was a combatant with decent talent, having awakened her Sharingan as early as the Nine-Tails incident. But in the years after that she mostly stopped undertaking missions because she had to care for Liuli. Jiyu was tall and slender. Aside from her somewhat youthful face, she did not look the same age as Qianyao at all. Jiyu was bright and generous, yet gentle and meticulous with Liuli. The three of them lived together like a real family. Qianyao was the sole pillar of the household. Besides managing the considerable daily expenses, he had also been saving money for Liuli's future limb regeneration surgery. Though that goal still felt distant, he did not want to miss the chance when the time came, simply because he lacked funds. Jiyu had sacrificed herself to look after Liuli, and Qianyao also had to consider Jiyu's future. That was why he took on missions frantically. But the Qianyao of now was different. He knew far more, and his horizons had expanded greatly. He already had a rough plan for solving Liuli's physical problem. Facing Jiyu's teasing, Qianyao smiled and said, "I accidentally broke through, and so they promoted me to elder ahead of schedule. From now on the allowance will be much higher, and our life will be much better." Jiyu waved her hand. "Who wants to hear your nonsense? Go wash up quickly. You smell awful." Qianyao shook his head and went to wash up while Liuli giggled behind him. Soaking in the bath, Qianyao let out a long breath. There was nothing quite like a hot bath. He could feel his body relaxing. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The 4th star, what could it be? After talking with Itachi for so long, his bond with him had reached 4 stars. Qianyao tapped the 4th star on the template beside Itachi's name. Ding! Uchiha Itachi's level 4 bond unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Uchiha Itachi's ocular power. In an instant, a massive surge of ocular power rushed toward Qianyao's eyes, sending a cool, refreshing sensation through them. With so much ocular power pouring in, the upper limit of Qianyao's own ocular power climbed rapidly. Hiss! Who? Qianyao let out a gentle breath. Qianyao roughly estimated that this was probably all of Itachi's ocular power. Now his own ocular power was not only undepleted, but twice as abundant as Itachi's. The improvement was staggeringly swift. It was well worth the great effort he had spent saving Itachi. 4 stars gave him all of Itachi's ocular power. If the star did not provide ocular power, would it have been chakra instead? However, thinking about it, apart from those famous figures from the original timeline, other people's bonds did not seem to reach that many stars. Was it a matter of strength or a matter of the person? After surviving the massacre night, Qianyao began to think deeply about what he wanted to achieve. Besides protecting the Uchiha clan and making Liuli happy, how far would he go? Although this world had Sasuke and Naruto as backstops, easily surviving one crisis after another. But he had arrived. A light named ambition flashed through Qianyao's eyes. A true man, if he cannot feast from the 5 tripods in life, should perish under the 5 tripods in death. For a transmigrator, failing to earn big means losing. With such a powerful clan backing him, it is only natural that the Uchiha should rule the world. Qianyao slowly let out a breath. Over the night, he had also come to understand the bond template quite well. As the saying goes, bonds are best cultivated from a young age. There were geniuses everywhere in this world, and he could not afford to let a single one slip away. Moreover, his Mangekyo Sharingan, the clone created by his left eye, was not merely a shadow clone that excelled in hiding. It could only be complete when combined with the power of his right eye. His right eye's ability, Yuming. It could fill the clone without limits. Chakra, ocular power, flesh and blood, even souls. It was a very plain ability with a low floor, but an extraordinarily high ceiling. It all depended on how he used it. The Uchiha situation was still somewhat dangerous. Still, the plan to lure in geniuses had to proceed in tandem. Qianyao finished washing, walked into the living room while drying his hair, and saw that breakfast was already set on the table. "Why did you take so long in the bath? The food has gotten cold," Jiyu said with slight dissatisfaction. Qianyao tried to dodge the question. "Sorry, I was a bit tired and dozed off." Jiyu huffed. "Well, eat quickly, then go sleep it off." Qianyao sat down at the table. "Where's Liuli?" Jiyu shook her head slightly. "She's outside feeding the fish." Qianyao ate while speaking. "Jiyu, Liuli's condition has been stable now. I've been promoted to elder now, so our household expenses are covered. I can hire someone to look after Liuli, and you can become a ninja again too." A flash of reluctance crossed Jiyu's face, but then she said boisterously, "Oh, I can't compare to a genius boy like you. Missions are dangerous and exhausting. I think I'll pass." Many memories from the past surfaced in Qianyao's mind, and he lowered his voice. "I've caused you trouble over the years. Thank you for all your hard work, Jiyu." Although Qianyao's tone was sincere, Jiyu would have none of it. She waved her hand. "Why say all that? We're family. I'm truly happy taking care of Liuli." Qianyao chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, it's your decision. If you want to become a ninja again, I will find someone dedicated to mentor you. Besides, the clan members can't go out on missions right now anyway, so this is the perfect time." Just as the two were talking, a gaze passed through the window and landed on them. Liuli, who was feeding the fish in the courtyard, slowly scattered fish food into the small pond. A faint smile graced her face. Her brother had returned. Everything would be fine. In Konoha village, the major shinobi clans were essentially unable to sleep that night. The Uchiha, who had once borne every injustice with meek submission, had now bared their sharp fangs. Though this came as a surprise to most, it was not unreasonable. After all, Danzo's men had come straight to their doorstep, and the Uchiha could hardly have chosen not to resist. Moreover, from the fact that the spokesperson had changed to the hawkish Grand Elder Uchiha Sihu, it seemed that a subtle shift of power had taken place within the Uchiha clan. Now the incomparably aggressive Uchiha Sihu was in power. And this confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha would only be the beginning, not the end. Every major clan was holding meetings to discuss what changes might occur in Konoha village in the future. The Hyuga clan was no exception. In the meeting room, the main house clan head Hiashi, along with the first, second, and third elders, all wore grave expressions. In the corner sat a man around 40, his expression calm, as if none of it had anything to do with him. Yet no one said anything to him, because this man was the branch family elder, the fourth elder. Several years earlier, when Hinata had been kidnapped, and the Hyuga main house had been pressured by Konoha, Hisashi's life had ultimately been taken in recompense. Though Hiashi escaped disaster, the fury of the Hyuga branch family was completely ignited. The branch family had worked loyally, serving the main family like beasts of burden. Yet Hisashi, their branch head, had died for such an absurd reason. The branch family erupted in revolt. When the main house used the caged bird to suppress it with overwhelming force, the backlash only intensified. The branch family collectively turned to non-violent non-cooperation, and their disgust for the main house was all but written on their faces. Only then did the main house panic. They hurriedly made Hiashi take Niji, Hisashi's son, under his wing to educate him. A branch member was promoted to elder in an attempt to soothe the branch family's emotions, but it had little effect. He was forced to face a fact: Hisashi's death had only hastened the fall of the Hyuga clan, which was already on its way downhill. In this latest incident, Uchiha Chiyo had mockingly taunted the Hyuga to their faces. Although the Hyuga felt insulted, what the Uchiha said was true. The Hyuga had already been swindled by Konoha once before, and they knew Konoha's true face all too well. Handling ordinary tasks was one thing, but fighting the Uchiha to the death, that was impossible. Except for the branch elder Hyuga Guanshin, who simply sat in a daze, idling away. Hiashi and the other three elders all wore complex expressions. The grand elder spoke first. The Uchiha's counterattack, this time, is extremely aggressive. But the third Hokage is probably not going to give up, Danzo. We need to consider our own position. The second elder had a somewhat fierce face, and was one of the rare main house members who had been to war. He said in a coarse voice, "In this world, strength rules. The Uchiha now have 3 Mangekyo Sharingan, so conflict with Konoha is inevitable. We all know clearly how Hiruzen Sarutobi has treated us. We might as well change the Hokage." The third elder retorted, "As strong as the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe the third Hokage still has Jiraiya and Tsunade as disciples. Besides, based on total ninja numbers, the Uchiha might not dare to start a war." The second elder snorted, "Jizong, what do you know?" Going by the fearsome momentum with which the Uchiha hunted down root members this time. With 3 Mangekyo Sharingan, they are enough to destroy a large portion of Konoha's effective strength. As long as we... Ahem. The grand elder coughed, cutting off the second elder. Giant Pain, this is not the time for that. The second elder Hyuga Giant Pain was quite dissatisfied, but he stopped himself, and merely left them with one line: "I support the Uchiha clan anyway." The grand elder looked at Hyuga Guanshin, who sat silently in the corner. "Guanshin, what is your view?" Guanshin remained completely indifferent. The branch family supports whatever decision the main house makes. The grand elder refused to give up, and pressed on Guanshin. "Which side do you lean toward?" Guanshin continued, "The clan head's decision is the direction the branch family will take." The grand elder fell silent, and did not ask further. Guanshin was just like an automated message machine. Every time he repeated the same few lines, changed in wording, but never in substance. Hiashi glanced first at the grand elder, then at Guanshin. A welter of emotions churned in his heart. It was the grand elder who back then had advocated yielding and forced Hisashi to take his own life. Later he had suppressed the branch family by force. Now the branch family did not argue, refute, or offer suggestions. They bore everything meekly, and would never resist. The clan's rise or fall was none of their concern. Without the branch family's meticulous upkeep, the Hyuga clan had already fallen in a sharp decline. The grand elder had only now awakened to his mistake, but regret came far too late. Let us observe for a while, and see, but it is still hard to say what the Uchiha will do next. Hiashi also wanted to wait and see before making a decision. As far as his personal choice, when he would not help Konoha, whether to side with the Uchiha would depend on circumstances. Next they discussed details, how to gather intelligence, and the like, and then the meeting was adjourned. After everyone else had left, Hiashi let out a sigh. There be a Kugen might share fame with the Uchiha Sharingan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan. And then there was the legendary Susanoo, the divine power. Compared with that, there be a Kugen was hardly worth mentioning. The courtyard of the Hyuga branch family adjoined the main house. Yet a single corridor between them seemed to be the boundary between two worlds. The main house and the branch family basically had no dealings with one another. Because of the branch family's deliberate abandonment of duty, the main house now understood it clearly. Without the branch family, they were absolutely nothing. Though they remained arrogant and overbearing, they also feared that from now on there would be no branch members left to use. So now they no longer dared to be too strict with the branch family. After the meeting, the branch elder, the fourth elder, walked back to the branch family's courtyard, and only then did his automaton-like face show a trace of emotion. What did the branch family have the most of? Widows and orphans. By the time of the Third Shinobi World War, the main house had withdrawn entirely inside the clan compound, and it was always the branch family that went to the front. Naturally, only the branch family died. Adult branch members generally married very early, ensuring that even if they fell in battle, they would still leave descendants to live on. These people had always been shielded by Hisashi. They had never been short of money or supplies. Hisashi's prestige among the branch family had always been extremely high. Thus after Hisashi's death, the branch family rose up in revolt. But that revolt ultimately ended with 15 branch members executed. Although the main house had successfully suppressed the branch family, it had likewise shattered the branch family's last clinging attachment. The branch family entered a state of nonviolent non-cooperation. At this point, the main house forcibly pulled out Guangxin, the most harmless looking of them, in a desperate attempt to win over the branch. Unfortunately, it failed. What they did not realize was that Guangxin, the most harmless in appearance, was in fact the most calculating. He was in fact the most extreme member of the branch family. His wish was for every last scion of the main house to die out. After all Uchiha combat personnel returned, Quan was among those arranged to rest, while Yu was the pivotal figure of this operation summoned away for a meeting. She had originally intended to wait for you, but Uchiha Yoji specifically came out to deliver a message. You had other matters to attend to, and asked Quan to return home and rest first. Quan had no choice but to return home, where she assured Yu she was safe before going to rest. Though she had been busy all night, and was utterly exhausted once she fell asleep, relentless nightmares consumed her. First she dreamed of being slashed to death by the man in the tiger-patterned mask, then dreamed of being killed by Yu. Quan suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. Her mother Yeyue looked at her with aching concern. What is wrong, child? Why is your face drenched in cold sweat? Quan panted heavily, then cast a somewhat apologetic glance at her mother. I'm sorry for worrying you, mother. I merely had a nightmare. What time is it now? Yeyue replied. It is already 10 o'clock. Yu has been waiting for you for some time. Yu is here. Quan threw off the covers and sprang straight out of bed. Mother, why didn't you tell me? Yeyue smiled without a word. Yu and Quan had known each other for many years, and this was the first time Yu had ever visited their home. It had been a long while since Quan last saw Yu, and Yu had changed considerably. When Quan hurriedly changed and rushed to the living room, Yu was sitting properly and composed upon a chair. Yu? I. Quan ran breathlessly to stand before Yu, but suddenly faltered at a loss for words. Are you all right? Yeyue was not combat personnel, and thus knew nothing of the events the previous night. Quan, however, was deeply worried that Yu might face punishment. After all, the matter of defying one's own clan could range from minor to grave. Yu gazed deeply at this girl whose every thought and longing was fixed upon him. Slowly he spoke. Quan, I must leave for a while. This time will be somewhat lengthy. This was the first time Yu had ever reported his whereabouts to Quan. Such an act was reserved only for those in close intimacy. Quan gazed at Yu in a daze, her expression a tangled mixture of delight and worry. Once Yu had resolved to do something, he would never waver. He opened the bag beside him, revealing several skewers of 3-colored dumplings within. Next time it will likely be quite a long while. Yu? Quan was overcome with joy upon seeing that Yu had brought her 3-colored dumplings. Through such a gesture, she had come to understand your feelings. Quan was so overjoyed that her eyes grew slightly reddened. I will wait for you. No matter how long, I will wait. Yu looked at Quan tenderly and handed her a skewer. Quan took it and bit into one. It was sweet. The Hyuga branch family grounds. Guangxin passed by the training ground, and as expected, the sound of rushing wind echoed from within. 8-year-old Ningxi was striking wooden posts with utmost seriousness. Due to the chaos the previous night, Konoha Academy had been placed on suspension. Rizu, preoccupied with various affairs, had not kept watch over Ningxi, which is why Ningxi found himself here. At this stage of his life, he harbored the deepest resentment toward the main family. Yet he had witnessed his father punished by the caged bird seal merely for flashing a displeased expression. Therefore, before the main family, Ningxi always maintained a blank countenance and submitted without resistance. Of course, Guangxin had interacted with him extensively and imparted much wisdom. The most emphasized lesson was this: before one possesses confidence, one must always master one's emotions. Ningxi, do not push yourself so mercilessly. Observing the ring of sweat encircling Ningxi's feet, Guangxin knew he had been training for no short while. Ningxi struck the vital point of the wooden post 3 times in succession, then slowly withdrew his hand. Elder Guangxin, what exactly transpired in Konoha? A child enrolled in the Jonin Academy would not know of the previous night's events. Nevertheless, from the troop mobilizations, Ningxi deduced that something monumental must have occurred in Konoha. After all, Elder Guangxin would seldom visit the main family side under normal circumstances. At that moment, Guangxin was no longer in his usual impassive state, but instead wore an expression of barely concealed gloating. Konoha has been systematically weakening the Uchiha all along. This time, Tuankang directly sought to annihilate the Uchiha clan. However, a flaw emerged in the plan, and the Uchiha clan turned the tables. They killed over 70 of Tuankang's men. Last night, Konoha and the Uchiha clan narrowly avoided open conflict. Guangxin's words startled Ningxi. How dare the Uchiha rebel? Ningxi still lacked a clear understanding of the colossal entity that was Konoha. At his age, he only knew that Konoha could not be opposed by force. Even his own clan had to yield. Guangxin clasped his hands behind his back and gazed toward the Uchiha district, envy shimmering in his eyes. The Uchiha possess 3 powerhouses capable of tipping the scales of battle, which is why they dare to resist. And Konoha has but one aged and declining Third Hokage. Ningxi was momentarily lost in thought. Powerhouses. Guangxin sighed. Are those who bear the Mangekyo Sharingan? Mangekyo Sharingan. Ningxi savored this unfamiliar term. He had neither seen nor heard of it, possessing no notion of what it signified. Guangxin recovered his composure. You will come to understand in time. Ningxi gave a slight nod then. Who are these three powerhouses? Guang Xian chuckled. Uchiha Fuyue Uchiha Yu Uchiha Chiyo. He did not mind elaborating further for Ningxi. After all, Ningxi was precocious, and acquiring more intelligence would prove beneficial. Ningxi recognized the first two. One was the Uchiha clan leader, and the other was Sasuke's elder brother. At present, Sasuke was still a child who constantly chattered about his big brother. Even though Ningxi was a grade above Sasuke, he had overheard Sasuke boasting about his brother during recess. As for Chiyo, he was entirely unfamiliar with the name. Observing Ningxi digesting his words, a look of expectation graced Guangxin's face. Grow into a powerhouse as swiftly as you can, for only then can you seize control of your own destiny. The Uchiha district. By afternoon, the hungry Zizhu finally awoke. Chiyo, concerned that Zizhu might wander about upon waking, had applied slightly more force, causing Zizhu to sleep an entire day. Upon awakening, Zizhu found his entire body aching as if he had been beaten while stuffed inside a coarse sack. He touched his body. Hiss! It hurts. He discovered bruises and abrasions scattered across his body. Had I been beaten while unconscious? How did I lose consciousness in the first place? Right? Senior Chiyo had cast Genjutsu upon me. Zizhu threw on his clothes and slipped on his shoes, then rushed outside. But neither Fuyue nor Meichin was present. Somewhat bewildered, he stepped out into the streets. Along the way, certain clansmen cast peculiar glances at Zizhu, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Turning a corner, he happened to catch sight of you preparing to depart with several clan members. Listen. Little Zizhu was instantly relieved and sprinted forward. You gestured behind him. You all proceed ahead. We shall rendezvous at the black market. The dozen or so clansmen said nothing, merely nodded and swept past Zizhu, heading beyond the gates of Konoha village. Listen, are you going out on a mission? Noticing Yu's attire, Zizhu unconsciously tightened his grip on your hand. You gazed steadily at Zizhu as though endeavoring to carve his beloved younger brother irreversibly into his memory. Listen, you promised to train with me. Zizhu was still clinging to the earlier promise you had made. A faint smile graced your lips, and he tapped Zizhu's forehead. Forgive me, Zizhu. Next time. It hurts. Zizhu rubbed his forehead and peered at your retreating figure with discontent. Listen, just how long is next time? Your steps paused ever so slightly. Grow up well, and wait for my return, Zizhu. Zizhu froze, an intuition whispering that something significant had transpired. Listen. This time you did not look back, and your figure vanished in a fleeting instant. Outside the Uchiha clan compound, several tall towers stood there, built by Konoha to monitor the Uchiha. Itachi did not head out of the village. Instead, he walked toward the three towers. Aboard the towers were Umbu, directly under the third Hokage. Seeing Itachi approaching, unease began to stir in their hearts. Isn't that Itachi? What is he planning to do? Itachi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Before he even drew near the towers, his hands had already finished forming hand seals. Fire release phoenix flower technique. Several enormous fireballs shot out, and at the same time several bottles of oil smashed against the wooden towers. Boom. With the aid of the oil, enormous flames burst into life. 9 Umbu from atop the 3 towers leaped downward like dumplings dropped into a pot. With a wave of Itachi's hand, a storm of shuriken flew toward the living targets suspended in midair. Itachi, what are you doing? Damn it. Though Itachi launched his attack, without warning, the Umbu were already on guard. All 9 Umbu drew their weapons to block, but 2 were struck in vital spots and died on the spot. The 4 who had just shouted and glared at Itachi went dark before their eyes and lost consciousness. For a ninja, falling from a height of dozens of meters would ordinarily be harmless. But while unconscious, thud, 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 for muffled impacts, and the 4 men were flattened into meat patties. The remaining 3 were chilled with terror. Itachi, are you going to betray the village? These Umbu were only surveillance personnel, not especially skilled. Itachi leaped up and cut down 2 of them with 2 strokes. Then with another slash, he pinned the last Umbu to the ground. The Umbu spat a mouthful of blood across his mask. With an indifferent expression, Itachi stepped onto his chest and drew a kunai from his pouch. Go back and tell Hiruzen Sarutobi he no longer needs to devise a flawless plan. I, Uchiha Itachi, am defecting from the village. As he spoke, he drew the kunai across his forehead protector. Itachi, you. Shock filled the Umbu's eyes. Itachi had defected so abruptly. Just 2 days earlier, he had been an Umbu captain. He still held countless Konoha secrets, patrol routes, shift change times, barrier frequencies, and more. This was also the first open defection from Konoha since Orochimaru. Then Itachi withdrew the blade from the Umbu's body, wiped the blood on the man's clothes, and left the scene. The sole surviving Umbu, badly wounded, could only lie on the ground and watch the 3 towers burn and collapse. Soon several Umbu dropped down. No. 7, what happened? No. 7 caught his breath. Uchiha Itachi attacked us and has openly defected. What a... Konoha Hospital. Kakashi, whose eye had been gouged out, had woken. No. My eye. Where's my eye? Kakashi was frantic with terror. This was the last gift Obito had ever given him, and now it was simply gone. Everyone he loved in this world was already dead, and now even this last keepsake had been taken from him. Kakashi nearly broke down. The medical ninja and the Umbu waiting beside him hurriedly held him down. Once Kakashi calmed down, they began to explain what had happened the day before. Kakashi had never expected so much to occur while he was unconscious. In other words, the Uchiha and Konoha were now in a state of rupture. and afterward they might very well come to blows with the village. Even if Obito had given him the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan still had the right to take the eye back. For this I had belonged first to the Uchiha, then to Obito, and only finally to Kakashi. Danzo's route had clashed with the Uchiha in this way. There was simply no way for Kakashi to reclaim Obito's eye. For that very reason, he was even more devastated. The Hokage's office. Itachi killed 8 people and then defected. The third Hokage said in disbelief. And Umbu responded yes. Itachi said there was no need for you to devise a perfect plan. He has defected. At the Umbu's words, the third Hokage's expression turned grim. So Itachi had indeed awakened from his conditioning. It was not surprising that the third Hokage's political brainwashing had been broken, but Itachi had seen through it all in a single night. That made his entire scheme collapse in defeat. The last remark was clearly a taunt at his expense. The third Hokage paused. What about the rest of the Uchiha clan? Reporting to you, Lord Hokage, the ordinary Uchiha clan members are still going about as usual. Some combat personnel have left the village, but we could not confirm their numbers or destinations. Because those Itachi had taken with him were all elites, they had largely concealed themselves, and the Umbu could not observe them clearly. Just then a knock came at the door, and another Umbu entered. Lord Third Hokage Kakashi is awake and wishes to see you. The third Hokage smoked as he pondered. At these words he nodded slightly. Tell him to rest first. I'll go see him later. Yes. That will be all. Yes. After the Umbu left the office, the third Hokage spoke to the empty room, called the men back. A voice answered, clan head, too many people would make concealment difficult. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. Jiraiya will arrive tomorrow night. There won't be any fighting for the time being. Have the clan members enter in batches. Is 500 enough? A figure faintly appeared beside the bookshelf in the office. After all, too many people were hard to hide, and unless necessary, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not want the other shinobi clans of Konoha to know he possessed such a force. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to continue hiding his strength, he also knew full well that the Uchiha and the village could break into open conflict at any moment. With the other shinobi clans standing by with folded arms, 500 Sarutobi clansmen would not be enough to keep the situation in check. Bring them all back. Hiruzen's face showed signs of vexation. The strength he had concealed so well for all these years was about to be exposed, putting him in a very difficult position. That figure also knew Konoha's situation was critical now. There was no other choice. Clan head, should we call Asuma back? The third Hokage took a slow drag from his pipe, and the smoke he exhaled veiled his face, making his expression unreadable. After his older brother died, Asuma has become somewhat unruly. His thinking is too naive. Let him be tempered at the daimyo's estate for a while. He can't help here. Leave the missions in the Land of Lightning alone, and stay in Konoha for the time being. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Konoha Hospital. How is your recovery, Kakashi? The third Hokage clasped his hands behind his back, looking as composed and calm as if yesterday's clash with the Uchiha had never happened. Lord Third Hokage, I'm fine now, but my Sharingan. The third Hokage waved a hand, signaling for Kakashi to say no more. The key to this matter lies with Danzo. But Danzo was gravely wounded by Itachi's Jinjutsu, and it is still unknown whether he will wake up. The Umbu just came to report that Itachi has openly defected from the village. Regarding the Sharingan, you must be mentally prepared. Kakashi looked dazed. If that was so, Obito's I might very well never be reclaimed. The third Hokage knew exactly how much that I meant to Kakashi. He changed the subject. The Uchiha bear considerable resentment toward me, but that Sharingan was after all Obito's gift to you. If an opportunity to meet the Uchiha arises later, you can see what their attitude is. In the ninja world, black markets exist in every country, just varying in size. Among them, the bounty exchange was where rewards were settled, and Kakuzu simply didn't want to go to a larger black market. He would just take on missions in such places on the side. Larger black markets, however, were like massive trading centers. Besides the black market itself posting and accepting requests, you could also post privately underneath. Whether you could actually collect the reward, though, was another story. The reason black markets were never outlawed was the hostility between the hidden villages. In the black market within the Land of Fire, you could freely post assassination missions targeting people from other villages. Even though the 5 great nations had nominally formed an alliance, treaties of that kind were sometimes no better than toilet paper. You could also post a mission to assassinate someone in Konoha, but you had to consider whether Konoha's spies would find out. The black market had its own intelligence channels. In fact, many hidden villages did business with it. That was why in the Land of Fire's largest black market, Konoha's Umbu maintained a permanent presence. Today, in this black market of the Land of Fire, a man arrived without covering his face. It was Uchiha Itachi, the one whose forehead protector bore a single horizontal slash. The moment he walked in, the entire place fell silent. It wasn't that Konoha never produced missing nin, but those who strolled in so boldly, while still wearing their headband, were extremely rare. The black market naturally had informants in places like Konoha. When the Uchiha had directly confronted the village, they had already sent the relevant intelligence back. The black market staff naturally knew that Uchiha Itachi, young as he was, possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had been an Umbu captain in Konoha just a day ago, yet in that single day, he had defected and appeared in the black market. The black market staff did not dare to slight him, quickly sending out a receptionist. The receptionist had a kind, honest face, plump cheeks, small eyes squeezed into slits by flesh, and a thoroughly amiable demeanor. Hello, I'm Bayuan. How may I be of service? Itachi studied the receptionist before him, who wore the black market insignia on his chest, and whose face was filled with humility and eagerness to please. The people around were silent. Those in the know recognized this man as Uchiha Itachi. Those out of the loop wondered why the black market staff had come out of their rooms to welcome this one person alone. I have a 500 million bounty to post, Itachi said. The people around immediately gasped. 500 million. After all, even the most expensive rakeage was only worth a little over 100 million. A bounty at this level was usually just hung up for display. It was useless even if you could defeat a Kage-level powerhouse, because they still had subordinates and clan members. You might as well go kill an Asuma worth 35 million. Let's talk in the back room. A sharp gleam flashed in Beiyuan's eyes and his face became even more wreathed in smiles. Itachi nodded slightly and followed Beiyuan into the inner chamber. Before long, a bounty was posted on the largest display screen in the hall, boosted straight to the top. Wanted Shimura Danzo of Konohagakure, 500 million. Poster anonymous. Bounty period 18 months. The poster provides relevant intelligence. Commission to accept the task is 1 million reduced by 100,000 each month, with a minimum of 100,000 per person. No limit on the number of completions, and payment is guaranteed. The black market immediately boiled over. 1 million and still providing intel. A task with such a high return had not been seen in years. Everyone knew that intelligence was most valuable early on, once it became worthless later, lowering the price was natural. Besides, this was a guaranteed payment. It meant the client had already paid the money and the funds were now held by the black market. As long as you could complete the mission, they would wire the payment to you right away. A great many people wanted to see what was going on. Whether they could complete it or not didn't matter. Spending 1 million to see the intel was not a loss. In an instant, countless desperados surged toward the counter. The Konoha personnel stationed there were dumbfounded. A public bounty on Konoha's high-ranking officials. 500 million. Though no name was left, Itachi Uchiha had stated upon his arrival that he had a 500 million mission. This meant Itachi was acting on his clan's orders. The black market did not have too many complicated rules and regulations. Those taking the mission all paid and received a bag containing the intelligence. When the bags were opened, the intel inside was freshly copied. Information Itachi had selectively placed there. Of course, everyone was still protecting the intel very carefully. Bounty hunters who could casually take out 1 million all had real skills, and they all knew the importance of early intelligence. They all kept it from being seen by others. When everyone looked at the intelligence, whoa! Konoha's defense maps, patrol routes, Umbu personnel distribution lists, route member statistics, detailed dossiers on Danzo's right-hand men. The power of his would-release arm. Those who had accepted the mission all shouted that the task was well worth it. Although the defense maps and patrol routes would eventually be changed, the intelligence on Danzo's would-release arm alone was worth 1 million. The intel also roughly stated that Danzo had tried to destroy the Uchiha to obtain the Sharingan. Now everyone understood why the Uchiha would publicly offer a bounty on the head of a village higher-up. So exciting. Aren't Konoha and the Uchiha about to clash? Hiss. This is getting quite dramatic. Everyone in the black market was a desperado, and some of them had no low intelligence. All of them keenly sensed it. If Konoha and the Uchiha clashed, what a devastating blow Konoha would suffer. It might even easily spark a great ninja war. A Konoha operative had also mingled with the crowd and paid the fee. After reading the intelligence, he stood petrified. As an intelligence operative, how could he not know how enormous the impact of the intel Itachi had revealed would be? He must report to the village immediately. Just as he made up his mind, he found that people around him had already surrounded him from all sides. His identity couldn't be hidden from everyone, and those who had encircled him all knew he was the intelligence officer Konoha kept stationed there. Damn it. They were going to silence him. Beiyuan walked over smiling. Sir, our black market does not allow fighting. But once you leave the black market, that's not necessarily the case. If you need it, we have restrooms here, and you may stay free for a few days. The intelligence officer looked up at the ferocious missing mien around him and swallowed hard. In the next few days, the intelligence would be the most valuable. If he failed to send it back, Konoha would suffer considerable losses. But he had no choice. I happen to be a little tired, and a few days of rest is just what I need. Itachi slipped out of the crowd silently. Seeing that at least half of the 100 or so people present had bought the intelligence, his admiration for Senior Qianyao grew even stronger. He had not paid any money at all, instead, he had the black market take it out of the applicants' fees. Afterward, if there was surplus, they would split it. If there was a shortfall, the Uchiha would make up the difference. The prerequisite was that Danzo would be dealt with quickly. The black market had its own unusual means of spreading information. Within less than half a day, all 4 great hidden villages, except Konoha, had learned of the 500 million Ryo bounty that had appeared there. These great nations naturally did not lack that 1 million. They bought the intelligence one after another and read it. Good heavens. Before reading, they had known nothing. Even after reading, they were astounded. The amount of information packed inside was astonishing. The Uchiha clan was going to stand up to Konoha head-on. And from the look of it, Konoha had pushed the Uchiha far too hard. The Uchiha were now confronting Konoha with a mutual destruction mindset. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kyomogakure each sent out intelligence squads rushing toward Konoha. As for Kirigakure, it was too far away, and its situation too chaotic, so its intelligence arrived somewhat later. By the time Yagura the Mizukage received the news, it was already the next day. After coming to his senses, he issued the closed country policy of the land of water, sealing Kirigakure off completely. He first truthfully told of how he had been placed under a genjutsu. He also declared that once someone achieved real results in governance, he would step down and hand over power. Then, faced with Kirigakure's withered talent pool, Yagura announced a pardon and the recall of the village's missing nin. But Kirigakure's environment had long since rotted beyond repair, and Yagura's credibility had sunk to its lowest point. No one believed him. Kirigakure's finances had also fallen into massive deficits. Yagura was under tremendous mental strain, and he was reaching his absolute limit. Just then word from the black market arrived. 500 million. After hearing Ao's report, Yagura was stunned. He carefully studied the intelligence Itachi Uchiha had published. Only then did Yagura realize that the situation in Konoha had already escalated to such a level. Lord Mizukage, should we? Ao as a high-ranking Kirigakure official knew all too well about the village's financial deficit. Through Yagura, Obito had ravaged the entire land of water beginning with Kirigakure. Their finances had been in the red the entire time. If not for the occasional support from the daimyo's court, Kirigakure would have been in an even worse situation. If they could obtain that 500 million, their fiscal pressure would be greatly relieved. After all, assassination was the specialty of the mist. Yagura pondered for a long while, then said, I will go myself. Ao was stunned. Lord Mizukage, that won't. What if something happens to you? Yagura slowly let out a breath. I was already a man who should have died after being controlled before. I should not have gone on living anyway. If I can make one more contribution to Kirigakure, then I am willing to die. Earlier, Ao had noticed that after breaking free from that control, Yagura's overwhelming guilt had given him a strong self-destructive tendency. Ao had a certain expectation that the Mizukage might harbor such thoughts, but he still tried to talk him out of it. Lord Mizukage, you are a Jinchuriki. If anything should happen to you. Yagura seemed to have known Ao would say this. He sighed. Kirigakure is already in deep trouble. We have no choice but to risk a dangerous move. I am not going to carry out that bounty mission. I am going to attack Konoha. Ao thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Lord Mizukage intends to provoke a war. The Mizukage answered, that's right. If Konoha is strong, I will help the Uchiha. If the Uchiha are strong, I will help Konoha. As long as they fight, they will wear down their effective strength. If they end up battling it out, Konoha's power will suffer a devastating blow. When that happens, there will be even more people eyeing the land of fire. Kirigakure will be able to recover and recuperate in the meantime. It had to be said that Yagura's move was indeed a dangerous gambit, but it could actually work. Once Konoha and the Uchiha came to blows, regardless of the outcome, Konoha's strength would be greatly diminished. The land of fire was a tempting piece of meat. Everyone wanted a bite. Shursui had been caught up in the same sort of current back then. Kirigakure was isolated beyond the sea. As long as all shipping lanes were sealed and the country remained closed, no matter how fiercely the outside world fought, the fighting would not easily reach them. He pointed at his own heart. This time I am prepared. If I am captured, you are to blow me to death. There was a unique trait of Kirigakure's three tails. Once its Jinchuriki died, it would revive at a fixed location. Previously, even when Rin had the three tails sealed inside her and was pierced through the heart by Kakashi's Raikiri, the three tails had revived on the shore of Chandao Lake. Last time, and the time before that, the three tails had also revived on the shore of Chandao Lake. Kirigakure was not afraid of its Jinchuriki dying, it was only afraid of him being captured. Thus, inside the chest of Yagura, who had been controlled once before, a talisman had been planted, a remotely detonated exploding tag. It was enough to blast Yagura's heart to pieces in an instant. The function was simple and crude. However, the simpler it was, the higher its fault tolerance. If Yagura died instantly, the three tails would not fall into another hidden village's hands. Utakata is still in the village. Have Harasame instruct him properly. Do not run that extraction research on him for now. Wait until the technique matures in a few years, and then we can talk about it. If something happens to me, let Mei Terumi succeed me as the fifth Mizukage. As he spoke, the Mizukage was writing his will on the official document in his hand. At the same time, he was issuing orders to Ao. Seeing that the Mizukage had arranged everything so thoroughly, Ao could no longer argue. Useful as his Byakugan was, Ao could not accompany the Mizukage. There was an enormous gap in strength between him and Yagura. The Byakugan was useful, but in a full-scale battle, he would be the most ideal weak point to attack. If Yagura was careful, he should have no problem escaping. Moreover, Ao's Byakugan was needed to determine whether the Yagura who came back had been placed under a Jinjutsu. Even more reason, he could not leave the village. Lord Mizukage, who do you plan to take with you? Ao asked. The Mizukage shouldered his weapon. No one in the village is suitable to bring along. However, there is a man who once tried to assassinate me. I can go ask him. The Hidden Rain Village. At this stage, the Akatsuki's members included Juzo Biwa Kisame, Hashigaki Sasori, Zetsu Kayu, Pain Konan, and Kakuzu's cannon fodder partner. At that time, the Akatsuki had just disposed of Hanzo of the Salamander. They were amassing money and manpower, preparing for the great undertakings to come. But Obito, who had been bleeding Kirigakure dry, brought bad news. Yagura had broken free of his control. The Mizukage, who had been supplying them with large sums of money, was gone. Obito, who called himself Madara Uchiha, had also returned in defeat from his trip to Konoha. That only deepened Pain's and Konan's suspicions about Obito's identity. They had been waiting for the aftermath of the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, so they paid especially close attention to intelligence from that side. Who would have thought Itachi would seize the initiative, killing several Anbu before defecting? Even though Itachi had betrayed the village, he probably had not betrayed his clan. Because after leaving the village he was not alone, two other clansmen had followed him. After Itachi Uchiha posted the bounty, the Akatsuki too exploded. Inside a dim cavern, several astral projections stood atop stone pillars. They were the Akatsuki gathered through the Rinnegan's astral projection technique. Tendo Pain, standing in the lead, slowly opened his Rinnegan. The immense ocular power pressed down, and the assembled members who had been discussing all fell silent. Pain spoke slowly. What does everyone think about the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha this time? Leader, that's 500 million. You have to let me go. Kakuzu, the man in the shinobi world who loved money, most clearly could not resist the temptation of those 500 million. Pain gave a nasal hum. Kakuzu's reaction was expected, but that was not the only thing Pain wanted to hear. Biwa Juzo and Kisame Hashigaki each had their own private thoughts and said nothing. As for Biwa Juzo, people from Kirigakure had already approached him explaining that Yagura Karatachi had been controlled all along, which was what had caused the chaos in the hidden mist. Now that Yagura had recovered, he wanted to properly rebuild Kirigakure in the land of water. Kirigakure had also pardoned Biwa Juzo for his crime of defection and hoped he would return. He was still hesitating. Unlike Biwa Juzo, who loved the land of water, Kisame Hashigaki had developed serious psychological scars over the years from assassinating his comrades. He had begun to doubt his own existence, unsure where to go or where he could find peace. Obito, wearing the guise of Madara Uchiha, had talked him into joining this organization. Strictly speaking, Kisame Hashigaki now trusted Madara Obito more than he trusted Pain. It was just that Obito had not yet appeared on the stage, and his cooperation with Nagato was still in its honeymoon period. Kisame Hashigaki knew nothing of the convoluted scheming behind it all, so he was quite loyal to the organization. He himself did not care for money. He was only searching for his true self. Therefore, he never answered such strategic questions. He simply waited for a mission to be given, then carried it out. He had noticed that Juzo had been acting strangely recently, and he also wanted to find out what exactly was going on. Plenty of people want those 500 million. Your competitors have probably reached Konoha by now, said Zetsu, the organization's intelligence specialist. His true identity was the fusion of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, but for now only Obito knew that. Kakuzu snorted. If the Hokage's advisor were that easy to assassinate, he wouldn't be worth 500 million. Compared with the 500 million for assassinating Danzo, the clash between Konoha and the Uchiha is the more important matter. Perhaps this is the prelude to the fourth great ninja war. Hidden inside the Hiriko puppet, Sasori spoke in a hoarse voice. Obviously Sasori, who had defected years ago and destroyed several small nations, had seen too many such scenarios. He had watched too many dramas in which the weak were attacked after being drained by a great war, so he could see the crux of the problem at a glance. Kakuzu let out a low, muffled laugh. Isn't that even better? If Konoha is attacked and the shinobi world falls into chaos afterward, won't that be more convenient for us to act? Hearing those words, a trace of emotion flickered in Biwa Juzo's eyes before quickly vanishing. Konan spoke up. It is still unknown whether Konoha and the Uchiha will actually come to blows, but we should send someone over first. Assassination is my specialty, Biwa Juzo said. I'll go and take a look too, Kisame Hashigaki said, as if he had become interested. How could I be left out of something like this? No one was more eager than Kakuzu. I want to collect a few Uchiha human puppets. Sasori likewise voiced the same wish. Pain saw that everyone wanted to go and fell silent for a moment. In that case, let Konan lead the team. When the time comes, act according to the situation. Everyone acknowledged, then one by one severed their connections, leaving only Konan and Pain behind. Only when he was alone with Konan did Pain show a little more emotion. Konan, see if we can take Danzo's life this time. Back then Danzo and Hanzo had plotted together to capture Konan, leaving Yahiko no choice but to kill himself in Nagato's arms. This became the lifelong pain of both Nagato and Konan. No matter how Nagato's thinking might have changed since then, his hatred for Danzo would not weaken in the slightest. It was only that Danzo used to hide away en route every day. Even ordinary people in Konoha rarely knew of Danzo. People outside the village found it even harder to learn his whereabouts. Danzo, who lived in the shadows all year round, rarely even left Konoha. Naturally, Nagato and Konan had no way to take revenge. But now things were different. Because of Danzo's oppression, the Uchiha were confronting Konoha head-on. On the second day after the conflict broke out, Itachi defected from Konoha outright and placed a bounty on Danzo's head in the black market. Clearly, he knew Konoha would definitely protect Danzo. With such developments, a single spark could easily ignite a clash between Konoha and the Uchiha. This kind of chaos was the time when opportunities were most abundant. Konan naturally knew what Pain meant. I understand. If there is a chance, I won't let Danzo go. Pain thought for a moment. We can try to make contact with the Uchiha clan. Konan asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Pain replied calmly, Madara Uchiha must have come into conflict with the Uchiha, which is why he no longer had enough ocular power to continue controlling Yagura Karatachi. He has always been deliberately mysterious. I suspect the deaths of Kisuke and Daibutsu back then had something to do with him. If he really is Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha will certainly recognize him. Or it may be feasible to join forces with the Uchiha to kill Danzo. If the Uchiha and Konoha fight, perhaps we can obtain the most crucial thing first and set the plan in motion ahead of time. Konan naturally knew what the most crucial thing was: the nine tails. Among the nine-tailed beasts, it was the strongest and also extremely difficult to acquire. If Konoha erupted into chaos, there was no harm in pulling chestnuts from the fire. Conan said calmly, if there is a chance I will. Pain instructed you all go on ahead. My control over the Rinnegan has improved further. I am practicing a new technique. Conan sensed that Pain intended to come in person, and said with some concern, there are too many people around Konoha right now, too crowded and too mixed. It would be too dangerous for you to come. Your body cannot withstand a prolonged battle. Pain fell silent for a moment. His true body Nagato had once been drained dry by the spikes of the demonic statue of the outer path. Now he could only be said to have recovered slightly, and indeed could not handle a longer battle. If there is no chance to capture the Nine Tails, don't reveal too much of the organization's intelligence. Hearing Pain's words, Conan was somewhat relieved. None of the others mattered, the only one she cared about was Nagato. I'll see whether any suitable people appear and can be recruited. The Akatsuki had always been short of both money and people. Now every somewhat capable bounty hunter in the shinobi world was rushing to Konoha, so naturally this was also a good time to recruit. Just as the entire shinobi world was focused on Konoha, and the Uchiha, the bounty ninja of the black market, taught Konoha a lesson in what it truly meant to move with lightning speed. Itachi had left Konoha during the day, and the bounty was posted that afternoon. By nightfall the village came under attack. Roughly 10 men relying on the intelligence Itachi had provided slipped straight past Konoha's outer patrol squads. Using the ANBU patrol routes, they infiltrated the root base. Had the barrier inside the base not been reconfigured only recently, whether Danzo was still alive at this moment would have been an open question. Root and Konoha's ANBU had become somewhat estranged from one another. Once discovered by Root members, the intruders were besieged from every side, and yet 3 of them still managed to escape. In the Hokage's office, the already anxious Third Hokage found sleep even more elusive after reading the report in his hands. Uchiha Itachi has placed a 500 million bounty on Danzo's head. What? And he even leaked the patrol routes to them. Only after the village was attacked did the belated black market intelligence arrive. The Third Hokage was more than competent politically, but the moment he saw the bounty his mind went numb. It had always been an open secret that the Uchiha and the village were at odds. As long as the outside world did not know the details, there would be no outward reaction. But now the Uchiha were announcing outright that Konoha and the Uchiha were about to go to war. The 500 million bounty on Danzo was the proverbial brick tossed out to draw jade, a deliberate bait. It served 2 main purposes: 1, to make trouble for Konoha, 2, to send bounty ninja probing the village's true strength. What truly alarmed the Third Hokage was that the other 4 great ninja villages would certainly seize the chance to inspect Konoha's condition. Never mind that the Uchiha were now striking back in broad daylight. Even if they chose outright rebellion, the Third Hokage would not dare to fight them. If Konoha and the Uchiha went to war, Konoha itself would be placed in mortal peril. The Third Hokage could already imagine that people from the other ninja villages were probably on their way. When had the Uchiha ever produced such a cunning mind? What? Had that man already thought this far when he struck at Danzo? Summon Root's physician. Yes. The ANBU received the order and withdrew. Because of the rift Uchiha Sihu had sown earlier, Root's people refused to let Konoha's medics treat Danzo, and were instead treating him with their own men. After all, Root could only depend on Danzo. If anything truly happened to him, their own days would naturally become hard. A man as pathologically suspicious as Danzo. Could his subordinates possibly be honest souls? Before long, a medical ninja in a white cap arrived. The Third Hokage gave him a measuring look. This man was probably called Toguro. He was the chief figure in Root's medical team, and had also participated in the modifications to Danzo's body. How is Danzo's condition? How soon will he wake? The Third Hokage did not bother with pleasantries, asking straight to the point. After the attack on Root, news of the bounty on Danzo had also reached Toguro. He was thoroughly unsettled. With Danzo unconscious, Root had no one even to manage its affairs. To answer the Hokage, Danzo-sama's mind has suffered heavy trauma. His body is also in poor shape. It will probably take a full week before he wakes. Naturally, when Danzo's arm had first been modified, the Third Hokage had no idea. But 2 years had passed since the procedure, and the Third Hokage had long since learned the truth, so Toguro simply reported it honestly. The Third Hokage took a drag from his pipe. Is there any way to make him wake up in 3 days? Toguro did not really understand Konoha's political situation, but under the Hokage's piercing stare, he could still feel just how serious the matter was. Lord Third Hokage, it's not that I don't want to find a way. Danzo-sama's mind was attacked by a special genjutsu. It has reached the brink. Waking in 7 days would already be the best possible outcome. As a foremost scholar of ninjutsu, the Third Hokage was certainly erudite, and he knew all too well how badly Danzo was hurt. He had only been laying the groundwork for what he was about to say next. The Third Hokage tapped the desk with his pipe. You've seen the bounty on the black market, haven't you? The Uchiha are now set on destroying Danzo, even at the cost of their own ruin. This matter can only be handled after Danzo wakes up. The Third Hokage's words were half true and half false, but the aim was to put pressure on Toguro. Toguro had just survived the attack, and knew that the Third Hokage was not exaggerating. Still, he looked troubled. Lord Hokage, I understand the situation is urgent, but Danzo-sama truly cannot wake up right now. The Third Hokage's eyes narrowed. Root's medical conditions are not up to par. Transfer Danzo to Konoha Hospital, and he might recover more quickly. Togoro's face stiffened with embarrassment. Lord Hokage, I'm not authorized to decide that. After all, I'm only a medical staff member. It was not that Toguro truly had no authority, he simply did not want to shoulder that responsibility. If anything happened to Danzo at Konoha Hospital, the other root members would never let him off. The third Hokage seemed to have guessed Toguro would say that. So he offered directly, "Then I'll send some ANBU over to join you in the defense." Toguro heard this and began hemming and hawing with a grim expression. The third Hokage's face hardened. "It's settled. I'll send 4 squads shortly. If more are needed, I'll add them." "Yes, Lord Hokage. I'll take my leave now." The third Hokage waved a hand dismissing him. Toguro withdrew from the office with a bitter expression. The third Hokage had forced his people in, and Toguro could not stop it. Well, that is how it was. Maintaining his helpless expression, Toguro had already worked out a plan in his mind. After Toguro left, the third Hokage returned to his desk and continued examining the intelligence reports ANBU kept sending back. With Konoha under attack, Konoha's intelligence agent, who had been sheltered by the black market, could finally leave the black market as well. After all, since Konoha had already been attacked, there was no more need for secrecy. When the agent returned, he reported every piece of detailed intelligence he had gathered. The third Hokage was deeply troubled by how many people on the black market had taken up the bounty. News spread so quickly there that people from the other nations would likely come to watch the excitement as well. "Send someone in." "Yes, Lord Hokage." An ANBU pushed open the door and entered. "Go and invite Hayashi Hyuga here." "Yes." After the ANBU departed, the third Hokage smoked gloomily. When he walked over to the window, his expression shifted. Sure enough, the next moment a white-haired figure slipped in through the window. The third Hokage felt a weight lift from his heart, even as he scolded, "So you finally remembered to come back." The figure wore wooden clogs, had a hulking build, and bore the character oil on his forehead protector. It was none other than the third Hokage's disciple, Jiraiya, known as the Toad Sage. The Hokage's office. "Oh, old man, why so irritable? When I received your message, I rushed back without pause day or night." Jiraiya feigned nonchalance with a casual chuckle. The third Hokage knew Jiraiya's ways all too well, yet he could scarcely suppress his temper. "Look at you. I sent you to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts, and after all this time you have nothing to show for it. Where exactly have you been spending all this time?" Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his nose. "Orochimaru has bases scattered everywhere. It isn't so easy to track him down." "Then what have you been doing for the past 2 years?" The third reprimanded. Jiraiya knew that without something substantial to report, the old man would not let him off the hook. He straightened his expression and said, "In fact, I have already traced Orochimaru's escape to the Land of Fire. However, just as I was about to uncover his precise location, you summoned me back." The third Hokage regarded Jiraiya with a trace of suspicion, but mindful of the crises facing Konoha, he chose not to press the matter further. He sighed heavily. "You are aware of the village's current situation, I presume?" Jiraiya's demeanor turned grave. "I learned of it on the way here." The third Hokage moved around his desk and handed Jiraiya a report detailing the recent attack on the root base. "After Itachi defected, he exposed our patrol routes in their entirety. The root base has been struck. However, Root maintains a sizable presence, and its operatives are notably suspicious by nature." Danzo's head was preserved. The third offered a brief explanation of the events that had just unfolded. Jiraiya, who had been traveling and remained unaware of these developments, quickly scanned the report, his expression darkening. Why not simply hand Danzo over to the Uchiha? After all, this mess is of his own making. Jiraiya had never held Danzo in high regard, and would have welcomed the old scoundrel's demise. The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe. "Do you think I have not wished the same? Root commands considerable manpower, and their vigilance is extreme. I cannot afford to deploy too many Umbu, and both Koharu and Hamura are obstructing my authority." Jiraiya retorted impatiently, "Why bother with them? You are the Hokage." The third exhaled in exasperation. Jiraiya's political acumen had always been lacking. Setting aside the matter of the 2 elder counselors, Danzo served as the third shadow operative for decades. Did he not fear the fate of hounds once the hare was caught? Danzo possessed a wealth of incriminating secrets regarding the third. A single disclosure would force the Hokage from office instantly. Had the third not been sufficiently calculating, he would long ago have sacrificed Danzo. He waved his hand, sidestepping the question entirely, and instead posed a critical inquiry. "Can you prevail against a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder?" Jiraiya had never actually clashed with a Mangekyo Sharingan user. There was no frame of reference for such a confrontation. He spread his hands. "Even if I could defeat one, I certainly could not overcome 3. Jiraiya was not entirely devoid of political awareness, but he firmly opposed a war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. As everyone knew, Konoha's ultimate trump card was the 9 tails. Yet the Mangekyo Sharingan was precisely the counter to a Jinchuriki. Konoha had even gone so far as to conceal the 9 tails, for should the Uchiha gain control of it, the village would be laid waste in moments. Even if the third were to employ the Reaper Death Seal, he would not so readily sacrifice himself now. Moreover, Mangekyo Sharingan users numbered more than 1. The Hyuga, once rivals to the Uchiha in prestige, had been betrayed by Konoha long ago. Could the third reasonably expect them to bleed for a village that had wronged them? That they refrained from aiding the Uchiha was already a concession. The Inoshikicho clans were likewise swaying in the wind. A change in Hokage would cost them nothing. Among the other great clans, most had been harmed by Danzo's machinations, and neutrality was the best outcome to be hoped for. This was precisely why the third had urgently recalled the Sarutobi contingent. If Konoha and the Uchiha were drawn into open conflict, the very existence of the village would hang in the balance. His concealment of the Sarutobi clan would have lost all meaning under such circumstances. The third inhaled deeply from his pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke. I have pulled some forces back from the border. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. How many? The third frowned. Enough to deter the Uchiha, I believe. As long as the Uchiha do not make a move, foreign spies and bounty hunters alike will prove insignificant. For now, remain within Konoha. I will arrange another discussion with the Uchiha, and you will join me. Jiraiya himself favored this approach. He too wished to avoid conflict. Very well then. I will stay in the village for the time being. At that moment a knock echoed from the doorway, the distinctive rhythm of the umbu. Enter. Hokage-sama Hayashi-sama awaits you in the reception hall. The following day, the Ninja Academy resumed its lessons. Every village harbors enemy spies, though ordinary intelligence operatives can only observe what is already common knowledge. Should the Ninja Academy remain closed, Konoha would appear overtly guilty. With the bounty hunters repelled the previous evening and Jiraiya's return combined with the third's concessions to the Hyuga clan, Konoha had stabilized. Life in the village appeared to have returned to normal. Well, ostensibly normal. Beneath the surface, undercurrents continued to surge. Uchiha District. Chiyo, are you certain about sending them to the academy? Fugaku asked, puzzled. There is little to be gained from school, and it carries danger. Chiyo offered a hollow laugh. Elder, why so apprehensive? Konoha fears conflict with us far more than we do. Keeping these children confined to the district would only make us appear timid. Furthermore, if our people do not integrate into Konoha, we lose insight into their movements. I also require a pretext to visit the village myself. Rest assured, as long as I am present, Sasuke will remain unharmed. Fugaku cast a glance toward the sullen Sasuke, standing nearby. Then very well. Take care. Chiyo offered a reassuring gesture. I will be on my way, Elder. Remember what was said about Izumi. Fugaku nodded. Do not worry. I understand. Chiyo vanished in a flash of movement, leading the group of young children away. Fugaku watched his departing figure in silence for a long while. Chiyo had specifically sought him out to discuss certain matters. The gist was this: Itachi was indeed a prodigy, yet Fugaku remained profoundly ignorant of him. Two stubborn heads had nearly brought ruin upon the entire clan, and relations remained strained and brittle. If Fugaku wished to mend things with Itachi, he should approach through his personal connections. And there happened to be a ready opportunity: Izumi. Itachi and Izumi had shared a bond for over 6 or 7 years, yet Fugaku was entirely unaware of her existence. Only after Chiyo's reminder did he seek to understand. A man of Itachi's caliber would never be frivolous with his affections. Though Izumi was still young, she was already regarded as a future daughter-in-law. Fugaku could naturally have Mikoto reach out, offering assistance and probing for any hardships. If none existed, then difficulties would be created so that help might be given. At the very least, when Itachi returned, he would know his father had done something in his name. Qianyao walked out of the clan compound slowly with Sasuke and the other little ones. He wanted to see how Konoha would respond, but he also had other designs on his mind. Though the trip to Konoha was not entirely without risk, Qianyao was confident in himself. With so many Uchiha, Sasuke was hardly the only one attending the Ninja Academy. Some were older than Sasuke, and some were younger. But the little ones who usually walked with him now all clustered together, keeping several paces away from him. They had ninja potential, and their families most likely counted combat personnel among their members. Every fighter in the clan knew that Itachi had betrayed the clan only to be won back. Although Itachi had caused the clan no actual harm, most Uchiha were quick to anger. Had Itachi not already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, they would likely have come to blows. After returning home, they naturally had nothing kind to say. And so as things stood, Sasuke had been isolated. Sasuke had also caught wind of quite a bit of the talk. Thinking of Itachi's departure the day before and his parents' secrecy, his heart was filled with bitterness. He was, after all, only a 7-year-old child. Grief and confusion were written plainly across his face. Qianyao naturally saw Sasuke's expression, but at the moment he had no spare attention for him. As he drew closer to the school, Umbu had already spotted him, and one of them broke away from the group, clearly to report back. Once he entered the school, even more eyes fixed on him. Because the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was inside the school, no one dared to be negligent. After entering, Sasuke and the other children made their way to their respective classrooms. Qianyao, arms folded, followed unhurriedly behind Sasuke. Clack, clack, clack. One corridor in the Ninja Academy had a wooden floor, and wooden clogs striking the wooden planks echoed loudly. Qianyao's heart stirred as he saw Jiraiya appear. So it was true, Jiraiya had come back. The third Hokage still had a few strong cards to play, and none served him better than Jiraiya. Jiraiya was a zealous guardian of Konoha, of that there was no doubt. Qianyao remembered a scene from the original timeline, in which Jiraiya, fearing that Tsunade would heal Orochimaru's ruined hands, had even contemplated killing her. It meant that in Jiraiya's eyes no one was more important than Konoha, nor would he allow anyone to scheme against it. Moreover, Jiraiya's combat strength was now at the top tier, so it was only natural to use him to keep the Mangekyo Sharingan in check. Qianyao followed Sasuke, and Jiraiya followed Qianyao. Only after he saw that Qianyao had not entered a classroom, and had no intention of approaching Naruto, did he relax a little. After escorting Sasuke into the classroom, Qianyao leaned against the corridor wall outside. Just then Jiraiya walked over. So you're Uchiha Qianyao. Qianyao barely lifted his eyelids, and did not acknowledge Jiraiya. That dismissive air gave perfect expression to Uchiha arrogance. and his arrogance had solid ground. At just 17 years old, he already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. That alone was enough to place him above 99% of the entire shinobi world. Jiraiya's expression turned somewhat displeased. The Uchiha truly were hard to deal with. What is your purpose here? Qian Yao looked at Jiraiya as if he were an imbecile. Aren't you the ones from Konoha keeping Sasuke under surveillance? I'm obviously here to protect him. You don't think I came as a tourist, do you? Huh? Jiraiya was instantly at a loss for words. Say what you would. The Uchiha's reason was perfectly above board. Who told Konoha to have such a track record? But the Uchiha clan clearly had no need to attend classes, and yet here they all were. Jiraiya refused to believe that Qian Yao had no other motive. Still, these were not words he could speak aloud. His train of thought had been blocked, and he could find no good reply for Qian Yao. Fortunately, Kakashi, who had also received word, appeared at that moment, easing Jiraiya's embarrassment. Uchiha Qian Yao. Qian Yao threw Kakashi a sidelong glance. Yo, isn't this Kakashi Konoha's #1 technician? At this point, Kakashi could already use the Sharingan with great skill and copy his opponent's ninjutsu. He was considered a rising star of Konoha. But now that the Sharingan had been taken away, Qian Yao's words carried more than a trace of mockery. Qian Yao was 3 years younger than Kakashi. Though they were not familiar with each other, it was not as if they were strangers. The original Qian Yao had been one of the Uchiha's hawkish hardliners. Back when Obito gifted his Sharingan to Kakashi, the original Qian Yao had voiced his opposition. But his words carried little weight, so their effect had amounted to nothing. Yet time had passed and circumstances had changed. Now their positions and strength had been reversed. You're the one who tore away my Sharingan. Kakashi stared at Qian Yao, suppressed fury smoldering in his eyes. Qian Yao let out a soft laugh. Get this straight, your surname is Hitaki, not Uchiha. The entire shinobi world knows that the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan. Don't think that just because Obito gave you that it is now yours. Obito had no right to decide the fate of his own Sharingan. What Qian Yao said was perfectly reasonable. No one could find any fault in it. That I was too important to Kakashi. He had to get it back no matter what. Kakashi steadied himself, and then said in a low voice, Qian Yao, you know how much that Sharingan means to me. Qian Yao spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Ordinarily, given the relationship between White Fang and our Uchiha clan, letting you use Obito's, I would not have been a problem. But your Konoha wants to wipe out our Uchiha clan. If I let someone from Konoha use a Sharingan, isn't that just aiding the enemy? Kakashi's face went pale and flushed in turns. He was only an Umbu captain now, without the standing or the authority to call out Danzo. Even though Kakashi loathed Danzo too, this was a public setting. Not only was Jiraiya present, but Umbu were nearby, so he could not say a word. Seeing Kakashi's discomfort, Jiraiya chimed in from the side. Qian Yao, this entire affair was caused by Danzo acting on his own stubborn will. Konoha never wanted anything like this to happen. Given his status and personality, Jiraiya was not in the least afraid of Danzo, so he naturally could say such things freely. Qian Yao sneered. Absurd. You think one phrase, Danzo acted on his own, can wash away all the blame. Get this straight, my 2 teammates along with 9 other clan members all died in an ambush by Root. Our clan was nearly annihilated. Did you really think 2 sentences would make us let this go? Jiraiya stared at Qian Yao. What do you Uchiha intend to do? Qian Yao gave a cold snort. We want Danzo dead. Once Danzo is dead, then we can talk about everything else. Chakra surged around Jiraiya, and he gave every sign of making a move. I've only ever heard of the Mangekyo Sharingan's reputation. I've never had the chance to see it. Qian Yao cut him off directly. Don't even think about testing the Mangekyo Sharingan. If you dare to make a move, the Uchiha clan will come storming into the village at once. Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. Are you planning to rebel against Konoha? Qian Yao waved a hand as if too lazy to waste words on Jiraiya. Don't pin that label on me. We Uchiha are the clan that founded this village. If you strike at me, you're the one rebelling against Konoha. If you dare to act, we dare to purge the traitors. With that, a cold smile curled at the corner of Qian Yao's mouth as he cast a contemptuous glance at Jiraiya. Or you could try, and see whether you can keep this Mangekyo Sharingan of mine from even sending out a distress signal. Jiraiya was caught in a bind. He had indeed wanted to test the Mangekyo Sharingan's power and take the measure of the Uchiha. To his surprise, Qian Yao refused to rise to the bait and looked completely ready to burn everything down together. Although Jiraiya felt Qian Yao was bluffing, he didn't dare gamble. If he struck first, the entire nature of the situation would change. If the Uchiha were truly serious, the dead would not be just 1 or 2. Jiraiya was choked with frustration, but could only grit his teeth and abandon the thought of making a move. Feeling the pressure around him ease, Qian Yao knew that Jiraiya was afraid after all. He had long expected Jiraiya wouldn't dare act, so he maintained the arrogance typical of the Uchiha. Did you really think I'd be stupid enough to let you find out where the Mangekyo Sharingan's true strength lies? Jiraiya snorted in fury. Itachi Uchiha has already betrayed the village. You only have 2 Mangekyo Sharingan left. Qian Yao laughed softly. This Jiraiya was indeed rough on the outside but sharp in small ways, still trying to fish for other intelligence. Still, Qian Yao didn't mind feeding Jiraiya a bit of information. So what if Itachi betrayed the village? It's not as if he betrayed his clan. Jiraiya stared at Qian Yao. Your Uchiha clan harbors a village traitor like that. Are you also preparing to betray the village? Qian Yao was utterly immune to Jiraiya's clumsy verbal tricks. Think whatever you like. Itachi Uchiha was persecuted by your Hokage's aid and forced to betray the village. The entire ninja world knows this by now. As for the Uchiha clan, Whether we betray the village or not depends on how you deal with Danzo. Your Uchiha openly placed a bounty on a high-ranking Konoha official. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya likewise knew very well what turmoil a bounty on Danzo would bring to Konoha, and he was genuinely furious about it. Qian Yao said as if intrigued, "Don't tell me you have no proof that our Uchiha placed that bounty. Even if you do have proof that we placed it, so what? He wanted to wipe out our entire clan. Was I supposed to keep him around to celebrate the new year? Rather than wasting time here with me, you'd be better off killing Danzo now and taking his head to the black market for 500 million. Truth be told, Jiraiya really did want to kill Danzo and collect that 500 million. Although he didn't need the money, if Danzo died, the friction between the Uchiha and Konoha would certainly ease. But Jiraiya could only entertain the thought. The third Hokage wouldn't permit it, and there was nothing he could do. At this point, he couldn't manage to sound tough either, so he could only bluster. The Hokage's aide is not someone you can simply dispose of. Besides, Danzo hasn't woken up yet, so there's no way to investigate. In a battle of words, Jiraiya was no match for Qian Yao. Moreover, Qian Yao was the driving force behind all of this. He had already anticipated every reaction and line of rhetoric Konoha might use. Danzo's current state was also because Qian Yao had Itachi spare his life precisely to make him take the blame. The scapegoat king naturally had to carry out his duties. Qian Yao said indifferently, "Then we'll just wait until Danzo wakes up. The Uchiha can rest for a while anyway." Jiraiya had no way to deal with him. If the Uchiha hadn't placed a bounty on Danzo, things would still have been manageable. The moment they did, the whole matter became complicated. Just then the bell signaling the end of class rang. Qian Yao ignored Jiraiya and walked away with Sasuke. Naruto was also among the crowd, so Jiraiya didn't dare lower his guard and followed close to Qian Yao. Kakashi for his part had not gotten a satisfactory result, so he had no choice but to go report to the third Hokage first. The break was fairly long, and because the next lesson was outdoors, all the students headed to the training ground. A few unfamiliar adults appearing at the academy was perfectly normal to these ninja students because many ninja clans often came to check on their children. Apart from Qian Yao, who was unmistakably wearing Uchiha clan clothes, Jiraiya was the most oddly dressed of all. Having been away from Konoha for years, Jiraiya wasn't very clear on Naruto's circumstances. Seeing Naruto being loud and grinning like a fool, he assumed Naruto was doing well. "Sasuke, why are you so out of spirits today? Let's have a race again, okay?" Sasuke was always surrounded by the girls in the class, and Naruto envied that greatly. He envied the fact that Sasuke, without having to do anything, still had people who liked him while he had to do all sorts of things just to draw attention. Everyone inexplicably hated him and called him a monster, yet he had done nothing and had no idea why any of it was happening. He didn't want to be ignored either. Even being hated was better than being alone. Though Naruto always said Sasuke was a smug brat, Sasuke was actually one of the few people who didn't push him away. But today Sasuke wasn't in the mood. He glanced at Qian Yao not far away and said, "Another time, Naruto." Naruto was stunned, for Sasuke had never refused his challenge before. What was wrong with him today? 7-year-old Naruto wasn't especially clever, but he had his own way. "Oh, Sasuke, are you admitting defeat? You know I'm going all out today, so you're surrendering." Sasuke was only 7 as well, and since it was Naruto, 2 sentences were enough to get him riled up. "Humph, you've never beaten me." Sasuke temporarily put aside thoughts of his brother and started bickering with Naruto. Naruto had survived all these years without mental problems solely because of his thick skin. That was the past. "If I get serious today, you're doomed. So just say whether you dare." What is there not to dare? A few other girls in the class gathered nearby and whispered, "Look, that idiot Naruto wants to challenge Sasuke again. He's really overestimating himself. He loses every single time and still has the nerve. Who cares? We'll just watch Sasuke. Sasuke is so handsome today too. Oh, Sasuke is so handsome." The group of girls made all sorts of soft, excited noises nearby. Qian Yao leaned against a tree and heard everything around him loud and clear. After all, with the most handsome face in the ninja world, Sasuke was very popular even as a child. Although the girls' voices were low, Qian Yao caught every word. He had no interest in the contest between Naruto and Sasuke, but as his gaze swept past, he saw many familiar faces. Among the girls, there was one with pink hair and one with blonde hair. There was also a white-eyed girl off to the side, secretly watching Naruto. In the nearby corner were the one with a dog, the one wearing sunglasses, the one with a lazy and impatient expression, and the one frantically wolfing down potato chips. The other 3, who seemed to be from a different grade, were nowhere in sight. Cheering erupted around Naruto. There was no doubt. Sasuke had won the match with effortless ease. Naruto as always muttered some excuse about not performing well or not taking it seriously. Many people looked down on Naruto's behavior and found him presumptuous. But Chiyo understood clearly. This was Naruto's way of surviving. Only by being shameless and playing the annoying fool did anyone notice him. Behind it all was a deeply lonely child who feared loneliness. After school, it was already a miracle if the people around him didn't throw stones at him. And the one who orchestrated all of this was the ungrateful third Hokage, whose purpose was naturally to control Naruto. If only the third Hokage had a shred of conscience, Naruto's childhood would not have been so wretched. He not only took all of the fourth Hokage couple's legacy, but also forbade others from approaching Naruto. Otherwise, given the popularity of the sun god Minato, Naruto would never have gone through such extreme hunger. The third Hokage only handled the aftermath for Naruto while consistently enabling his disruptive behavior. Naruto acted out because he wanted someone to pay attention to him. The third Hokage wanted everyone to hate Naruto. so that someone else could become the only light Naruto had. As Chiyo's thoughts drifted, Kakashi's fate seemed equally pitiful. The death of his father in childhood had inflicted enormous psychological trauma upon him. He had barely managed to heal somewhat through his bonds with comrades, only to later witness his closest friend's gruesome death, a fake death, with his own eyes, and then be forced to kill Rin himself. His entire spiritual world collapsed, and he developed severe PTSD, spending every day guarding Obito's eye and wasting his life in decadence. He spent more time visiting the memorial stone than eating at restaurants. Every day he numbly completed whatever missions the Third Hokage assigned, never thinking deeply, living like a walking corpse. He never wondered whether the death of his own father held some mystery, nor whether the sole descendant of his teacher was living well. In Chiyo's view, although the Sharingan temporarily elevated Kakashi's strength, it simultaneously capped his potential. White Fang never possessed a Sharingan, yet with just a short blade, he made the Suna ninja cry for their mothers. He would directly give the Suna a boss-level threat, like Sasori. As Chiyo pondered, time slowly slipped away. He also noticed that what the Ninja Academy taught was actually quite limited. It was not a wartime period, and the 7-year-old newcomers to the academy were only taught basic literacy, some cultural knowledge, physical training, and the repeated indoctrination of the will of fire. It must be said that the academy was precisely the place where the heirs of different clans cultivated bonds. These children were all still young, lacking the power to bring about real change. More importantly, this fostered small cliques, making it easier for Konoha to maintain control later. What they learned might prove useful to commoners, but for the aristocratic families, it was little more than a palliative. The Yanbu tasked with monitoring Naruto along with Jiraiya kept a tight watch on Chiyo, fearful that he might harbor intentions toward the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If Chiyo were to enslave the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with his Mangekyo Sharingan, at this moment Konoha would immediately plunge into chaos. Jiraiya dared not relax even slightly. He could not predict Chiyo's behavioral patterns, so he could only stay vigilant. Chiyo merely stood near Sasuke. Let alone plotting anything against Naruto, he did not even deign to glance at him properly. With the day's academy experience over, Chiyo, accompanied by Sasuke, and the others walked toward the school gate. By then many parents had already gathered there to pick up their children. Chiyo keenly observed Naruto's spirits, dimming the liveliness that usually animated him fading from his face. He deliberately reached out and took Sasuke's hand. Sasuke looked at Chiyo with mild confusion, for they were not particularly close. Chiyo whispered quietly in Sasuke's ear, "Summon Naruto over, and speak a few words to him, and I will tell you about Itachi." Sasuke's whole body stiffened, about to say something, when Chiyo immediately added, "Act natural. There are spies watching nearby." Sasuke's mind raced. As the heir of the Uchiha clan, he possessed a matured composure beyond that of ordinary children. He silently nodded, and pretending to be close with Chiyo, grabbed his arm. Chiyo, assuming the manner of an affectionate older brother, lifted young Sasuke and hoisted him onto his shoulders, letting him sit there. Sasuke let out a deliberately enthusiastic cheer. But no one took notice, for at the school gate many fathers were doing exactly the same thing. Yet one person watched with great interest, Naruto. He looked with deep envy at the children, who could cling affectionately to their parents' embrace. Others, seeing Naruto, reacted as though they had encountered a plague demon, their faces twisted with loathing as they hurried their own children away from him. Influenced by their parents, many of the younger academy students also cast disgusted glances at Naruto. Naruto. The crestfallen Naruto suddenly heard someone call his name. He instantly brightened, saw that it was Sasuke, and hurried over eagerly. Jiraiya, who had been nearby, felt his heart tighten and fixed his gaze upon Chiyo. "Didn't you say you were thoroughly unconvinced by today's losses? Didn't you claim your high jump was better? Tomorrow I will make you lose with no room for complaint." Perched on Chiyo's shoulders, Sasuke wore an air of smug confidence. "Show off, Sasuke. Who's afraid of whom? Tomorrow I'll make you taste my strength." Naruto actually cared little for the substance of what was being said. The mere fact that someone sought him out brought him joy. With Sasuke now challenging him to a competition, Naruto was overjoyed. Sasuke, riding on Chiyo's shoulders, laughed. "Tomorrow I will definitely make you understand the might of the Uchiha." Chiyo did not look at Naruto, but instead guided Sasuke past him at a slow pace. At dusk, the setting sun stretched long shadows across the ground. When Chiyo's shadow overlapped with Naruto's shadow, a ripple of darkness surged within it, though no one noticed. "See you tomorrow." Watching Sasuke walk away, Naruto continued to wave enthusiastically. Sasuke, still perched on Chiyo's shoulders, waved back to signal that he had heard. Chiyo had already traveled far from the school. "Senior Chiyo, please set me down." Sasuke whispered. Why the rush? There are still watchers tracking us." Walking along, Chiyo replied to Sasuke. Sasuke lowered his head and softly asked, "Senior Chiyo, Ni-san?" Only when Chiyo sensed they were far enough from prying eyes did he begin to explain calmly. "Your older brother was forced to defect from the village." "What?" Sasuke's whole body trembled with disbelief. "Senior Chiyo, what exactly is going on? Wasn't Ni-san the ANBU captain? What exactly happened?" Chiyo spoke pointedly. "Tell me, who in this world loves you the most?" Sasuke's mind was thrown into chaos. At Shinyao's question, images of Fugaku and Mikoto flashed through his head, before finally settling on Itachi. "It's Ni-san." Shinyao slowed his pace. Instead of continuing that line, he changed the question, "Do you know the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village?" Sasuke was only 7 years old and didn't understand such things clearly. He answered, "Our Uchiha clan is one of the founders of Konoha village." Then, is our Uchiha clan strong? Sasuke's eyes gleamed with spirit. Of course, our Uchiha clan is the strongest in the shinobi world. Qianyao could hear Sasuke's pride and his sense of belonging to the clan, and let out an easy laugh. Then do you know who the strongest in the Uchiha clan is? At that question Sasuke was a little troubled. There were too many strong people in the clan, he had no clear idea. He didn't even know that Itachi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it father? Sasuke asked hesitantly. Fugaku rarely revealed his strength and Sasuke had never seen his father fight. He only thought his father was strong because of the ingrained belief that the clan head was the strongest. Qianyao shook his head. He didn't keep Sasuke in suspense and said directly it's Itachi. He is the strongest in the entire Uchiha clan, and he is also a legendary Mangekyo Sharingan user. Even the clan head is no match for Itachi. It's Nissan. Nissan is that strong. Sasuke's voice was full of shock and pride. For a brother-obsessed Sasuke, nothing stirred his emotions more than praise for his older brother. Qianyao reached out and lifted Sasuke down. Then he asked if your brother wanted to become Hokage, do you think he could? Qianyao had phrased the question in a way easier for Sasuke to understand. Sasuke answered without hesitation, since my brother is the strongest in the Uchiha clan, of course, he can become Hokage. Which clan does the current Hokage belong to? Sasuke already had a vague premonition. The Sarutobi clan. Qianyao stared into Sasuke's eyes and slowly guided him. If the Sarutobi clan doesn't want to give up the position of Hokage, and they can't beat your brother, what will they do? Sasuke's eyes widened and his mind began racing. Qianyao reminded him, you still remember who loves you most in this world, right? Sasuke snapped back to reality, his face flushing red. I'm the hostage. He suddenly understood why Qianyao had come to pick him up from school that day. Qianyao said coldly, the people of Konoha kidnapped you and demanded that your brother slaughter the entire Uchiha clan. Including your parents, including your sister Izumi, including me, including Ruri, the lives of everyone in the clan. Sasuke suffered a tremendous psychological blow. His blood visibly surged and his eyes became bloodshot. Seeing that the moment was right, Qianyao delivered the final blow for your sake. Itachi is prepared to obey Konoha and slaughter the entire clan in exchange for your chance to live. Even if he must bear the crime of killing his father and mother and massacring the entire clan, he still wants to save you, his most beloved little brother. Nissan. Sasuke let out a miserable scream after learning what Itachi had done for him. Emotions surged, his eyes turned blood red, and a single tomo quietly appeared. Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan. Panting heavily, his body utterly exhausted, his vision slowly darkened, and he pitched straight forward. Qianyao reached out, caught him, and hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder. This kid really was exceptionally gifted. Given how attached Sasuke was to Itachi, spurring him to awaken his Sharingan was effortless. He carried Sasuke toward the clan compound. Meanwhile, his consciousness shifted into Naruto's shadow. When his own shadow had overlapped with Naruto's earlier, his clone had already slipped over. Although Jiraiya knew shadow hiding arts as well, this particular shadow stealth technique was quite rare, so he naturally failed to notice it. Qianyao's true body had left with Sasuke 20 minutes ago. Naruto was still at the entrance. Sitting alone on the swing, he watched enviously as parents came one by one to pick up their children. It wasn't that Naruto didn't want to go home. At this time of day, too many parents were on the road, and being cursed at or bullied was all too likely. He could even be beaten or have stones thrown at him. So he could only sit on the swing waiting until everyone else was gone. Only after the parents had gone home to cook for their children and the streets had emptied did he return to a home that held no warmth at all. Jiraiya was a little puzzled. He asked the nearby Enbu, what is Naruto doing here? The Enbu had clearly been watching Naruto for a long time and knew his routine. The Enbu spoke up, Naruto usually waits here for Lord Hokage. Recently, the Third Hokage has been busy with the Uchiha matter and hasn't come to see him. He's probably missing Lord Hokage. You don't need to worry, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto will go back by himself in a little while. Jiraiya suddenly understood. It seemed the old man did care about Naruto. He thought it over and decided not to get acquainted with Naruto for now. After all, Naruto was still young and Jiraiya couldn't reveal his identity anyway. It was better to wait for the old man to arrange things later. Seeing that Qianyao had left and Naruto was fine, Jiraiya ordered, continue your work. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya's figure flickered and disappeared, heading straight for the Hokage's office. Qianyao figured Naruto would stay there for a while longer. He likewise shifted his consciousness back. When his true body's consciousness was transferred away, his true body became something akin to a shadow clone. It didn't become dull-witted, so Qianyao's true body had already carried Sasuke back to the clan compound and arrived before Fugaku. When Qianyao carried Sasuke and Fugaku was startled, at first thinking Sasuke was injured. Then seeing Qianyao's calm expression, he relaxed. What happened to Sasuke? Qianyao said indifferently, nothing. Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan. Awakened? He awakened his Sharingan. Fugaku froze for a moment, then suddenly snapped back to himself. Sasuke was only 7 years old. He had awakened it at 7. Fugaku let out a breath, suppressing the joy that was about to burst out, and returned to his poker face. I can't let him get too proud. Fugaku said solemnly. But Qianyao was frowning at him, and Fugaku's expression stiffened. What's wrong, Qianyao? Ever since Qianyao awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had changed enormously. He had not only saved the Uchiha clan, but also displayed astonishing political acumen and wisdom. So when Qianyao looked displeased, Fugaku couldn't pretend he hadn't seen it. Qianyao gave a cold snort. You still don't understand. That haughty strict father facade you put on all day is the very culprit that nearly destroyed the Uchiha clan. If you had only praised Itachi a little more, told him, "You are my pride," do you think Itachi would have betrayed the clan? Fugaku's expression jolted, the icy look on his face cracking in an instant. His voice died in his throat. This world had no internet. This kind of parenting knowledge so simple in Xian Yao's original world was something Fugaku had no clue about. He had simply transplanted his clan head methods into family education. The result was a deep rift between him and Itachi. Fugaku had clearly not learned his lesson yet. Judging by his demeanor, he fully intended to keep playing the role of the strict father. Fugaku genuinely respected Xian Yao's wisdom, and Xian Yao's words plunged him deep into thought. He began to question whether his failure as a parent came from being too harsh. Why can't you praise him for awakening the Sharingan at 7? Sasuke told me on the way here that he has always longed for your praise and approval. But all you ever did was compare him to Itachi. He still remembers the time you praised him when he was learning the great fireball technique. He mentioned it to me several times. Now he has awakened his Sharingan at only 7, and you're about to act all high and mighty. Are you trying to raise another Sasuke who will become estranged from the clan? The Uchiha have never lacked power. What we lack is love. Fugaku looked down at little Sasuke in his arms, his expression complicated. Just as he was about to say something to Xian Yao gave a cold snort, turned around, and walked away. In Xian Yao's eyes, Fugaku was the textbook image of a strict father. When a child was still young, he might have enjoyed their company at his knee. But once the child grew a little older, Fugaku almost never smiled. This approach, pitted against Itachi's equally proud nature, drove a wedge between them. Itachi awakened his Sharingan because of a comrade's death, but Fugaku only cared that Itachi had awakened it. For Itachi, that was unbearable. Afterwards, with his father applying pressure and the third Hokage singing his praises, it went without saying which side Itachi would lean toward. And now Fugaku still had not learned his lesson, so Xian Yao gave him a tongue lashing before leaving. If Xian Yao had not wanted to build a deeper bond with Fugaku and gain some benefits, he could not be bothered to teach Fugaku anything about parenting. From ancient times, the Uchiha had valued power above all, but without love, one's power would never be strong. The third star of Fugaku's bond meter had filled, so it seemed he had taken the lesson to heart. Xian Yao did not want to waste any more words on him. After all, there would be plenty of time later. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Eye Technique, Illusory Realm. Xian Yao immediately claimed the Eye Technique. He examined it as he walked home. This Eye Technique of Fugaku's was somewhat similar to Tsukuyami, but Fugaku's version pulled a person into a completely real world. However, the future of that world would branch off in countless directions. If one made no changes to it, it could be considered a type of precognitive Eye Technique. Presumably it was with this Eye Technique that Fugaku foresaw that kidnapping Naruto to launch a coup was unreliable. That was why he pinned his hopes on Itachi's bloodless revolution. But he had not used it to foresee that his entire clan would be wiped out. This showed that the precognitive ability of this Eye Technique was limited. Otherwise, Fugaku and Mikoto would not have bared their necks for the blade. Xian Yao curled his lip. He had always believed that human imagination was limitless. At best, this Eye Technique could only serve as a rough reference. He would never completely rely on this Eye Technique to plan for the future. Still, it would be excellent for hoodwinking other people. With a little editing and omission, wouldn't he become a master prophet? Xian Yao was in a rather good mood since he had gotten a useful Eye Technique. As he walked home, he shifted his consciousness once more to the clone inside Naruto's shadow. By then the school gate had emptied and the aroma of dinner was already drifting from many homes. Only then did Naruto climb down from the lonely swing, his face full of dejection. He walked toward home with his head down, and whenever he heard the voices of children and parents along the street, longing flickered in his eyes. Occasionally villagers at open windows or in doorways would cast disgusted, hate-filled looks at Naruto. All he could do was quicken his pace. Most people were eating now, so at least they were not throwing stones at him. This was a lesson he had learned from experience. It was quite useful. Though he received many contemptuous looks on the way, at least Naruto was not beaten. Xian Yao lurked in Naruto's shadow the entire way home. Although Naruto could not see them in Xian Yao's perception, 2 ENBU squads had been tailing Naruto from the nearby trees all along. Usually there was one squad, but recently another had been added because of the Uchiha affair. Naruto took out his key and unlocked the door. "I'm home," Naruto called out of habit. But as always, no one answered. His home was a complete mess with all kinds of things scattered across the floor. Xian Yao's clone was just like a shadow clone, so it naturally had a sense of smell. A strange odor hung over the house. Naruto did not seem to notice, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Xian Yao also noticed the books lying on the floor, including pornographic books. They were truly the adult-only kind. Xian Yao had often wondered where Naruto learned his sexy jutsu. So it turned out he learned it from those books. But at this stage Naruto was still a child, he was merely curious about such things, not lustful. Seeing how carelessly the books were thrown on the floor, he probably had not read much of them. The third Hokage had to know about all this. It was plainly a deliberate effort to raise Naruto into ruin. Growl. Naruto's stomach rumbled. He opened the refrigerator and found an overpriced bento he had bought. But when he opened the box, Naruto sighed again. Out of habit, he carried the bento to the sink and rinsed it with water. There was a huge amount of sand inside. Naruto skillfully washed it until most of the sand was gone, then put it in the microwave to heat it up. The meal was soon hot, but a bento rinsed with water could not possibly taste good. But Naruto had little to fill his stomach, so even if it tasted bad he had to eat. Watching Naruto eat this garbage, Qian Yao, hidden within the boy's shadow, suddenly felt a pang of pity for him. Perhaps because he had a younger sister, he could not bear seeing a child suffer like this. If Minato Namikaze knew how Naruto had suffered all these years, would he regret the decision he made back then? And if Kushina knew that her own son had lived worse than a dog, would she beat Minato Namikaze up? For being such a know-it-all, for failing to see what the third Hokage truly was, and for giving Naruto an utterly miserable childhood. Qian Yao was lurking in Naruto's shadow precisely because he had designs on Naruto. But seeing Naruto like this, he thought he might talk with Naruto's parents. At the very least, let them know what kind of life Naruto had been living all these years. Perhaps it would yield other gains. With his mind made up, Qian Yao quietly waited. The Yinbu watching Naruto were just outside the window. Qian Yao had already planned to take control of Naruto, and this clone carried considerable eye power, more than enough to cast the illusory realm. However, the chakra of Minato Namikaze and Kushina would not last much longer. Worse, Minato's soul was still inside the Reaper's belly. Qian Yao could only consider whether he could work an angle through Kushina. While waiting for night to fall, Qian Yao shifted his consciousness back to his own body. After sorting through his memories, nothing unusual had happened at home. However, when he escorted Sasuke to school, Fugaku sent over half a year's wages. Though it was less than Qian Yao had expected, it still amounted to 6 million. It was more than enough to relieve the family's financial burdens. Now, after finishing his meal, Qian Yao stood in Jiyu's courtyard watching her practice swordsmanship. Watching Jiyu drenched in sweat, it was clear this was no mere warm-up. She was training in earnest, which meant she still wanted to become a ninja. Once she confirmed that the family had enough money to hire someone to care for Lioli in the future, and that Qian Yao wouldn't be going on missions anytime soon, Jiyu picked up the sword arts she had neglected all these years. She was now gradually recovering her skills. After all, even while caring for Lioli, she could still refine her chakra. In truth, her chakra reserves hadn't fallen too far behind. But taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu, all the practical applications, had barely changed. Now that Lioli was disabled, Jiyu found it inappropriate to practice at Qian Yao's place. So she trained in her own home just a wall away. Have you told Lioli yet? Qian Yao asked. He meant the plan for Jiyu to leave Lioli's side and hire someone to look after her in the future. Jiyu's face showed her unease. I haven't told Lioli yet. I don't know how to say it to her. Her expression was torn with inner conflict, as if it were some unforgivable crime. Seeing sweat streaming down Jiyu's face, Qian Yao picked up a towel and wiped it for her. This intimate gesture was a habit of Qian Yao's, or more precisely a habit of his original body. Though Qian Yao no longer considered himself the same person, he didn't particularly mind the act. After all, having a childhood sweetheart raised in the household who might later become his wife didn't sound bad. But what struck Qian Yao as odd was the awkwardness and evasiveness in Jiyu's expression. So Qian Yao simply handed her the towel and let her wipe it herself. It seemed his original self had misread the signs. Jiyu didn't like him. But he didn't press the matter, nor did he care much. Feelings were just a seasoning in life, nice to have, but fine to do without. Just as Qian Yao was wiping Jiyu's sweat, Lioli's face appeared at the edge of the corridor. She pushed her wheelchair and slowly made her way over. Hearing the sound of wheels rolling, Qian Yao hurried over to push Lioli's chair. Not feeding Shawan today, he asked her. Shawan was a carp in the courtyard pond that Lioli often fed, so she had given it a name. Lioli shook her head. Shawan has been eating less and less lately. Maybe the fish food no longer suits its taste. Qian Yao pondered for a moment. Is there a chance? It's been eating too much. Its shape doesn't even look like a carp anymore. Lioli stuck out her little tongue. Oh, a bite more isn't bad. It's cuter when it's chubby. Qian Yao said helplessly. Alright, if you think that torpedo look is cute too. Lioli asked, a little puzzled. What's a torpedo? Nothing. Qian Yao laughed it off, having forgotten that such a thing didn't exist in this world. At home, Qian Yao chatted with Lioli, telling her stories. Occasionally, he would switch his consciousness to Naruto's side and see the boy lazing around the house with nothing to do. Naruto lay on his bed staring at the ceiling with a troubled face, tears occasionally streaming down. Qian Yao's mind was focused on Naruto, so at home, he didn't mention to Lioli that Jiyu was going to become a ninja. That night, after Jiyu and Lioli had both gone to sleep, Qian Yao felt the time was right. He cast his consciousness once more into the shadow clone attached to Naruto's shadow. He could sense that A and Bu were still stationed outside the window. But there was no chakra fluctuation probing Naruto's body, so the third Hokage's crystal ball likely wasn't in use. The Yinbu outside couldn't see through walls either, so they had no way of knowing Naruto's condition inside the room. It was already late and Naruto had fallen asleep. Qian Yao's clone extended a hand from the shadow and placed it on Naruto's head. Buzz! His consciousness instantly plunged into Naruto's inner world. Qian Yao observed his surroundings. The corridor was dim and damp water pooled on the ground and countless branching paths stretched in every direction. This environment was a projection of Naruto's inner heart. It was clear Naruto had suffered a great deal of mistreatment. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Yao strode forward. The vast oppressive chakra was straight ahead. In the distance behind an enormous prison gate, a pair of giant pupils suddenly snapped open. The path before Qian Yao warped rapidly, and in an instant he stood before the cage. Boom! A colossal claw slammed against the gate, and the entire door let out a dull, heavy thud. Uchiha! The Ninetales' voice seethed with rage and hatred. Qian Yao was dressed in the clan attire. The large Uchiha fan pattern on his clothes marked his identity. Qian Yao shot a cold glance at the Nine Tails, his three-tomo Sharingan, shifting into the Mangekyo Sharingan. A surge of overwhelming dojutsu power burst forth, and the Nine Tails was seized by an immense wave of terror. Mangekyo Sharingan. Who are you? What do you want? The Nine Tails retreated cautiously from the bars of its cage. The Mangekyo was its absolute nemesis. The last time it had been forcibly dragged out of a Jinchuriki's body and enslaved was because of an Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Qian Yao said flatly, Nine Tails, I'm not here for you this time. You'd better stay quiet. As he spoke, he searched around and sure enough found no trace of Minato Namake's or Kushina's chakra. It seemed the two had remained sealed away all this time. While Qian Yao searched, the Nine Tails watched him intently. The two Uchiha it remembered most vividly were undoubtedly Madara and Obito. Both possessed the very standard Uchiha traits, unstable minds and a stubborn neurotic temperament, and both harbored deep malice toward the Nine Tails. But this Uchiha before it was different. Since entering this space, he had been perfectly rational. Even as the Nine Tails, he sensed no hostility whatsoever from the man. Interesting. This was the first time the Nine Tails had ever encountered an Uchiha like this. It leisurely lay down to observe what this Uchiha intended to do. Then to the Nine Tails' astonishment, Qian Yao flew straight up and ripped open the seal tag inscribed with the character seal in one swift motion. The Nine Tails' eyes flew wide open as it raised its head in excitement, its gaze a mixture of disbelief and elation, just as it was about to roar in triumph. Thud! An immense force of dojutsu slammed down upon the Nine Tails' head like a giant hammer. Its body instantly stiffened, frozen in place. Don't let your Nine Tails chakra surge out, or the Umbu will detect it. As Qian Yao kept the Nine Tails subdued, two wisps of chakra began to materialize in midair. The chakra flickered and shifted, eventually condensing into the forms of Minato Namake's, the most handsome man in the ninja world, and Kushina, who cherished Naruto above all else. Only now did the Nine Tails stir from its dazed state, realizing that remnants of chakra from both Minato and Kushina still lingered within him. Something he had never known. Minato Namake's and Kushina appeared simultaneously, their gazes sharp with wariness as they stared at Uchiha Qian Yao. Uchiha, do you intend to ignite a war? Is Naruto in your custody? Qian Yao noticed the Nine Tails' struggles intensifying. It had clearly sensed the presence of Minato and Kushina. Instead of answering either of them, Qian Yao simply pressed the half-peeled seal back into place. He turned his head, and his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. In an instant, he pulled both Minato and Kushina into a Jinjutsu. Forgive me. You two clusters of chakra won't endure much longer, so I must communicate with you this way. I have used my ocular jutsu to connect with Naruto's memories. You can see for yourselves what kind of life he has been living. Qian Yao's voice echoed from above as Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance. Both saw shock reflected in each other's eyes. However, their attention was soon drawn to Naruto. From a third-person perspective, they witnessed the life their son endured after their deaths. After enduring infancy, young Naruto was cast out of the orphanage at a tender age. Despite being monitored by NBU operatives everywhere, he existed in a state of true orphans, unable to find food or shelter. After allowing Naruto to wander for many days, the Third Hokage suddenly descended from the sky, finding him a residence and earning Naruto's gratitude. Yet Naruto's life remained miserable. Every day he appeared on the streets, he was met with fearful and disgusted glares. Influenced by their parents, the other children began to bully Naruto as well. Run, the demon will eat you. He's a monster. He's a fox demon. No, I'm not a monster. Please don't hit me. Why does everyone call me a monster? Why do they all bully me? Naruto, who longed for friends, found no one willing to play with him. Instead, he was harassed and tormented without mercy. Minato's face turned ashen and Kushina's heart shattered. Her body flew forward in an attempt to embrace Naruto, but she passed straight through him. Minato, how could that old man, the third, be the one raising Naruto? If he had merely chosen not to tell Naruto his true identity, Minato could have understood. But Naruto was being bullied despite being surrounded by NBU protection. The NBU stood by and watched, never once rescuing him. Every time Naruto was beaten until bloodied, the third would only then arrive belatedly. Wah! Grandpa Third, they all bully me. The third, feigning kindness, patted Naruto's head and comforted him in a soft voice. Kushina beside them was seething with fury, sparks practically flying from her eyes. You bastard third. Kushina witnessed with her own eyes that the third was nearby, watching Naruto be humiliated. He only came over to play the good guy after Naruto had been beaten to the point he could no longer crawl. Qian Yao's figure slowly materialized beside Minato and Kushina. Well then, fourth Hokage, you personally crafted your son's suffering through your fanciful ideals. I wonder if you regret it now. When Minato sealed the Nine Tails into Naruto back, then he had two considerations. The first was that as Hokage he needed to maintain the tailed beast balance within the village. Without the Nine Tails in Konoha, other villages might launch an attack. Konoha itself could even be destroyed. That was why he rejected Kushina's proposal to reseal the Nine Tails and perish together. The second consideration was that schemers like Uchiha Madara or Obito lurked beyond the village. A major catastrophe could strike the shinobi world in the future. Sealing the Nine Tails into Naruto's body would allow him, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, to protect himself and perhaps even become a savior. This second rationale was Minato's own speculation and prediction based on Jiraiya's teachings. However, Minato clearly did not understand the darkness of politics, nor did he have a clear understanding of the Third's true nature. He selflessly sacrificed his family for Konoha, but now seeing his son living a life worse than dogs, he regretted it deeply. Deeply regretted it. Did Naruto endure such a life since childhood? Minato and Kushina not only watched Naruto being bullied, they also saw that he never even had a proper meal. Those merchants refused to sell anything to Naruto. He survived on bento boxes filled with sand or expired milk. Except for Ichiraka ramen, there was nothing else for Naruto to eat. Qianyao pointed at the current scene. Not just in the past, still true today? It's so simple to mold a loyal dog this way. Here are your living expenses for the past 2 months. Spend them wisely. In the illusion, the scene showed the third Hokage handing money to Naruto. But it was merely a single bill totaling 1,000 ryo. And yet Naruto remained deeply grateful to the third Hokage, Emichim. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Without you I would have starved to death long ago. Then the third Hokage played out a loving grandfather act with Naruto. Hearing Naruto's words full of gratitude, Kushina was on the verge of a breakdown, her beloved son being abused and manipulated. Where is my fortune? Did that bastard third not even ensure Naruto had enough to eat? Kushina's gentle and serene expression was entirely replaced by a feral man-eating fury. Qianyao shrugged helplessly. Your fortune has nothing to do with Naruto, doesn't he? Isn't he an orphan? His words struck Kushina like a heavy hammer blow. Bang! Consumed by burning rage, Kushina's fist sent Minato flying. Minato, look at the decision you made. Meanwhile, in the scene, Naruto sat alone on a swing, swaying back and forth. His face was etched with loneliness and sorrow. Why don't I have a mother and father? Why do they all curse at me and hit me? Minato rose to his feet, his face heavy with guilt. I'm sorry, Kushina. I had no idea the third Hokage was such a person. From the conversation between Minato and Kushina before their deaths, it was evident they had some psychological preparation for Naruto to endure hardship. However, the third Hokage not only failed to help Naruto overcome his trials, he instead exploited the villagers' fear and hatred of the Ninetales to control Naruto. This was no longer mere hardship. It was physical and psychological abuse. Neither Minato nor Kushina could have ever imagined that Hiruzen Sarutobi was this depraved. Qianyao waved his hand dismissively. Minato was merely a commoner with no political acumen. The third Hokage successively wiped out the Senju clan and then had Tsukumo Hatake killed as well. Had his eldest son not died suddenly, the position of Hokage would never have fallen to Minato. Turning his head, Qianyao continued, Minato, you don't actually believe your credentials surpass Orochimaru's, do you? The reason you inherited the fourth Hokage title was nothing more than because you had no background, easy to control. In this era of severely lacking education, even the Ninja Academy was something that only emerged decades ago. The teachings within served mostly as brainwashing, most people remained ignorant and foolish. Graduates became ninjas straight out of school. Minato was only 24 years old when he died. Considered quite young, he naturally lacked relevant experience. His knowledge in these areas was nearly zero. Had the Ninetales attack not occurred, Minato would have similarly become the third Hokage's puppet. Suppressing all his emotions, Minato spoke. State your purpose, Uchiha. First, let Minato and Kushina see how Naruto has been living. It was also meant to lay the groundwork for confronting the third Hokage's actions later. After all, with a common enemy, it was easy to become allies. Qianyao bowed gracefully. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Qianyao. I am currently the fourth elder of the Uchiha. 2 days ago, at the third Hokage's instigation, Danzo used Sasuke's life to threaten Itachi into annihilating our Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Qianyao had obtained Fugaka's dojutsu, otherwise the chakra belonging to Minato and Kushina would have dissipated all too soon. In this illusion world, Qianyao only needed to expend dojutsu power to pass more information to the fourth Hokage and his wife. Before giving birth, Kushina had seen Sasuke as a baby in swaddling clothes and still remembered him. Not only had her own son been treated like a dog, but her best friend's son had likewise been reduced to a tool of Konoha. This made Kushina hate the third Hokage all the more. As a skilled politician, the third Hokage only needed to say the word to bring about the extinction of the entire Senju clan. By spreading a few rumors, he drove Tsukumo Hatake, a powerful rival for the Hokage seat, to take his own life. By indulging Danzo's ambition, he allowed Danzo to issue an extermination order against our Uchiha clan. He only needed to control the Ninetales Jinchuriki and use the vast fortune Kushina left behind to raise the Sarutobi clan to the peak. My dojutsu can show you some of what may happen later. Qianyao pointed to the background behind him. In the illusion, scenes of possible futures could also be shaped. Under Qianyao's control, the Naruto in the image had become a well-trained dog before the third Hokage. If the third Hokage told him to go east, Naruto would not go west. He was even extremely grateful to that schemer. Kushina, who had just punched Minato, wore an extremely dark expression, and Minato beside her was under tremendous pressure. Kushina was the type to vent her temper on the spot. Minato had never seen her so sullen. You saw it just now. My dojutsu can peer into countless possibilities of the future. Let us not even speak of the dangers that will arise in the shinobi world later. Before that, we all have a common enemy to deal with, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato asked in confusion, but we are already dead. Although I am very grateful that you, Qianyao, let us know how Naruto is living. The little chakra we have left cannot sustain us for long. Minato found Qianyao's approach very strange. If he wanted to forcibly control the Nine Tails, they simply could not resist. Even if they could seal Naruto once, could they really seal him countless times? Thus, Qianyao going out of his way to talk with the couple and offer goodwill was ultimately useless. Their inheritance was all in the Third Hokage's hands, and they could not look after Naruto at all. What if I could bring you back to life? Bring us back to life. Minato and Kushina were astonished. After all, there was currently no way in the shinobi world to revive the dead. That was why the Third Hokage dared to bully Naruto so unscrupulously. Even though Naruto was still alive, the Third Hokage's conduct was not much different from stealing the inheritance of a wiped-out family. Qianyao observed that the bond between him and Minato had remained at level 1 the first star, and knew that Minato still did not really trust him. Kushina, however, was different. She felt very grateful to Qianyao, and her bond value had already reached level 2 stars. Qianyao nodded slightly. Since we are beginning to cooperate, let me first show you some sincerity. He had made a special trip to speak with Minato and Kushina, and his purpose was naturally to obtain the couple's secret techniques, or even after they were revived to have them work for him. After Kushina's bond star reached level 2, just as Qianyao had expected, the second star should contain 10% of Kushina's chakra. This was the spiritual world. Qianyao took out the star and crushed it in front of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Instantly, something no one had foreseen appeared. The star indeed contained Kushina's chakra, but that 10% was incredibly vast. Even Qianyao was somewhat astonished. Kushina herself was there. Under Qianyao's command, the chakra poured into her body like young swallows returning to their nest. Why do you have my chakra? Kushina was understandably shocked, for this chakra was her own, equal to roughly 1/10 of her total reserves. Strictly speaking, the Kushina here was not a soul. She was chakra bearing the original's memories, the same principle as a shadow clone. When that chakra ran out, she would vanish. Now, after Qianyao's replenishment, this chakra was enough for Kushina to survive for 2 weeks. If they controlled how she appeared each time, Kushina could last for months without disappearing. That was simply how immense the Uzumaki clan's chakra was. It was at this moment that Qianyao realized his estimate of the Uzumaki clan's chakra reserves had been somewhat off. It did not matter though, obtaining chakra was simple for him, and if there was none, there was none. That is my secret. Qianyao had no intention of explaining to the fourth Hokage and his wife. Instead, he continued, as one of the founding clans of Konoha, the Uchiha now possessed no power whatsoever. We have even been pushed to a dead end by the third Hokage. Our Uchiha have already found that Hiruzen Sarutobi over these years has used Kushina's inheritance to cultivate over 1,000 Sarutobi clan shinobi. Although the standoff has temporarily stabilized, once the third Hokage brings out the Sarutobi clan's shinobi, we will be at a disadvantage again. Thus I need allies. Over 1,000. Minato was astonished. After all, a ninja clan with 100 shinobi was already a great clan, and one with 300 or 400 could be considered a distinguished house. The current Uchiha and Hyuga were roughly around that number. Qianyao thought to himself that if they waited 10 more years, it would become a 3,000-strong Sarutobi army. He said with certainty, what we have confirmed already exceeds 1,000. The exact number is unclear. In any case, Kushina can now remain for quite some time, and I believe she will see it for herself. Kushina, you don't want Naruto to continue being brainwashed and exploited by Hiruzen Sarutobi, do you? You can now remain for months, and later, I can let you continue to accompany Naruto. Don't you want Naruto to have a mother? Qianyao's words struck straight at the core of Kushina's heart. As a mother, she was already heartbroken over all of Naruto's childhood she had missed. Now that there was a way for her to stay with Naruto, as a mother, she simply could not refuse. No problem. Whether your Uchiha wants to topple the third Hokage or seize power in Konoha, I agree to it all. At Kushina's words, Minato could only smile bitterly. There was no room for him to argue. In Naruto's memories, he saw the countless times the boy had been bullied and the countless tears he had shed. Minato had long seen through the third Hokage. Whether the Uchiha were seizing power or had other intentions, it was still better than letting Naruto grow up as an orphan who was bullied. Qianyao, what are you going to do about Naruto? Minato asked, still uneasy. The corners of Qianyao's mouth curled up. Minato, are you stupid? He has his mother to look after him. There is nothing to worry about. Minato was speechless. You really have a way to let Kushina stay by Naruto's side. Qianyao spread his hands. Lying to you does me no good. Kushina immediately gave Minato a smack on the head. Humph. When you have a chance like this, why are you still asking questions? As she spoke, she shot Minato a meaningful look. Minato rubbed his head and caught Kushina's meaning. She was also worried about offending Qianyao since they barely had any chakra left. If Qianyao had ill intentions, there was nothing they could do. It was only out of concern that Minato had asked one more question. Qianyao, I'll leave Naruto and Kushina in your care. Qianyao watched Minato's bond progress bar fill up and reach the second level and knew that Minato had finally accepted the situation. It was a pity though. Judging by this, there was probably no way to raise Minato's bond to the third level. Dear, don't let Naruto suffer anymore. I don't have time to see him. Stop. Why are you acting like this as a final farewell? While Qianyao was checking his panel, Minato had already begun saying goodbye to Kushina, as if they would never meet again. Ding. Namikaze Minato's first level bond has been unlocked. Ding. Namikaze Minato's second level bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained memory fragment. Qianyao then took out the second star and crushed it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 of Namikaze Minato's chakra. Under Minato's astonished gaze, Qian Yao once again brought out Minato's chakra. He quickly poured it back into Minato's body. 10% of Minato's original chakra would be enough to keep Minato going for 3 days. If that time were parceled out, Minato would not fade away for a long time. That's all there is. Use it sparingly, and you can still see each other a few more times. Facing the grateful gazes of Kushina and Minato, Qian Yao simply waved his hand. It's up to you how to distribute it. My dojutsu can't hold on much longer. Once my ocular technique ends, you won't have that much time. Qian Yao warned. Minato and Kushina quickly discussed it. Dear Naruto is still little. From the memories we just saw, he's been left completely without guidance. Hiruzen Sarutobi intends to raise Naruto into a useless person. You know my situation, so I'll keep my chakra for the critical moments. Kushina knew that Minato was referring to his soul having been eaten by the death god of the dead demon consuming seal. She also understood Minato's plan. I know Minato. Leave it to me. I won't let Hiruzen Sarutobi keep deceiving Naruto. Naruto's life ahead was long. Even if Minato's chakra could last for a few dozen hours at most, splitting it up meant there was very little for each visit. Qian Yao still wanted to become partners with Minato and keep profiting from him. Though he knew how to undo the dead demon consuming seal, without Orochimaru tricking the death god, someone would still have to offer up their life. So he stayed silent about it for now. Just make your own arrangements. My dojutsu can't hold out any longer. This body of Qian Yao's was only a clone with limited ocular power. When he finished speaking, the entire illusory world shattered. When they appeared again, Minato nodded to Kushina and Qian Yao, then turned into motes of light that flew into the seal. Outside, the Nine Tails had no idea what had happened. Qian Yao's dojutsu flared, and Minato and Kushina vanished. When the dojutsu ended, Minato and Kushina appeared once more. Minato turned back into chakra and stored himself in the seal. The mass of Kushina's chakra, however, had surged dramatically. Roar! What's going on? Kushina, why has your chakra grown so much? When Minato and Kushina had appeared just now, the Nine Tails was already rather shocked. But after noticing that the two of them did not have much chakra, it had not worried much. After all, they could not stay for long. There would always be a chance later. Now that they had emerged from Qian Yao's dojutsu, both of their chakra reserves had explosively increased. The Nine Tails was dumbfounded. Kushina set her hands on her hips. Nine Tails, you'd better behave yourself, or I won't mind making things unpleasant for you. She had grounds for this. As a former Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and with the Nine Tails already trapped in the cage of the four symbols seal, Kushina could unleash her adamantine sealing chains and tie the Nine Tails up in knots. Kushina, it's a little too late for you to show up now. I don't know how you got so much chakra, but how long do you think you can last? That's none of your business. The Nine Tails gave a snort, lay back down, and said no more. Kushina, being careless, did not notice the oddness in the Nine Tails' words. But Qian Yao had noticed. The Nine Tails said Kushina had shown up too late. Was it perhaps standing up for Naruto? He remembered that in the original timeline, it was at the Ninja Academy graduation that Mizuki called Naruto a demon fox. Later, during the Land of Waves mission, he borrowed the Nine Tails' power. Then came the Chunin exam, when he was learning the summoning technique from Jiraiya. Jiraiya knocked Naruto straight off a cliff. Only when Naruto's life was in danger did he meet the Nine Tails for the first time. Yet now the Nine Tails spoke in a tone that seemed to protect Naruto, which Qian Yao had not expected. Perhaps living together for so long, the Nine Tails also felt angry watching little Naruto being bullied day after day. Qian Yao thought it over briefly, then let the matter go. After all, it was only his guess. Kushina, you know very well what the Third Hokage has turned Naruto into. But you still need to think of a way to approach Naruto. Kushina's expression turned blank. She had clearly not considered that. Seeing Kushina's mind drift, Qian Yao asked, you're not planning to go straight up and tell him, I'm your mother, are you? Kushina said a little guiltily, ahaha, I'm not that dumb. Qian Yao slapped his forehead. Great. A real handful. How could he have forgotten that Kushina was so blunt? Naruto's optimism, cheerfulness, positivity, and refusal to give up were all inherited from Kushina. But her simple-mindedness was exactly the same. If Kushina made direct contact with Naruto, wouldn't the Third Hokage discover it right away? Qian Yao had no choice but to sit down cross-legged. Fine, I'll just talk you through it. Otherwise, Naruto will go tell the Third Hokage tomorrow. Next, Qian Yao gave Kushina a few ideas, which made Kushina wonder whether Qian Yao had raised children before. He was so familiar with it. The Hokage's office. While Qian Yao was laying his plans for the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Jiraiya was reporting on Uchiha Qian Yao's visit to the Ninja Academy earlier that day. Uchiha Qian Yao did not have any contact with Naruto. I suspect he came to probe our attitude. Jiraiya plopped himself down on the desk. After Naruto returned home, Jiraiya had the ANBU come and report first. After that, he went to soak in a hot spring and enjoy a night of wine and women before finally coming to report to the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage saw that Jiraiya reeked of alcohol and still had a smeared lipstick mark on his face, and he frowned. Do you know what kind of time this is? And you're still out carousing. Jiraiya said dismissively, old man, you really think I went out just for fun? I went to scout around the Uchiha clan's compound. Inside the Uchiha compound, besides the combatants sparring, everyone else was simply doing what they normally did. You're wound up like a startled bird, and if the Uchiha see it, they'll think we're afraid of them. Jiraiya's skill at intelligence gathering was very hard for ordinary Uchiha clansmen to spot. Even so, he did not dare probe too deeply. If he were discovered, it could easily lead to conflict. The Third Hokage took a drag from his pipe and set it down on the desk. It's never wrong to be too careful. Right now we don't have our full force assembled, so we can't afford the slightest misstep. He handed some documents to Jiraiya. Take a look. These materials came from the black market. Jiraiya accepted them, and his casual expression gradually turned serious. The documents were reports from Konoha operatives stationed in black markets throughout every major country, and from spies sent to the various shinobi villages. Not to mention the famous bounty ninja who were interested in Danzo's head. There were also agents from the other 4 great ninja villages, and they had likewise sent people into the Land of Fire. They were no longer merely intent on killing Danzo. They were preparing to test Konoha, and some might even come into contact with the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha were a crucial fighting force for Konoha, and now they had openly broken with the village. This was a golden opportunity not seen in 1,000 years. The Land of Lightning, the most powerful of them, was the most eager. Although Konoha's spy and Kumogakure could not uncover any detailed information, the people of Cloud were clearly excited. There was no need to explain why the most martial, warlike, and aggressive of the villages was so excited at this time. Awagakure, equally powerful, had also moved personnel around, though the scouts could not determine exactly who was coming. The spies in Kirigakure and Sunagakure had not uncovered any intelligence. But even this was already enough to give Konoha a very hard time. This is getting troublesome, Jiraiya said gravely. If we show weakness, they'll pounce and tear Konoha to pieces. In the original timeline, the reason no other village attacked Konoha after the Uchiha were destroyed was chiefly that no one was willing to take the lead. No one knew exactly how the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. The official report said that Itachi alone had done it. So, if someone told you that a 13-year-old elite wiped out an entire clan of over 1,000 people, finished it in just a few hours over a single night, would you believe it? No one did. In the end, with Konoha still possessing the 9 tails, the matter was dropped. But now the situation was different. The entire shinobi world knew that the Mangekyo Sharingan could control tailed beasts. In effect, whether Konoha's 9 tails could be used was an open question. At the same time, Konoha's other forces would be tied down by the Uchiha. Thus, Konoha could not afford to show weakness while also needing to win the first battle. It would be best if they could present a certain deterrent to the outside world. Old man, we also need to keep outside spies from slipping in, Jiraiya cautioned. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. I've already discussed it with Hayashi. The whole Hyuga clan will take turns using the Byakugan to monitor all of Konoha. Monitoring all of Konoha will easily provoke resentment among the other clans, Jiraiya said in an odd tone. The third Hokage slowly exhaled smoke. There's no helping it. Konoha has reached its most dangerous moment. This was the first time in decades that Konoha had allowed the Hyuga clan to monitor the entire village. It was simple. Once the Hyuga started using the Byakugan, everyone might as well have been naked. Although they could freely adjust the distance, you were not a Hyuga. How could you know whether they were looking at your chakra pathways or at the body beneath your clothes? Besides which, ninja clan had no secrets. Which ninja had no privacy. Once the Byakugan was opened, everything was exposed. That was why, except when facing enemies, the Hyuga clan generally would not casually activate the Byakugan and look around the village. And this had never been a problem before, only because Konoha had never been subjected to large-scale infiltration or invasion. If I had the Byakugan, it would be much more convenient, Jiraiya said with a completely straight face. Jiraiya said it with absolute seriousness. But everyone knew Jiraiya's lecherous nature. What he wanted to use the Byakugan for went without saying. The third Hokage gave Jiraiya a look and shook his head, still so unreliable. Before, the bounty ninja had been able to infiltrate only because of intelligence from Itachi. After the barrier frequencies, patrol routes, and schedules were changed, ordinary bounty ninja could no longer slip in so easily. It was just that this time too many people had designs on Konoha. The third Hokage did not dare take it lightly and issued orders directly to Hayashi. As the head of the main house, Hayashi naturally would not handle such matters himself. After consulting with the senior elder, he summoned the branch house's 4th elder. Guanxin handed the task down to him and had Guanxin lead the branch house members in carrying it out. This task was nothing but hard labor for those who did it. Activating the Byakugan consumed chakra, and prolonged use made the eyes extremely uncomfortable. It was also the kind of work that invited resentment, so the main house would never show up for it. And so it was. Hyuga Guanxin, the 4th elder of the Hyuga branch house, led a large number of branch house clansmen and began monitoring Konoha. The scope was enormous. Not only the new district, but also the old district in case people were hiding there. Those places all had to be checked. Yet the first time Konoha carried out such a large-scale inspection, a problem immediately came to light. Lord Guanxin, come and take a look at this. Even though Guanxin was the 4th elder, the branch house still habitually called him Lord. After all, the title of 4th elder had been conferred by the main house. They called him Lord because he was worthy of the title. After Guanxin divided the teams and began the surveillance, a Hyuga clansman from the old district quickly came forward. His expression was extremely strange, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The branch clansman handed Guanxin an exceptionally old exploding tag. Elder Guanxin, the design of these exploding tags. Guanxin picked up the tag and saw that it was a design from 25 years ago. We have already discovered that there are especially many in the old district, and we have sent clansmen to check the other important locations. Hyuga clan compound, branch family courtyard. Lord Kaushin, we found a large number of explosive tags in the old district. This is a distribution map of the explosive tags. Hyuga Soda had already drawn the explosive tag distribution map within a very short time. Kaoshin took the brush and made several marks on it, discovering that most of the covered area was the old district. Yet it also covered parts of the new district, even reaching the Hokage Rock. Kaoshin held the first explosive tag, examining it closely, his eyes filled with deep thought. He then asked, how many of these explosive tags can still be activated? Soda's eyes flashed. These explosive tags are of excellent quality. I estimate about 90% can be activated. What about the estimated blast radius? Soda pointed to several districts on the map. These districts would be completely destroyed, and the Hokage Rock would also be blown up. Kaoshin fell into deep contemplation. Using these explosive tags to destroy Konoha would be somewhat difficult. But now at this critical moment of confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha, could he make some use of this? If he chose to act himself, he would certainly lose his life afterward. But did the branch family still have any hope? Kaoshin pondered for a long time, recalling Nichiha's teachings. A ninja must clearly see the future situation in order to survive. During the Third Hokage's years of governance, the Senju clan was gone, and both the Uchiha and their own Hyuga clan had gradually declined. Even when someone was killed during the Cloud Village invasion, the clan leader was sent to pay with his life. In the end, under the elder's coercion, Lord Nichiha had to pay with his life. A light named conviction flickered in Kaoshin's eyes. Soda, how many people know about this? Do the Umbu know? Soda's heart skipped a beat. Lord Kaoshin, these explosive tags are all disguised. Some are hidden inside the wooden beams of buildings. Only the Byakugan can see them. Currently, only 18 people know. They are all our people. Soda emphasized, his people meaning entirely from the branch family. Kaoshin instructed, remember, you have finished your investigation and reported to me. You know nothing else. Make sure to tell others the same. Soda's expression changed, but he said nothing. Kaoshin glared fiercely at him. Did you hear me? Soda lowered his voice. Lord Kaoshin, these won't cause any real damage to Konoha. Kaoshin's face grew grave. I am your superior. Once you report this, it has nothing to do with you anymore. As he spoke, Kaoshin picked up the schematic and prepared to leave. Suddenly a hand grabbed his arm. Soda's voice carried a touch of supplication. Lord Kaoshin, our new sprout plan has not yet been implemented. You cannot act impulsively. Kaoshin turned to look at Soda, whose eyes were filled with deep reluctance, anxiety, and fear. Lord Kaoshin, Lord Nichiha is already gone. The branch family has no one left. You? Seeing Soda's gaze, Kaoshin's tone softened. The new sprout plan has been running for too long. It would take at least another 10 years. With the current tense situation in Konoha, whether the Uchiha take power or Konoha is destroyed, it is all our opportunity. My health is not good. I may not live another 10 years. Soda urged. Lord Kaoshin, the Hokage faction and the Uchiha are still in a standoff right now. We cannot rush this. But that is what you taught us. Kaoshin patted Soda's head. You've grown up, kid. These explosive tags went undiscovered for over 20 years. If it weren't for someone attacking Konoha this time, it would likely take another decade before anyone found them. I don't know how these explosive tags were placed in such numbers. But since we have found them now, they can naturally be used to our advantage. I will make proper preparations. Without confidence, I would not act. Kaoshin's words relaxed Soda. Do you know who the most important person is on the Uchiha side in this conflict? Kaoshin asked Soda. Soda replied without hesitation, Uchiha Satora. Kaoshin shook his head. No, it is Uchiha Chiyo. Soda was somewhat surprised, but still composed himself to listen to Elder Kaoshin continue. Although Satora is domineering, his behavior is somewhat different from his usual style. If Fugaku and Itachi had this kind of courage, things would not have developed like this. Chiyo has been returning from missions outside, and everything he does is very purposeful. All of the Third Hokage's responses have been within Chiyu's expectations. Kaoshin recalled the previous standoff where both Fugaku and Satora were watching Chiyu's every move, and he knew Chiyo was no ordinary man. Uchiha Chiyo will not stop making moves in the future, but whether he will come to the forefront remains to be seen. Keep an eye on this person. Do not make an enemy of him. Set aside the explosive tag matter for now. Continue monitoring the entire Konoha, as usual. The Third Hokage may have other forces we are unaware of. You may withdraw for now. Soda bowed to Kaoshin and then retreated. Kaoshin's gaze returned to the explosive tag placement points on the table, murmuring, Soda, you are the new sprouts. Sunagakure. Kazakage's office. Kazakage-sama Gaara has lost control again. Raza heard Maki's report, his face showing impatience. Has he been subdued? Sunagakure now had established control methods. Raza was no longer needed by their side. Maki replied, Gaara's rampage was not severe. The sealing squad was nearby and has already subdued him. Raza said with a gloomy expression, as expected a failure. 2 years ago, Raza had ordered Yakshimaru to drive Gaara into a desperate situation and had lied to Gaara, claiming that Karura despised him. Raza had decided that if even this did not trigger Gaara's rampage, he would delay dealing with Gaara. But Gaara discovered that Yakshimaru, who had always loved him, did not truly love him either, so he rampaged as well. Over the past 2 years, Gaara's rampages continued frequently, and the number of people killed by Gaara had already exceeded double digits. Raza's patience with him was gradually wearing thin. Maki sighed inwardly upon hearing Raza's words. 2 years ago, when Yakshimaru was still alive, Gaara's rampages had been rare. Raza had insisted on forcing Gaara. After Yakshimaru's death, Gaara's rampages became significantly more frequent, and the destruction caused was far greater than before. But with things as they were, Maki had little recourse. He pushed another document toward Raza. Kazekage-sama, we need to procure another batch of supplies. The Land of Wind's harsh environment meant many supplies had to be purchased for Sunagakure to function normally. However, Sunagakure was very poor, and especially with the tailed beast frequently losing control, the funding provided by the daimyo of the Land of Wind was even less. Raza sighed and took down his robe from the wall. I understand. Have Yuri, who went to Konoha, send word back immediately upon gaining any intelligence. Yes, I understand, Kazekage-sama. Watching Raza step onto the sand cushion and fly out, Maki knew Raza was going out to mine gold sand again to subsidize Sunagakure's finances. By that alone, Raza's position in Sunagakure was unshakable. Kyuzugakure. Time is almost up, Mui. What are you still hesitating for? The situation in Konoha is on the verge of exploding. This is our chance. Several people wearing zodiac masks were berating Mui. They had earlier spread word that the one who could open the box of paradise would be a hero of the village. Quite a few people had actually taken the bait, some for the village's honor, some for their own ideals. All of them wanted to open the box of paradise. Little did they know that the elders wearing zodiac masks did not truly understand the box of paradise. When chakra was insufficient, everyone who recklessly tried to open the box would be devoured by it. Previously, Mui had also been brainwashed by these elders into wanting his son Muku to open the box. Before this, however, Muku and Ryuzetsu had saved a member of the Uchiha clan. His information barrier was shattered. Although he didn't know how the other party had learned that Muku was going to open the box of paradise, it was precisely because they knew this that they told Mui some extremely crucial things. The box of paradise is a demonic box that can only be opened with tailed beast level chakra. Those who open the box of paradise will have their souls and bodies sucked into the box, suffering torment for all eternity. If you want Muku to live in hell forever, then let him do it. Xianyao said these words in front of Mui, Muku, and Ryuzetsu. Moreover, when Ryuzetsu heard this news, she was terrified and flatly refused to let Muku open the box. Actually, Muku had already been uneasy at heart about opening it. After Xianyao said this, he gave up the idea. Now that Mui was being questioned by the elders again, he felt even less certain. Let someone else try first. I think Muku is still lacking in comparison. You would actually waste such a precious opportunity. The elder wearing a goat head mask snorted coldly. But since Mui was unwilling, he couldn't force him. After all, Kyuzugakure didn't have many jonin, and Mui had great potential. Since you're unwilling to let Muku do it, withdraw. Mui said nothing, gave a salute, and withdrew. He walked out of the secret chamber and found Muku and Ryuzetsu waiting for him outside. Father. Muku was somewhat afraid to meet Mui's eyes. After all, they had spent great effort to secure this opportunity. Mui had been conflicted before, but after giving it up, he felt completely relieved. No matter how much Mui wanted to revitalize Kyuzugakure, he didn't dare gamble with his son's life. Come on, Muku, Ryuzetsu. Let's go get something to eat. Mui patted Muku on the shoulder. Both Muku and Ryuzetsu felt their hearts relax. The fact that Mui hadn't risked Muku's life filled the two of them with joy. The three arrived at a ramen shop on the street. Mui ordered 3 bowls of ramen and ate, while listening to Muku and Ryuzetsu share some amusing stories. About 20 minutes later, when they were nearly finished, a Kyuzugakure ninja came rushing over. Lord Mui. Mui put down his chopsticks. Did it succeed? The man slowly shook his head. Mui's expression turned serious. Did Jushir go? Is he still alive? It was Jushir who went, but Jushir was devoured. Not even his corpse was left. They said his chakra was insufficient. Both Muku and Ryuzetsu instantly turned pale. Mui waved his hand. I see. You may go now. The Kyuzugakure ninja bowed and left. Father, what Xianyao said is true. Muku and Ryuzetsu were both filled with lingering fear. Those who open the box of paradise will have their souls and bodies sucked into the box, suffering torment for all eternity. Mui's face showed little emotion, but when he recalled Xianyao's words, fine beads of sweat still clung near his temples. Let's go. Mui's voice was dry and rough as he led the two still shaken people home. As the three walked, Mui slowly spoke. Xianyao did us a life-saving favor. How are the mother and daughter he asked us to look after before he left? Muku immediately replied. The mother was already on the verge of death and had no healing ability left. I secretly swapped her out, and everyone else thinks she died. Her daughter Karen is taking care of her. After the Jonin Ryuzuki died, no one knew that Karen had the same healing ability as her mother, so no one paid them any mind. They're safe now. Muku and Ryuzetsu had taken Xianyao's request very seriously. At the time, Xianyao had been seriously injured and worried that time might not be enough. They found Karen and her mother. In order to recover quickly and return to his clan, Xianyao had bitten Karen. Then he traded the secret of the box of paradise for the safety of Karen and her mother, saying he would send someone for them later. Mui had only been half convinced before, but now it was clear that every word Xianyao had said was true. As expected of a great clan of the ninja world, they understood even secrets that Kyuzugakure ninja didn't know. Send some more supplies over there. Xianyao may send someone to pick them up at any time. Yes, we understand. Mui and Ryuzetsu exchanged a glance, both filled with gratitude and lingering fear. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan grounds, Xianyao's consciousness had returned to his body, and he was about to go to sleep. Suddenly, a ding-ding sound echoed in his mind. It was a notification that one of the people bound to him had increased their bond value. Curious, Xianyao opened it to take a look. He found that the third stars above all three people, Mui, Muku, and Ryuzetsu, were lit. His bond with each of them had reached level 3, a bond of life and death friendship. Could it be that the Box of Paradise's sacrifice period had already passed? After all, Muku and Ryuzetsu had saved his life. Letting Muku be devoured by the Box of Paradise right before his eyes would have been unconscionable. Qianyao tapped on Muku's third star. Ding! Muku's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fire Release Ghost Lantern Technique. Qianyao stroked his chin. Although this fire release was a secret technique, the Uchiha were already masters of fire release. It could only be considered better than nothing. Next, he unlocked the third stars of Mui and Ryuzetsu respectively. Ding! Mui's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fire Release Heavenly Prison Sealing Technique. This technique was Mui's signature move, and even among fire release sealing techniques, it was extremely powerful. It happened to fill the void left by Qianyao not knowing any sealing techniques. Qianyao accepted the technique with great satisfaction. In an instant, the principles and usage methods of this sealing technique appeared in his mind. Next was Ryuzetsu. Rubbing his hands in excitement and anticipation, Qianyao thought open. Ding! Ryuzetsu's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Dragon Life Reincarnation Technique Incomplete. Qianyao opened his eyes in excitement. This really was the secret technique. But what did incomplete mean? Qianyao moved his consciousness over to it. The host does not possess the relevant bloodline. Using this secret technique will consume double. Qianyao's cheek twitched. This Dragon Life Reincarnation was already a technique that traded one life for another. Where was he supposed to get 2 lives to save someone? It seemed he actually could. Qianyao's Dojutsu Life Mandate was able to fill shadow clones with life force. It seemed that once Itachi brought the people back, he would need to scheme for that thing. The next day, learning that Sasuke was still in a coma, Qianyao made his way to the Uchiha training ground. Not everyone was aware of Qianyao's strategy. Indeed, many Uchiha clan members still believed that conflict was highly likely. Qianyao glanced at the bond star and saw that Masataka's bond value already held 1 star. Understandable, given their past familiarity. He tapped directly on the first star. Consequently, the training ground was bustling with people. Fewer were practicing ninjutsu, for chakra was intrinsically tied to physical stamina, and everyone was conserving their energy. There were more sparring sessions and swordsmanship and shuriken throwing. When Qianyao arrived, the air was filled with the clash of weapons and passionate shouts. Upon noticing Qianyao approaching, everyone enthusiastically greeted him. Fourth Elder! Fourth Elder! Fourth Elder! All eyes upon Qianyao burned with admiration and aspiration. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan was the dream of every Uchiha. Though most present were older than him, Qianyao had risen to surpass them all. The memory of Qianyao, Fugaku, and Itachi pursuing root members in their Susanoo was still vivid. Everyone was deeply curious about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Qianyao's arrival was of course strategic. Here were so many Uchiha elites to draw from. He needed to cultivate these relationships and elevate his bonds. Masataka, come spar with me. Qianyao approached a friend from his former self's memories. Masataka was the same age as him, and they had completed missions together in the past. However, Masataka's talent did not match Qianyao's, having awakened only a single tomo. Fourth Elder, you. Masataka began, but Qianyao cut him off. Enough, you brat. Haven't seen you in days, and now you're being formal. How did you address me before? Masataka smiled sheepishly. Brother Qianyao. Ding! Uchiha Masataka's level 1 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, for obtaining memory fragments. Memories of Masataka's daily training and battles surfaced within Qianyao's mind. Qianyao now understood Masataka's combat habits more intimately. Drawing his weapon, he exchanged a glance with Masataka. The Uchiha valued action over ceremony, and seeing no pretense from Qianyao, Masataka drew his blade and charged forth. Qianyao made no mistake in underestimating the situation, immediately activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. The clan already knew of his eyes, leaving nothing to conceal. Ding! The dual blades met with a sharp clatter, sparks flying at the impact. This was a teaching bout for Qianyao, so he would naturally refrain from defeating Masataka right away. Tilting his blade diagonally and hooking his foot beneath, Qianyao disrupted Masataka's balance. An opening appeared at his left side, and Qianyao's free hand tapped it lightly. Masataka hesitated, reversing his blade upward. From the simple motion of his wrist, Qianyao already knew what came next, sidestepping with ease while delivering a sweeping kick. They entered a fast-paced sparring rhythm. The crowd's curiosity about Qianyao's abilities drew them closer, forming a ring around the fighters. Though Qianyao did not employ his Mangekyo's special abilities, its observational power alone proved overwhelmingly superior. Qianyao could effortlessly track every joint movement and muscle contraction, allowing him to intercept attacks with effortless precision. Their pre-existing bond of 1 star meant Qianyao already anticipated Masataka's habits, making Masataka feel as though trapped within an inescapable web. Each attack Masataka launched was predicted before it occurred. Within mere minutes, Qianyao had tapped him 10 times. On the final exchange, Qianyao sidestepped and thrust his blade beneath his own armpit toward Masataka's throat. Masataka immediately stopped. Rather than disappointment, Masataka's face displayed pure admiration. Brother Qianyao, how have you grown so much stronger? Qianyao chuckled. Growing stronger allows me to help all of you grow stronger as well. He patted Masataka's waist. Your core strength is too weak. Power from your feet cannot transfer upward, slowing both your turns and your strikes. From here on you should. Qian Yao quickly identified Masataka's shortcomings and outlined the corrections needed. Masataka nodded eagerly. The Mangekyo Sharingan's insight was unmatched, every muscular tension laid bare. Following Qian Yao's guidance would improve his taijutsu by at least 30%. Qian Yao noticed his second star had filled and dismissed Masataka. Who's next? I. Qian Yao selected another at random, guiding his clan members while harvesting their bonds. He accepted every challenger without refusal. He identified each person's training flaws and explained how to strengthen their combat ability. Though the Uchiha were generally quick-tempered, they were also straightforward. Everyone he instructed raised their bond to 2 stars. By midday, Qian Yao had blended seamlessly with the Uchiha in the training ground. At lunchtime, Qian Yao prepared to eat and check on Sasuke. Walking along, he reviewed his results. The bond stars had yielded 14 complete collections. Pointing through them individually, he absorbed each one. The chakra in the second star equaled 10% of that person's current reserves. If dealing with spiritual bodies like Kushina or the Fourth Hokage, it would be 10% of their original form. A question arose: would the chakra gained from aging opponents be wasted? Re-examining Mugen's bond star, Qian Yao found his answer. Over this period, Mugen's chakra had clearly increased, and the second star was reforming, meaning the fruit could be harvested twice. Relieved, Qian Yao absorbed all the existing second stars. Besides Uchiha clan members with 3 Tomo whose power came from their dojutsu, everyone else contributed 10% of their chakra. Stream after stream of chakra slowly entered Qian Yao's body. His body quickly filled with vitality. Qian Yao felt exceptionally energetic. Initially, the incoming chakra still carried slight distinctions. But after circulating through Qian Yao's body, it became entirely his own. The 3 Tomo dojutsu power followed the same pattern, rapidly assimilated by Qian Yao's own dojutsu. Only the Mangekyo power from Itachi remained distinct, existing in parallel with Qian Yao's own. After a rough calculation, his chakra had multiplied several times over compared to before. Though only 17 years old, he had already surpassed the prime of Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku had not engaged in combat for years, making his exact chakra level difficult to estimate. The dojutsu enhancement was relatively modest. Yet for Qian Yao, this was merely the beginning. As long as he protected the Uchiha clan, there would be a continuous supply of clansmen providing chakra. The rise of the Uchiha was his path to greatness. He would ultimately become the god of the Uchiha, and perhaps the god of this world himself. Uchiha Compound. The home of Uchiha Qian Yao. In the past, Qian Yao rarely had time to eat at home. If he was not on a mission, he was on the way to one. Such opportunities were rare indeed, and Liuli was overjoyed. Liuli's physical disability had brought her not only bodily harm, but also deep psychological wounds. Even the lives of Qian Yao and Jiyu had been completely transformed over the years. Fortunately, under Jiyu's careful and attentive care, Liuli gradually began to recover. Her once gloomy face had gradually brightened. To make things easier for Liuli, the table was kept small. The dishes were also placed on Liuli's side within easy reach. Brother, you haven't eaten at home in such a long time. Liuli picked up a flour-cut mini sausage with her chopsticks, placed it in Qian Yao's bowl, and tilted her head to gaze at him. Qian Yao smiled as he popped the sausage into his mouth. From now on, I'll be spending a lot more time at home. Hee, it's a promise. Liuli laughed brightly, her eyes curving into adorable arcs. Although Qian Yao was never fussy about food, Jiyu's cooking was truly delicious. Moreover, the meal was nutritionally balanced. One could tell it had taken real effort. You've worked hard, Jiyu. Jiyu gave a light snort. Just eat. Since when did you become so polite? Then she turned to Liuli and said, I made all of this for Liuli. You're just a freeloader. Qian Yao smiled and said nothing more. The family finished their meal quickly, and Qian Yao left to look for Sasuke. Liuli, too full and drowsy, kept nodding off in her wheelchair. Sister Jiyu, I'm sleepy. Liuli usually took an afternoon nap. Jiyu came over and picked Liuli up. Then I'll take you to sleep for a while. Liuli drifted into sleep in a daze. At the Uchiha compound, the Fugaku residence. After waking up, Sasuke stared blankly for a long time until Fugaku came to find him. Sasuke had just learned that he had awakened his Sharingan. Yet he felt none of the joy he had imagined because Itachi was gone. Father, did brother betray the village for my sake? Sasuke's spirits were low. Fugaku, usually stern, offered Sasuke rare comfort. He patted Sasuke's shoulder. Your talent is as great as your brother's. Don't waste it. Itachi has only left home for a while. If you want him to return sooner, you need to grow stronger quickly. Sasuke looked at his somewhat unfamiliar father in astonishment. Then his eyes lit up and Sasuke nodded firmly. Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. There was deep emotion visible in Sasuke's eyes. Fugaku smiled. Qian Yao was right. There was no need to play the role of a stern father. Itachi won't be around for a while. For anything regarding training, ask Qian Yao or me. Sasuke nodded excitedly. It was the first time his father had been this easy to talk to. Sasuke couldn't help adding, Father, Senior Qian Yao said that Nisan has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and is the strongest in the clan. Even you are no match for Nisan. Is that true? Fugaku laughed wryly. Did Qian Yao tell you that? Sasuke didn't understand the meaning of his father's smile. Isn't brother a Mangekyo Sharingan user? Fugaku said, your brother indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. I've never fought him, so I can't say who would win. But the strongest in the clan isn't him. Seeing Sasuke's astonishment, Fugaku didn't keep him in suspense. Because Qian Yao also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. That night, it was Qian Yao who defeated Itachi and stopped him. Senior Qian Yao too. Sasuke hadn't thought Senior Qian Yao was so low-key. Fugaku had a high opinion of Chinyao's mind, so he told Sasuke learn from Chinyao. He is the most intelligent person in the Uchiha clan. Did you wake up? When Chinyao arrived, Sasuke was already waiting for him. Senior Chinyao. Sasuke bowed to Chinyao. His demeanor was far more respectful than before. He seemed to have grown up overnight with much of the innocence in his eyes gone. That was the price of becoming stronger. Seeing Sasuke's solemn expression, Chinyao reached out and flicked him on the forehead. What are you being so serious for? A memorial service. How that hurts. Little Sasuke rubbed his forehead and his usual expression returned. Senior Chinyao, you lied to me. I already asked father. You also have the Mangekyo Sharingan and you already defeated brother. So Senior Chinyao is the strongest in the Uchiha clan. Chinyao couldn't help laughing. Battles between ninja depend on many objective factors. That day I had you as a hostage. How could your brother possibly beat me? Oh, I was also a hostage in Senior Chinyao's hands. Sasuke's face fell. It was bad enough being taken hostage in Konoha, but even after Chinyao took him away, he was still a hostage. Seeing Sasuke hurt, Chinyao had no intention of comforting him. In this world, strength is what ultimately speaks. If you don't want to be your brother's weakness, train hard and become stronger. At the thought of being his brother's weakness, Sasuke silently resolved to train hard and become stronger. Come on, let's go to school. Chinyao beckoned to Sasuke. Sasuke followed him and asked in confusion, Senior Chinyao, if Konoha wants to wipe us out, why should I still go to school? There's nothing useful to learn there anyway. Chinyao kept walking forward. Sometimes a clash between two powers isn't settled by simply fighting a battle. Taking you to school yesterday and today is just posturing. You're still too young to understand this kind of political struggle. All you need to do is follow along obediently. After today, you won't be coming to school for a while. You don't want to break your promise to Naruto, do you? Sasuke remembered competing with Naruto in the high jump yesterday, so he nodded. Senior Chinyao, do you know about Naruto? Oh, curious. Chinyao stopped because after a few more steps, they would enter Konoha's territory. Naruto's matter could not be discussed over there. Seeing Chinyao stop, Sasuke stopped too. I want to know. Chinyao chuckled softly. If you can resist the urge to show off your awakened eyes and keep it a secret, I'll tell you this afternoon. Sasuke indeed hadn't planned to hide it since it was an honor for the Uchiha clan. For Sasuke, keeping such an achievement under wraps simply went against his nature. Sasuke thought for a moment, then silently nodded. Okay. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto lay listlessly on his desk, his head resting on his arms. The previous night he had dreamed all through, reliving every scene of him being bullied in the past, so naturally, he had not slept well. Moreover, he felt his body was unusually heavy, completely different from his normal state. He had been looking forward to competing in a high jump race with Sasuke today, but Sasuke had not come to class. Naruto felt even more drained of energy. Hearing Irika explaining some geography lessons from the podium, Naruto could only feel drowsy. Scrape. The sound of the door being pulled open. Sasuke. It's Sasuke. As several girls in the class called out, Naruto suddenly woke up. So it was Sasuke who had arrived. Irika-sensei, I'm here for class. Irika glanced at the figure standing in the hallway, but said nothing more. Go take your seat. Sasuke walked over to where Naruto sat and dropped down heavily beside him. Naruto could barely contain himself. Sasuke, where have you been? I thought you weren't coming. Sasuke looked at Naruto and smiled. I made plans with you yesterday, how could I not come? Naruto paused for a moment and his heart skipped a beat. It was the first time someone had kept him in their heart. For the first time someone cared about him this much. Naruto was quite an emotional person, and just those words made his eyes redden. He quickly turned his head away. After class I'll show you what I'm made of. MHM. Sasuke responded absent-mindedly. He had not realized he had moved Naruto. After saying those words, his gaze drifted toward the corridor outside. Faintly he could see Chinyao silhouette and the people guarding him. Chinyao, what are you doing here again? By the time Chinyao had escorted Sasuke to the area near the school, the Yambu had immediately reported it to Jiraiya. With no choice, Jiraiya had to come personally. He had originally planned to gather some material, but now he was forced to come watch over Chinyao, so naturally his expression was gloomy. Chinyao yawned listlessly. Jiraiya, what are you talking about? Our young clan leader is coming to school, and as his bodyguard I appear at the school. It's perfectly reasonable. Rather than staring at me, you'd be better off killing Danzo sooner. Jiraiya snorted coldly. Danzo is the Hokage's advisor, not someone you can judge with a single word. Chinyao regarded Jiraiya with a half-smile. I think Danzo dying sooner would actually benefit you. He remembered clearly that Danzo was the main culprit behind Miheo's death. During this standoff between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, quite a few people would likely show up to stir things up. Akatsuki might very well come to the fray. If Konan made an appearance, it would be interesting. Jiraiya was naturally unaware of this part and did not take it seriously. However, these 2 days were critical. Those from outside with swift travel could already be approaching Konoha. By tomorrow, even the ninja from the Land of Lightning would have arrived. Jiraiya suspected that Chinyao intended to forcefully control Naruto right now, and bringing Sasuke along was merely an excuse. He had to keep a close watch on Chinyao. As long as the Third Hokage's people arrived tonight, the situation would truly stabilize. Chinyao knew Jiraiya was nervous, but he did it deliberately. After all, if the Uchiha did not act provocatively, that would be truly abnormal. He did not know when the Third Hokage's people would appear, but for the time being Konoha was a grand stage. Come and claim the bounty if you dare. After all, this bounty was issued by Uchiha Itachi. Though anonymous, everyone understood. Although nominally the Uchiha still had their police force combined, they were hardly more than a few squads, and they mostly just guarded the streets where their businesses were located. They had essentially become a security detail. The invasion of Konoha had nothing to do with the Uchiha. They could only defend themselves. Qian Yao stood in the corridor, just as he had the day before. For the subsequent outdoor classes, he stood not far from Sasuke. Regardless of whether Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan or not, Naruto simply could not compare to Sasuke. Their high jump competition naturally ended with Sasuke's victory. Today I didn't perform well. Next time I'll beat you. Naruto was stubborn as always, but this time Sasuke did not refute what Naruto said. Instead he blurted out, I won't be coming to school next week. Naruto paused. Sasuke, do you have something going on? Probably won't see each other for a long time. Naruto's expression stiffened, for Sasuke was someone who had never looked down on him and was willing to play with him. But Naruto quickly adjusted his expression. It's fine. Then we'll just meet up sometime. Thinking about his own responsibilities and the fact that he had already awakened his Sharingan, Sasuke turned his head coolly. I'm already different from you all. Seeing Sasuke like this, Naruto muttered, show off, Sasuke. Time at the Ninja Academy passed in the noisy chatter of a bunch of brats. Jiraiya had kept his eyes on Qian Yao all afternoon, his eyes aching, but Qian Yao had not done anything, making Jiraiya's efforts completely wasted. At the school gate, Qian Yao scooped up Sasuke and placed him behind his neck, letting Sasuke ride on his shoulders as they left. Sasuke was said to be a child of the prestigious Uchiha clan, but he was still only 7 years old. Fugaka had never spent time with him like this, and Itachi had only carried him on his back before. Although Qian Yao did this to make yesterday's actions seem less abrupt, inside Sasuke felt a small thrill of joy. Naruto, I'm leaving. Sasuke's expression was somewhat excited. Today he had not boasted about awakening his Sharingan. This way he could exchange secrets with senior Qian Yao once more. Of course, Qian Yao letting him ride on his shoulders also filled a void from Sasuke's childhood. Hearing Sasuke say goodbye, Naruto waved his arm vigorously. Goodbye, Sasuke. Only after watching Sasuke walk far away did he lower his arm. Naruto's smile faded, and he walked somewhat dejectedly toward the swing in the corner. Watching those children with parents being picked up one by one, he would have to wait some time before heading home. Not far away, Jiraiya felt relieved seeing that Qian Yao had not succeeded today. He saw Naruto waiting at that same swing again and did not mind, because from Jiraiya's perspective Naruto was completely fine. Seeing Yinbiyu protecting Naruto, he departed with peace of mind. Jiraiya had already overheard the conversation between Sasuke and Naruto, knowing that Sasuke would not come tomorrow. This may indicate that the Uchiha would take some action. He hurried off to consult with the Third Hokage. At the gate of the Ninja Academy, as usual, Naruto waited until everyone had left before lowering his head and slowly walking home. On both sides of the street were family scenes full of laughter and warmth, parents cooking dinner and eating together with their children. It formed a stark contrast with Naruto, who was hungry and alone trudging home. Growl. His stomach let out a sound of protest. There happened to be a small shop by the street selling rice balls. Naruto sniffed the air and walked over without thinking. He rummaged through his pocket, but all he found was a single 50-yen coin. Grandpa Third, when are you finally going to show up? Scram. You monster. Don't block my business. When Naruto stepped closer, 2 villagers who had been choosing their purchases immediately turned and left. The shopkeeper was furious and hurriedly chased Naruto away, swinging a broom at him twice. Naruto retreated 2 steps, barely avoiding the blow. I came here to buy something. Naruto shouted, clenching the coin in his hand. The shopkeeper waved his broom in disgust. I'm not doing business with you. You monster. Get away. I'm not. Grandpa Third said I'm not a monster. Naruto argued. In the eyes of these ordinary villagers, the Third Hokage was simply a kindly, soft-hearted old man. Thus, the ordinary villagers were not too afraid of the Third Hokage either. It's only because the Third Hokage is kind-hearted that you're still alive, otherwise you would have been killed long ago. This villager clearly had no idea what a Jinchuriki was. He only knew that Naruto was the catastrophe from back then. But then he remembered the gag order the Third Hokage had issued, so he said no more. He also abruptly shut his mouth because he saw a masked ANBU in the distance. The ANBU made 2 hand signals at him. Although the villager could only half understand them, he still took a box of rice balls from the counter and threw it at Naruto's feet. Scram. Don't stay here. Naruto picked up the dented box, placed the 50-yen coin on the counter, and ran off without looking back. I paid for it. He had seen earlier that this rice ball cost exactly 50 yen. The shopkeeper tossed the coin to the ground with disgust, as if it were something filthy. This delay had cost him some time. Some villagers had already finished dinner and come outside to stroll around. Naruto had no choice but to clutch his boxed rice ball tightly and hurry home. The more people there were, the greater his panic became, because with adults present, many children would bully him with even less restraint. And what he feared came right at him. A few kids who had just finished eating by the roadside happened to catch sight of Naruto. You again, you monster. So gross. I ran into you again. Get lost. One of them picked up a stone and hurled it. The others followed suit, grabbing stones and throwing them as well. Naruto's scrambling, desperate dodging made the children burst into loud laughter. The unchecked laughter made him both angry and anxious. But Grandpa Third had told him not to cause trouble, so his only choice was to lower his head and flee. 2 stones struck his back. Pain shot through Naruto, and he fell flat on the ground. The rice ball in his hand dropped and rolled away. Ha ha ha. Look at this guy. He even has a rice ball to eat. A nasty voice rang out. All Naruto could see was a foot stepping directly onto the rice ball, squashing it flat. You must have stolen it, you monster. Blood rushed to Naruto's head. With one shove, he pushed the fat boy before him to the ground. I bought it. I'm not a monster. Ow. How dare you fight back? Get him. The 4 children swarmed around Naruto, punching and kicking him. The 4 nearby Yanbiyu looked on with indifference. It was just a kid's fight. Why aren't you fighting back? A voice sounded beside Naruto's ear. Naruto shielded himself and said, Grandpa Third will be angry. Why do you listen to him? Only Grandpa Third treats me the best. He gives me money to buy food. If you fight back, the Third Hokage will come right away. Really? Really? Naruto suddenly threw off the fat boy who had been straddling him. Aunt. Naruto slammed 2 punches into the fat boy. The fat boy yelped in pain. You're still fighting back. Let's hit him together. The 5 of them immediately tumbled into a brawl. Obviously Naruto alone was no match for 4 others, and he was soon pinned down. A large lump had been knocked onto his head and his face was covered in bloody scrapes from being ground against the dirt. That voice came to his ear again, pick up the stone and smash it. But Naruto's head was foggy and he made no move. Yet his body moved on its own. Naruto grabbed a handful of sand and flung it backward. My eyes. The fat ringleader got a face full of sand. Help! What are you all doing? He grunted in rage, but failed to notice how silent everyone around him had become. Bam! A dull thud. Aunt. The fat boy let out a heart-rending scream. Naruto seized the very stone that had just been thrown at him and smashed it into the fat boy's head. Blood immediately gushed from the fat boy's head. The other kids who had been bullying Naruto were badly frightened. Monster. The monster is going to eat people. Run away. These children were used to seeing Naruto beaten bloody, but seeing their companion covered in blood today made them panic instantly. The fat boy scrambled away in terror, screaming, Help! Help! Naruto said nothing, picked up the stone, and struck the fat boy's head again. The fat boy's body stiffened, then went limp, and he could no longer crawl. His cries grew faint. Help! The Yanbiyu nearby had found Naruto's counterattack amusing. After all, under the Third Hokage's guidance these past 2 years Naruto had rarely fought back. But they soon stopped smiling. After knocking the fat boy down, Naruto did not let him go. Instead, he straddled him, picked up the stone, and slammed it down with all his strength. Bam! The fat boy lost consciousness. But Naruto raised the stone again and struck once more savagely. Bam! The fat boy convulsed. The blood had already spread across the ground. Expressionless Naruto raised the stone again and smashed it down with brutal force. This time several figures appeared and seized Naruto's arm. An urgent voice rang out, Stop! Are you trying to kill him? Naruto looked up at the suddenly appearing Yanbiyu, and a bone-deep hatred surfaced in his eyes. It sent a chill through the Yanbiyu's entire body. The next moment Naruto closed his eyes and fainted. The Yanbiyu squad leader shook his head, treating what had just happened as an illusion. Now he was greatly troubled. No other shift had run into such a problem. Why did trouble have to happen on his watch today? In the past Naruto had fought back, but never in a way that threatened someone's life. What in the world is wrong today? Captain, that fat kid is seriously hurt. He's barely breathing. Get him to a medic at once. Don't let this become a death. Suba, hurry and notify the Third Hokage. I'll take Naruto home first. Inside Naruto's mindscape. Who are you? Why can you control my body? Before Naruto stood a figure entirely wrapped in shadow, impossible to see clearly. It was this same person who had earlier controlled his body and launched the counterattack. Kushina, hidden in the shadows, desperately wanted to acknowledge her son, but in order to erase the Third Hokage's influence as soon as possible, she could only endure. Just call me Uzumaki, Kushina sighed, inwardly hardening her heart to keep up the act before Naruto. Her altered voice reached him, and Naruto suddenly grew excited. Uzumaki. The same Uzumaki as me. A child's attention shifts quickly, and in a flash he had forgotten about having his body controlled. I am one of your clan, Kushina added. My clan. Light gradually appeared in Naruto's eyes. Wonderful, wonderful. I have a clan now. I'm not alone anymore. Naruto ran around joyfully in the mindscape. Seeing her son like this, Kushina trembled with heartache. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you bastard. When Naruto finally calmed down, he continued, asking Uzumaki, why are you here? Why can you control my body? And how did you know someone was nearby? Naruto, extremely excited, fired off 3 questions in a row. Perhaps he didn't care about the answers. What he cared about was having someone to keep him company. For now I can't tell you why I appeared here, nor about being able to control your body. You must not tell anyone, especially the Third Hokage. Huh, why? At that moment Naruto trusted the Third Hokage deeply. Kushina gave a cold snort. Because the Third Hokage is not a good man. No, he isn't. Grandpa Third has always been the best to me. Naruto retorted loudly. Xianyao had fully prepared Kushina mentally, so when Kushina heard Naruto say this, she suppressed her anger. Kushina said coldly, those people are the ones the Third Hokage has always kept by your side to watch you. They would rather watch you get beaten than show themselves. Do you still think the Third Hokage is any kind of good person? Or do you think they just happened to pass by? Naruto instinctively made excuses for them impossible. Grandpa Third would never do something like that. They must have been passing by nearby. Kushina didn't argue with Naruto. She simply said, if you want to know who your father and mother are, you can't let the Third Hokage know I exist. Dad and Mom. Hey, Uzumaki. Uzumaki. The whole world suddenly collapsed, and a hazy glow spread before Naruto's eyes. He woke up groggily. Naruto found himself lying in his own home, and standing by the bed was none other than the third Hokage. Grandpa Third, you're here. Naruto's first reaction upon seeing the third Hokage was still happiness, because the third Hokage regularly gave him money. Seeing the third Hokage meant he wouldn't go hungry for a while. The third Hokage looked at Naruto's happy face and was inwardly satisfied. Not all his years of brainwashing Naruto had been in vain. He put on a stern expression and said, "Didn't I tell you not to fight? This time you nearly beat that person to death." Naruto said urgently, "No, it wasn't me. It was..." Then he suddenly remembered what Uzumaki had said, "If you want to know who your father and mother are, don't let the third Hokage know I exist." It was them throwing stones at me. The rice balls I bought were also stomped on and ruined. They were bought with the last of my money. Naruto stammered and omitted Kushina's existence entirely. Such hesitant stammering after doing something wrong did not arouse the third Hokage's suspicion. Because while Naruto was unconscious, the third Hokage had already examined him. Naruto's seal was intact, and there was no sign of the Jinchuriki going berserk. In the third Hokage's view, it was simply that Naruto's counterattack had been a bit too fierce. But you still shouldn't have struck so heavily. You nearly killed him. Naruto felt a little wronged. He had been surrounded and beaten by 4 people after all, and no one had come to save him. A child's emotions were written all over his face. Seeing Naruto's aggrieved look, the third Hokage changed his tone. One should be kind. Even though they hit you, they have already received the punishment they deserved. You must learn to forgive. From now on, don't fight anymore, understand? Naruto pouted a little unhappy. Kushina's voice suddenly sounded inside Naruto's mind. Kindness built on another's pain is the most hypocritical kind of kindness. At that moment, the third Hokage took out a large 1,000 ryo note. "I've been busy lately and can't come by often. Spend it sparingly, understand?" Naruto was completely stunned. Seeing Naruto's stunned expression, the third Hokage thought he was moved. Satisfied, he stuffed the money into Naruto's hand. "Alright, I bought you some food. Eat it first. I'm going now. I'll come see you next time." With that, the third Hokage left Naruto's home. Members of the Sarutobi clan were due to arrive tonight. With so many people, he would need to arrange things properly. "Uzumaki, are you still there?" After the third Hokage left, Naruto called out in a low, furtive voice. "Just think it in your mind, you don't have to speak." Oh. After answering out loud twice, Naruto suddenly covered his mouth. Fortunately, the third Hokage had just left, and the Umbu were still standing guard outside the room, otherwise Naruto would have been discovered in an instant. Naruto looked around like a thief. "Don't worry, the Umbu are all outside your room." Only after hearing Uzumaki's words did Naruto relax. He then began to ask in his mind, did Grandpa Third really send Umbu to watch me outside my house? Kushina didn't answer Naruto's question. Instead, she asked, "When people bully you and insult you, does it hurt?" Naruto sat up, hugged his knees, and seemed to sink into painful memories. Then when the third Hokage tells you to be kind, tells you to forgive, isn't that hypocritical? Naruto was sullen. He didn't want to forgive those people. It was only because the third Hokage had told him not to take it to heart that he hadn't fought back long ago. Naruto was only 7, now not yet at the age of going around causing trouble. During this period, he couldn't even eat his fill, let alone go around painting graffiti. "Do you know why the Umbu have been watching you, but never help you?" Kushina slowly guided Naruto. Naruto shook his head in confusion. If the third Hokage was a good person, then the Umbu had never helped him even once. That's because as long as the third Hokage shows up in the end to comfort you, you'll feel grateful to him. Why is that? Naruto completely failed to understand why the third Hokage would do such a thing. It has to do with your identity, and your parents' identity. Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Uzumaki, am I not an orphan? Who are my mom and dad?" Kushina was furious. That bastard third Hokage had insisted on telling Naruto he was an orphan. If the third Hokage had even a shred of decency, he could at least have had Naruto adopted by someone trustworthy. "This is a secret. Do you think I'd just tell you out of the blue?" Huh. Naruto scratched his head. That made sense, but he still desperately wanted to know who his parents were. Then, what would I have to do to make you tell me this secret? Kushina had already looked over every corner of Naruto's home. The house was dirty, cluttered, and reeking. I would never tell such an important secret to a child who keeps his home in such a mess. Naruto promptly jumped off the bed, ready to clean the room. Kushina said helplessly, "Eat first. Clean after you eat." "Oh, okay." Naruto answered in a daze, took the bento the third Hokage had brought, and put it in the microwave to heat. During those few minutes, he began to pick up the trash scattered on the floor. Following Chinyao's advice, Kushina intended to start by correcting some of Naruto's bad habits. After all, even if Naruto learned now that his parents were the fourth Hokage and his wife, it would do no good. It would only put him in danger. While Naruto was still young, she wanted to pull him away from the third Hokage's influence and straighten out his character. Kushina had always been sharp-tongued and fierce. When she was bullied back in the day, she never just sobbed and whimpered. Instead, she would fight back, punching her enemies until their faces looked like pig heads. She tended to settle grudges on the spot. Kushina did not want Naruto to grow into a spineless fool who only knew how to forgive. Her time was limited, she couldn't stay by Naruto's side forever. "I'm going to rest. Tomorrow morning, I want to see a clean room." As Naruto began cleaning with clumsy hands, Kushina left those words in his mind, and then sank into total silence. "Uzumaki. Uzumaki." After calling twice in his mind, and receiving no response, Naruto heard a ding, the microwave, and was drawn over. Though his injuries were not serious, he had burned a tremendous amount of energy and was now ravenous. Naruto opened the bento and dug in. As he ate, Naruto wondered who this Uzumaki really was and why she could speak inside his head. Was she telling the truth? Was Grandpa Third really a bad person? Although Naruto still had no idea what this Uzumaki looked like, he instinctively felt drawn to this person who called herself Uzumaki. Lost in thought, Naruto quickly finished the bento. There was still a carton of milk and some cookies, but he decided to save them for breakfast the next morning. After all, the Third Hokage had only brought this much. Once he ate it all, he would have to buy more himself. Naruto picked up the milk and cookies, then remembered that there was a refrigerator at home. After stuffing them into the refrigerator, Naruto began to clean the room at a slow pace. In the past, Naruto had never been mindful of hygiene and left things lying everywhere. Naruto was too young as cleaning was slow and the house echoed with clattering noises. The ANBU outside quietly observed him for a moment, and upon realizing he was just cleaning, paid no further attention. The ANBU member whom Naruto, under Kushina's control, had glared at earlier did not report that murderous glare up the chain. After all, Naruto showed no signs of leaking the Nine-Tails chakra, reporting that would only bring trouble to himself. Still, the Third Hokage sent ANBU to issue a strict order to the townspeople. From now on, anyone who bullies Naruto will be sent to prison. Whether adults or children, the villagers were all frightened and decided to stay away from this monster from then on. People who have never cleaned a room don't know how to plan. They often end up doing the same things over again. Naruto was exactly like that. He swept the floor first, then went to pick up trash only to dirty the floor again. After going back and forth a few times, Naruto finally gained some experience. Afraid that Uzumaki would be displeased, he tidied the room and then fetched water to wipe it down inside and out. He worked alone until the middle of the night, then collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Qianyao rose up from Naruto's shadow. Kushina, needing to conserve chakra, had already sunk into slumber. Qianyao surveyed the spotless, neatly arranged room and nodded slightly. It seemed Kushina had already won Naruto's trust. At least it was a promising start. Meanwhile, Naruto was busy cleaning his room. A dense crowd of people approached from outside Konoha. All of them wore Konoha forehead protectors, yet the Hyuga patrol, keeping the outer perimeter, did not recognize a single one. Every last one was a stranger. Were it not for the Third Hokage and Jiraiya both being present and declaring these people to be their own, the Hyuga clan would have sounded the alarm long ago. Informed of the news, Hyuga Mitsunobu also arrived at the scene. Seeing such a dense throng of Konoha shinobi moving with impeccable discipline, he was utterly astounded. Lord Hokage, who are these? As the supervisor of all surveillance in Konoha, Hyuga Mitsunobu naturally had to ask and clarify. He wanted to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. The Third Hokage wore his Hokage hat, and the pipe in his hand was lit, but he was not smoking it. These are men I've brought back from the border. Lord Hokage, where should we place them? Mitsunobu had at least been to war. Although the individual strength of these shinobi was not particularly high, yet they were exceptionally disciplined and orderly. The key was their number. Mitsunobu estimated at least 1,000. For a village as large and prosperous as Konoha, that was not a great many. But if these shinobi were the Third Hokage's private force, the Third Hokage already had a plan in mind. Put them in the ruins left after the old district was demolished. Settle them there for now. There may be major upheaval in Konoha in the next few days. Bear the extra burden. Hyuga Mitsunobu stiffened. Rest assured, Lord Hokage. We will carry out our surveillance duties for Konoha well. After the Third Hokage and Jiraiya had brought everyone into Konoha, the Third Hokage dispatched 4 EMBU squads to work with Hyuga Mitsunobu. Hyuga Mitsunobu had Hyuga Soda settle these people and subtly winking at him, while he himself coordinated supplies. After a busy stretch, it was already late at night. After reporting to the clan head Hayashi, he returned to his own residence to wait. About an hour later, a voice came from outside the door. Lord Mitsunobu, I'm back. Come in. Only after Mitsunobu ordered did Soda open the door and enter. My lord, these shinobi number about 1,000 and half of them are chunin. The rest don't look like ordinary genin. They are extremely disciplined and have undergone team training. The man leading them is called Ryanosuke, and all of them use only given names, no family names. Soda's report of team training did not mean 3-man cells, but large team training with more than 10 people. Using only given names and no family names could have 2 possible explanations. One was that they were all very close acquaintances. The other possibility was that they belonged to the same clan. Guangxin's brows knitted tightly. He asked once more, what about their physical condition? Sangtai pondered for a moment. They're all in good health. Guangxin now had reason to believe that all these people were the Third Hokage's private soldiers. There were 2 reasons. First, there were indeed some leaf ninja along the border. But this was peacetime, and the border watchtowers had pathetically few guards. At most 100 or 2. Impossible to have 1,000. Moreover, the outpost conditions were far from good. Usually those stationed there were people who had made mistakes and been sent there as punishment. Such remote places lacked even water, electricity, and gas, and one had to fend for oneself for food. It was inconceivable that every one of them could be so physically fit and trained in formation. A terrifying thought crossed Guangxin's mind. Could these people all be from the Sarutobi clan? He shook his head. With over 1,000 Sarutobi members, how many resources would it take to sustain them? Lord Guangxin, should we report all this intelligence to the main family? Sangtai suggested. The Hyuga branch family harbored equal hatred for both the main family and the Third Hokage. Ever since the Hyuga clan had been tricked by the Third Hokage last time, they had grown distrustful of the Leaf faction. Guangxi nodded in satisfaction, thinking the same. But the fact that Songtai could reach this conclusion showed he had a brain. I'll handle this matter. You continue gathering intelligence on this group and report back at any time. Understood. Songtai quickly left. Guangxi sorted out his thoughts and immediately headed to the main family compound. Hiashi and the Grand Elder were just there. They were somewhat curious about Guangxin's return as he had already reported once before. Now not long after he was back again. Guangxin, what happened? Guangxin always wore a poker face before the main family, and this time was no exception. He first bowed to Hiashi and Grand Elder Zhongzhao, then spoke. Patriarch Grand Elder, the people the Third Hokage has recalled this time number around 1,000. More than half of them have chakra levels surpassing that of a Chunin, and the rest are not far behind. They are all physically strong and healthy. They address one another only by given name, never by surname. After speaking, Guangxin reverted to that machine-like state. He only reported, no speculation, no suggestions. Hiashi and the Grand Elder had already been discussing the matter, and the supplementary intelligence Guangxin brought made both their faces darken. The additional information suggested a high possibility that these were the Third Hokage's private soldiers. The Hyuga clan had already been tricked once. Not long ago the Uchiha had nearly been wiped out. It was time for the Hyuga to consider their own future. With the Third Hokage's influence so formidable once the Uchiha were brought down, the Hyuga clan would be swallowed whole by the Third Hokage. After all, nearly every member of the Hyuga clan awakened the Byakugan, and the Byakugan possessed immense utility once awakened. In any mission, the most sought-after members were always Hyuga clan members. Even the once formidable Uchiha had nearly fallen, the Hyuga clan was even less capable of resisting the Third Hokage. Guangxin, what are your thoughts? Hiashi asked as usual. With a poker face, Guangxin replied, the branch family supports whatever decision the main family makes. The Grand Elder let out a breath. Guangxin, you have been an elder for years now. You can also contribute ideas for the clan. Guangxin continued, a wise patriarch will lead us through all difficulties. Although his words were passionate, Guangxin recited them in a completely mechanical tone. It was basically like an auto-reply. You. The Grand Elder felt a lump in his throat, stuck neither rising nor falling, leaving him deeply uncomfortable. Hiashi shook his head slightly. Guangxin, you may leave now. After respectfully bowing to the two, Guangxin withdrew. Grand Elder Zhongzhao said with heartfelt grief, Hiashi, this cannot go on like this. Hiashi still felt a certain guilt over his brother's death. Now the branch family members behaving this way was all a silent resistance against the main family. Yet this passive resistance left the main family entirely helpless. Even though the main family had not punished the branch family in the last 2 years and had been improving their treatment, still they could not increase the branch family's enthusiasm. If the current situation did not threaten the annihilation of the entire Hyuga clan, the branch members would probably not have come to report at all. Hiashi said, slightly weary, let's deal with the branch matters later. The crucial thing now is that the Third Hokage's power is somewhat beyond our imagination. Grand Elder Zhongzhao responded in a deep voice, the Uchiha must not fall. Hiashi nodded in agreement. The key is, what do we do? The Grand Elder's eyes held a scrutinizing look. We need to have a talk with the Uchiha. The Uchiha's remaining still is exactly because they are waiting for external support. They might even have contacted other ninja villages. Hearing this, Hiashi did not refute it. Although the Uchiha had 3 Mangekyo Sharingan and over 400 combatants. But Leaf had far more personnel. With each ninja clan counting dozens of ninja, they easily reached several thousand in total. An even larger portion of ninja belonged to no clan at all. In a world as dangerous as the ninja world, these low-ranked ninja lived fairly well under the Great Tree of Leaf. Naturally, their sense of belonging to Leaf was strong. The Third Hokage still held prestige among these people. If the Uchiha rebelled, and the Third Hokage ordered this group to hold the line, they would listen. If the current Uchiha had someone who could manifest a complete Susanoo, that single person could instantly overthrow the Leaf regime. But the combat power of the Mangekyo Sharingan the Uchiha had displayed so far had not reached a level that transcended class distinctions. They could even be whittled down and killed. Not to mention, the Third Hokage had the dead demon consuming seal to drag others down with him. Although not everyone knew about this forbidden technique of the Third Hokage. But as the professor of ninjutsu, the Third Hokage certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. How many people the Umbu had was unclear. Moreover, Root was also a massive organization hidden in the darkness. Although they had lost dozens of combatants earlier, no one knew how many hidden operatives remained. The Uchiha were not as safe as they imagined. It was highly likely they had contacted other ninja villages hoping to cooperate with them to take down Leaf, and then have the Land of Fire cede some territory or yield some benefits. These were all very common political maneuvers. However, whether the Uchiha could pull off such a maneuver depended on how many allies they could win over. Allies came from 2 fronts. One was other villages wanting a slice of the cake. The other was those within Leaf Village who were dissatisfied with the Third Hokage's rule. But such a maneuver would be extremely dangerous. If mishandled, it could easily bring about the destruction of all of Leaf. I'll go to the Uchiha myself and probe Fugaku's stance, Hiashi said in a deep voice. For now, although the Hyuga were on Leaf's side, there was no need to worry about safety. The Uchiha might even try to win the Hyuga over, the Grand Elder said with a slight nod. Right now, those keeping watch over Leaf are all our people. There's no time to lose. Go. Speed was of the essence while Konoha teemed with undercurrents. Hayashi could not afford to wait until the next day to leave. At just over 30, he was still in the prime of his life. He had not raised his hand in real combat for a long time, but he had never given up his training habits. After changing clothes quickly, he went out under the cover of night. With the Byakugan, Hayashi could easily avoid the Umbu on patrol, but he could not avoid the Hyuga clansmen, who likewise possessed the Byakugan. With tensions mounting, the Uchiha compound was under the closest watch. Hayashi could not reach the Uchiha compound without disturbing his own clansmen. Clan leader. What is this? Soda, who happened to be on night duty and had returned to his post after reporting to Mitsunobu, was rather surprised to see the clan leader appear in person. Hayashi merely gave the clansman a slight nod. You saw no one tonight, understand? Soda lowered his head in assent. This area is under my watch, clan leader. Please rest assured. Once the instructions were given, Hayashi flickered and slipped directly into the Uchiha compound. Soda looked up at the vanished Hayashi, a thoughtful light passing through his eyes. The Uchiha compound. At Qianyao's home. Qianyao, lying on his bed, had just gone to check on Naruto. After shifting his consciousness back, he was about to sleep when he sensed someone land in the courtyard. Immediately after, he heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Qianyao was not especially tense. The way the knocking came told him it was a clansman. Qianyao, it's me. The clan leader wants you to come. Yusuker's voice came from outside the door. You go on ahead, I'll be there shortly. Yusuker gave an acknowledgement and vanished. Qianyao changed his clothes and opened the door. At the same moment, a door at the far end of the corridor opened. Jiyu in her sleepwear poked her head out. Qianyao, what's wrong? Qianyao shook his head slightly. Nothing. The clan leader asked me to help with something. Take Lioli and go to sleep. Jiyu usually had to buy groceries and cook, and she even wanted to return to the combat roster, so she was well aware of the tense atmosphere in the clan. Her face was shadowed with worry. Jiyu had little experience with the world, and Qianyao's recent transformation made him seem somewhat unfamiliar. Qianyao, will we win? At Jiyu's words, Qianyao knew that she too thought the Uchiha were about to go to war with Konoha. He reassured her, don't worry. I still have Lioli to look after. If there is danger, I'll warn you both first. Still the same, Qianyao, who took care of his little sister Lioli. Jiyu felt a little relieved, but her own concerns left her feelings complicated. Then go on and come back early. Qianyao acknowledged, flickered, and vanished. Jiyu let out a troubled sigh, then walked back into the room where Lioli was sleeping soundly. She, however, turned her gaze to the combat uniform set aside. It had been many years since she had gone out on a mission. In Fugaku's room, the lamp was still lit. The heads of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans sat waiting in their seats. A hint of puzzlement crossed Hayashi's face. Who was Fugaku waiting for? But having come this far, he held his composure. A moment later, the door slid open, and Qianyao walked in. Seeing Hayashi there, he had already more or less guessed why Hayashi had come. What he had not expected was that it would happen so soon. By his reckoning, the Hyuga should only have come after outsiders from beyond the village tested the waters. Didn't Grand Elder see who come? Qianyao asked Fugaku unhurriedly. Fugaku shook his head. The Grand Elder said he felt a little drowsy and has left this matter to you. Qianyao couldn't help but laugh. What an excuse. Still, it mattered little. He had never planned to remain behind the scenes forever. This is the Hyuga clan leader. And this is our Uchiha fourth elder, Uchiha Chiyo. Hayashi and Qianyao naturally knew each other, even if they had not before. After the events of the past 2 days, Hayashi had come to know him. Fugaku was clearly making the formal introductions so the two of them could talk. The three sat at a square table, Qianyao and Hayashi, facing each other, while Fugaku sat to the side. Qianyao bypassed Fugaku and spoke directly. Lord Hayashi, what brings you here for a late-night visit? Hayashi glanced at Fugaku, who was holding a teacup and drinking at a leisurely pace. He looked at Qianyao again, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He had not expected that the person in this political confrontation with the third Hokage was this youth under 20. The Uchiha had actually produced such a shrewd man. But since Hayashi had come all the way here in the dead of night, he asked without wasting words, may I ask what the Uchiha's goal is this time? In this confrontation, the Uchiha standoff with Konoha and the bounty on Danzo were only means, not the goal. Only by learning the Uchiha's true demands would Hayashi choose whether to cooperate with them. Qianyao poured himself a cup of water, his thoughts already forming a draft of his reply. Sarutobi Hiruzen has held the power of the Hokage for too many years. Absolute and enduring power. Hayashi narrowed his eyes, seeming to ponder. Qianyao paused there before continuing. The third Hokage's strength is not limited to what is on the surface. If we ninja clans do not unite, the Konoha of the future will belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. Though Qianyao had not directly answered Hayashi's question, his opening words coincided with Hayashi's way of thinking. Hayashi thought for a moment, then took out a sheet of paper, laid it on the table, and pushed it to Qianyao. Qianyao unfolded the paper, and an eyebrow rose slightly. So many. Qianyao had not expected the third Hokage to have called back over 1,000 people at once. He even suspected these were all the Sarutobi clan members. After all, converting manpower also took time. The current Sarutobi clan could not possibly have 3,000 people. Since Lord Hayashi has shown such sincerity, we may as well share some key intelligence with you. Qianyao folded the paper and straightened up. All the property on the 5 streets, Shizuin, Hanlu, Daijin, Zushi, and Hungtong, belongs to Kushina. Hayashi took a moment to register the name Kushina. That was the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and she was already dead, which meant this inheritance. Hayashi drew in a sharp breath, frowning. 5 streets. All of it. Qianyao confirmed all of it. Everything on those 5 streets belongs to Kushina. The The clan leader's wife once had some connection with Kushina. The intelligence is reliable. Hayashi leaned back slightly. In his view, it was normal for the third Hokage to abuse his power for personal gain, but the sheer scale of his wealth accumulation was still somewhat staggering. Qianyao tapped the paper on the table. So the people who came back are not just the third Hokage's men. Every single one of them belongs to the Sarutobi clan. We do not wish to come into conflict with the Sarutobi clan, but Lord Hizashi is well aware of the situation. There is no place for our Uchiha clan among the honorary elders. Hizashi looked at Qianyao and Fugaku. Is that all? Qianyao nodded slightly. The development of our clans inevitably requires your support as well. After all, our Konoha is so weak. We must remain united. Otherwise we might be wiped out without reason. Seeing Hizashi deep in thought, Qianyao added, of course our Uchiha are not suited to frequent social visits. Some matters will require your assistance, Lord Hizashi. Lord Hizashi might as well wait 2 days. This would make such matters more convenient. Hizashi picked up his teacup, took a sip, then rose to his feet. The Uchiha indeed have capable successors. Fugaku and Qianyao also stood. Qianyao's expression remained calm. You overpraise us, Lord Hizashi. Hizashi exchanged words with Fugaku and said, then I shall not linger further. Fugaku gestured and Yusuke materialized from the shadows. Please escort Lord Hizashi out on my behalf. Hizashi nodded, then departed swiftly with Yusuke. Neither Qianyao nor Fugaku mentioned Danzo. Aside from the uncertainty of when Danzo would regain consciousness, the third Hokage would undoubtedly protect him. Once the Sarutobi clan's strength was exposed, many ninja clans of Konoha would become neutral. By then the third Hokage would find Danzo rather indispensable. Fugaku sighed. You were right, Qianyao. The Sarutobi clan truly has so many members. Qianyao was not surprised by this fact, for he had deduced it after already knowing the answer. For now we need only wait. But who will draw back the curtain on this chapter? The following day, Naruto opened his eyes groggily. Today there were no classes, and his alarm did not ring. He glanced at the clock and saw it was already past 9. It must have been because he cleaned too late yesterday. Cleaning. Naruto suddenly snapped awake, frantically calling out in his mind. Naruto. Naruto, are you there? But his calls went unanswered in his mind. Naruto scratched his head, unsure of any other way to reach Naruto. After several failed attempts, Naruto retrieved milk and biscuits from the refrigerator to begin his meal. You didn't even warm the milk since it just came out of the fridge. The voice in his mind brought both surprise and delight to Naruto. Oh, Naruto, you're here, Kushina said with exasperation. Pour the milk into a pot and heat it. Yes, yes. Naruto obediently followed the instructions while asking in his mind, Naruto, you promised me yesterday that after tidying the room you'd tell me who my parents are. Though Kushina desperately wanted to reveal that she was his mother, seeing Naruto's immediate improvement, she restrained herself. Your parents' existence is a secret. If you go blabbing about it, you could be in danger. Naruto quickly replied, I won't tell anyone. Just tell me. Let me tell you part of it first. Whether I reveal the rest depends on your performance. Naruto was somewhat disappointed, yet mostly excited. Tell me quickly, Naruto. Kushina, having long considered this, said, you do not bear your father's surname. You take your mother's surname. Your maternal lineage belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's voice was disguised and Naruto could not tell it was a woman's voice. Nevertheless, learning part of his heritage thrilled him. So I follow my mother's surname. Then what about my father? But at this point Kushina fell silent. I must see whether you can keep this secret before I tell you more. Naruto, tell me first. I can definitely keep a secret. No. Naruto grew restless, scratching his head and feet, as though 100 claws were tearing at his heart. But Kushina refused to yield. Just this small detail, and you're already this eager. Do you think you can keep a secret? If you simply obey me, I will certainly tell you. Hearing this, Naruto barely subdued his curiosity and began eating breakfast. Yet Naruto divided the small bag of biscuits into 2 portions, eating only 1/2, and pouring just half the milk. Is that all? Won't you be hungry? Naruto answered honestly. Not being hungry is good enough. I can save this for next time. Seeing Naruto had already formed such habits, Kushina felt a surge of frustration and scoffed. Eat all these biscuits. And finish that bento box too. Naruto blinked. But that's for lunch. I know perfectly well how the Uzumaki appetite is. Eat everything now. I'll teach you how to manage lunchtime. You won't go hungry. But... Naruto hesitated. Kushina's tone turned stern. Are you disobeying me? Naruto shivered. I'll obey, I'll obey. He sensed that disobedience would bring terrible consequences. Yes, even for the sake of learning about his parents, he had to behave. Seeming to have convinced himself, Naruto picked up the biscuits and crunched away, then downed the milk in large gulps. After finishing the milk and biscuits, Naruto heated the bento box. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto would never feel stuffed to discomfort. Still, he had not felt so thoroughly satiated in a long time. Lying on his bed with a contented expression, he thought this was not such a bad feeling. A few minutes later, Kushina's voice rang out in Naruto's mind once more. What books are on your bookshelf? When Naruto had begun cleaning the previous night, Kushina had already fallen into slumber and knew little of it. Naruto walked over, pulling books out one by one for Kushina to inspect. Kushina was fine with the storybooks, but grew incensed upon seeing books about the origins of Konoha and the Will of Fire. There were even swimwear magazines and explicit pornographic novels. Barely containing her fury, she asked in an emotionless tone, Naruto, where did these books come from? Unsure why, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. The third Hokage brought them over. One day he brought a whole pile of books. Do you enjoy reading these? Kushina asked. Naruto scratched his head somewhat embarrassed. There are many characters I don't even recognize. He pointed at the swimwear and pornographic books. I don't understand why those sisters aren't wearing clothes. Kushina's tension eased slightly. These books are not suitable for you. Throw them away. Alright. Naruto had no concept of cherishing books. After all, he rarely had enough to eat, let alone interest in reading. At Kushina's command, Naruto stuffed the swimwear magazines and pornographic novels into the trash. Kushina then directed Naruto to tidy up the things that had been scattered around the house. You don't have school today. What do you usually do? Kushina asked. Naruto sat down on a stool, unhappy. I don't have friends. I usually go catch fish, or I play by myself. Naruto did know Shikamaru and the others, but he couldn't run into them all the time. More often than not, he was still an easy target for bullies. You've competed against Sasuke so many times, and lost every time. Now that you can eat your fill, you should go out and train. You even lost to him in the high jump before. Don't you want to win it back next time? Kushina started by using Sasuke as a way in guiding Naruto. Naruto cared deeply about Sasuke, and a few words from Kushina stirred up his fighting spirit. Naruto packed up and went out. The AMBU agents who had been staking out outside his residence immediately followed him. This kid usually doesn't go to school or leave the house much. What is he planning today? Then several AMBU agents saw Naruto arrive at a small stream. There he ran back and forth in circles and jumped around. No one could predict the whims of a child that age. But when the AMBU saw that Naruto wasn't causing trouble, they sighed in relief. After all, only the day before Naruto had nearly beaten someone to death. Although the people around him had been seriously warned, the best thing was for Naruto to keep his distance. Kushina didn't make particularly harsh demands of him. Letting Naruto run and jump around on his own was enough. The main thing was to get him into the habit. Naruto was pushing himself alone, but he didn't show any impatience because there was a voice in his head that could talk to him. Naruto kept asking questions. What his mother looked like, what his father looked like, why they had never once come to visit him, and so on. Naruto didn't even know if his parents were still alive. He asked many questions, but Kushina basically never answered. Hearing these questions really hurt her, and she once again questioned whether Minato had been right to seal the Nine Tails inside Naruto. If Naruto hadn't been made the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he would have suffered far fewer hardships. Kushina was full of guilt. After Naruto had worked himself hard for a while, noon arrived. Growl. As Naruto's stomach gave a growl, his energy dropped sharply. Which shop did you usually buy bento from? Kushina asked him out of nowhere. Naruto stammered, I'd rather not eat bento. With Grandpa Third's money, I can buy a lot of Ichiraku ramen. Kushina knew why Naruto stammered. The shop that sold him bento. Although they sometimes sold bento to Naruto at a discounted price, they would always mix sand or other garbage into it. Naruto naturally didn't want to go buy bento. Kushina's memory of Naruto eating sand-filled bento was deeply vivid. No matter what, she had to help Naruto overcome this problem. If I tell you to go, then go. Do you want to go hungry forever? I don't want to go hungry anymore. Every time Naruto thought about those feast or famine days, he felt miserable. So he decided to listen to Uzumaki and headed toward the bento shop. Naruto was careful the whole way, afraid that someone would come and bully him again. Along the way, everyone still avoided him like a snake or scorpion. But no one cursed him. Even the bad kids would dodge away when they saw Naruto. Naruto was a bit bewildered, but it was always better when no one bullied him. He reached the bento shop safe and sound. But when the bento shop owner saw Naruto appear, his expression turned very unpleasant. Naruto shrank his neck at the sight, yet the owner didn't chase him away. He went to the bento shelf and looked over which one was cheapest. Kushina instructed, take the one right beside your hand. Naruto looked at the price, 1000 ryo. That was fairly expensive for a bento. But I only have 1000. If I buy this one, I'll go hungry. Listen to me. You won't go hungry from now on. Really? Naruto was somewhat skeptical. Kushina gave a snort. If you're obedient, I can tell you what your mother looks like. Hearing that, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed the bento box marked 1000. Even if he had to go hungry later, that was a problem for another day. Knowing what his mother looked like was what mattered most. Boss, ring me up. Naruto put the bento box on the counter and slapped down the 1000 ryo the third Hokage had given him. The owner looked at Naruto in surprise, knowing full well how poor Naruto was. He picked up the 1000 ryo note, looked it over, and was tempted to say it was fake. But then he remembered that the AMBU had warned him just yesterday, so he accepted the money. The owner stared at Naruto with extreme malice and called out, that's exactly 1000. Meanwhile, his hand moved with practiced ease to the potted plant beside the counter, quietly scooped up some sand and slipped it into the bento box. Naruto saw the money accepted and breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he received the bento, an ominous feeling rose. There was sand on the bento bag. Kushina gave a cold laugh. Take the bento out and open it. Still angry, Naruto immediately took the bento box out. Boss, you put sand in the bento again. The owner's expression changed slightly, but he glanced around and saw that everyone nearby was standing far away from Naruto. So he said viciously, what nonsense are you talking? I think you put it in yourself. You're lying. Naruto was both angry and anxious. That's how it was. Are you trying to get out of paying? The owner began to make a fuss. I already paid. Kushina spoke inside Naruto's mind. Say no more. Do what I say. It will punish him and keep you from going hungry from now on. Naruto had been flustered, but now he suddenly felt he had a pillar to lean on. Uzumaki, what should I do? Smash the bento on the ground. Naruto hesitated, then immediately did as told. Smack! He smashed the bento onto the ground. The owner was stunned. What are you doing? Kushina kept directing, throw every bento on the shelf beside you onto the floor. Huh, don't hummy. If you want to know what your mother looks like, do what I say. Don't lie to me. After receiving a positive reply, Naruto rushed to the shelf, grabbed bento boxes, and flung them to the floor. Oh, you little brat, what are you doing? The owner flew into a rage, came out from behind the counter, and lunged at Naruto. Startled, Naruto ducked down, and his foot involuntarily shot out. He tripped the owner face first into the floor, and the man crashed right into his own shelf, knocking it crooked. A large number of bento boxes and snacks tumbled to the ground. Kushina heard the shopkeeper call Naruto a little brat, and she was not polite about it at all. Naruto obediently grabbed everything and smashed it to the ground. Kushina controlled Naruto's body, dodging the shopkeeper at crucial moments. A hooked foot here, a lowered stance there, and she could send the man sprawling flat on his back. Within a few minutes, the store's shelves were toppled, and the owner's curses hadn't stopped. At that point, the Umbu watching over Naruto nearby could no longer ignore it. If Naruto kept it up, the whole store would be destroyed, and the crowd of onlookers was growing. Besides, that shopkeeper was too stupid. He couldn't even catch a child. Stop! Naruto, what are you doing? The Umbu's voice was ice cold with a hint of menace. After all, they were masked killers who didn't blink before killing, so a bit of murderous intent was natural. But Naruto wasn't scared in the least. When he'd first started wrecking the store, he was still worried he might get into trouble. As the destruction went on, he felt a delight that came from the bottom of his heart. This shopkeeper had often mixed sand into his bento boxes to bully him. Now at last he had vented his anger. This shopkeeper put sand in the bento I bought. Naruto complained to the Umbu with perfect justification. But the Umbu didn't defend Naruto. Instead, he looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately cried out his innocence, injustice. This kid stole a bento and tried to run off, so that's not true. I paid for it. Naruto hurriedly argued. But then Kushina's voice in his head said, don't explain. Just tell the Umbu you're going to see the Third Hokage. I'm going to tell Grandpa Third. You took Grandpa Third's money and gave me a bento full of sand. Naruto wasn't dumb. He knew how to seize the opening. The bento shop owner's expression changed, and the Umbu's expression wasn't pleasant either. With the Third Hokage's tacit permission, the villagers were all allowed to bully Naruto. But the unspoken rule was that no one could kill him, which was why an Umbu had stepped in to stop things yesterday. Today, however, Naruto had dragged the matter into the open. When Naruto spoke, there were villagers nearby. The Umbu needed to uphold the Third Hokage's hypocritical public image, and he didn't want every little matter to require the Third Hokage's personal involvement. That would make them look useless and earn them a scolding. Did you take Naruto's money or not? Under the eyes of the many villagers, the Umbu could only handle it impartially. Under the Umbu's icy voice, the shopkeeper could only force a bitter smile and say, I did. Since your bento isn't edible, return his money immediately. The Umbu just wanted to wrap things up quickly, otherwise if it was reported to the Third Hokage, it would become troublesome again. Not just this time. I've bought bento here over 100 times, and they all had sand. You have to refund them all. Naruto shouted. Needless to say, this was also Kushina's teaching. The shopkeeper opened his mouth to say something, but felt a wave of cold sweep over him. The masked Umbu was radiating fierce killing intent. The shopkeeper hastily grabbed the money in his hand and stuffed it into Naruto's palm. Refunded. No need to tell the Third Hokage about such a small matter. After so many times, this is all. Naruto grumbled. But he couldn't hold it all, so he hurriedly gathered the stack of bills in his clothes. The shopkeeper had no choice but to cram another large handful of bills from the cash box into Naruto's pocket. Fine, then I won't tell Grandpa Third. With the money bundled in his clothes, Naruto ran out in a flash. The Umbu gave the shopkeeper one hard stare before chasing after him. Looking at the wrecked shop, the owner's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. Had the owner moved any slower, he really would have been cut down. Naruto ran far away with the money wrapped in his clothes before stopping, gasping for air. Uzumaki, how did you know they were afraid of me telling Grandpa Third? Kushina let out a cold snort. He wasn't afraid of you telling the Third Hokage, he was afraid of your telling the Third Hokage in front of all those people. And from now on, don't call him Grandpa Third in front of me. Naruto didn't quite understand. Kushina didn't explain further. She simply said, the Umbu has appeared again, hasn't he? Naruto answered belatedly. So you've always been under Umbu surveillance. The fact that you were bullied was also sanctioned. More precisely, it was all permitted by the Third Hokage. Naruto felt somewhat sad. He was finally discovering that the Third Hokage might not be as good as he had imagined. But the Third Hokage gives me money. Naruto looked at the money in his clothes. If not for the Third Hokage giving him money and a place to live over the years, he would have starved to death long ago. If she could, Kushina, by her very nature, would have beaten the Third Hokage to death. But she was only a remnant of her original body, only chakra. She was a lingering remnant, soul, her life already in its final countdown. In order to help Naruto grow up well and break free from the Third Hokage's manipulation, Kushina could only teach him patiently. What if that money was left to you by your parents, say? Naruto was stunned. Mom and Dad left me money. Kushina sighed. The money your parents left would have let you live a comfortable, worry-free life. The Third Hokage gave you just a small portion to make you grateful. The young Naruto didn't yet understand the complexities, but he could already feel that the person who was truly good to him was not the Third Hokage. Why would the Third Hokage do this? But Kushina didn't continue explaining. It has to do with your identity. If you're obedient, I'll gradually tell you in the future. At that, Naruto's fighting spirit was roused. Uzumaki, you promised to tell me what mom looked like. Kushina coaxed him. All right. Put the money away and eat lunch first, then I'll tell you. Naruto's attention was soon diverted. The shopkeeper had just stuffed a large bundle of money into Naruto's hands. Naruto had never had that much money at once. He took the bills out of his pocket and counted them slowly. There were quite a few big bills, over 300,000 in total. A true fortune for Naruto. He shouted joyfully, great. I can eat the Grand Slam now. The Grand Slam, he referred to as the most extravagant ramen set at Ichiraku Ramen. It came topped with everything that could be added: pork cutlet, chicken leg, fried egg, chashu, and so on. Naruto had eaten at Ichiraku Ramen many times, but he had never been willing to order this. Is the Grand Slam expensive? Naruto scratched his head. It should be 200, but I could never bring myself to buy it before. Kushina fell silent and said no more. Naruto wasn't aware of her emotions and simply dashed excitedly toward his beloved Ichiraku Ramen shop. In the land of grass at Kusagakure, the hidden grass village. Pleased to meet you. I am Uchiha Itachi. Although not the entire shinobi world knew of it, Itachi was a Mangekyo Sharingan user. But for the hidden villages that kept a close watch on Konoha, it was perfectly clear. Wu did not dare to be negligent. Thank you for traveling so far. The matters Qianyao ordered have already been prepared. Not a trace of emotion crossed Itachi's face. As cold as an iceberg, he did not engage in pleasantries with Wu. Our time is tight. We must take the people and go now. Standing at Wu's side were Wugo and Longshi. Unable to contain themselves, they spoke out. Hasn't Senior Qianyao come? We haven't yet thanked him. Itachi recognized Wugo and Longshi from what Qianyao had mentioned and gave only a slight nod. Senior Qianyao was too busy to come. I will convey your gratitude on his behalf. Wugo and Longshi did not know much about the situation in Konoha. Wu, however, knew it all too well. In that case, come with me. Wu led Itachi and his companions through the hidden grass village. Under Itachi's watchful eyes, the hidden grass village and Konoha were two completely different countries. In Konoha, water, electricity, and gas were all available, but here in the hidden grass village, only a few places had electricity. Everywhere else still lived in an extremely primitive state. Moreover, the villagers commonly had sallow, undernourished faces. They all looked frail and weak. Only the shinobi were strong and vigorous. Itachi followed Wu to a remote courtyard where a single guard was even posted outside the gate. As an elite Jonin, Wu already stood as the foremost figure beneath the elders in the hidden grass village, and the power he held was far from insignificant. Furthermore, because his fire-release heavenly prison was exceptionally suitable for imprisoning captives, the hidden grass village had already prepared him to succeed as the lord of Hozuki Castle. It was just that the current situation in Konoha was tense, and every hidden village was waiting to see what would happen next. For the moment, Wu had not yet gone to Hozuki Castle. When the guard at the gate saw Wu approaching, he withdrew to one side. Wu led a large group of people into the room. Karen and her mother were talking when so many people suddenly entered, giving them a fright. Lord Wu, why are you here? Karen's mother, however, was rather composed. If Wu had not issued the order, she would already be dead, so there was no need for her to panic now. Karen was still very young, only 7 years old. She could only hide behind her mother, poking out a small head to look at Itachi and the others. Wu introduced them to Karen's mother. This is Uchiha Itachi, sent by Uchiha Chiyo to take you away. You are free to leave the hidden grass village now. Karen's mother had nearly been drained dry before, but after all, she was a member of the Uzumaki clan with healing abilities. Over the past week or more, thanks to Wu's sparing no expense in providing various medicinal herbs, she had now recovered considerably. Seeing that she was in good condition, Itachi immediately said, pack your things and come with us. From now on, you are people of the Uchiha clan. Karen's mother cast a questioning look at Wu. Wu nodded, so she obediently gathered her belongings and fell in behind Itachi and the others. We have nothing to prepare. We can leave right now. Itachi produced a letter and handed it to Wu. This is the matter Senior Qianyao wishes to discuss with you. I won't stay any longer. With that, Itachi took Karen and her mother away without delay. Itachi was never much of a socializer. This was all simply a matter of completing what Qianyao had entrusted to him. To outsiders in particular, Itachi came across as extremely rude. But Wu did not care about that in the least. He opened Qianyao's letter and read it. Itachi had not produced the letter earlier, clearly waiting to see whether Wu had taken good care of Karen and her mother. The letter was long, and its contents were explosive. It explained in detail how the hidden grass village of that time had been destroyed, and what the box of ultimate bliss truly was. Once the monster within it was released, the catastrophe it would bring was beyond imagination. Because of their previous cooperation, Wu trusted Qianyao a great deal. It was precisely for that reason that he felt an immense headache. The hidden grass village was divided into the grass seed and grass flower factions, which could be understood as hawks and doves. Grass seed had always been devoted to opening the box of ultimate bliss in order to bring about the revival of the hidden grass village. Grass flower, on the other hand, had always maintained that the hidden grass village could not control the box of ultimate bliss, and thus opposed opening it. The technique for opening the box of ultimate bliss was exceptionally complex, as delicate and refined as brain surgery. At present, only the extraordinarily talented Wu and Chengxi in all the hidden grass village had mastered it. He had originally belonged to the grass seed faction himself, which was why he had studied that technique. Now Qianyao was telling him that even if the box of ultimate bliss could be opened, it would nurture not hope, but annihilation. Wu Wei could not help but feel somewhat lost. Still, at least he had learned this intelligence in advance. Even if Wu Wei could not gain the trust of those fanatical hidden grass village elders, he could at least make preparations in advance and shift the risk elsewhere. As for the box, whoever wanted to open it could open it. He was through with it. Had he not seen that Chongxi had already been devoured? Qianyao's letter did not say much about anything else, but Wu Wei felt indebted to Qianyao's kindness. Still, with the Uchiha clan as vast and prosperous as it was, he would have to find an opportunity to repay it another day. Itachi and his clansmen escorted Karen and her mother out of the hidden grass village's territory. At that point, Itachi instructed his clansman Takedo, "We part ways here. Return to the clan as soon as possible with them." Takedo did not waste words. After accepting the order, he left with Karen, her mother, and the others. Itachi found a safe cave and lit a torch. Then he spoke to his own shadow. Senior Qianyao. Karen and her mother are already on their way back. From his shadow rose a figure. It was Qianyao's clone. Let me inform the main body. Wait a moment. A short while later, the clone's eyes changed, signaling that Qianyao's main consciousness had shifted over. I already know what you just told me. Just as I expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen has recalled 1,000 clan members, and they arrived at Konoha last night. 1,000? Itachi's face showed his shock. The recalled clan members of course meant shinobi. Although Qianyao had analyzed before that their numbers were considerable, Itachi was still deeply shaken when it actually became reality. Even with his dull political instincts, he understood what a terrifying concept it was for a ninja clan to have over 1,000 combatants. Qianyao consoled him, "Don't worry. Yesterday the Hyuga clan came to form an alliance with us. The other ninja clans in the village won't let the Third Hokage start a war with us. From here on, all we have to do is wait for the Third Hokage to reveal his hand." Itachi had complete trust in Qianyao. Since Qianyao had said so, he immediately felt at ease. Then, Senior Qianyao, is my next step still to the land of Earth? Qianyao nodded. Correct. Remember, you must make a conspicuous crossing at the Four Nations Road. Yes, I understand. After finishing the official matter, Itachi added Wugo and Longshi asked me to convey their gratitude. Qianyao nodded slightly to show that he understood. If you run into that person in the land of Earth, call me again. If not, then forget it. Don't worry about the clan. Also, Qianyao paused. Sasuke knows why you left the village, and the shock has already opened his eyes. Itachi's expression turned complicated. Senior Qianyao, I entrust Sasuke to you. Qianyao waved his hand. Don't worry. Whether it is Sasuke or Izumi, I will take good care of them. Thank you, Senior Qianyao. Uchiha clan grounds. The training ground was buzzing with voices. After Sasuke stopped going to school, Qianyao also began his activity of mooching off the clan grounds. Within the Uchiha clan, the stronger one was the more arrogant they usually were. Someone like Qianyao, who was known to have the Mangekyo Sharingan, would still treat others with respect and willingly guide his clansmen. There was almost no one else like him. Almost none. There had been Shursui before, but Shursui never revealed his Mangekyo, and most people didn't know about it. Admittedly, although most Uchiha clan members were hot-tempered and impulsive, they were forthright in nature. Seeing that Qianyao with such formidable strength still enjoyed guiding his fellow clansmen, their favor toward Qianyao multiplied tremendously. As a result, everyone who sparred with Qianyao would have at least a one-star bond established. A one-star bond itself could grant access to the other party's combat experience, coupled with Qianyao's Mangekyo level observation skills. He could also spot the opponent's flaws and areas needing improvement within a few moves. Qianyao with endless patience until he had scrounged a two-star bond guided every single person. As a result, Qianyao's prestige shot up by leaps and bounds. Fugaku and C, who had both come to the training ground to observe, but they came quietly and left quietly. It was rare for the clan to produce such a powerful figure willing to get along with his clansmen. Even Fugaku or C, who rarely took the time to instruct others. They deeply approved of Qianyao's conduct. Qianyao was nothing like a typical person of his age, possessing immense power, extraordinary intellect, and a steady, composed temperament. If not for the poor timing, Fugaku would have already stepped down in favor of Qianyao. Qianyao pulled his consciousness back and opened his eyes. The people Itachi had taken out were not working as bounty hunters or anything of the sort. Except for those who had escorted Karen and her mother back, the others had gone to the land of wind. To be precise, they passed brazenly under the noses of Konoha's watchtowers. Itachi, meanwhile, entered the land of Earth via the Four Nation Road. The Four Nation Road was the border area between the lands of Fire, Grass, Waterfall, and Earth. Konoha had watchtowers in all these places. The purpose was to lay out a feint, making the Third Hokage believe that the Uchiha might be colluding with foreign hidden villages. In truth, the Uchiha clansmen had other objectives entirely, and never had any contact with other hidden villages. This move was merely a side venture for Qianyao, since it cost little effort. In his estimation, the Third Hokage's men had already arrived, and the forces of other factions should be arriving within the next couple of days. The Uchiha clan had always lived on the outskirts of Konoha. Logically, the patrol routes outside the village should have included the Uchiha clan grounds. However, they all deliberately avoided that area in their patrol routes. The reason was simple: for anyone trying to sneak into Konoha, entering through the Uchiha territory was the easiest path. But most bounty hunters were not foolish enough to take a detour through Uchiha territory. After all, any Uchiha who had awakened their eyes was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, this time the bounty mission had been issued by the Uchiha themselves. Even if no one patrolled the forest around the Uchiha clan grounds, no one would invade Konoha from that direction. But there was an exception to every rule. There were always those bold enough to rely on their skills. On a tree outside the Uchiha clan grounds stood a man and a woman. The man had long black hair, golden slit-shaped pupils, purple eyeshadow extending down to his nose, pale skin, and blue-green magatama-shaped earrings. The woman had blue-gray hair, a green coat worn over a red inner garment, and a confident expression on her face. They were none other than Orochimaru and Girin. At this point in time, Orochimaru had just founded Otogekyure and was being recruited by the Akatsuki. But the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha had drawn the attention of the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru had not yet made contact with Pain. What interested him now was the Mangekyo Sharingan. A long time ago, he had witnessed Itachi's suicidal style of training, and that had sparked his interest in the Uchiha Sharingan. His spy in the village had sent him word that the Uchiha had revealed 3 Mangekyo Sharingan at once. They had gravely wounded Danzo while openly confronting the Third Hokage, severing ties with Konoha. Since his defection, Orochimaru had grown considerably wiser in politics. He didn't know the details of other matters, but if Danzo's eyes could be gouged out, killing him would be just as easy. The Uchiha had clearly spared Danzo's life to use as a pretext for attacking Konoha. Therefore, they held an absolute advantage in their confrontation with the Third Hokage, leaving him no choice but to back down. As for the Uchiha placing a bounty on Danzo in the black market, the key message to the outside world was the Uchiha had split from Konoha, and anyone who wanted to make a move against Konoha should come now. After all, Konoha had only won 9 tails. But with the Mangekyo Sharingan around, whether Konoha dared to use it was another question. The Uchiha had turned the tables on Konoha. The Third Hokage was now having an extremely hard time. Orochimaru-sama, shall we go scout out the Uchiha? Girin was eager to try. Orochimaru had just established Otogekyure, and he didn't have many formidable subordinates around him. To be precise, most of them hadn't yet grown into their potential. Originally, Orochimaru had planned to make a trip to the Land of Water to scout for promising talent. But with all the excitement in Konoha, he changed his mind and came here. Among them, Girin's strength was considerable, so Orochimaru had brought her along. Girin excelled at crystal release, was a candidate vessel for Orochimaru's reincarnation, and was utterly loyal to him. Naturally, she wanted to take the lead. Orochimaru was confident in himself, but he was no hothead. Let's do some reconnaissance first. There will be people more anxious than us. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Girin produced a crystal ball from her person. Telescope technique. Various images began to appear on the crystal ball. Her technique was the same one the Third Hokage had used to watch Naruto. However, Girin didn't lock onto any specific Uchiha clansman. Instead, she surveyed the Uchiha situation from a bird's eye view. This technique was extremely rare and therefore highly covert. In the original timeline, Girin had used it to observe Kakashi at the height of his powers, and Kakashi never noticed. Orochimaru-sama, although the defenses within the Uchiha clan grounds have increased, the atmosphere is intense. Girin slowly swept her gaze across the Uchiha territory while reporting to Orochimaru. Orochimaru leaned against a tree, indifferent to what Girin saw. He had her use the telescope technique to see whether anyone would be able to detect them. Girin's viewpoint soon moved to the training ground where the most people gathered. When she turned her gaze onto Qian Yao's face, Qian Yao immediately lifted his head. A gigantic Sharingan suddenly appeared on the crystal ball. With a crack, a fissure spread across the crystal ball. Orochimaru-sama, I've been discovered. Girin reported with some surprise. Orochimaru chuckled. Let's leave for now and check out the village. With that, he led Girin away from the Uchiha outskirts. By the time Qian Yao arrived following the chakra reaction, Orochimaru had already left. He had come out because he sensed the probing, and that feeling of being watched had come from above. There were all kinds of bizarre techniques in this world, and Qian Yao couldn't possibly know them all. Still, anyone bold enough to linger at such a spot was probably not to be underestimated. Hey, interesting. It looks like Konoha is about to get lively. At Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Uncle Ichiraku. I'm here. Naruto flung aside the curtain, extremely excited. Tucci with a kind face smiled. So it's Naruto. What would you like today? Naruto grinned. Uncle Ichiraku, today, I want the Grand Slam. Tucci paused, then nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll make it for you right away. Naruto was poor, but he had never eaten a free meal, and Tucci never pressed him about it. Sister, I am long time no see. Naruto waved at I am in greeting. I am busy as she was gave him a smile. Naruto, it's been a while. Soon the steaming Grand Slam ramen was placed in front of Naruto. The bowl was bigger than his head, piled high with toppings, and one glance was enough to make anyone's appetite soar. Here you go, Naruto. The pork cutlet was a little small, so I threw in an extra one for you. Holding his chopsticks, Naruto pressed his palms together. Thanks, Uncle Ichiraku. Time to dig in. Slurp, slurp. Naruto made a tremendous slurping sound as he began to inhale the noodles at full force. Watching Naruto eat with such enjoyment, Tucci smiled. It was an acknowledgement of his skill as a chef. In just 10 minutes, the extra-large Grand Slam had made its way into Naruto's stomach. Burp. Naruto let out a satisfied belch and pressed his palms together. Delicious. Thanks for the meal. Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is the best. Tucci laughed heartily. Just come back often. Naruto nodded eagerly, then took out 200 ryo to pay Ayam. Sister Ayam, Uncle Ichiraku, goodbye. Ayam watched Naruto walk away, then turned to Tucci. Dad, Naruto seems different. Tucci gave a slight nod. That's a good thing after all. Naruto headed home with a cheerful bounce in his step. He was about to find out what his mother looked like, and his heart was racing with excitement. The prosperous Konoha was crowded not only with villagers, but also with outsiders. Ichiraku Ramen's location was not bad at all. The surrounding streets were packed with people. On ordinary days that was no problem. But in the past 2 days the number of spies entering Konoha had grown exponentially. After the convenience store incident at noon, the Umbu had reported to the Third Hokage. In their report, of course, they could edit out the beginning and the end, dressing the matter in a more favorable light. After all, the Umbu couldn't easily face some truly delicate situations. Jiraiya had joined the surveillance on Naruto as well. Bam! Naruto wasn't looking where he was going and walked straight into someone. Ouch! Naruto plopped down on the ground. Because no one had cursed at him today, Naruto felt it strange, and his eyes darted left and right instead of watching the road. Besides, on most days the villagers would go out of their way to avoid Naruto, so he had never expected to run into anyone. Hey brat, don't you watch where you're walking? Naruto looked up at the 2 women in kimonos before him at a loss. From inside his head came Uzumaki's voice. When you bump into someone you should apologize. Understood. Naruto scrambled to his feet. Sorry miss, I wasn't watching where I was going. Girin, dressed in a kimono, was about to say something, but Orochimaru beside her gave her a look. I'll let it go this time. Be more careful next time. Naruto scratched his head with a goofy grin. In the past no one had paid him any attention. Now that someone was teaching him, he felt no impatience at all, instead a bit of happiness. From his perch in a nearby tree, Jiraiya saw that Naruto was very polite and found it a good sign. Though the people on both sides of the street ignored Naruto, it was understandable. After all, he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But about the quiet one of those 2 beauties who had just passed by, Jiraiya felt a strong sense of familiarity, and yet he was sure he had never seen her before. He shook his head. If he didn't have to keep watching Naruto, he would have gone over to make contact. After Naruto had walked away, Orochimaru spoke. Jiraiya was right there just now. You were a little rash. The voice that came out was an ethereal female voice, because the body Orochimaru had just switched into was female. Only then did Girin realize she had nearly exposed them. Forgive me, my lord. Orochimaru gently fanned himself and held the fan before his lips. Now that Jiraiya is personally watching Naruto, it seems the old man is getting anxious. Girin had never once appeared in Konoha's line of sight, and since Orochimaru had changed into a new body, no one could recognize her current form. Thus the 2 of them, both wearing kimonos, swaggered through Konoha as if they were just a pair of tourists visiting the village. They brushed past Konoha shinobi wherever they went. Even Jiraiya, who had been beside Naruto just moments ago, had not recognized Orochimaru at all, without a single word exchanged. They were not the earliest to arrive. The people gathering around Konoha were increasing by the day. At any moment someone might come to test the waters in Konoha. Let's go back. The real show is about to begin. Under Jiraiya's watch, Naruto first went to a stationery store to buy watercolor pens and a notebook. Then he bought some sushi from a sushi shop along with milk, biscuits, and other snacks, and finally returned home. After the Umbu's warning yesterday and the incident at noon today, these shops didn't dare refuse to sell to Naruto. After all, with the current tense atmosphere, the Umbu didn't want anything else to happen on Naruto's side. Jiraiya knew nothing of what had happened before. He simply watched Naruto until he made it home, then handed the duty back to the Umbu. On his way over, he had already spotted several people in disguise. Each of those suspicious individuals was already being shadowed by the Umbu. When night came, they could be taken down in one move. Naruto's home. Your mother is 165 meters tall. Oh, she's that tall. A little taller. Yes, right about here. Naruto took his watercolor pens, dragged a stool over to the doorframe, and compared and gestured until he finally found about where 165 meters would be. Once he had fixed the position, Naruto didn't draw on the doorframe. Instead, he picked up the watercolor pens and, following Uzumaki's words, began to draw his mother on a blank sheet of paper. Your mother had long red hair. Naruto leaned over the table, listening seriously as Uzumaki described what his mother looked like. He worked hard to draw her. Though Naruto was serious, it was clear he had no gift for drawing. The final picture was extremely abstract, a child's drawing, and one could barely make out a woman with red hair. But Naruto was overjoyed. He picked up the drawing, held it against the height mark on the doorframe, and imagined what his mother must have been like. Seeing the longing and hope shining in Naruto's eyes, Kushina almost burst into tears. She wanted so badly to tell Naruto right now that she was his mother, but the time wasn't right. For Naruto's safety, Kushina hardened her heart. The Third Hokage is definitely going to ask you. When he does, do you know what to say? Naruto looked at his drawing and nodded. I do. I'll say I saw it in a dream. Hyuga clan compound, branch family courtyard. Earlier, Hayashi went to the Uchiha clan compound in the dead of night, and today he has already sent letters to several ninja clans. Hyuga Mitsunobu looked at Soda before him and let out a sigh. Why are you only telling me now? Soda shook his head. Lord Mitsunobu, we have no idea what Hayashi intends to do. But today I learned the contents of the letter. This is a copy. Soda produced a transcribed sheet and Mitsunobu picked it up to look. The contents revealed how much of Kushina's inheritance remained, how many forces Sarutobi Hiruzen had cultivated with it, and how many people had returned this time. The rest was fairly official rhetoric, all to make one point: the Sarutobi clan's ambition was no small matter. If the Uchiha clan were wiped out, the other ninja clans would soon follow. The rest, however, was the centerpiece. Hayashi stated that the Uchiha clan had served Konoha diligently for many years, and that he intended to unite everyone in recommending Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirtora as honorary elders. Mitsunobu put away the paper, his eyes full of contemplation. It seemed that after the last incident the main family no longer trusted Sarutobi Hiruzen either. The first step would be to let the Uchiha enter Konoha's power hierarchy. But for now that would be rather difficult. After all these years Konoha had barely managed to reduce the Uchiha police force to a mere 2 or 3 stragglers. Unless Konoha had already reached the point where it had no choice but to give way. Mitsunobu glanced at Soda. I understand. More and more people are gathering outside. Keep your guard up. Then he gently patted Soda's shoulder. Don't let the main family get a hold on anything or they'll make us take the fall again. Soda said seriously. Lord Mitsunobu, rest assured. We keep records of every step. Mitsunobu nodded with a smile, his expression very warm. The branch family needs people like you before I can feel at ease. Go patrol now, and be careful. Soda bowed slightly. Lord Mitsunobu, please get some rest. Watching Soda's retreating figure, Mitsunobu's eyes held reluctance. From now on the branch family will have to rely on you, he murmured. Then his gaze gradually hardened. He returned to his study and began to busy himself. About 2 hours later, disguised Mitsunobu slipped out of the branch compound. Using the advantage of his Byakugan and his familiarity with the branch family's defensive layout, he successfully evaded everyone. Then through a gap in the Uchiha clan grounds outside the village he infiltrated the Uchiha compound wall. These places appeared to have low walls that could be crossed with a single leap. But it was precisely in these places that the most traps were hidden. Mitsunobu used his Byakugan to see clearly that they were all alarm traps. Relieved, he vaulted over and jumped inside. As expected, he stepped on a trap the moment he landed. That was an extremely special strand of thread. Coated with pigment, it merged perfectly with the night. An ordinary person would never notice it. After stepping on it, Mitsunobu stayed perfectly still. Uchiha clansmen quickly appeared and surrounded Mitsunobu. Mitsunobu pulled off his mask outright. I am Hyuga Mitsunobu. Norihiko was taken aback. Isn't this the Hyuga 4th elder? Mitsunobu nodded and gave a meaningful look. Norihiko waved his hand, and the other Uchiha clansmen immediately dispersed. Lord Mitsunobu, please come with me. Hyuga Mitsunobu was the only elder of the Hyuga branch family. One could say that the branch family largely followed his word. For him to come alone, something serious must be going on. Norihiko led Mitsunobu into a room, and Fugaku arrived right away. Lord Fugaku. Fugaku nodded slightly. Elder Mitsunobu. Mitsunobu was a bit older than Fugaku, so Fugaku remained quite courteous. Besides the fact that Mitsunobu had come alone and in secret meant this was clearly important. May I ask what brings Elder Mitsunobu here at this hour? Mitsunobu produced the explosive tag distribution map he had inspected earlier. Lord Fugaku should know that the Hyuga clan is currently overseeing Konoha. At these positions we found a large number of explosive tags. Although we don't know who set them, and they are quite old, their quality is excellent. More than 90% can still detonate. Fugaku picked up the map in surprise. Seeing the dense red dots, he was utterly stunned. Elder Mitsunobu, are all of these real? Mitsunobu knew that anyone seeing this for the first time would find it hard to believe. After all, the explosive tags were spread over an extremely wide area and in extremely large numbers. Mitsunobu nodded, confirming that it was all real. Fugaku stared at the distribution map for more than 10 seconds before accepting the shocking truth. Mitsunobu pointed at one area. Lord Fugaku, this is the old block left after demolitions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's men are stationed nearby. Fugaku's expression changed. Did Hayashi send you? Mitsunobu waved his hand. No, Lord Fugaku. Please remember this matter has nothing to do with the main family. I did it all on my own. With that he gave Fugaku a meaningful look. Fugaku immediately understood. No wonder Mitsunobu and Hayashi had to act separately. The main family simply did not want to bear responsibility. This sort of thing was all too normal. After all, whether these explosive tags could inflict a heavy blow on Sarutobi's forces was still unknown. But once they were used, the Hyuga clan tasked with monitoring the entire village would certainly not escape the charge of oversight negligence. In that case, the branch family was the perfect scapegoat. Fugaku's expression grew complicated. If so, would Hyuga Mitsunobu become the next sacrifice after Hyuga Hisashi? But Mitsunobu showed no unusual expression, as if he had no idea he was going to die. Or perhaps he had long since abandoned any concern for life and death. Mitsunobu certainly understood what Fugaku's gaze meant, but he acted as if he had not seen it. Our clan head is already contacting the other ninja clans. If the Uchiha clan wants to gain power now, then it must force Sarutobi Hiruzen to step back. Mitsunobu pointed at the distribution map. I hope these can inflict heavy damage on Sarutobi's forces and expose them. If a large number of Sarutobi clansmen ended up in the hospital, these men could not be hidden any longer. Fugaku nodded. Elder Mitsunobu, rest assured. The Uchiha will make good use of this. Mitsunobu rose. I cannot stay here too long, I must leave now. Fugaku stood up as well. Then I'll have Norihiko escort you out, Elder. How can such a thing exist? Chiaki was startled when he received the explosive tag distribution map. Fugaku then recounted everything about Hyuga Mitsunobu's visit. Chiaki was very familiar with the origin of these explosive tags. They had all been set more than 20 years ago by Jino of Kajiro village during the Second Shinobi World War. They would not have been discovered for at least another 5 or 6 years. He had thought before of using this to deal the Sarutobi clan a vicious blow. But he had no idea where they were located. Some were inside eaves or inside walls where only the Byakugan could see them. He never expected the Hyuga clan to discover them ahead of time. It was truly a case of a pillow arriving when one is drowsy. With this he could indeed deal Konoha a heavy blow. I understand. Let me think about how to use this. I'm going back to sleep first. Chiaki put the map away, yawned, and walked out. Fugaku was somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't this be the time to discuss things? Besides, a fight was about to break out outside. How could Chiaki possibly sleep? Forget it. He might as well summon Elder Shirtora first. Elder Shirtora probably could not sleep either. En route's secret ward, Danzo, unconscious for an entire week, finally opened his eyes amid his subordinates' no-expense-spared efforts to save him. Ugh! Danzo let out a muffled groan. The pain in his eyes was nothing compared to the agony tormenting his spirit. He had been dragged into the Tsukuyami world and subjected to 72 full hours of murderous torture. His psyche had been gravely wounded and lingering pain still racked his body. Lord Danzo, you're awake. The root operatives were overjoyed. While Danzo lay unconscious, they had felt as though they lost their anchor. Because of the bounty on Danzo, those operatives did not dare move about openly. They had all gone to ground. That damned Itachi Uchiha. Danzo had never imagined that the hunter would become the hunted. Itachi had turned against him and even gouged out his Sharingan. And that was Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan no less. Damn it. Cough. As his emotions surged, Danzo felt an excruciating pain in his skull. Lord Danzo. Nearby medical ninja immediately rushed over to inject medication and force him to take his medicine. Only then was Danzo barely able to suppress the pain. Just after receiving word, Fu Yamanaka, Toryun Aburame, and Fuguro all arrived. Now under the influence of the drugs, Danzo had gradually calmed. With his intelligence, he knew full well that many things must have happened while he was unconscious. Tell me everything that happened after Itachi attacked me. Danzo forced himself to sit up and ordered his subordinates. The men exchanged glances. It was Fu Yamanaka who finally spoke. After Itachi Uchiha attacked you, the Uchiha launched a counteroffensive with their forces. Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, and Shinyao Uchiha all revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. As Fu's account continued, Danzo's face grew utterly dark. The Uchiha still had more Mangekyo Sharingan. 2 more besides Itachi. If Danzo could accept Fugaku possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, then Shinyao Uchiha also having one was beyond his tolerance. No wonder all those sent to ambush him had died. It turned out they had faced the Mangekyo Sharingan. When he heard that Itachi had defected from Konoha and put a 500 million Ryo bounty on his head in the black market, Danzo flew into a rage rebellion. The Uchiha dare place a bounty on me. What about Hiruzen? Is he just going to stand by and watch? Fu Yamanaka paused and exchanged a glance with Fuguro. Then he continued. The Third Hokage asks that Lord Danzo conduct a thorough investigation after waking up. After the Uchiha placed the bounty on you, people have already infiltrated the village. Using that as justification, the Third Hokage has sent A and BU into route. By now the Third Hokage has probably already learned that you are awake. Danzo's fury gradually receded, but his gaze turned cold and venomous. Fuguro, crushed under immense psychological pressure, was sweating profusely. Fu Yamanaka knew that if he did not speak up now, Fuguro would be dragged out and buried. So he hastily said, Lord Danzo, please restrain your anger. If you don't allow Yanbu and the Third Hokage will have you moved to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Fuguro had no choice but to comply. Danzo knew all too well that everything on his body could not stand exposure. Hiruzen's tacit approval and being taken directly to Konoha Hospital were 2 entirely different matters. Seeing Danzo's expression ease slightly, Fu Yamanaka quickly continued, Lord Danzo, ever since the Uchiha placed a bounty on you, agents from every faction have been converging on Konoha. Our undercover operatives have discovered that the Third Hokage has recalled a great many personnel from outside. Jiraiya has also returned to the village. Lord Danzo should make preparations early. Danzo pondered briefly and immediately understood the deeper implication of the Uchiha placing a public bounty on him. He could not help but shudder. How could the Uchiha have conceived such a scheme? Neither Fugaku nor Sihu possessed that kind of mind. Since when had the Uchiha clan produced someone this shrewd? For now, though, he needed to see what Hiruzen intended. Although Danzo held no small amount of dirt on Hiruzen, it was still not enough. Fuguro. Yes, please give your orders. Fuguro gave a start and waited silently for Danzo's judgment. At that moment, Danzo had no intention of punishing subordinates. Initiate the Goza Tenno plan and complete it in the shortest possible time. Fuguro's expression turned grim. The danger of this plan was immeasurably greater than anything before. My lord, completing it in such a short time will require a huge amount of Hashirama cells for experiments. Our stock is no longer sufficient. Danzo naturally knew that this experiment would consume a great many of Hashirama cells. Moreover, shortening the time frame would multiply the material consumption. That was precisely why the plan had never been tested since it was proposed. Contact Orochimaru. He has some. Danzo glanced at his own arm. This was something Orochimaru had created. Though Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja and was always hiding, he still held quite a lot of valuable things in his hands. Tell the Anbu that I will go see Sarutobi Hiruzen tomorrow. Outside Konoha, Zetsu, having reconnoitered the village's outskirts, arrived at a cave. Inside, flickering firelight cast several shadows against the rock. It was the Akatsuki's temporary gathering point. Konan, Kakazu, and Sasori were all present. Konoha appears relaxed within, but tightly guarded without. Large numbers are patrolling the outer forest. Agents from essentially every faction have arrived, but so far no one has moved. With the mayfly technique, Zetsu was perfectly suited for gathering intelligence, and he explained the situation in a few succinct sentences. However, Konoha's patrols deliberately gave the Uchiha a wide berth. There is almost no patrol outside the Uchiha compound. Kakuzu let out a low, muffled laugh. Konoha's intentions are plain as day, but the others aren't fools either. Inside, Hiriko Sasori said unhurriedly, everyone knows that charging in first is suicide, so naturally no one wants to go first. Konan for her part had her own calculations. The situation in Konoha won't hold for much longer. Whether Konoha strikes first or another force moves, it will be the perfect time for us to enter. The Uchiha stance is unclear, so this operation carries many uncertainties. Our organization cannot yet be exposed to the eyes of the shinobi world. Hearing Konan's words, Kakuzu flung open his black cloak with red clouds. That's just as well. This cloak is getting in the way of my fighting. Konan paid it no mind. After all, Kakuzu's clothes were always the first to be damaged. Whenever his earth grudge writhed outward, it tore holes through his cloak. When do we make our move? Sasori did not strip in front of the others. After all, he was currently using Hiriko, so it was better to avoid revealing too much of its structure. Zetsu will continue gathering intelligence, and I will go scout the Uchiha. Wait until Juzo Biwa and Kisame Hashigaki return, then we'll act together. With that, Konan dissolved into sheets of paper and vanished from the spot. Zetsu likewise sank into the earth. Watching the two figures vanish, Sasori's expression remained impassive as his hands methodically prepared poison for the battles ahead. Recently, Bishamon Juzu had been acting strangely. Hashigaki Kisame was likely dispatched to keep watch. Within the organization, everyone harbored secret agendas. Ironically, the most sincere among them was only Kato. Kato too was quick-witted. Having lived so many years, he was well aware of the organization's fractured unity. But rogue ninja organizations by their very nature were populated by bloodthirsty madmen. An organization as stable as Akatsuki was rare indeed, and as long as pain remained it would never dissolve. Zetsu emerged stealthily from behind a tree. What are your plans this time? Obito sat upon a tree branch gazing at the still glowing Konohagakure in the distance. The Uchiha's counterattack this time completely caught me off guard and disrupted my plans. But the Uchiha side is too dangerous to approach. I'll have to change course. Zetsu did not press further. After all, Obito possessed the Kimui space-time Ninu, and as long as he avoided confronting an Uchiha capable of countering him, he would remain safe. Did you send Hashigaki Kisame? Zetsu asked. Obito shook his head. After he joined the organization, I hadn't contacted him yet. He must have discovered something on his own. This Konoha is quite lively, isn't it? Obito chuckled softly before slipping into the Kimui dimension. Zetsu muttered to himself. Did we ever tell him about Kakashi's stolen eyes? His tone grew somewhat flippant. I don't think so. He didn't ask, did he? Zetsu let out a mocking laugh and decided to inform Obito about it next time. Bishamon Juzu moved continuously through the night, occasionally pausing to check the Mist Village's markers. Although Akatsuki's current operation was a joint effort, the organization's control over its members was relatively loose. Bishamon Juzu had simply used reconnaissance as an excuse to slip away. Whether the organization suspected him, he had no idea. But he had no time to worry about that now, for the fourth Mizukage had arrived personally. Upon reaching the destination, Bishamon Juzu formed a hand seal. A thick mist immediately filled the air surrounding him in white. In the midnight forest, such mist naturally appeared wherever low-lying pools of water existed. But Bishamon Juzu employed this technique as a signal that he had arrived. From the dense fog, two figures, one tall, one short, slowly emerged. You actually came, Juzu. Kijin Yuzuka hadn't changed much since those days. Green hair, purple eyes, a scar beneath his left eye resembling stitched wounds, and a flower-adorned staff strapped to his back. Bishamon Juzu regarded Kijin Yuzuka with a complex expression. He loved his homeland deeply. Yet Kijin Yuzuka had plunged the land of water into abyss. The water country now lay in ruins, weak beyond recognition. No one could have imagined that none of this was his true intention. He had been controlled. After a moment of silence, Bishamon Juzu spoke. Long time no see, forth. As one of the original 7 swordsmen of the mist, all had been subdued by Kijin Yuzuka himself. The two naturally shared a history. Kijin Yuzuka cut straight to the point. The land of water is exceedingly weak now. We are in dire need of capable people. If you are willing to return, I will pardon all your crimes. Bishamon Juzu snorted coldly. Fourth, isn't it far too late to speak of such things now? Kirigakure is finished. Kijin Yuzuka shook his head slightly. This opportunity is favorable. As long as the conflict here escalates, Kirigakure will still have time to recover. Bishamon Juzu's eyes widened in astonishment. Fourth, are you intending to trigger a shinobi world war? Kijin Yuzuka said nothing, but his silence served as confirmation. As a defector from Kirigakure, he understood all too well how frail the village had become. It was only because Kirigakure had sealed itself off that other shinobi villages could hardly infiltrate spies. Otherwise, neither Konoha nor Kumogakure would have stood a chance against them. Kijin Yuzuka's method was simple and direct: reignite the shinobi world war, and no one would pay attention to Kirigakure. After all, the most fertile lands belonged to the land of fire. Both Sunagakure and Kumogakure had coveted this territory for years. The Wagakure was no less ambitious. Dodetsuchi, the Tsuchikage who had survived 3 wars, was an extraordinarily resilient leader. Should the opportunity arise, he too would carve a piece from the land of fire. Only Kirigakure, isolated upon the sea, could remain aloof from the conflict. Fourth, haven't you brought anyone besides this junior? Bishamon Juzu glanced at Momochi Zabuza beside Kijin Yuzuka. He recognized the man. More accurately, most natives of Kirigakure knew him. In Zabuza's childhood, the graduation requirement at Blood Mist Ninja Academy was to kill one's fellow graduates. Companions who studied together shared dreams and helped one another would pick up weapons and fight to the death until only one survived. This inhumane and brutal system had persisted for an unknowable length of time, and it was likely to continue indefinitely. It was then that Momochi Zabuza stepped forward. At only 9 years old, he slaughtered over 100 of his graduating classmates. In the most extreme manner possible, he forced Kirigakure to change its graduation rules. Zabuza was clearly a man of both ideals and action. Moreover, when Kijin Yazuka was previously under control, Zabuza had attempted to assassinate the Mizukage in order to save Kirigakure once more. Though Zabuza failed despite his outstanding talent and expertise in assassination techniques, the gap between him and the Three Tails Jinchuriki was too great. Zabuza could only flee Kirigakure. Fortunately, Obito's temporary death at the hands of Chiyo had freed Kijin Yazuka from the Jinjutsu controlling him. Given the situation with the Uchiha and Konoha, Kijin Yazuka made up his resolve and tracked down Zabuza. Upon learning the truth, Zabuza still chose to follow the Mizukage in one final effort. Even though the mission was extremely dangerous, Zabuza had come along. For someone who also deeply loved his homeland, Bishamon Juzu actually regarded Zabuza with a measure of warmth. But for Zabuza, known as the Demon Brothers, a touch of arrogance was natural. Bishamon Juzu, you talk too much. If you're willing to return, I'll address you as senior. If you refuse, then leave behind the Kubikaricho. That blade does not belong to you. Zabuza had always lacked a suitable weapon, and his eyes had already lingered several times on the executioner's blade strapped to Bishamon Juzu's back. Kijin Yazuka glanced at Zabuza. I have my own plans. Having Zabuza is sufficient. After years of control, the fiery spirit that once burned within Kijin Yazuka upon becoming the Jinchuriki had long faded. His eyes resembled still water carrying a faint aura of death, as though he wished to do something meaningful for Kirigakure before his dying breath. Bishamon Juzu neither accepted nor refused. Let me consider it. Kijin Yazuka knew little about the organization Bishamon Juzu had joined. He did not even know that Konan Pain and the others who had defeated him were members of that very organization. Konoha will be quite chaotic this time. Don't dot. With those words, Kijin Yazuka departed, vanishing into the mist alongside Zabuza. At Naruto's home, Qianyao rose from Naruto's shadow, looking at the drawing papers strewn all over the floor and the pictures Naruto had drawn again and again. Though they were children's drawings, Qianyao recognized them at a glance. They were of Kushina. Had Kushina been directing Naruto to draw her? Qianyao shook his head. Then he placed a hand on top of Naruto's head. In the next moment, Qianyao appeared within Naruto's inner world. Kushina had evidently been waiting for Qianyao. How did your time with Naruto go over the past 2 days? Qianyao asked idly. A flicker of heartache crossed Kushina's face. Naruto should never have been made the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Qianyao naturally knew the kind of life Naruto had led before, so he could only console her. There are pros and cons. There will indeed be plenty of danger ahead. Having the Nine-Tails by his side will be a little safer. Inside the gate nearby, the Nine-Tails watched Qianyao and Kushina discussing him without any restraint. He flew into a fury at once, slamming a claw against the seal. The massive iron gate gave off a low rumble. Are you acting like this old man doesn't exist? Qianyao turned to look at the Nine-Tails. His arrogance instantly faltered, his huge form drawing back a little. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan was a hard counter to him. Just 2 days ago, those eyes had rooted him to the spot. But this time, Qianyao did not use his ocular power to oppress the Nine-Tails. Instead, he said with a wry half-smile, Kurama, I advise you to behave and cooperate properly with Naruto. Otherwise, I can only feed you to the demonic statue of the outer path. The Nine-Tails' whole body jolted, immense terror flooding his eyes. You, how do you know my name and the demonic statue of the outer path? After all, from Mito Uzumaki to Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails had always been suppressed by powerful sealing jutsu. There was no question of anything like heart-to-heart rapport. The name of a tailed beast was an extremely well-guarded secret, but compared with the existence of the demonic statue of the outer path, the Nine-Tails' name was hardly worth mentioning. Qianyao smiled faintly. This Sundara Fox in later years would share a deep bond with Naruto, a mutual redemption. It was just that right now Naruto was completely unaware of his existence, and Qianyao did not mind laying a foundation. If you want to know, I'll take you and Kushina to have a look. Saying this, Qianyao said to Kushina, after all, it has something to do with Naruto as well. Kushina was also curious. Could it be that Qianyao was going to show his hand? Kurama said nothing, remaining silent. His pride would not allow him to back down, but with life and death on the line, how could he not take it to heart? Qianyao did not mind Kurama's attitude. After all, when it's Sundara Fox says nothing that counts as consent. His Mangekyo Sharingan rotated, and the illusion took Kushina and Kurama straight to the 4th Great Ninja War battlefield. After meeting with the Mizukage, Juzo had not gone far before he stopped. Have you been waiting for me long? A figure walked out from behind a tree not far away. Some time now. After all, you didn't erase the Miss Cipher. Grayish-blue skin, a shark-like face with Samahata slung upon his back. It was none other than Kisame Hashigaki. Who did you see? Kisame did not draw too close. He did not want to wreck the tacit understanding between him and Juzo. He only knew that Juzo had seen someone from the mist, but not who it was. Juzo kept silent and said nothing. Kisame turned around. Forget it. Just don't betray the organization. Mizukage. Juzo's voice came from behind, making Kisame stop in his tracks. "I'm at the fourth Mizukage. HM." Kisame let out a puzzled sound. For when Kisame had last met the Mizukage had still been under the control of Madara Uchiha. If the Mizukage was going to reach out, it should have been to him. So why Juzo? Juzo thought Kisame was puzzled about why he had gone to see the Mizukage. After all, he had fled the Blood Mist tyranny. So he explained the mist became like that back then, because the fourth was controlled by a Jinjutsu. Now the land of water is in chaos, and the mist is weak. The fourth wants to call us back. It just so happened that he contacted me first. After saying this, Juzo looked at Kisame, waiting to see what he thought. Kisame, as things stood, identified far more with the world of the infinite Tsukuyami that Madara Uchiha had painted. In response to Juzo, he only curled the corner of his mouth. The mist wasn't the blood mist only after the fourth Mizukage came into power. I'll pretend I didn't see it this time. If you're going to leave, you'd better wait until this mission is done. That said, Kisame left first. Juzo snorted coldly and also headed toward their meeting point. Small as the land of water was, it had once produced an endless line of remarkable talents. Kekkai Genkai clans, each more formidable than the last. To become the Mizukage, one had to step over the corpses of countless people. It was only natural then that the mist suffered from mutual oppression and endless infighting, with factions slaughtering each other as a matter of course. This was also why when Yagura Karatachi liquidated the Kekkai Genkai families, people still did not see the problem. It was not until the members of every Kekkai Genkai clan had died out that the people of the mist finally noticed something wrong. If Juzo and Zabuza were both earnest in their desire to save the mist, then Kisame was clearly utterly disenchanted with it. Juzo had no good way to deal with this. His wish to return to the mist was his own affair. He could not force Kisame. Outside the Uchiha clan compound, having made no attempt to hide herself, Konan was quickly discovered by the Uchiha. Who dares to force their way into the Uchiha clan? Mayumi showed herself with the patrolling clansmen. These past 2 nights, more and more people had gathered beyond Konoha, yet no one had dared to stroke the Uchiha's whiskers. Now one person swaggering into the Uchiha clan compound so openly put Mayumi and the others on high alert. "I am Konan of the Akatsuki. I wish to discuss a cooperation with you. Itachi should know of our organization." Obito had been wandering near the Uchiha clan compound all along precisely in order to trick a few Uchiha into joining the organization as hired thugs. The Akatsuki knew about this. After all, the Uchiha were generally not very clever, easily duped by anyone. It was just that Obito had not anticipated that Itachi would ask him to help massacre the entire clan. But because of Qian Yao's intervention, things had changed. Konan in turn planned to probe Madara from the Uchiha side. Mayumi and the others knew nothing about the Akatsuki, but since Konan had invoked Itachi, they promptly sent someone to inform Fugaku. "A guest from afar? Please come in." Mayumi had a sharp eye. While informing Fugaku, she also welcomed Konan inside. Although it was very late, Fugaku had not gone to rest. With Konoha's situation tense, Fugaku was under no small pressure. The Grand Elder Shiko was similarly burdened. The situation in Konoha was like a powder keg ready to ignite at the slightest spark. The two sat drinking tea and chatting. They were watching to see if someone would make a move on Konoha tonight. Only Qian Yao can still sleep soundly, Fugaku sighed. Fugaku had invited Qian Yao, but Qian Yao declined, saying he was tired and wanted to rest. Shiko was unconcerned. He has been guiding the clansmen all day, feeling drowsy is normal. Just then a subordinate reported from outside the door. "Clan head Grand Elder, someone claiming to be from the Akatsuki, has come seeking cooperation with us." She said that Itachi should know their organization. Shiko and Fugaku exchanged a glance, and both broke into smiles. Haha, it seems Qian Yao won't be able to slack off. Qian Yao showed Kurama and Kushina scenes from the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original timeline. It was only then that Kushina realized just how far Naruto had grown. How much hardship must Naruto have endured? As a mother, her first response was not how successful her son had become, but how much suffering he had gone through on the road to success. My other half. Together with the Fourth Hokage. On the screen, the allied forces were charging into battle against the boss monster led by the two Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing how raptly the two were watching, Qian Yao switched the scene and fast-forwarded to the moment when the Nine-Tails was extracted from Naruto by Madara. The image came to an abrupt stop. Kurama and Kushina both widened their eyes. What about the rest? Qian Yao spread his hands. What other outcome could there be? Kurama was dragged off to become fertilizer, and Naruto lost the tailed beast and died. I don't believe Naruto died just like that. You're lying to me, Qian Yao. Kushina had no idea that the Nine-Tails could be passed on, and she firmly believed in the law that a Jinchuriki dies once the tailed beast leaves the body. Even as she spoke, she felt guilty and lacked confidence. Kurama told Sundara that he knew this method all too well, but had kept silent at this moment. He wasn't sure either whether if the future truly turned out that way he would tell Naruto's companions about this method. Qian Yao spread his hands wide. This is only one possible future. If Minato and you were still alive, all these burdens wouldn't have fallen on Naruto, right? Kushina remembered what Qian Yao had said earlier, that he could bring them back to life. She had gone from disbelief to half-belief. Now the credibility of his words had risen again. After all, in the illusion, the Fourth Hokage was active on the battlefield. Although Kushina did not know about impure world reincarnation, she could roughly tell that it was a technique to restore the dead to life. Minato's soul had clearly escaped from the Shinigami. It was just that Kushina did not know how he had managed to escape. Can Minato and I really be resurrected? Kushina murmured. Something like this had never happened before, otherwise the third Hokage would not have been so brazen in helping himself to the estate of the fallen family. Qian Yao did not answer the question. Instead, he said to Kushina, "This power struggle between the Uchiha and the third Hokage may be dangerous. If Naruto is in danger, Kushina, you can loosen the seal and cut loose. That will also help raise Naruto's awareness. Besides, with you and Minato around, and with me too, nothing major will go wrong." Kushina was thoughtful after hearing his words. At that moment, Qian Yao received a summons from his main body. He frowned. "That's all for today. You two think it over." As he spoke, he withdrew directly from Naruto's consciousness space, leaving Kushina and Kurama staring blankly at each other. Before Kushina could say another word, the Ninetales turned his head away, making his refusal to communicate unmistakable. To accept becoming so closely connected with the Jinchuriki that their hearts and minds would be in tune, Kurama refused. He also thought it absolutely impossible. Well, probably impossible. Kushina had received too much information in too short a time and needed to digest it. Back at the Uchiha clan compound, Qian Yao now returned to his main body, threw off the blanket, and headed outside. Konoha had been in a tense state for the past 2 nights, so Qian Yao had been sleeping in his clothes, worried that some emergency might occur. Qian Yao checked the bond star system and saw that his bond with Kushina had already reached 3 stars. He tapped the 3rd star. Ding! Uzumaki Kushina's 3rd level bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained adamantine sealing chains unrefined. It seemed the adamantine sealing chains could be used now, but without Kushina's bloodline, it would be twice the effort for half the result. Putting that aside for now, Qian Yao pulled open the door. Yusuke was standing outside waiting for him. A door at the end of the corridor opened and Jiu poked out her head again. "Qian Yao, are you going out again?" Qian Yao nodded slightly. "Look after Liuli. I have something to handle." Jiu looked somewhat conflicted. "Be careful." Qian Yao paid it no mind and left with Yusuke. Konan was already seated in the meeting room, but she did not have to wait long before someone entered. It was Uchiha Qian Yao. With 3 Mangekyo Sharingan appearing in the Uchiha clan-related intelligence would certainly have been among the first things investigated. Konan of course also knew Qian Yao. Seeing that it was Qian Yao who was receiving her, a knowing look flashed through her eyes. So the change in the Uchiha clan really was Uchiha Qian Yao? "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am from the Akatsuki." "Konan, right. I know you. Have a seat." Qian Yao cut her off directly and gestured for her to sit. Konan looked a little puzzled. She and Nagato had only taken care of Hanzo not long ago. How would the Uchiha know her? Or had they deliberately investigated the Akatsuki? "Elder Qian Yao knows me," Konan asked in confusion. Qian Yao chuckled. Interesting. Konan actually knew that he was an elder of the Uchiha clan. Was she showing off the quality of her information? Qian Yao directly dropped a bombshell. Didn't Nagato come this time? Konan immediately stood up, her face filled with shock and the fear hidden deep in her eyes. "You?" Konan suddenly didn't know how to ask. Qian Yao pressed his hand downward. "I know all about the Akatsuki's intelligence. If you want to cooperate, we should all be a little more open. Besides, since this is just your paper clone, there's nothing I can do to you anyway." Hearing this, Konan's pupils contracted once more. She felt as if there was no longer any secret left on her body. If not for the fact that she was a paper clone, cold sweat would have been running down her face. "Elder Qian Yao, it seems you know quite a lot." Konan no longer had the confidence she had when she arrived. She even felt she should not have come. Qian Yao intertwined his fingers on the table and looked at Konan with an appraising gaze. "What is it that the Akatsuki wants to discuss with us?" Qian Yao exuded an overwhelming pressure, as if he were the one in control of everything. And in truth he was. After all, he knew everything. In his eyes, the Akatsuki had no secrets whatsoever. Konan, for her part, was overthinking it. She wondered whether Itachi's earlier cooperation with Madara had made Qian Yao hold a grudge against the Akatsuki. "Elder Qian Yao, please do not misunderstand. That so-called Uchiha Madara is not one of us." Qian Yao leaned back slightly. It seemed both Konan and Nagato felt that Madara's identity was problematic. "I know he is not with you, and I know he is not Uchiha Madara. As I said, I know everything about the Akatsuki's intelligence." "You know who he is?" Konan's eyes widened. Qian Yao said expressionlessly. "I'll give you one piece of information for free back. When you were kidnapped, Kyusuke Daibutsu and the others were killed by that Uchiha Madara and Zetsu." "What?" Konan shot to her feet. "How do you know?" The Qian Yao before her seemed to be shrouded in mist. Konan was completely led around by the nose. Qian Yao watched her with a silent smile until she slowly sat down again. She took a deep breath. It seemed she was going to be fleeced this time. "What can I do for Elder Qian Yao?" Qian Yao's gaze grew dark and menacing. "I want the Akatsuki to take the lead in attacking Konoha with full force." "Storm Konoha?" Konan was stunned, speechless. With Nagato absent, their handful of people trying to storm Konoha was nothing short of a pipe dream. "Elder Qian Yao, we can't do it." Though every person Konan had brought this time was a master at fighting, they could loot from a burning house, but storming Konoha was simply unrealistic. Konan's refusal was just as Qian Yao had expected. He was in no hurry, and said slowly, "This time we've lured a large number of bounty hunting ninja here, and their numbers will only keep growing. Under such circumstances, a single spark would be enough to throw Konoha into chaos. I need you to add fuel to that fire." Konan looked at Qian Yao in puzzlement. "Are the Uchiha planning a coup?" Qian Yao waved a hand. "No, we merely want the third Hokage to expose the hidden combat forces he has kept." Konan shook her head again. "Even if our organization joins, and it's still unlikely." The bounty hunting ninja outside were skilled at killing, but counting on them to charge into Konoha was probably too much to ask. Qianyao took out the explosive tag distribution map that Guanxin had brought. What if we add this? Konan took it curiously, shock spreading across her face. The Uchiha have planted this many explosive tags in Konoha. Qianyao waved a hand. These weren't planted by the Uchiha. We simply found them. You're skilled with explosive tags. With these can you throw Konoha into chaos? I know you have a grudge against Danzo. You won't get another chance to attack Konoha. Konan stared at Qianyao with a grave expression. How could this Qianyao know so much? But just as Qianyao had said, this was the only chance to plunge Konoha into chaos, or even kill Danzo. Konan looked back and forth over the placement points of the explosive tags, and asked doubtfully, is this for real? Qianyao didn't answer, merely watching Konan with a calm gaze. Under the weight of his presence, Konan began examining the buried positions of the explosive tags more seriously. She raised her head. If I'm to make use of these explosive tags, I'll need to place my own tags at these node points before I can fully control them. As she spoke, Konan tapped several spots on the map. Qianyao took a rough look. There were more than a dozen locations. He thought for a moment. Since Guanxin had managed to obtain this placing Konan's explosive tags, there should be no problem. Alright, I can manage all of that. Then I'll take this deal. She had come to negotiate in the first place, and gaining more intelligence was exactly what she wanted. Qianyao smiled faintly. Very well. After this is over, I will tell you what I know about Uchiha Madara. Konan gave him a scrutinizing look. Elder Qianyao, is your confidence in yourself, or in Konoha? Qianyao, however, was deliberately vague. The situation can change at any moment. Who knows? He paused. Your teacher Jiraiya is also in the village, though he may love the village a bit more. Konan had been through too much to remain that naive little girl. At his words, her expression did not change, but her eyes flickered slightly. I know. She rose to her feet. The skin of her hands took on paper-like creases and peeled upward, then turned into sheet after sheet of explosive tags that fell onto Qianyao's desk. Once these explosive tags are in place, I can attack at any time. Qianyao stood up as well and drew a circle on the distribution map. Tomorrow night then. Most of the Third Hokage's men are stationed around here. I want you to blow this place up first. Konan gave Qianyao a long, deep look. All right. Pleasure doing business. The flower in Konan's hair then turned into a paper crane and landed on Qianyao's shoulder. Next time I come, I'll use it to contact you. With those words, Konan dissolved into sheets of paper that scattered across the floor. Qianyao put the paper crane away, thinking this paper release was rather intriguing. The scraps on the ground were ordinary paper, but the explosive tags Konan had left behind were genuine. At that moment, Fugaku and Sihu walked in. Although it was Qianyao and Konan who had been talking, the two men were right next door and heard every word with absolute clarity. Sihu looked at Qianyao and couldn't help asking Qianyao, exactly how much do you know? Qianyao smiled. Great Elder, do you know what the clan head's dojutsu is? The Great Elder looked at him with slight surprise. I do, but what does that have to do with anything? Qianyao pointed to his own eyes. My ability is similar to the clan heads. I simply know a little more. Sihu nodded slightly, barely accepting the explanation. Fugaku's gaze toward Qianyao was likewise full of admiration. But at this moment his mind was on something else. Qianyao, do you think there's a chance this time? Qianyao naturally knew what Fugaku wanted to say. He shook his head. Clan head, you underestimate the Third Hokage. Even if the other clans stay put. Apart from the Umbu, the Sarutobi clan alone has over 1,000 combatants. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane, the two advisory elders, also have plenty of people at their disposal. As for the final one, our greatest enemy Danzo. He has several hundred en route, and the Shimura family also has quite a few people. Even if our Uchiha clan could fight at 1 to 3 odds, we would still have no chance of victory. Qianyao's words were true because the other clans in Konoha would at best sit on the sidelines. Even if the Uchiha barely managed to win in the end with all their combat units dead, wouldn't they still be nothing more than fish on the chopping block waiting to be carved up? Susanoo was indeed a force to be reckoned with, but their Susanoo had not yet reached the point of overcoming 1,000 by itself. This was Konoha's home ground. Not to mention the Third Hokage's dead demon consuming seal, there were also barrier squads and all kinds of formations. All of these could split the Uchiha apart or drag the Mangekyo into exhaustion. Only after reaching the later complete form would they no longer be restrained by such things. War is a continuation of politics and likewise an art. Anything that could be accomplished without expending a single soldier. Qianyao would not stake his clansmen's lives on it. After all, Qianyao's ambitions went far beyond Konoha. He said in a measured voice, the best strategy is to foil the enemy's plans, the next best is to disrupt their alliances, the next best is to strike at their armies, the worst is to besiege their cities. Fugaku mulled over Qianyao's words, feeling that these few brief sentences were full of insight. More than satisfied with Qianyao, he asked directly, Qianyao, then what is the Uchiha clan to do tomorrow night? Qianyao tapped the explosive tags on the desk. This can only serve as a spark. What we need is to make Konoha unable to discern our true purpose. During the day, apart from handing this to Guanxin, have people spread the word that the Uchiha will launch a coup tonight. Fugaku and Sihu had complete faith in Qianyao's political wisdom and listened attentively for what came next. Qianyao continued, then tonight all our combatants should be fully prepared. Let Konoha see every single Uchiha getting ready for battle. The next day, in Konoha village, the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan went about their daily lives as usual. Some combat personnel, however, lingered near the compounds of the various noble clans. Since the Uchiha had sent elites, the ENBU could not tell whether they had been shaken off or even caught in a genjutsu without realizing it. All they could do was report the intelligence they had gathered. Most of the men the Uchiha dispatched were merely setting up decoys. The Hyuga side, however, was the real deal. Uchiha Norihiko was highly skilled and successfully got Konin's explosive tags into Hyuga Mitsunobu's hands. He also made it clear that the operation would be launched that night. He told Mitsunobu to prepare early. In the Uchiha's eyes, Mitsunobu was nothing more than a discarded pawn of the Hyuga clan. He was certainly going to die, but probably because of some deal with the main house. If the main house was truly determined to kill him, he could not escape with the caged bird seal on him. What the Uchiha did not know, however, was that they too were being used by Mitsunobu. After obtaining the explosive tags sent by the Uchiha, Mitsunobu personally transported them to the designated locations under the pretext of inspection patrols. As the sole elder of the branch family and deeply respected by its younger members, he naturally did it all without anyone being the wiser. After everything was done, Mitsunobu finally returned to his room. Before long, Soda came to request an audience. Lord Mitsunobu, we have received word that the Uchiha are planning a coup tonight. Also, Uchiha men have been seen near all the major Konoha clans. They circle around for a while and then leave. Mitsunobu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. This is just the Uchiha putting on a show for Konoha. Report all this intelligence to the main house and let them handle it. But tonight will probably be restless. Soda, remember, whatever the Uchiha do tonight, our Hyuga branch family must not get involved. Protect our strength. Yes, sir. After Soda withdrew, Mitsunobu took out several storage scrolls and placed them into a special pouch. Then he went alone to Soda's quarters. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura had all gathered. With the tapping of a cane, Danzo, having been unconscious for a week, walked into the office. When the door closed, only the four of them remained in the room. The four of them had once shared the same teacher. Now they were also the four people with the highest authority in Konoha. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know what that meant. Danzo, look at what you've done, Uchiha Koharu snapped. Danzo swept his cold, sinister gaze over them. He had no intention of arguing. Koharu could not possibly be unaware that this had been done at Sarutobi Hiruzen's behest. It was clearly an attempt to let the third Hokage gain the upper hand over him in the conversation. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Enough, Koharu. The question now is how to resolve this matter. Danzo rapped the floor with his cane, producing a crisp sound. You can drop that act, Hiruzen. Everyone here knows exactly what is going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Midokado Hamura a meaningful look, and Hamura spoke as well. There are now more than 300 bounty hunters gathered on the outskirts of Konoha. There are spies from every nation as well, all probing to see whether Konoha is strong or weak. The Uchiha have been highly active this morning, constantly contacting the various clans, and all their combat personnel are making preparations. Danzo's eyes held more than gloom. There was ruthless malice in them too. When Root attacked the Uchiha that day, you should not have just stood by and watched. Leaving those evil Uchiha alive is only asking for disaster. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a puff. Uchiha Itachi turned the tables on us. Konoha has no reason to exterminate the Uchiha. The third Hokage had a point. Under the circumstances, then every other ninja clan had felt themselves threatened, and they all chose to watch from the sidelines. His ANBU alone might not have been able to take down the Uchiha. After all, everyone knew the Uchiha were extremely capable in battle. At the same level, they could each take on 3 opponents at once. Not to mention the 3 legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. With Danzo in a coma, Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura would not risk their own people in a fight. Relying only on Sarutobi Hiruzen's ANBU, even if they were all spent, they might not necessarily win. Hiruzen, you are getting more and more cowardly. If you simply declare the Uchiha traitors, how many people could they possibly hold off? Danzo was fond of taking risks. If he had been Hokage, he would probably have announced the Uchiha clan's rebellion the very next second. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was not like that. Without certainty, and unless it was truly necessary, he would not expend too many of his own people. He slowly took a puff. Our people at the border have sent back word. Uchiha agents have been spotted heading toward the land of wind and the land of earth. Although we still do not know whom the Uchiha have contacted, their stance today is forcing me to make a decision. Danzo had already read the third Hokage's unspoken meaning. His face dark, he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to do? The third Hokage replied calmly, step down from the position of Hokage's assistant for now. Your status as a council elder is also to be suspended while you undergo investigation. Danzo's gaze turned as dark and venomous as a snake's. Are you going to dispose of me now that I've served my purpose, Hiruzen? The third Hokage slowly drew on his pipe. The Uchiha might just be putting on a posture, or they might have actually contacted the other hidden villages. Konoha needs peace, so I can only ask you to suffer the injustice. I was the one who did the dirty work, and now I'm also the one who takes the blame. Danzo's eyes blazed with anger as he laid into the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think this concession will satisfy the Uchiha? Those Uchiha have ambitious, wolfish hearts. They can't be controlled. Better to take this chance to wipe out the Uchiha completely. The third Hokage frowned, took the pipe from his mouth, and tapped it on the table. Enough. Your dismissal is settled. The Uchiha matter is no longer any concern of yours. Danzo let out a furious snort. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Enough. I am the Hokage. The third Hokage slammed the table, shouting back in equal anger. Danzo gave the three of them one cold look, pulled the door open, and walked out. Bang! The violent slam left the door rattling. The third Hokage watched Danzo storm off, his brows knitted tightly. Danzo, I hope you will stay quiet at this moment. The third disregarded Danzo. At this point it was no longer a matter of whether Danzo agreed. The Uchiha had to be stabilized. Calling Danzo here today was merely a notification. No objection was allowed. Still, Danzo's root was a deeply entrenched organization. Even without the positions of Hokage's assistant and council elder, the root operatives loyal to him would not disperse. After all, everyone in root had been brainwashed into Danzo's own shape. A look of worry crossed Uchiha Koharu's face. Hiruzen, what if Danzo causes trouble for us at a time like this? The third Hokage slowly exhaled a stream of smoke. I will allocate a sum of money to him. The third Hokage's private coffers were exceedingly plentiful, containing not only the estate left by the fourth Hokage and his wife, but also the legacy of the Senju clan. At this juncture, as long as Danzo was given some money as compensation, he would not be desperate enough to resort to desperate acts. Uchiha Koharu nodded, clearly approving of Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. What do we do next? Hold a high-level meeting. Uchiha Koharu asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Too many people covet this village. We must strike them once hard in order to cow them. On the outskirts of Konoha, many bounty ninja prowled nearby, some lured by the 500 million Ryo bounty, others spies from other villages trying to see what was happening in Konoha. Even as their numbers swelled, they remained loose sand. There was no other reason. Everyone cherished their lives. Konoha was after all one of the 5 great ninja villages. In the past, the farthest any attack had reached was Kikyo Mountain. No ninja village had ever fought its way into Konoha itself. So everyone was waiting for someone capable to lead the charge. They could stay at the rear and fish in troubled waters. For ninja, waiting a few days was no problem at all. After all, the more people gathered, the sooner someone would lead the charge. Everyone knew that those who came here all had designs on Konoha. Even if they detected one another, they held back and avoided conflict. They waited quietly as the crowd swelled. On a tree off to the side stood 2 figures. One held a ringed staff and had pure white hair with a scar running straight across his face. The other had glossy waist-length black hair, slender willow leaf eyebrows, black eyeliner, and purple lipstick that exuded maturity. These 2 were Kazuma and Fuin. Kazuma had once been one of the 12 guardian ninja. He insisted the Hokage was an unnecessary institution, believing true power over ninja should rest with the Land of Fire's daimyo, putting him in opposition to Asuma and others. 3 years ago, a coup at the daimyo's manor ended in failure. After being defeated by Asuma, Kazuma faked his death and escaped. Fuin, who followed at his side, was one of the subordinates he had recruited. Fuin was proficient in earth release and genjutsu, making him a formidable trap master. They happened to be active in the Land of Fire just after Itachi Uchiha put out the bounty information. Kazuma was intrigued as well, but his first target was not Danzo. After all, Danzo was guarded by a large number of root operatives. Kazuma would not rush in headlong. His first target was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. 7 years earlier, Kazuma had begun a plan: collect the Nine-Tails leaking chakra and create an artificial Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And he had succeeded. The artificial Jinchuriki he created was his son Sora. Sora was now being raised at the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire, and Kazuma kept up a monk-like appearance to enter the Fire Temple whenever he wished. At present, the Nine-Tails chakra within Sora was extremely meager, and his growth was painfully slow. At the current rate, it would take at least 5 or 6 years before he reached combat standards. If more Nine-Tails chakra could be supplied, things would be different. Sora would quickly grow into a qualified artificial Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kazuma's specialty was sealing jutsu. With preparation, he could easily make a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki go berserk. As long as the Nine-Tails rampage, Konoha would suffer severe damage, and he could collect enough chakra. Can't Fudo and Fuka make it in time? Kazuma watched the crowd around him grow and felt a clash was imminent. Fuin calculated the time. They won't get here until the day after tomorrow. Kazuma shook his head. We can't wait for them. At the earliest tonight or in the small hours, we need to prepare. Fuin looked at Konoha in the distance. The 8-gate sealing field isn't complete, yet we can't seal off Konoha. Kazuma's expression turned wary. We're not the main players this time. Forget about destroying Konoha. We only need to force Konoha to deploy the Nine-Tails, and our goal will be achieved. Use your Earth clone to organize some Earth release users. There are too many guards at Konoha's main gate. We'd better enter through the wall. At a Konoha in Lord Orochimaru, someone outside is organizing those bounty ninja. Guren reported the intelligence she had gathered to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was at that moment extracting a scroll from a snake's mouth. Without raising his head, he opened the scroll and replied, "It looks like tonight will be lively." When Orochimaru finished reading the scroll, a pensive look appeared in his eyes. This scroll was exactly what Danzo had used to contact him. What Danzo didn't know was that Orochimaru was already in Konoha and had received the message by now. Hashirama cells. Orochimaru did indeed have some, but Danzo also had some, just not in such quantity. What kind of experiment would need such a large quantity of Hashirama cells? A thoughtful glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Given the current state of Konoha, Danzo was probably building up his trump cards. However, Orochimaru was currently building the Hidden Sound Village and happened to be short of money. Danzo had delivered himself to be bled dry. Orochimaru had no reason to refuse. After all, he still had Hashirama cells. If they couldn't be turned into strength, turning them into money and supplies would do just as well. but that would have to wait until after tonight. So the old man had been putting pressure on Danzo, had he? Interesting. I'll have to see it for myself. Night fell, and the sky darkened. At Konoha's northern and southern walls, forces began to muster as soon as the patrols left. Konan stood in a tree watching the growing crowd below. It seemed she wouldn't need to show herself first. Fuin took out a huge scroll, opened it, and placed it on the ground. Standing before it, he began forming hand seals. The Hyuga clansmen on the wall soon detected the enormous chakra reaction below. Warning flares and illumination rounds shot into the sky. These 3 Hyuga clansmen had been instructed by Hyuga Soda. Their task was surveillance, not combat. After giving the alarm, they immediately went to find more people. The people on the wall meanwhile drew shuriken and explosive tags and flung them at Fuin. Those beside Fuin formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The rising earth wall completely enveloped Fuin. Outside the wall, the full minute of hand seals came to an end. Fuin pressed both palms onto the scroll. Earth release, earth rock, transformation. Rumble. With a dull roar, an immense quicksand pit began to open beneath that section of Konoha's wall. It was as if the ground had been hollowed out, of rocks and soil all poured downward. Earth release users come forward. The more chakra, the faster. Someone in the crowd shouted, and all the earth release users jumped to Fuin's side. They pressed their palms onto the scroll. As the quicksand pit grew larger, those on Konoha's wall clearly felt the wall shaking. Summoning jutsu. A bounty ninja immediately summoned a giant black bear. Roar. The 10-meter-tall black bear reared up and slammed into the wall, but the wall merely shook, showing no sign of collapse. Just as Konoha's reinforcements were about to arrive, a bang sounded from inside Konoha's wall. Thick smoke billowed and 3 colossal summoned serpents appeared. They stood taller than the wall itself. Boom, boom, boom. With the wall's foundation already unstable, huge sections swiftly collapsed under the serpent's assault. Countless figures leapt up from outside the village. Whether they wanted Danzo's head or wanted to probe Konoha's defenses, all of them charged through the breach. Konoha was thrown into chaos. Boom, boom. Konoha was filled with towering flames and unbroken explosions. Yet there were few battle cries. Whether arson or explosions, it was all meant to create chaos and leave Konoha too overwhelmed to look after itself. The bounty ninja would kill when convenient, but they would not specifically target civilians. These swarms of bounty ninja had exactly one target: Konoha's root base. Spies from the other nations prowled around the main forces, guarding against dangers that might suddenly arise and gathering valuable intelligence. The situation here was somewhat complicated. Konoha had been well prepared. Most villagers were safely hidden in their homes. Everyone knew perfectly well what tonight was about. So no matter which ninja clan, when chaos broke out like this, they all protected their own clan first. Only then would they consider working for the Third Hokage. Everyone knew these bounty ninja had been lured here by the Uchiha. If Konoha could handle this crisis flawlessly, this time the Uchiha would definitely not move. If Konoha showed weakness, however, things would be hard to say. At this time, there were very few guards along the roads in Konoha. After all, too many outsiders had come, and they were grouped in clusters. Sending a few people to oppose them would simply be lambs to the slaughter. The Uchiha compound was brightly lit. A full half of its elite forces under Chinyao's command were fully armed and ready to set out. Fugaku was also wearing combat attire, but he showed no intention of leaving the clan grounds. This was to keep someone from taking advantage of the chaos to raid the Uchiha. Whether Chinyao would be sent out was unknown, but preparations still had to be made. Uchiha Chinyao led more than 100 people and had just stepped out of the clan compound. They were immediately intercepted by Jiraiya. 2 toads stood on Jiraiya's shoulders, and dozens of Umbu stood behind him. He waited at the Uchiha clan's gate. Uchiha Chinyao, what are you planning to do? With a clang, Chinyao drew his weapon, and the clan members behind him also unsheathed their weapons one after another. The clangor of steel rang without end. Blood-red Sharingan opened one after another, and the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. All the Umbu behind Jiraiya felt their hearts tighten and sweat break out on their foreheads. This was absolutely terrifying. Chinyao pointed his sword at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, don't think I don't know that Danzo is already awake. Since the Third Hokage has no intention of dealing with Danzo, we have no choice but to seize Danzo ourselves. Jiraiya said in a low voice, this is against the rules. Chinyao gave a cold snort. Are you saying it was within the rules for Danzo to wipe out our Uchiha? Jiraiya was silent for a moment. What Danzo had done truly did not follow the rules, and it could not be brought into the open. He could only say Danzo has already been dismissed and placed under investigation by the old man. He is now neither the Hokage's advisor nor a council elder. Chinyao seemed slightly surprised. Oh, is that so? Then he abruptly changed tack. In that case, there's no problem. Since we Uchiha are the police force, we naturally have the duty to assist in Konoha's defense. Jiraiya's expression twitched. He had never seen an Uchiha like Chinyao. He changed his demeanor so quickly that he seemed nothing like an Uchiha, more like a politician. Even though Chinyao said this, Jiraiya still did not dare trust the Uchiha. With so many of your people fully armed, what if you stab Konoha in the back later? He said in a deep voice, Konoha has enough forces right now, it does not need the Uchiha support. Oh, is that so? Chinyao stared at Jiraiya with a half smile. Boom boom. The faint explosions rumbling in the distance made Jiraiya feel anxious. Chinyao glanced at the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders. He chuckled softly. Then fine. In that case, the Uchiha will go back to sleep. To Jiraiya's surprise, Chinyao made no argument at all, and simply waved for his clansmen to put away their weapons. Although some of the clan members were puzzled, Qianyao had spent the past 2 days instructing them at the training ground every day, and he had earned great prestige. They all listened to Qianyao. They sheathed their weapons, deactivated their Sharingan, and slowly retreated back into the compound. Qianyao did not even greet Jiraiya. He turned and walked back toward the clan grounds. Time was urgent. As one of the Third Hokage's capable commanders, Jiraiya had no time to worry about what Qianyao might be scheming. After leaving some Umbu behind, he also hurried anxiously toward Danzo's location. On the way, Fukasaku and Shima, standing on Jiraiya's shoulders, wore grave expressions. Jiraiya boy, was that just now the Uchiha's Mangekyo? Jiraiya answered as he dashed along, yes. He is one of the Uchiha's 3 Mangekyo Sharingan wielders. Jiraiya boy, that man has an enormous amount of chakra. He cannot be fought head-on. Fukasaku already felt heavy pressure just from being glanced at by Qianyao. Jiraiya replied, the Mangekyo Sharingan can naturally hold more chakra. Shima retorted, no Jiraiya boy. His chakra is at least several times greater than yours. How much? With a crack, Jiraiya crushed the rooftop beneath his feet. 2 sages, are you mistaken? Uchiha Qianyao is only 17. Shima knew Jiraiya found it hard to accept, because she found it hard to accept as well. It was just that they had cultivated sage arts for many years and had lived a very long time. They could easily judge a person's energy level from the degree of threat they felt from him. That is the amount of chakra. There is no mistake. The threat he poses to us is immense, and his chakra is like that of a vicious spirit. You had better not clash with him. Even with both of us here, we cannot guarantee victory. Jiraiya continued hurrying toward Danzo, but now that he knew he was no match for Uchiha Qianyao, he became far more subdued. This was because Konoha had no choice left. It absolutely could not come into conflict with the Uchiha now. During this period, Qianyao had stayed inside his clan compound every day, fleecing his clansmen. He trained his clansmen while also improving himself. By now, Qianyao had trained more than 100 people, and his bond with each of them had reached 2 stars. Except for the dozen or so 3 Tomo Sharingan users who contributed I power, all the other clan members gave Qianyao 10 of their own chakra. Qianyao did not refuse anyone, so these clansmen varied in strength. Still, the chakra of more than 100 people directly multiplied Qianyao's chakra reserves. Not much time had passed yet. If there were more time, Qianyao's chakra reserves would become even more terrifying. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha clan compound, Sasori had witnessed the conflict between the Uchiha and Jiraiya with absolute clarity. The bounty ninja had bombed Konoha's walls while Sasori had come by the direction of the Uchiha compound. He had originally just wanted to see whether any Uchiha were alone. That way he could capture 2 and turn them into human puppets. But now the entire Uchiha clan was hiding inside the compound, and Sasori, naturally, did not dare enter the compound to seize people. Sasori had already met with Yura, his Sunagakure spy. The intelligence Yura had gathered said that all the major hidden villages had a hand in this affair, and the bounty ninja outside consisted of several separate forces. His Sunagakure side was only planning to gather some intel and then withdraw. Sasori had keen political instincts. He sensed that tonight's situation was not so simple. This situation, clearly involving many forces, was incredibly dangerous. It seemed he had to be careful. If things went wrong, he would retreat. After setting that tone for himself, Sasori modified a few parts on his Hiriko. He glanced in Conan's direction, intending to go check on her. With a spin of Hiriko's hand, it instantly bored a huge hole in the ground. In a flash, Sasori vanished. Inside the Root organization, the Third Hokage was here conversing with Danzo alone. Removing you from your post was only a temporary measure. The resources allocated to your Root will be exactly the same as before. You have only lost 2 titles. I will give you a sum of money so you can continue your research. Hearing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had come to give him money, Danzo's expression eased a little. Of course, he knew that many people outside had come to kill him, but the one he feared was not those outsiders. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. He stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi and warned, you know perfectly well how many things you've had me do. Don't even think about kicking me aside. If I die, your losses will be even greater. The Third Hokage waved his hand and walked outside. Rest assured, you and I are both working for Konoha. I would not do such a thing. The Nara clan. As the brain of Konoha, the clan of tacticians of extraordinary intellect, they managed a major share of the village's medicinal supplies. In daily matters, they neither fought for supremacy nor coveted power, always maintaining their place in Konoha through a philosophy of self-preservation. Konoha had already begun to fall into chaos, yet Nara Shikaku and Nara Chicago remained at home playing shogi and drinking tea. Shikaku was still young then, and had not yet taken the seat of clan head. The clan head was Nara Chicago, who sat across from him. Chicago was Shikaku's elder uncle in the clan. His hairstyle was exactly the same as Shikaku's, except that his hair was already gray and his face was etched with deep wrinkles. He was of the same generation as the Third Hokage and had always been cautious and circumspect in his dealings. This contest between the Third Hokage and the Uchiha had likewise never escaped his watchful eye. Clack. Nara Chicago placed his piece on the board and captured Shikaku's king. If we're playing shogi, just play shogi. Why is your mind so tangled? Nara Chicago admonished him with an unhurried air. Shikaku was only in his 20s now, far less composed than he would be a decade later. He lowered his head and apologized. You're right, uncle. Should we not be making our move yet? Nara Chicago took a sip of tea and said the Third Hokage has been Hokage for far too long. It is only natural that he would serve his own clan's interests, but if the Hyuga clan's intelligence is true, then the Sarutobi clan's ambition is far from modest. The Uchiha have produced someone clever. Step by step, they have schemed the third Hokage to death. As Shikaku packed away the shogi pieces, he said the odds that the Sarutobi clan has over 1,000 combatants should be at least 90%. Narashikago shook his head. 100%. Hearing that figure, Shikaku's hand hesitated briefly, then he continued setting out the pieces. Uncle, one more round. Meanwhile, the other great clans in the village had also prepared their forces, yet most remained inert. At most, they would stand guard around their own clan compounds. Everyone was watching and waiting for what the Hyuga, already leaning toward the Uchiha. Things had become as good as settled. The Hyuga and Uchiha had both suffered persecution one after another at the hands of Konoha's leadership, so trust in that leadership had sunk to the point of near extinction. Even if these bounty ninja were dangerous, the damage they could do was limited. If the sky over Konoha collapsed, the third Hokage or the Uchiha would have to prop it up. Neither Roots operatives nor the private soldiers of Konoha's high command stirred. They would not send their own clansmen to die. A chaotic battle had already erupted near Danzo's route, and the third Hokage had also mobilized the Yumbu to fight there. Though the bounty ninja were not all masters, every one of them was slippery and crafty. Moreover, their ninjutsu were bizarre and unconventional. Yet most fought as individuals, and the strongest among them was Konan, for she held control of the sky. Flying through the air like a Kirov airship, she showered explosive tags down upon the village below. The greatest roars in Konoha came from Konan. The other bounty hunters were not foolish either and advanced alongside Konan. When Jiraiya arrived and saw her, he was stunned. "Konan, you're alive." "Jiraiya-sensei." Konan's wings slowed their beating even though she had already braced herself mentally. But seeing Jiraiya still made Konan's expression grow complicated. "Why are you attacking Konoha?" Jiraiya had never expected that the one leading the charge would be the disciple he had believed long dead. A cruel, hardened look spread across Konan's face. To avenge Yahiko and Nagato, of course. Jiraiya's whole body jolted. "What happened? Why?" "Danzo killed Yahiko and Nagato." "Danzo? Damn it." Jiraiya's face darkened. His own students had actually been murdered by that treacherous dog Danzo. "Sensei, I have come today to kill Danzo. If you still care for the bond we once shared, do not stop me." Jiraiya's expression wavered. He certainly had no wish to concern himself with Danzo. But as the guardian of the village, he could not let outsiders slaughter people inside Konoha. "Jiraiya?" The third Hokage's low voice rang out. The man walked over slowly. "What are you doing? If anyone can kill one of Konoha's own on a whim, what face does Konoha have left?" Jiraiya's expression shifted, and a wry smile crept onto his face. He was not only the teacher of Konan and the other two, he was also one of Konoha's 3 Sannin. He could not show favoritism. Jiraiya blocked Konan's path. "Konan, we will talk about avenging Yahiko and Nagato another day. But not today." Konan appeared to have foreseen Jiraiya's decision. She merely cast him a disappointed look. "Jiraiya-sensei, you will regret this." Konan left Jiraiya with that final statement. "Third Hokage, hand over Danzo. Otherwise I will not stand on ceremony." A huge contingent of bounty ninja followed behind her. At this moment, he was the face of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally could not flinch. "Impossible. Danzo belongs to Konoha. Even if he is guilty, only Konoha can judge him. Whatever your reasons for coming to Konoha, you are all invaders now. Today none of you will leave this village." Sarutobi Hiruzen swept his hand through the air and countless signal flares shot into the night sky. Immediately a large multitude appeared by the breached walls sealing the gap. Here a great host of figures began to emerge, roughly 200 Umbu and 300 Sarutobi clansmen. They all began to close in around Konan. Konan sneered. "Jiraiya-sensei, I told you, you will regret this." She formed seals with her hands, and her chakra surged. Boom, 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 boom. Countless violent explosions thundered from the rear of Konoha. The entire village trembled as if struck by a severe earthquake, with rumbling after rumbling that refused to cease. Towering flames, smoke, and dust burst into the air. Most importantly, the Hokage rock visible to every gaze was rocked by a tremendous explosion as well. Under the gaze of the crowd, the third Hokage's own Hokage rock face was blown apart amid the unending explosions. The great monument split into several colossal chunks, terrifying everyone, and crashed to the ground. "Konan, you!" Before Jiraiya could even be startled, the old streets near the Hokage rock began to explode without pause. Endless explosive tags made Konoha seem to have entered the end times. Even in the dead of night, smoke billowed and haze filled the air. The third Hokage went livid. The places that had just exploded were precisely where his Sarutobi clan was stationed. He glared at Konan with a grim face, chakra surging from his body. His hands flashed through hand seals. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. A colossal jet of flame burst from the third Hokage's mouth. The attack struck straight toward Konan in the sky. Just as Jiraiya tensed, Konan burst into a skyful of paper in midair. Though those sheets of paper were ignited, Konan had already escaped. She had clearly anticipated this. When Konan coalesced into physical form again, she had already flown high into the air. At that very moment, suddenly energy converged in the distance. A purple-black tailed beast ball shot out from the darkness, aimed straight at Konan. "Tailed beast ball. Take cover," Jiraiya bellowed. Every Umbu and bounty hunter nearby felt their hair stand on end and scattered in all directions like panicked birds and beasts. Boom. The tailed beast ball detonated in midair. A tremendous shockwave swept across, sending countless people flying. Even Konan had not expected a Jinchuriki to be nearby. She quickly pulled higher, but the attack had clearly been long in the making. It had anticipated her recent substitution and had calculated her evasive path. Konan was gravely wounded and hurled away. Where did that tailed beast ball come from? Could the Nine Tails have lost control? The Third Hokage and Jiraiya were both astonished. Their first instinct was that Naruto had gone berserk. But they saw no sign of the Nine Tails. If it had truly lost control, its colossal form would have blotted out the sky. Has a Jinchuriki slipped into the village? The Third Hokage and Jiraiya exchanged a look, weighing the possibility. After that tailed beast ball explosion, the whole of Konoha descended into chaos. Many people were dumbfounded. Why was there another tailed beast ball? Had a Jinchuriki invaded Konoha? The agents of the other hidden villages were in a frenzy. What the hell? They had merely intended to probe Konoha's strength, only to find that another village had already sent a Jinchuriki straight in. No one knew who had fired the tailed beast ball. The moment it was released, the attacker vanished. Taking advantage of the confusion, other people went off to do whatever they had planned. Jiraiya, go protect Naruto immediately, the Third Hokage ordered. Naruto was the foundation on which Konoha stood. Nothing could be allowed to happen to the Nine Tails. Barrier Squad, Surveillance Squad. Find out which Jinchuriki fired that tailed beast ball at once. Notify Sarutobi Ryanosuke to deploy every available man and maintain order in Konoha. The Third Hokage gave orders in rapid succession and set off himself to track down the culprit. It was not long before another tailed beast ball flew out from afar. This time its target was the Hokage building. Boom. The Hokage building was reduced to rubble. The Third Hokage glanced back at his office. Now nothing more than ruins. His face darkened as he raced toward the spot from which the tailed beast ball had been fired. Before leaving, Jiraiya searched the area, but the hurled Konan was nowhere to be found. Someone had already taken her away. Konoha lit up with lights as the ninja clans that had remained inactive went on high alert, ready to defend against an intruding force. If a Jinchuriki had come, follow-up troops were bound to follow. From the moment Konan detonated the explosive tags to the appearance of the first tailed beast ball, everyone knew that Konoha was in for serious trouble tonight. Even Uchiha Chiyo, still watching the spectacle from the clan compound, was startled enough to lower his telescope. What the hell was that? Whose Jinchuriki fired that tailed beast ball? Chiyo had originally planned to let Konan trigger those exploding tags and throw Konoha into massive chaos. That would stop the Third Hokage's Sarutobi clan from hiding any longer. But now it seemed a Jinchuriki had actually slipped into the village. Others were in the dark, but Chiyo knew full well. At present, only 5 Jinchuriki could fire a tailed beast ball on their own: Yujito of the 2 tails, Yagura of the 3 tails, Rashi of the 4 tails, Han of the 5 tails, and Killer B of the 8 tails. All of them were suspect, just to varying degrees. But arguing about it now was meaningless, for tailed beast balls were still flying out continuously. The attacker had obviously come with a purpose. By then, clan leader Fugaku and the great elder Sihu had also climbed to the rooftop. The view was good there, and it was from there that Chiyo had been watching the events unfolding in Konoha. Chiyo, I just received a report saying there was a tailed beast ball blast in Konoha. Fugaku's information had arrived a step too late. By now the second and third tailed beast balls had already exploded. Chiyo gazed toward the center of Konoha. I don't know which Jinchuriki has infiltrated the village, but he certainly isn't here with good intentions. Clan leaders, stay inside the compound and defend it. I'll go out alone to have a look. After giving Fugaku his instructions, Chiyo vanished with a flicker of motion. When the Umbu outside the clan compound saw him emerge, they immediately surrounded him. The Uchiha are forbidden to leave the compound, one of the Umbu shouted. Chiyo laughed. Are you telling me what to do? The next instant his eyes snapped open, and the 4 men in front of him collapsed without even a grunt. Without sparing the Umbu who rushed toward him a second glance, Chiyo moved past them and headed straight for Konoha. The Umbu exchanged helpless glances and could only send word to the Third Hokage. To their relief, no other Uchiha left the compound. Only Chiyo had gone out. After Yagura fired several tailed beast balls in succession, both the barrier squad scans and the Byakugan's observations had been searching for him. He in turn never stopped fleeing. As a Kirigakure shinobi particularly skilled in assassination, he excelled at concealing his presence. Coupled with his extreme speed, as long as he was determined to run, he wouldn't be caught. After his tailed beast ball struck Konan, Juzo Biwa recognized it as Yagura's attack. So he had trailed Yagura. As both were from Kirigakure, he had been able to guess Yagura's escape route. He finally caught up with him along the way. When Yagura turned and saw Juzo Biwa, he did not attack. Instead, he closed in on him. Lord Mizukage, why did you attack Konan? Juzo Biwa asked, deeply puzzled. By rights, the tailed beast ball ought to have been aimed at the Third Hokage or the Uchiha. Yagura did not stop moving, and his expression was grim. Do you know her? Juzo Biwa's heart lurched. She's a member of the Akatsuki organization I joined. Yagura's eyes blazed with hatred. It was she, along with an orange-haired man and another masked man, who attacked me. Then they used the Sharingan to control me. So it's called Akatsuki. I'll remember that. Juzo Biwa felt utterly sick. He had left Kirigakure behind because of the blood mist tyranny. In the end, the organization he had joined was the real culprit. The orange-haired man the 4th Mizukage mentioned must be Pain, which meant he had been working for his enemy all along. Juzo Biwa, will you come back to Kirigakure with me, or will you return to Akatsuki? The 4th Mizukage stared hard at him. Before this, he hadn't even known who had manipulated him. He had run Kirigakure into the ground like that, deep down, he had actually harbored self-destructive tendencies. Now that he knew who his enemy was, the impulse faded. Konoha's strength had essentially been exposed. He wanted to go back alive. He no longer wished to die. Besides, on this visit he had discovered that the Uchiha had changed. Even at a moment like this they had held their nerve and not shown themselves. Now that the situation was critical, he had lost his patience. Kajiri Yuzura had also developed killing intent toward Biwa Jizo. If Biwa Jizo refused to return to Kirigakure, he would be slain. Both were veterans accustomed to bloodshed, and Biwa Jizo had already sensed the shift in Kajiri Yuzura's attitude. Without hesitation, he immediately drew out his black fire cloud garment from his person and tossed it to the ground. I will return with you forth. Kajiri Yuzura's gaze softened. This is no place for conversation. Let us depart at once. Fourth Mizukage. You dare come to Konohagakure alone. How splendid. Leading a sizable force of elite ninja, the Third Hokage swiftly surrounded both Kajiri Yuzura and Biwa Jizo. It became clear that the Third Hokage had been maneuvering all along, deliberately drawing him out, so he could be trapped. None of you will leave here today. The Third Hokage had been engaged in a strategic duel with empty air for quite some time, mistakenly believing an entire ninja village was launching a massive assault, which made him extraordinarily cautious. Upon realizing the Mist leader was the only one present, his fury only intensified. Kirigakure and Konohagakure had a long-standing enmity, their history marked by innumerable conflicts. Yet Kajiri Yuzura showed no trepidation at being surrounded by the Third Hokage. Just you lot. Can an old man like you still move? A massive surge of chakra erupted from Kajiri Yuzura, and in an instant he donned the cloak of the tailed beast. Roar! Kajiri Yuzura let out a ferocious bellow as a tailed beast bomb shot forth. Break formation. The Third Hokage gestured sharply, and his elite troops scattered in every direction. Boom. The colossal tailed beast bomb slammed into the building behind the Third Hokage, triggering a devastating explosion. Summoning Jutsu. The Third summoned his old companion Enma, the Monkey King, while leaping through the air. Upon seeing Kajiri Yuzura's half-tailed beast form, Enma was visibly startled. How did a Jinchuriki manage to strike Konohagakure? The Third Hokage first flashed a tactical hand signal, then responded verbally. We will discuss the specifics later. This individual is the Fourth Mizukage, a perfect Jinchuriki. His combat prowess cannot be underestimated. Among the dispersed elites, several ninjas retrieved scrolls. The scrolls linked together, and a purple sealing array began to rise. The array immediately sealed Kajiri Yuzura inside, suppressing the chakra on his body. But before the sealing array could fully close, a shadow materialized and a blade flashed. With a sickening thud, Zabuza, having revealed his form, decapitated the sealing squad ninja at one corner of the array in a single stroke. On his end, Biwa Jizo wielded his executioner's blade, clashing furiously with the Anbu brought by the Third Hokage. The third drew a shuriken and hurled it while simultaneously forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several shuriken rained down upon the Fourth Mizukage, although Kajiri Yuzura's tail beast cloak had been suppressed. Those shuriken posed no real threat to him. Kajiri Yuzura wielded his unusual iron staff in his hands. Clang after clang, he deflected every single shuriken away. Enma, summoned by the Third Hokage, did not transform into the Ryujin Yubang. Instead, he took his monkey form to reinforce the other Yanbyu operatives. While Kajiri Yuzura was blocking the shuriken, the Third Hokage was not idle. He rapidly formed hand seals in his hands. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed out his chest and unleashed a violent torrent. Flames danced like a raging dragon, sweeping toward the Mizukage. The Sarutobi clan was equally proficient in fire release, and the destructive power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was exceptionally high. Kajiri Yuzura also unleashed his signature technique. He traced a circle with his hand toward the Third Hokage, and a mirror made of water materialized out of thin air. Instantly, a replica of the Third Hokage appeared. It was the water mirror technique. At the same moment the replica emerged, it too launched an identical Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Flames erupted across the entire battlefield in an instant. Water-style Water Dragon Tunnel Jutsu. Kajiri Yuzura opened his mouth and sprayed a turbine-like torrent of water into the flame-filled scene. Where fire and water collided, massive clouds of steam immediately formed. Water-style Hidden Mist Jutsu. The steam instantly transformed into a dense towering fog in which Biwa Jizo and Zabuza moved with ease. Enma, whose agility was somewhat lacking, could not keep up with Biwa Jizo and Zabuza in the pitch-black fog. A flash of blade cut through the mist. Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly fell to Zabuza's strike. He sidestepped and exchanged blows, ultimately kicking Zabuza away with great force. The force was so immense that Zabuza's leg went numb. Zabuza felt a chill. This old man still possessed such formidable taijutsu at his age. Fortunately, the dense fog lay behind him, allowing Zabuza to retreat calmly. Enma changed tactics and went directly to the Third Hokage's side. With a bang, he transformed into the Ryujin Yubang. Old friend, we fight together once more today. Kajiri Yuzura swept his hand and cast the water mirror technique again. A replica of the Third Hokage, identical in appearance and wielding the Ryujin Yubang, appeared. The previous phantom had vanished. The Mizukage himself had similarly used the Hidden Mist Jutsu to retreat into the dense fog. This phantom was clearly stronger and immediately engaged the third Hokage in combat. Anxious but compelled, the third Hokage swung his Ryujingyubang like a whirlwind, fighting his own phantom. The water mirror technique clearly had its limitations. At the very least, the Ryujingyubang replicated within the technique could not grow a hand mid-strike. The forgery held out for only a dozen seconds before the third Hokage smashed it into splashes of water. Inside the dense fog, the Konoha ninjas were at an absolute disadvantage. Occasionally the screams of Konoha Anbu could be heard. Sensing the dire situation, the third Hokage spun his Ryujingyubang like a windmill. Ryujingyubang Typhoon. A colossal cyclone erupted from his hands, revealing the heavily casualty-ridden Konoha Anbu. Kujiri Yuzura had just retreated into the dense fog. It was evident he was operating in coordination with Zabuza and Biwa Jizo. These Anbu were all elites, yet they could not withstand the Mizuki's onslaught. Within that brief span, for it had already been killed by Kujiri Yuzura, the third Hokage caught his breath. The aging of his body caused his stamina to plummet rapidly. His heart grew heavy as he wondered about Jiraiya's situation elsewhere. Other ninja clans should be arriving with reinforcements by now. I only need to hold out a little longer. Boom. A violent surge of chakra erupted. The tailed beast chakra, just suppressed by the sealing array, burst forth from Kujiri Yuzura once more. The third Hokage had fallen into an absolutely desperate position. And at that moment something came that made his heart skip a beat even more. Roar! A thunderous bellow echoed from afar, carrying even greater oppressive pressure than Kujiri Yuzura at close range. Even Kujiri Yuzura in his tailed beast form was startled within. Everyone turned their gaze toward another direction of Konohagakure. A massive explosive column of chakra shot into the sky. The immense and malice-filled chakra made everyone feel as though they were submerged in viscous water. The Nine Tails has broken loose. The third Hokage's eyes widened in anguish. Why of all times now? Ha ha ha. Kujiri Yuzura, feeling this sky-piercing chakra, let out a triumphant laugh. Third Hokage, it seems your Konohagakure cannot control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at all. Kasuna Yagura roared madly, died. He lunged straight at the third Hokage, who immediately raised his Tsongching Jui rod to clash with him. Yet in both stamina and chakra, Kasuna Yagura far surpassed the third. The old man was now at an absolute disadvantage. Transformed into his tailed beast form, Kasuna Yagura was unhinged with slaughter, attacking with ferocious intent. Should the third Hokage perish while the Nine Tails Jinchuriki remained unchecked, Konoha would soon fragment and collapse. The other ninja villages would swiftly launch massive invasions upon Konoha's decline, triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War. By then no one would care about their isolated land of water. The resolute Mizuki left countless openings attempting to trade blows. But the third never fell for it, turning a blind eye to every vulnerability. Though at a disadvantage, his defeat was not yet sealed, and at this rate the struggle would drag on. Although reinforcements were already hastening toward him from nearby, anxiety still gnawed at the third's heart. Ordinary ninja paled in comparison to a Jinchuriki. Even if they arrived, they could only manage to hold him at bay. Was he really supposed to let himself be exposed? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually had a skilled expert hidden nearby, but it was his final trump card, one he was reluctant to deploy until the very end. After all, subduing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the paramount objective. Just then an unexpected voice rang out. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A mere Great Fireball Technique manifested, yet the projectile was as vast as a house plummeting down in a sky-blazing deluge. Everyone was thrown into shock. How could it be so massive? Boom. The colossal fireball slammed into the earth, carving out a gigantic crater, while bursting flames sprayed in every direction. Both Konoha and Kirigakure fighters scattered simultaneously. Third Hokage, it seems your situation is rather dire. The third Hokage turned to the suddenly appeared Uchiha Chiyo, his voice deep and grave. Uchiha Chiyo, what do you intend by coming here? A faint smile tugged at Chiyo's lips. With Konoha under invasion as one of its members, it is only natural that I come to alleviate the third's burdens. Uchiha Chiyo, hasn't your clan already severed ties with Konoha? Kasuna Yagura was furious at this sudden Uchiha appearance. Couldn't you simply lurk in the shadows and assassinate the third Hokage quietly? What does this sudden emergence mean? Are you truly opposing me? Chiyo chuckled warmly. This is Konoha's internal affair, unrelated to your Kirigakure. You Mizuki have true boldness, daring to run rampant in Konoha at such a time. While the third still harbored doubts in his heart, Chiyo had already leaped before him, deliberately turning his back without a shred of guard. Third Hokage, you go first to leave this to me. Though puzzled, the third knew he had to immediately check on the Nine Tails. Thank you for your trouble, Chiyo, he said with a formal courtesy. He then led the remaining Anbu forces toward the Nine Tails. In the distance, a small aloe plant slowly sank into the soil. Why would it be the Mizuki? Damn it, Obito, where exactly have you gone? Zetsu pondered for a moment, then proceeded toward the Nine Tails. Previously, while hiding in the shadows, Chiyo had indeed considered simply assassinating the third Hokage outright. But Anbu were already arriving for reinforcements. He could not act without leaving a trace. Moreover, his keen senses detected that near the third stood a formidable expert. This expert's aura was faint yet undeniably potent. An Uchiha elder directly assassinating the third Hokage was a completely different matter from merely hunting Danzo. If the Uchiha truly did this, he need not worry about the other clans. As long as members of the Sarutobi clan still drew breath, Danzo, Or perhaps Tsunkaharu and Midokado Hamura could raise the alarm, forcing the Uchiha clan to fight to the last man. The current Uchiha clan was his source of leverage, and not a single one could perish. Furthermore, the third Hokage on the verge of death might still drag someone down with him. According to the original timeline 5 years later, he could even take 2 more people into the grave. The current third was not yet so aged that he lacked the strength for one final battle. Qian Yao, carrying the accumulated knowledge of 5,000 years from his former world, had absolutely no fear of losing in political maneuvering. He still intended to use the third for other purposes. Since the old man was alive, the game would continue. Seeing some ANBU nearby, Qian Yao gave a subtle wave of his hand. All of you go reinforce the third Hokage or leave this place to me. The ANBU exchanged glances before swiftly vanishing. Once everyone had departed, Qian Yao kept a careful watch and spoke. Mizukage-dano, I understand your intentions perfectly. But have you considered that if you fail, Konoha will immediately launch a retaliatory assault upon Kirigakure? Kusuna Yagura naturally knew this well, which is why he had never intended to return alive. But now he had discovered which organization was controlling him. A monstrous killing intent erupted, utterly crushing the death wish that had previously taken root within him. Konoha remained deeply chaotic. Although he had not killed the third Hokage, he had watched Konan's earlier assault and noted the considerable number of detonation tags she had triggered. Even after this incident, Konoha would be too preoccupied to cause trouble for Kirigakure. Right now his only goal was to return alive. Then you need not worry your head about it. Your Uchiha clan truly played a masterful move this time. Kusuna Yagura seemed to be responding to Qian Yao with genuine seriousness. In an instant, 2 shadows materialized behind him, slashing from both left and right. It transpired that Jisai and Zabuza had already concealed their presence, while Qian Yao's attention was elsewhere. For ninjas devoted to assassination, finding vulnerabilities was instinct. During the exchange between Kusuna Yagura and Qian Yao, one blade aimed for Qian Yao's neck, while the other struck his torso. They had already sealed off every possible evasion path. Jisai and Zabuza were highly confident that at such close range, even a Mangekyo. Boom. A colossal surge of chakra erupted. A pitch-black Susanoo materialized in an instant. With a single sweeping strike, Jisai's decapitating greatsword clashing against it was shattered into 2 pieces, the blade head spinning away through the air. The residual force collided with Jisai, sending him flying as he vomited blood. Clang. Zabuza fared no better. His strike against the Susanoo reverberated violently, causing his own sword to clatter to the ground. What is this thing? Zabuza's eyes bulged. He had never encountered such a phenomenon in his life. Fortunately, Qian Yao's initial strike had been aimed at Jisai, who otherwise Zabuza would have been finished. At this moment, Kusuna Yagura also launched himself forward, slamming a palm strike onto the Susanoo. Immediately, masses of coral erupted across the Susanoo's skeletal armor. It was Kusuna Yagura's coral palm technique. Zabuza seized the opportunity to kick off the Susanoo, and as he was sent flying backward, he dragged the severely injured Bibera Jisai to retreat. Kusuna Yagura did not look into Qian Yao's eyes, focusing instead on the area below his nose. The harrowing memory of his previous control by a Mangekyo Sharingan still lingered vividly in his mind. Last time that masked man possessed only one Mangekyo Sharingan, but this newly awakened wielder had a pair. It was uncertain who truly held the upper hand. A person knows best what is prudent for themselves. Even if he could defeat the Uchiha, it would benefit him not at all. The Mangekyo was already enough. Damned if the Uchiha only had 2 of those. The opportunity to assassinate the third Hokage had already slipped from Kusuna Yagura's grasp. He signaled for a divided retreat, ordering Jisai and Zabuza to withdraw first. Though grievously wounded, Jisai's mind remained exceptionally clear. He gripped tightly the remaining half of his greatsword. Spitting out mouthfuls of blood, he endured the agony and commanded, "Go. Do not become a burden upon the fourth." Though Zabuza was somewhat unruly, he knew his staying behind would be entirely useless. Susanoo, I shall remember this. He dared not linger, dragging Bibera Jisai along as he fled the scene without looking back. Yagura had been watching Qian Yao's every move, but what put his mind at ease was this. Perhaps it was because of the pride of the Uchiha, or perhaps because of consideration for him. Qian Yao did not choose to chase after Biwajuzo and Zabuza. Instead, he stayed where he was. Seeing the coral that had appeared on his Susanoo, Qian Yao dismissed the Susanoo outright and walked out through the cracks. The place had seen a long battle, and there were no living creatures left anywhere nearby. At this point, Qian Yao had not yet developed the habit of showing off. He had stayed there striking a pose for so long purely to wait for everyone in the area to clear out. Because what he was about to do next could not bear the light of day. You know what? Running into me is your bad luck. After everyone had left, Qian Yao dropped the act. He closed his eyes slightly, then his dojutsu power erupted Amaterasu. Just as Yagura's heart tightened, black flames suddenly slammed into him. Ugh. The intense pain tore terrible screams from Yagura. He rolled wildly on the ground, but the black flames would not go out. Yagura had never seen Amaterasu, and had no idea how to break it. Under his anguished screaming, within a few short seconds, he was burned into unconsciousness. Qian Yao put out the Amaterasu, and walked over to Yagura, who was already about medium rare. He reached out his hand, and with a bang summoned a crow. With his other hand he pried open Yagura's eyelid. The 4-cornered windmill in the crow's eye began to spin. And time was rewound to before the Ninetales rampage. Konan detonated the explosive tags that Hyuga Mitsunobu had brought with him, and those tags in turn set off the explosive tags that Jino had planted in Konoha more than 20 years ago. There are many ways to trigger explosive tags. What Konan used here were chakra triggers and destruction triggers. Once Konan's tags started exploding, the other tags followed in a chain of sympathetic detonations. The likeness of the third Hokage on the Hokage rock being blown off was only the beginning. Back then, Jino had turned the entire old district into an explosive tag blast zone. And now all of those areas were packed with Sarutobi clan members. The third Hokage had originally thought that if the entire Uchiha clan moved out, these clansmen would be the key to suppressing them. But the Uchiha never left their compound, so the third Hokage had only moved about 300 of them away, planning to plug the gap and wipe out the incoming enemy. It took only a few seconds from the distant tags detonating to the tags right in front of them blowing up. The roughly 700 people left there were doomed. Most of them did not even have time to react. Amid the tremendous roar, more than 100 people were killed outright. Over 100 more were seriously wounded. Everyone else was injured too. Why are there explosive tags? My leg. My leg. I can't see. My hand. The scene erupted in wailing. The pain of severed limbs was not something anyone could endure. Even the Sarutobi clan was no exception. The stench of burnt human flesh and bloody severed limbs splattered everywhere. Of the 700 plus people, half lost their combat capability in an instant. At that moment, through the smoke of the explosion, Hyuga Mitsunobu was the first to arrive on the scene. How could this happen? Mitsunobu's face showed shock, but hidden in his eyes was the thrill of revenge. Hurry and save people. Everyone with minor injuries, get up. Gather the seriously wounded together. The medical unit will be here soon. Everyone hold on. Quick. Listen to Elder Mitsunobu. Save people first. With a clear leader to rally around, the Sarutobi clansmen moved quickly. The scene was in chaos. No one stopped to think about why Mitsunobu, an elder of the Hyuga branch family, had appeared here so quickly and completely alone. Nor did anyone think to ask, shouldn't the Hyuga clan be the ones monitoring the whole village? Why hadn't they discovered these explosive tags? The Sarutobi clan was simply relieved to have someone to lean on, so they gathered the seriously wounded together and waited for a medical unit that did not exist at all. After all, they were ninja. The lightly wounded could still rescue others quickly. In a short time, more than 70 people were gathered, more than 20 of them critically injured with severed hands and feet. The remaining 50 or so were somewhat lighter injured. At least they had not lost hands or feet. Sarutobi Ryanosuke and Hyuga Soda hurried over at that moment. The former had happened to be leading others to seal off Konoha's walls. The latter had been standing by in his clan compound, but once a tailed beast ball went off in the village, the situation changed. The two rushed back as soon as they received word. They were met with a field of severed limbs and saw Hyuga Mitsunobu directing the rescue. Both Sarutobi Ryanosuke and Hyuga Soda were stunned. Then rage flared in Ryanosuke. Elder Mitsunobu, how could something like this happen? Isn't your Hyuga family supposed to be monitoring Konoha? Why weren't these explosive tags discovered here? Mitsunobu, meanwhile, was helping a Sarutobi clansman whose leg had been blown off over to the gathering area. He walked toward the lightly wounded as he answered, how could I not have discovered them? My clansman reported these tags to me long ago. But the main family refused to report them to the Hokage. What was I supposed to do? Mitsunobu's casual words drifted over, and even the seriously wounded Sarutobi clansman forgot to cry out in pain. Because the next moment Mitsunobu ripped his clothes open. Inside were nothing but explosive tags. And those tags were already crackling. Ha ha ha. Mitsunobu no longer bothered to pretend. He laughed loudly, his face savage. Back then, Hiruzen Sarutobi made Lord Hisashi take the blame and died. This is my revenge. With that, Mitsunobu threw himself into the middle of the lightly wounded. Terror welled up in Soda's eyes. He did not even have time to say a word to Mitsunobu, only exchanged a glance with him as he looked back. Then boom. The massive explosion kicked up a huge cloud of smoke, and the entire ground trembled violently. The immense blast, together with steel nails blasting outward, sent severed limbs and blood flying through the air everywhere. The seriously wounded were splattered all over their heads and faces. It hurts. My leg. I can't see. The nails. The lightly wounded and the seriously wounded had been gathered right next to each other, and Mitsunobu's suicide blast this time had clearly been thoroughly prepared. He had even brought a large number of steel nails. The explosion plus the flying steel nails sent more than 20 people straight to their deaths. Many of the lightly wounded also lost arms and legs. Steel nails that flew out from the explosion turned quite a few more into serious casualties. Sarutobi Ryanosuke's face covered in cold sweat thanked Soda beside him. Thank you, Soda. If Soda had not pulled him back when he jumped backward, Ryanosuke would probably be dead by now. Soda had not done it out of kindness. Rather, he had understood the meaning of Lord Mitsunobu's final gaze. Mitsunobu needed a mouthpiece to spread his words. Soda's face was somewhat pale, but he had already concealed his grief. Hearing this, he shook his head. This matter has gotten somewhat troublesome. Let's save people first. I need to go back and report, so please excuse me. Ryanosuke looked at his clansmen, groaning all over the ground. The pain in his heart was so sharp that he could hardly breathe. Those who still had intact limbs could eventually recover. Those who had lost hands or feet would have no choice but to retire from combat from now on. No wonder Hyuga Mitsunobu was so kind as to direct the rescue of the wounded. When he finally died, he dragged even more able-bodied Sarutobi clansmen down with him. The number of people directly affected by Mitsunobu's final self-detonation exceeded 50. This revenge could hardly be called anything but ruthless. After the blast that breached the Konoha city wall, Wa carried Buyuan and slipped in behind a swarm of bounty hunters. The village's defenses on this side were noticeably thin. Wa had no idea that the Third Hokage planned to trap and annihilate everyone within Konoha's walls. But accustomed to playing it safe, he still ordered Buyuan to prepare a fallback escape route. Using the Nine-Tails chakra he had harvested long ago, Wa quickly locked onto Naruto's position. But when he arrived, he found he was not the only one hunting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. 4 ANBU operatives had already fallen. Beside them, several masked creatures draped head to toe in black threads were relentlessly attacking the remaining ANBU. Kakuzu had originally intended to make trouble for Root. But Kakuzu's greatest virtue was self-preservation. Root's sector was swarming with the Third Hokage and countless ANBU. Kakuzu settled for searching for information about the Nine-Tails instead. To his surprise, intel about the Nine-Tails was everywhere. He grabbed a random villager and learned the identity of the demon fox in seconds. This left Kakuzu bewildered. Shouldn't Jinchuriki intelligence be tightly guarded? Approaching with cautious skepticism, he found ANBU guards indeed protecting the area. Kakuzu knew well enough which mattered more than Nine-Tails or Danzo. More importantly, only 2 squads of ANBU guarded this exterior position. Under Kakuzu's ambush, 4 of them fell swiftly. The recovering ANBU resisted Kakuzu while simultaneously sending out distress signals. This was precisely the scene Wa witnessed upon his arrival. At this moment, Kakuzu still had 1 Earth attribute heart remaining within his body. The other 4 hearts had already split into 4 Dokusui monsters. This combination of 4 plus 1 overwhelmed the ANBU before long. Of course, these 8 operatives were not the only ones protecting Naruto, while they held Kakuzu at bay. The other 2 ANBU squads had already begun evacuating the unconscious Naruto. Kakuzu would never let such a prize slip away. Besides pursuing them himself, his remaining 4 Dokusui monsters paired into fire, wind, and lightning water combinations. Each combination was formed by 2 hearts. The fire and wind Dokusui opened their maws as massive chakra converged. Compound technique, flame, wind, chaos, wave. The colossal flames amplified by raging winds instantly created an enormous sea of fire ahead. The ANBU's escape route was completely blocked. 1 operative was scorched by the flames and immediately doused it with water release, but wind-enhanced fire was notoriously difficult to extinguish with ordinary water techniques. Within moments, the 8 ANBU were reduced by 1. So this brat is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kakuzu's expression was one of delight. Such a valuable target obtained without any effort at all. Conan had said she would only act when confident of success. With defenses so thin, this was naturally the perfect moment. As he sealed off their retreat, Kakuzu and the lightning water Dokusui lunged toward the remaining ANBU. These ANBU were elite, but against Kakuzu they fell just short. In the ninja world, such a narrow gap meant the difference between life and death. Of the 7 remaining ANBU, 3 continued leading Naruto's evacuation, while the other 4 hurling shuriken and kunai at Kakuzu. While Kakuzu evaded the ninjutsu, he drew his blade and engaged in close combat. Kakuzu naturally understood the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory. His sole advantage was that these ANBU knew little about him. As the first ANBU swung his blade downward, Kakuzu activated the Earth Release technique sealed within his remaining heart. Earth Release, Earth Lance. His right arm instantly hardened, deflecting the strike. Then his left hand unleashed Dokusui threads, slicing open the ANBU's throat in one motion. Wind Release, Pressure Hazard. Under Kakuzu's control, the wind attribute Dokusui opened its mouth and a compressed funnel of wind shot outward. It struck the ANBU, carrying Naruto from Kakuzu's flank. Boom. Enormous chakra erupted around Naruto like flames. A crimson-red tail materialized, blocking the pressure blast. Not only were the ANBU stunned, but even Kakuzu was taken aback. He hadn't even touched the Jinchuriki. How had the Jinchuriki gone berserk on his own? While crouched stealthily in the shadows, unrolling his scroll, saw his chance. It was breaking loose by itself. A perfect opportunity. Wabit his fingers slashed it across the scroll and slammed it onto the ground. Without a sound, a massive sealing array unfurled beneath them. Kushina, who was struggling to control Naruto's seal, felt it loosen. If earlier she had merely pried the door open a crack, this new breach felt more like holes punched through the frame itself. It seemed more than one group was after Naruto. Though Kushina had mentally prepared for the possibility that Naruto might be targeted, the situation still infuriated her. Grr. As she growled, the chakra leaking from Naruto intensified further. Naruto quickly grew a second tail. Both the ANBU and Kakuzu realized the situation was deteriorating. Just then a furious roar echoed from afar. How dare you! Jiraiya had spotted the clash from afar. On his way here with the help of the 2 Toad Sages, he had successfully entered Sage mode. After all, the Nine-Tails matter could not be underestimated. Sage Art, 1,000 Needles of Death. His target encompassed both Kakuzu and the Dokusui. Empowered by Sage mode, the 1,000 Senbon possessed tremendous destructive power and incredible speed. The Firewind Dokusui split apart instantly, but it was already too late. The Fire attribute Dokusui was pierced like a sieve. The Wind attribute Dokusui rapidly reconnected with Kakuzu. The other 2 positioned closer together dove straight into his body in an instant. Dokusui threads exploded from Kakuzu's body as he activated Earth Release Stone Lance, barely deflecting the barrage of Senbon. Only when Jiraiya landed did Kakuzu breathe a slight sigh of relief. He dispelled the stone lances, hardening, and countless white Senbon clattered to the ground around him. If that assault had continued for 2 more seconds, the stone lance would have been shattered. Roar! Seeing Jiraiya arrive, Kushina's resentment toward him only deepened. After all, Naruto's name had originally been chosen by Minato based on Jiraiya's novel. Yet Naruto had endured such a wretched existence in Konoha, worse than beast or dog. The Nine-Tails chakra was inherently volatile. Though Kushina could maintain control, she desperately wanted to vent her frustration on Jiraiya. A third and fourth tail emerged rapidly behind Naruto. Jiraiya, growing desperate, charged forward. Seeing Kakuzu blocking his path, he raised his hand and formed a Rasengan. Within moments it expanded dozens of times in size. Sage Art's Super Big Ball Rasengan. Kakuzu's scalp went numb. This was intense right from the start. With his hands forming a seal, the 3 Onmyoji beasts of wind, thunder, and water bound to his body all opened their maws. 3 chakras merged. Composite Ninjutsu Lightning Water Wind Bullet. A massive sphere of water materialized in midair, crackling with electrical energy, then propelled forward with wind release pressure. In such a short time, combining 3 elemental properties had nearly pushed Kakuzu to his limit. This attack struck directly against the Sage Mode Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, triggering an explosive detonation. A tremendous roar echoed through the air like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky. The violent chakra shockwave was so devastating that even the Sage Mode Jiraiya was sent flying backward. But the 2 toads summoned to his body were no mere statues. Even as Jiraiya was knocked backward by the force, they remained perfectly balanced on his shoulders. Both toads pressed their palms together in unison. Double Water Cutter. Fukasaku and Shima each spat forth dual water blades that crossed paths, slicing horizontally and diagonally across Kakuzu's body. 2 massive gashes tore through Kakuzu's form. With a furious roar, he clenched his fists, and the lightning and wind hearts bound to his body burst free in explosive detonations. Kakuzu stomped his feet into the ground, activating his earth escape technique to flee outward. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's foot drove deep into the earth, carving massive furrows as he pursued. There was no time to chase Kakuzu. On this front, Naruto had already dropped to all fours, his 5 wagging tails lashing out in his wake. Jiraiya's white hair whirled around him, wrapping tightly for protection. Sage Art Needle Jupiter. But the chakra tail struck like a spinning top, sending Jiraiya flying through the air. Jiraiya tumbled like a white top, crashing into the nearby building. Naruto remained on all fours, his tails beginning to writhe and move. A miniature beast bomb gathered in Naruto's mouth before firing directly at Jiraiya's position. The explosion tore through the building, and Jiraiya emerged coughing dust and debris. Though in Sage Mode with his toughened hide, he wouldn't fall, and one hit the assault left him battered and disheveled. Why has Naruto lost control? What have you done? Jiraiya called to the Umbu operatives not to assign blame, but to understand what triggered this loss of control so he could address it. We haven't done anything, Lord Jiraiya. The Umbu replied while dodging the Nine-Tails tails. When we encountered the attack, we knocked Naruto unconscious and extracted him. He wasn't harmed along the way. He just suddenly lost control. Naruto's follow-up tail swipe sent the Umbu crashing aside. Ordinary ninjas were too fragile. That single tail strike could seriously injure an Umbu and make them cough blood. Jiraiya, sweat pouring down his face, said, "You're useless here. Hurry and report to the Third Hokage, have him bring the sealing team." Yes. The few Umbu realized they were no different from ordinary people here and could only retreat in haste. Meanwhile, Naruto on all fours glared viciously at Jiraiya, as if recognizing him as the greatest threat. "Jiraiya, something's off. This doesn't look like a rampage," Fukasaku observed from Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya noticed it too. Naruto seemed to harbor special hostility toward him. The other Umbu ran without giving him a second glance. Though his body was wreathed in explosive chakra, it wasn't entirely chaotic. Crunch. The floor shattered as 5-tailed Naruto soared toward Jiraiya, his chakra burning hot like flames. Mid-flight, countless crimson-black chakra hands swarmed toward Jiraiya in a frenzy. As he dodged, he wiped blood from his body onto his hands. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A purple toad wielding a trident and shield emerged. It was Gamaken. Gamaken raised his shield to block the charging chakra hands. Is this the Nine-Tails? Jiraiya formed hand seals, while saying, "Gamaken, I need you to hold him off while I prepare something." "Leave it to this old fool," Gamaken replied, swinging his weapons. Suddenly Naruto's tail slammed into the ground and erupted beside Jiraiya. Naruto seized Jiraiya and hurled him to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. "Husband, help!" Shimada shouted through pursed lips. She unleashed a sonic boom at the pursuing Naruto. Sage Art Frog Song. Fukasaku joined in simultaneously. Sage Art Frog Song Duet. Visible ripples in the air crashed into Naruto. Knocked backward, he slashed Gamaken's shield on his way back. A piercing screech rang out as Gamaken stumbled backward. Whoosh. A golden banded staff extended from afar and struck Naruto. Naruto's tail dug into the ground while he raised both claws, deflecting the staff. The Third Hokage commanded the Konga Naibo to shrink automatically, then formed hand seals with rapid precision. Earth-style Earth Flow River. The ground beneath Naruto softened, causing him to slide uncontrollably. His claws dug in to stabilize himself as he locked eyes with the arriving Third Hokage, gathering a tailed beast bomb in his mouth. The beast bomb shot toward the third Hokage like a streak of light. His expression darkened as he formed hand seals. Earth-style earth flow wall. A massive earthen barrier rose from the ground, and he flung the retrieved Konganaibo. The staff multiplied into dozens of pieces, assembling into a cubic defensive formation, the Kongu Rihiki. The tailed beast bomb obliterated the earth wall in a colossal explosion, sending countless shards hurtling toward the third Hokage. Fortunately, he was protected inside the Kongu Rihiki, which absorbed the blast's impact. The third immediately relocated after the explosion. The five-tailed Ninetales was already locked in fierce combat with Jiraiya and the purple-toed Gamaken. The Ninetales was completely overwhelming Jiraiya and Gamaken. It was only because Jiraiya had entered Sage mode that he hadn't been defeated yet. Naruto roared, wielding chakra-formed claws that generated enormous storms with their tyrannical power, toppling everything in their path. The tails could burrow into the ground and emerge elsewhere. Once the third Hokage arrived, Naruto largely ignored Jiraiya and Gamaken, focusing his attacks entirely on the Hokage. The third Hokage had already suffered setbacks against Kotetsu, and now found himself being chased everywhere by Naruto, sustaining injuries within moments. Third Hokage, we're here. Tenzu, barely in his 20s, arrived with 2 teams from the Sealing Division. Tenzu, I'm counting on you. The third Hokage noticed various ninja clan members appearing around them. He genuinely didn't want them witnessing their Hokage being chased relentlessly by the village's own Ninetales Jinchuriki. 8 members of the Sealing Squad took their positions at once, holding enormous scrolls. Tenzo, the wielder of would release, formed hand seals. Then with his right hand clasped over his left, he extended both toward Naruto. A seal character appeared on his palm. Seal. In the next instant, countless wooden branches shot out from his arm and snaked toward Naruto. At that moment, Naruto seemed to be crushed under a tremendous weight, and his rampaging chakra suddenly slowed. But Tenzo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hurry and seal him. I can't hold him much longer. Jiraiya formed hand seals, and then slammed his palms together. Sage art swamp of the underworld. The ground around Naruto softened and began to drag him down. Seizing the opportunity, the 8 members of the Sealing Squad thrust their scrolls into the earth. As the scrolls unfurled, a vast double 4-symbol seal appeared on the ground. Combined, they formed the 8 trigram seal. A massive sealing pattern swept over Naruto. But the one controlling Naruto now was Kushina Uzumaki, and the 8 trigram seal was one of her specialties. Roar! Naruto let out a furious howl as a huge surge of chakra exploded outward. First, he shredded all of Tenzo's wooden branches, and the 8 trigram seal covering him peeled away entirely. Then the backlash lashed out directly at the Sealing Squad. The scrolls in the Sealing Squad's hands shattered into pieces on the ground. All of them were struck by the chakra backlash and sent flying, spitting blood. Tenzo fared slightly better, but blood still seeped from the corner of his mouth. Shoot! A deafening roar rang out, and an even greater shockwave of chakra burst forth. Tenzo was also blasted away. A colossal black-red chakra hand swept down, aimed directly at the third Hokage. The third Hokage held the adamantine staff across his chest, but the blow knocked it from his grasp and slammed it into him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If Gamaken hadn't thrown himself into the path, the third Hokage would have been done for. Naruto seemed fixated on the third Hokage, focusing every attack on him. Jiraiya had no choice but to retreat while fighting, dragging the third Hokage with him. But more and more people were gathering on the outskirts. More clan heads had assembled, ready to join the battle at any moment. Thump thump. A tremendous heartbeat rang out. Suddenly Naruto, on the battlefield, froze. A figure slowly stepped forward. It was Uchiha Sunya. Third Hokage, it seems your sealing arts aren't up to the task. Everyone present watched as Sunya, his Mangekyo Sharingan active, walked over to Naruto. Under the powerful fluctuation of his ocular power, everyone felt their chests tighten. Naruto's tails gradually faded, and at last he collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the danger had passed, Gamaken straightened his bent harpoon and muttered, "I'm such a fool." Then with a puff he vanished. Fukasaku and Shima on Jiraiya's shoulders were also exhausted. Jiraiya boy, we're heading back first. Jiraiya nodded, his swollen mouth twitching. Thank you for your trouble, both of you. Puff puff. The 2 sages vanished as well. Those present saw that the third Hokage's side was completely powerless against the Ninetales Jinchuriki. But when the Uchiha's Mangekyo appeared and subdued the Ninetales Jinchuriki in an instant, every one of them had flickering eyes as if weighing their thoughts. The third Hokage was in a sorry state, humiliated after being chased all over the battlefield by Naruto. The blow to his chest had broken at least 3 of his ribs, and his chest was covered in blood. The third Hokage panted. Looking at Sunya, all he could do was thank him. Much obliged, Sunya. Where is the 4th Mizukage? Only then did the assembled ninja clans erupt in uproar. Could the one who fired the tailed beast ball have been Karatachi Yagura, the 4th Mizukage? Sunya shook his head. He got away. Though a Mizukage determined to flee could usually manage it, the third couldn't help feeling that Sunya wasn't telling the whole story. But with so many outsiders around, he couldn't very well say anything. In this political contest, Konoha had suffered a crushing defeat. Though a few rogue ninja had yet to be hunted down, the focus no longer lay there. Just then Ryunosuke Sarutobi hurried over, covered in blood. None of it his own, but that of Sarutobi clan members. He reported the matter of Kashin Hyuga to the third Hokage in a low voice. Hayashi Hyuga also walked over with a grim expression, accompanied by Sota Hyuga. Sunya looked at Hayashi, then at the third Hokage. He had already guessed what was going on. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he settled in to watch the show. The other ninja clans also sensed that something was amiss and began whispering among themselves. The third Hokage's eyes were blazing with fury as he glared at Hiashi. Of the 700 Sarutobi combatants he had left behind, at least 200 of them were now gone forever, and over 100 more were out of combat. Hiashi, I made your Hyuga clan responsible for monitoring the village. Why did your Hyuga main family intercept the report? Having already learned of the matter from Soda, Hiashi replied with neither arrogance nor submission. Hokage-sama, our Hyuga clan did discover those explosive tags, and we reported it to Kashin. It was Kashin who privately intercepted that report. The Hyuga main family knew nothing about it. Kashin's words cannot be trusted. Regarding the 700 remaining Sarutobi combatants out of the original 1,000, I deeply regret that half of them became casualties. Hayashi's words were laced with barbs, and he openly revealed to everyone present exactly how many warriors the Sarutobi clan possessed. Before his death, Kashin had already shouted things like, the main family intercepted the intel, and avenge Hisashi. Naturally, this would breed mutual suspicion between the Hyuga and the third Hokage. Peaceful coexistence was even less possible now. Compounded by the Uchiha's recent movements, the Hyuga had become even more distrustful of Konoha's leadership, so they simply blew it all open. After all, the Sarutobi clan had thrown so many people in a battle tonight that most other ninja villages already knew. Though the Hyuga had been played by Kashin, it was an open scheme. Kashin was dead with no children, no spouse, and utterly alone. No matter how mighty the main family was, what could they do to him? His body had been blasted into countless pieces. There was no way to even identify which part was his. Even desecrating his corpse was impossible. The other ninja clans exchanged meaningful glances. Some let their gazes drift back and forth between the third Hokage and Uchiha Sunya. It seemed Konoha's power structure was about to shift. The third Hokage had hit a stone wall with the Hyuga, and he understood their intent. After all, Ryanosuke Sarutobi had brought back the words. The third Hokage knew exactly what Kashin had shouted before dying. The open scheme Kashin had built with his own life simply could not be undone. Gnashing his teeth, the third Hokage could only file the matter away for now. He turned to the crowd and announced, there are still some bounty ninja causing trouble in Konoha. I ask all clan heads to carefully identify and search for them. A high-level Konoha meeting will be held tomorrow at 9 in the morning. All clan heads please attend on time. I extend a special invitation to Uchiha Sunya and Uchiha Fugaku to attend. With his arms crossed, Sunya gave a soft laugh. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. The clan head and I will be there on time. The third waved his hand, and the other clans dispersed to organize their own people. They began sweeping for bounty ninja and other intruders. Spies from the various nations were now using every trick at their disposal to slip out of Konoha. Among them, Earth release users were especially numerous. Apart from Kakuzu, who used his Earth-natured heart to tunnel his way out. Kazuma, well prepared and worried about a difficult retreat, had Fuin use an Earth release trap technique to create an underground passage. He had packed up the formation in time and slipped away the moment the third Hokage appeared. By now, he and Fuin had already fled beyond the gates of Konoha. Kazuma said, still shaken, who would have thought so many people would show up? Konoha sure is lively. Fuin asked, what was the haul this time? Kazuma shook the scroll with a rather smug look. A lot of Ninetales chakra leaked out this time. We've hit the jackpot. At this moment, Jiraiya had already examined Naruto several times. Yet what baffled him was that the 4-symbol seal was perfectly intact with no sign of damage or rupture. Jiraiya could not understand how the Ninetales power inside Naruto had leaked out. If Naruto's 4-symbol seal were a security door, then the scroll-toed Gamatora was in effect holding a key to that security door. But the 4th Hokage was its manufacturer, while Kushina Uzumaki was its designer. The security door itself was intact. Kushina had merely opened it a crack to release a little of the Ninetales chakra. Even the doorknob was in her hand, so after holding it open for a while, she simply closed it again. No matter how carefully Jiraiya checked, he could not detect it. Seeing the third Hokage look over, all he could do was shake his head. The third Hokage was exhausted, and the wound on his chest still needed treatment. But he could only force himself to stay alert. At any rate, it was good that Danzo's root had not been broken. Konoha's reputation was preserved, even though the Hokage had been beaten into fleeing in humiliation. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, Zabuza was fleeing with Juzo Biwa in tow. Once they had left the village's territory, they stopped at once. Juzo's condition could not endure a long journey. He needed treatment. The two men found a relatively secluded spot and began to check their injuries. Medical ninja were extremely scarce in the hidden mist. Men like these lived with their lives on the edge of a blade. As a rule, when they were wounded, they treated themselves, took their own medicine, and endured the pain alone. That palm strike from Xianyao Susanoo was no easy thing to withstand. Fortunately, the decapitating great sword had served as a buffer, so Juzo Biwa suffered only 2 broken ribs and internal organs shaken until they bled. If he could rest quietly, his life was not in danger. Is the Lord Mizukage safe? Juzo Biwa asked anxiously. After all, Yagura Itachi had only recently been controlled by a Mangekyo Sharingan. Now he had to face the Mangekyo again, which put the Mizukage in grave danger. Zabuza was also somber because his weapon had broken. After all, a power like Susanoo was far too hard to counter for assassination ninja like them. The blade had almost touched Xianyao's neck, yet it was directly blocked. Tap tap tap. Slow footsteps approached. The two turned around in alarm. Who's there? Kisame Hoshigaki emerged from the thick mist with Samahata on his back. Juzo, it seems you have betrayed the organization. Juzo stepped in front of Zabuza and said coldly, the hidden mist ended up like this because of Akatsuki. You killed so many of your comrades also because of Akatsuki. Kisame's gaze wavered for a moment. I have known about such things for a long time. What I want is a true world won without falsehood. Therefore those who betray the organization can only die. Kisame drew Samahata, stamped his foot, and launched himself at Juzo. Since Juzo was wounded, killing him first was the best move. Under Kisame's swing, Samahata burst open, its many spikes gleaming coldly as it slashed toward Juzo. Juzo drew the already broken decapitating great sword and met Kisame in a head-on clash. A wounded Juzo was naturally no match for Kisame. A single strike sent Juzo flying backward. Juzo spat out another mouthful of blood, then tossed the half-length, decapitating great sword to Zabuza. You go first. I'll cover the rear. The decapitating great sword cannot be lost. Zabuza raised his hand and caught the sword Juzo flung to him, knowing full well that Juzo covering the rear meant death. He did not flee. Instead, he gripped the decapitating great sword and said, I have long wanted to test Senior Kisame's swordsmanship. Coughing, Juzo lay on the ground. Damn it, what a loss. If I'd known you were this unreliable, I should have gone our separate ways. Zabuza's voice came out muffled from behind his scarf. Hey, if we make it back alive this time, let me have the decapitating great sword. Juzo struggled into a sitting position. Suit yourself. We'll talk about it if we make it out alive. He knew clearly that this time, they had little chance of surviving. Juzo could not understand why Kisame Hoshigaki, knowing full well that the Mizukage had been manipulated, still sided with Akatsuki. But he also knew that Kisame could not be turned back with just a few words. It seemed there was no escaping fate today. Even as the words were spoken, Zabuza and Kisame Hoshigaki had already clashed into a storm of blades. Neither of them used ninjutsu. Although they had left Konoha's territory, an overly large chakra reaction would still make them easy to detect. Also, Kisame saw no need for it. A few moves would be enough to take down Zabuza. Zabuza, for his part, had no time to gather chakra. If he spent the time forming hand seals, his head would already be severed. Kisame was at his peak in both stamina and chakra. Zabuza, however, was only 21, with only half a decapitating great sword in his hand. Every swing of Samahata was heavy and powerful. Even knowing the blade's ability, Zabuza could not evade the spikes that burst open from Samahata. After just 2 exchanges, Zabuza's chest was already gashed. Several slashes left his hands completely numb. A vicious light flashed in Zabuza's eyes. Even if he died, he would not let Kisame Hoshigaki have an easy time. They clashed once more, and Samahata knocked the decapitating great sword from Zabuza's hand. Zabuza did not care about Samahata swinging toward him. He had already drawn a kunai from his belt and drove it at Kisame Hoshigaki. Even in death, he would stab a hole through Kisame's body. Kisame's lips curled, but he let go of Samahata. He retreated while Samahata burst open like a sea urchin, eagerly flicking out its tongue and lunging at Zabuza. Zabuza's heart turned cold. He was done for. Boom. From the distant wall of Konoha, a huge mushroom cloud rose as a section of the wall was blasted apart. A colossal burst of chakra shot into the sky. That was the chakra of the Three Tails Isabu. Samahata, which loved consuming Isabu's chakra the most, froze for a moment and then turned its head. Zabuza stamped his foot and instantly flipped away. Samahata fell to the ground, but immediately bounced back up, hopping joyfully while looking toward Konoha. Kisame's expression changed as well. A massive chakra presence was moving toward them at high speed. Samahata suddenly bounded into the forest. But a chakra hand suddenly stretched out from the forest and slapped into Samahata's side. Samahata was knocked to the ground with a wild cry. It showed no frustration at all. Instead, it bounced hard on the ground, utterly delighted. Kisame kicked Samahata up into his hand, then stared coldly at Yagura Karatachi as he emerged from the forest. Yagura Karatachi's face was somewhat wooden, but judging from the tailed beast chakra radiating from his body, he was unquestionably the real one. Yet looking at this Mizukage, Kisame Hoshigaki felt something was off. You are not Yagura Karatachi. Yagura's face remained expressionless, and he did not answer Kisame's words. Instead, he said, I already know why you betrayed the hidden mist. Uchiha Chiyo, Yao has confirmed it to me. Uchiha Madara is a fake. The real Uchiha Madara died long ago. The Moon Eye plan is a lie as well. Kisame Hoshigaki's whole body jolted because the Moon Eye plan that the one calling himself Uchiha Madara had told him should have been known to no one at all. Why would the Uchiha clan know about it? Then who are you? How do you know all this? Is Uchiha Chiyo using his Mangekyo to control you? Karatachi Yagura merely shook his head. I do not know the details. If you wish to know, go find Uchiha Chiyo. He said he would wait for you outside the clan grounds in 3 days. As he spoke, the chakra of the Three Tails Jinchuriki surged around him and wove into a tailed beast cloak. Leave. You are no match for me. Kisame Hoshigaki's mind was in turmoil. He, after all, his own heart had long since become unbalanced. He had been lured in by Obito's Eye of the Moon plan, longing to reach that perfect world. Now that this belief had suddenly been overturned, he was somewhat disoriented. But at least one thing was true: the Karatachi Yagura before him was steeped in genuine Three Tails chakra and stood in a tailed beast cloak. Moreover, the Samahata in his hand seemed excited and delighted by the Three Tails chakra. He was in no state of mind to fight, nor was he able to. Kisame Hoshigaki pondered briefly, then withdrew Samahata and slung it over his back. Once on his back, Samahata remained dissatisfied, chattering endlessly toward Karatachi Yagura. Kisame Hashigaki could only vanish in a flash. When Karatachi Yagura turned around, Zabuza and Juzo Biwa were watching him with guarded expressions. Both could tell that this Mizukage was suspect. He had most likely been ensnared by the Uchiha's Mangekyo. Karatachi Yagura pulled out a pouch and tossed it over. Healing medicine from the Uchiha. With that, he walked to a nearby tree and leaned against it. Zabuza picked up the pouch from the ground and opened it. The healing medicines inside were all top grade. He exchanged a glance with Juzo, and without caring about anything else, took the medicine first and wrapped bandages around each other's wounds. After all, if the other party had wanted their lives, there would be no need for poison. Treating wounds came first. While Zabuza was covering Juzo with bandages, Juzo asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Karatachi Yagura raised one hand. "Find a safe place first. Once the real body arrives in a couple of days, he will explain everything to you." Zabuza and Juzo looked at each other, both seeing the bizarre glint in the other's eyes. What did that mean? The real body. Even if Karatachi Yagura could use clones, he could never make a clone with the same amount of chakra. Yet for the time being, they chose not to resist, since the man's semi-tailed beast state was unmistakably real. After simple bandaging, the two departed with this Karatachi Yagura. Ding. Karatachi Yagura's bond levels 1 through 4 have been unlocked. Congratulations, host. Memory fragments obtained. Congratulations, host. 10 of chakra obtained. Congratulations, host. Secret art water mirror technique. Congratulations, host. 100 of chakra obtained. Qianyao never expected that after using Koto Amatsukami on Karatachi Yagura, the bond star would go straight to 4 stars. Moreover, the so-called 100 chakra actually included the chakra of the tailed beast sealed within Yagura. Still, he did not blindly absorb that chakra into his own body. To unify the shinobi world thereafter, he began a new scheme. He poured all of that chakra into one of his clones, and this clone, after applying a transformation jutsu, became Karatachi Yagura II. But the clone possessed only a few fragments of battle memories, so impersonation was utterly hopeless. Moreover, because Karatachi Yagura had been controlled before, Kirigakure would be deeply wary a direct impersonation would never work. Thus, Qianyao chose to take a roundabout path and use another method. Manipulating this clone, he set off to first check on the condition of Juzo Biwa and Zabuza. These two were still highly useful. If they died carelessly, the loss would be considerable. He had not expected to run into Kisame Hashigaki and Juzo Biwa's group in the middle of a fight. Qianyao remembered very clearly why Kisame Hashigaki had been fooled. Since he had encountered him, he prepared to win him back directly. After all, the shinobi world had few such honest souls left. When he had come out earlier still in the guise of Karatachi Yagura, he fired a blast at Konoha's walls, giving those bounty hunter ninjas who had been running about like headless flies a way to escape. This way, a large part of the shinobi world would know that the Mizukage had attacked Konoha. Just how weakened Konoha was, there was no need to say. When Qianyao shifted his consciousness back and opened his eyes, he asked how long until he wakes. He was inside a secret Uchiha chamber. On the bed beside him lay Karatachi Yagura, burned like a medium rare cut of meat. The upper half of his body was already wrapped in bandages like a half-covered mummy. Beside him, Izumi replied, "Elder Qianyao, as a Jinchuriki, Karatachi Yagura recovers very quickly. With the finest medicine we have used, he should wake tomorrow." As Itachi's future wife, Izumi was one of the few in the clan who knew medical ninjutsu. Though her skill was only skin deep, it was enough for this situation. Qianyao gave a slight nod. "Itachi calls me senior. You may call me senior too." Izumi hesitated for a moment, then said obediently, "Yes, senior. There is no need for you to stay here. I will have someone else watch over him. Go back and rest early." "Yes, senior." Izumi remained quite awestruck by Qianyao. After all, he was a powerful elder of the clan, a Mangekyo user, and the benefactor of both her and Itachi. Qianyao paid it little attention. With most people, his bond could reach only the second level at best, and many people never even reached beyond the second level. In the future, he would spend his time instead on luring away those of outstanding talent. After seeing Zabuza follow Karatachi Yagura, Qianyao discovered that killing Obito once had brought some changes to the situation in Kirigakure. He only hoped that Orochimaru would not act too soon. Qianyao, for his part, was wondering whether Orochimaru had already gone to the land of water to lure children away. Orochimaru himself, however, was just outside the Uchiha clan grounds. He had not yet joined Akatsuki at this time, nor had he witnessed the overwhelming power of the Rinnegan. He had originally come only to observe the Mangekyo. After watching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be subdued in an instant, he set his mind on Qianyao's Mangekyo. And he had a measure of confidence, because the ocular power Qianyao's Mangekyo had shown was not strong. At least it was within an acceptable range for him. What he did not know was that the Nine-Tails tailed beast chakra cloak had been deactivated voluntarily by Kushina. Qianyao had mainly come out to put on a show. All he needed was to make everyone think the Mangekyo had instantly seized control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Still, Orochimaru did not directly invade the Uchiha compound, given how many Uchiha there were. Moreover, Fugaku was also a master of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru planned to scout things out first. Konan, her whole body racked with pain, woke up amid the jolting. When she opened her eyes, everything she saw was dark. "Where's this?" Konan asked with difficulty. A familiar voice beside her answered, "We're underground. Don't worry. We'll dig our way out soon." "Sasori. What? What happened to me?" Konan's mind was hazy. There was a strange note in Sasori's voice. "You were hit by a tailed beast ball. Only then did Conan's memories come flooding back like a tide. She remembered negotiating with Jiraiya, finishing the task Uchiha Chiyo had entrusted to her, and then being blasted out of the sky by a tailed beast ball. Hiss! A Jinchuriki had infiltrated Konoha and directly launched a tailed beast ball. But why had the tailed beast ball struck her instead of the third Hokage? Conan was utterly baffled. She could not even guess who had done it. Conan asked with difficulty, "What's the situation in the Hidden Leaf village? What about our people?" Sasori replied, "When I got you out, not many of Danzo's men had forced their way inside. It's probably a failure. Apart from you, everyone else has gone missing. I don't know where they are. We escaped through the underground route, so I don't know what happened in the village afterward. Let's go to the rendezvous point first." Creak, creak, creak. Conan felt her body tilt as the mechanism groaned. Then came a dull clunk. Conan clearly felt the oppressive sensation vanish. The next moment light flooded her eyes as she was spat out by Sasori's Hiriko. Conan slowly struggled up from the ground. Cough, cough. She coughed a couple of times and her mouth was full of bloody foam. Her internal organs were probably injured, but she still didn't know the full extent. Sasori's true body shook off the dirt and climbed back into Hiriko. Conan stood rooted to the spot, her expression shifting uncertainly. Sasori said coldly, "Your wounds are serious and they're all internal. You'll need to recuperate for a while." As a master anatomist, he could tell how severe Conan's injuries were using nothing but chakra threads. Conan let out a soft breath, feeling a dull pain in her lungs. "Thank you, Sasori." Sasori snorted. "I can still tell whether Danzo or you matters more to the leader." By then Sasori had been in the organization for some time and felt it was quite good, no matter how rare the material or poison it could be obtained. When a mission was too much for them, Pain would even handle it personally, and Sasori felt a strong sense of belonging there. Conan let out a breath. "Let's head to the rendezvous point first." As she spoke, paper flew into the air about to form wings behind her. But a pained grunt escaped her, and the wings scattered into nothing. Hiriko moved forward slowly, then curled its tail around Conan and carried her toward the rendezvous point. "I'd better take you there. You shouldn't use chakra right now." Conan's expression was grim. She had detonated the explosive tags this time, but she still wasn't sure whether she had fulfilled Uchiha Chiyo's conditions. But first, she needed time to recover from her injuries. She also had no idea what had happened to the others. If Sasori hadn't saved her, she would probably have been captured after being blown unconscious. Conan hadn't expected that a Jinchuriki would infiltrate the Hidden Leaf at just that moment. Shouldn't he have only come to gather information? The two soon arrived at the rendezvous point where only Kakuzu was waiting for them. Kakuzu had suffered a huge loss this time. Not only had he gained nothing, but he had also lost 3 hearts, leaving him with only his water and earth hearts. Jiraiya had been too quick to provide support, and he had already entered Sage mode when he arrived. Kakuzu had to use nearly every trick he had just to escape. "How was it on your end? How did you get so badly injured? Did you see the Jinchuriki?" Kakuzu looked at Conan with a strange expression. It was also the first time he had seen her wounded. He had escaped by burrowing through the ground, so he was aware of the tailed beast ball's bombardment. After all, its power was enormous, on a completely different scale from explosive tags. But Kakuzu didn't know which Jinchuriki had fired it. Conan shook her head, her face slightly pale. "My operation failed. I was struck by a tailed beast ball before I could even enter route. The original purpose of this operation had been to probe the Hidden Leaf's strength, first the Nine Tails, and second Danzo. After meeting Chiyo, though, Conan changed her objective. Danzo was a clear target, but that didn't mean he could be taken down easily. The masked man's identity had instead become the most important issue. It concerned not only past hatred, but also their future safety and the possibility of realizing their dream. As long as she had fulfilled Chiyo's request, Conan hadn't actually failed. But the matter of the masked man was still a secret in Akatsuki, so what she said aloud was that the operation had failed. Kakuzu's tone was equally heavy. "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki isn't a secret in the Hidden Leaf at all. You can find him anywhere in the village." Jiraiya's support was too fast, and his Sage mode is strong. But the Hidden Leaf has almost no control over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Hidden Leaf will have a headache from now on. By the end, Kakuzu sounded somewhat gleeful. After all, the largest shinobi village, the Hidden Leaf, was now so weak it couldn't even control the Nine-Tails. Once this information spread, the other hidden villages would begin testing them. "Looks like everyone has been waiting for me." Zetsu, Akatsuki's intelligence specialist, slowly emerged from the ground. Every time Zetsu appeared, everyone wondered what exactly his true body was. Why was it so bizarre, like a pitcher plant? Cough, cough. "What about the others?" Conan coughed twice and asked Zetsu. Zetsu shook his head regretfully and threw Juzo Biwa's Akatsuki cloak onto the ground. Juzo Biwa betrayed the organization and defected. The listeners all had different expressions. How could that be? After joining Akatsuki, Juzo Biwa had been very dedicated, working hard for the organization every day. Yet he had betrayed the organization when sent out on a mission. There was no helping it. After all, his old superior Yagura had come for him. Yagura, the Jinchuriki in the Hidden Leaf, was him. A flash of insight lit up Conan's mind, and she finally understood why the tailed beast ball had struck her instead of the third Hokage. Because Yagura was the one whom Conan Pain and the masked man had gone to enslave together. In other words, Yagura was taking revenge. Conan was somewhat surprised by this turn of events. After all, Yagura had no way of knowing that the masked man and Conan were actually partners who kept their guard up against each other. Kisame Hoshigaki has already gone after Juzo Biwa. The situation is still unclear. Conan nodded slightly. Kisame Hoshigaki had indeed been recruited by the masked man, but he was loyal and useful. In a pursuit like this, if it was hard to land a blow, it would take quite a while, so it was only normal that he hadn't returned yet. After saying this, Zetsu glanced at Kakuzu. The Hidden Leaf never tried to keep the Jinchuriki's identity a secret. It's just a 7-year-old brat named Naruto Uzumaki. But the people of the Hidden Leaf can't control the Jinchuriki, and this time the Ninetales went berserk. The Uchiha clan did not raid the village. The only one who left the clan compound was Uchiha Chiyo. It was he who subdued the berserk Ninetales Jinchuriki. Kakuzu let out a cold snort. After all, he had been driven off before, and that was deeply embarrassing. Zetsu paid no attention to Kakuzu's displeasure and went on. Hiruzen Sarutobi has recalled many combat personnel from outer patrols. There are probably about 1,000 of them, and they may well all be from the Sarutobi clan. At this point in Zetsu's account, both Conan and Kakuzu looked astonished. If Sasori were not a puppet, he would probably have been just as astonished. For a shinobi clan, having over 1,000 combatants was utterly inconceivable. Approximately 200 to 300 combatants were killed in the explosion. Upon finishing his report, Zu glanced at Conan. The implication was clear. Why did she possess the ability to lay such an extensive network of explosive tags throughout the Hidden Leaf village? Conan offered no response, not even a gesture. She merely remarked in a detached tone, "Everyone is in poor condition. Disperse and rest for now. We await Kisame's return." With Conan's words spoken, Kakuzu grumbled in a heavy voice, "Several bounty hunters have escaped. I shall go collect a few more hearts to replenish mine." This mission had been an unprecedented setback for the Akatsuki. After all, since joining the organization, each member had typically operated independently on separate assignments. Upon infiltrating the Hidden Leaf, their individual objectives had diverged. Yet the betrayal of Biwa Jizo was something Conan had never anticipated. As for Kakuzu, she had merely intended for him to gather intelligence and return promptly. However, Kakuzu had been greedy, and crossing paths with Sage Mode Jiraiya at the height of his power proved catastrophic. "I shall accompany you," Sasori interjected. Sasori required only bodies, not hearts. His puppets were durable enough to provide modest support provided Sasori refrained from employing poison. Kakuzu, already uneasy about his dwindling hearts, felt considerable relief at Sasori's willingness to join. Once the two departed, only Conan and Zu remained in the cave. "Where is he?" Conan's question naturally referred to the masked man. "Who knows? He is likely still in the Hidden Leaf," Zu replied evasively, his words half truth and half deception. For Obito rarely included him in his schemes. He only knew that Obito had ventured into Danzo's root division this time. Whether he remained there now was unclear. The chaos had begun with Conan's explosive tag detonations, which soon escalated to include tailed beast bombs. Many bounty hunters and reconnaissance personnel from other factions took the opportunity to flee amid the disorder. The root compound itself had sustained limited damage. At least no one had breached its interior. Or so it seemed, despite the proliferation of detection barriers and anti-Earth-style defenses throughout the facility. They were completely powerless against invasions via Kamui. After all, space-time ninjutsu was extraordinarily rare in the shinobi world, and few had bothered to develop defenses against it. Though it was hardly as leisurely as strolling through a garden, Obito had indeed circumvented the root's defenses. Particularly as the commotion outside gradually subsided, the atmosphere within the compound grew increasingly lax. Normal experiments had resumed. Shinkarumi and Fujiguru now stood before a transparent pane of glass, observing rows of incubation pods below containing beasts of varying species into which Senju cells were being injected. Nearly all of them screamed in agony as their bodies swelled and exploded upon injection. Some grew trees from their flesh, tearing their original forms into grotesque distortions. Danzo sought to identify the individuals most resilient to Senju cells, intending to utilize them for his King Ushasena project. The once submissive Uchiha clan was now asserting itself aggressively. This latest crisis had left Danzo exceedingly vulnerable, stripping him of significant authority. Consequently, he was desperately seeking ways to bolster his own leverage. Senior Fujiguru, by this method of experimentation, the consumption of Senju cells is far too excessive, Shinkarumi remarked while observing the tests below, negotiating with Fujiguru. Fujiguru was well aware of their dire circumstances. "It cannot be helped. Lord Danzo is already devising a solution. We need only fulfill our duties." Neither of them realized that a figure was eavesdropping from the high walls above. What manner of experiments was Danzo conducting that required such vast quantities? A thoughtful expression flickered across Obito's eyes. His own faction lacked researchers, or rather, even if they did, Obito was unaware. Senju cells were extraordinarily versatile, capable of numerous applications. Of course, the experiments were costly. Obito chose not to linger and continued his search. For him, the most valuable prize was not Senju cell-related experiments, but rather the Sharingan. Since Shirsue's death 2 years prior, the Umbu had been steadily infiltrated with root operatives. Uchiha combatants dismissed from the Umbu were relegated to missions. How could the targeted Uchiha possibly receive favorable assignments? Numerous elites met with accidents during their missions, disappearing without a trace, both living and deceased. Naturally, these were the handiworks of Danzo's covert operations. The Third Hokage sought to diminish Uchiha influence, while Danzo desired the Sharingan. The two aligned perfectly. As bodies vanished repeatedly, the Uchiha inevitably grew suspicious. Otherwise, how could someone as indecisive as Fugaku agree to a coup? Currently, the route possessed a small stockpile of 3 Tomo Sharingan. The outer perimeter of the route was heavily guarded, but the core areas paradoxically had fewer personnel. Instead, various barriers and restrictions abounded. After thorough reconnaissance, Obito finally located a heavily sealed door. Opening it required not only the proper key, but also the correct chakra signature and secret hand seals. Considered exceptionally secure. However, Obito never followed conventional paths. He phased directly through the wall, at remarkable speed, slipping inside. Inside, rows of shelving units came into view. Obito's gaze was immediately drawn to a series of nutrient tanks. Upon closer inspection, delight filled his eyes. 6 tanks containing 3 Tomo Sharingan. Obito grabbed one and immediately stored it within his Kemui dimension. Nothing was more secure and convenient than the Kemui realm. But as he reached for the second tank, a massive burst of toxic smoke erupted throughout the chamber. Alarms blared outside the secret room. It turned out the items required a specific sequence to retrieve. Yet Obito possessed Kemui. At the final moment, he shuffled all the nutrient tanks into his Kemui dimension. Just as Obito was reveling in his triumph, a phantom pain struck his left eye, and his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan was disrupted. Amid the spreading poison gas, he inadvertently inhaled a portion. He shook his head violently and dived into his Kemui dimension. The moment the poison gas engulfed the chamber, Obito vanished. When the root members arrived, everything was stolen, and the intruder had disappeared. Damned fool. A cold, killing intent flashed within Danzo's eyes. You were unaware that someone breached the secret vault. The root members below broke into cold sweats. Lord Danzo, we had no idea how the intruder gained entry. There is no sign of the door being opened nor any barrier triggered. Danzo's single eye was riddled with bloodshot veins. The loss of the Sharingan stored in his secret vault was effectively a death sentence. His situation was already dire, and now someone had robbed his very home. Danzo slightly closed his eyes and gestured. 2 attendants dragged away the kneeling subordinate. Spare me, Lord Danzo. A heart-wrenching cry echoed, but Danzo remained expressionless. His circumstances had deteriorated so drastically that he would need to seek external assistance. Although the Uchiha clan members had been troubled by Qian Yao, most of them bore no resentment. After all, they had witnessed the widespread exploding tag detonations across Konoha and the chaotic scattering of tailed beast bombs that night. In such chaos, no one could predict whether they would return alive. Through deliberate spread by certain individuals, news quickly circulated that over 300 out of more than 1,000 combat-effective members of the Sarutobi clan had been killed in the explosions. The information spread so rapidly that by the next day, virtually the entire village of Konoha was aware of it. The ninja community erupted in astonishment, and rumors flew in every direction. After quietly seeing off Kabuto Kazumi, who was only half-cooked, Qian Yao also made his way to Fugaku's residence. Fugaku and the elder had already been waiting for quite some time. Elder Headman, I've arrived. Come sit down. Fugaku stood up immediately and hospitably escorted Qian Yao to his seat. His enthusiasm was almost uncharacteristic of the real Fugaku. While Qian Yao was settling Kabuto Kazumi, someone had already sent word to Fugaku about the upcoming meeting at Konoha the next day. A meeting certainly didn't mean mere refreshments. There were bound to be changes in positions. Even Fugaku could hardly believe that the Uchiha clan had achieved such significant political success in just a few short days. Qian Yao, please explain the details, Elder Hu said with a broad smile. He wanted Qian Yao to lay out the situation since the scheme was his, and he alone had ventured outside the clan grounds. It was only natural that Qian Yao knew best. After taking his seat, he began. My original plan was to use tonight to unleash a large number of bounty hunters to assault Konoha. Using the deal we made with the Hyuga, we forced the Sarutobi clan to reveal their true strengths. Konoha had no idea of our clan's intentions beforehand, which is why they recalled massive forces back to the village. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi's hidden power was exposed, the other ninja clans would never allow him to grow too dominant. After all, the Uchiha's near destruction serves as a cautionary tale. If they were to side with the Sarutobi again, they would be sealing their own doom. Elder Hu nodded repeatedly with approval. This was a masterstroke that bound the other clans to the Uchiha's chariot. Even those who refused to join the Uchiha cause would hardly dare to support Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fugaku watched Qian Yao speak with clear logic and composure, admiration shining in his eyes. If only he possessed even a fraction of Qian Yao's cunning mind, the Uchiha clan would long ago have extricated themselves from their predicament. Qian Yao continued. Tonight's operation proceeded smoothly, even beyond our wildest expectations. 2 outcomes proved especially advantageous for our Uchiha clan. One was the presence of Kabuto Kazumi among the invaders, and the second was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki running berserk. Fugaku asked in confusion, why would the 4th Mizukage Kabuto Kazumi come to Konoha? Wouldn't that be walking to his death? Few people knew that Mizukage Kabuto Kazumi was controlled by Jinjutsu, but everyone in the ninja world understood that the Mangekyo Sharingan could suppress tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. Qian Yao himself did not know the reason, but since Kabuto Kazumi had already been controlled by Koto Amatsukami, he could simply ask him tomorrow. We need not concern ourselves with his reasons. I have already fought him, but the benefits of cooperation outweighed continuing the battle, so I held back. The implication was clear. Unfinished combat meant the possibility of future collaboration. Fugaku and Sihu exchanged knowing nods understanding Qian Yao's meaning. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki going berserk had been part of an arrangement between Qian Yao and Kushina, though he did not disclose this to Fugaku. As long as the outcome was favorable, the details mattered little. Regarding the Nine-Tails rampage, the village had no means to control it. There were many witnesses present, so this news will surely leak 100%. To ensure Konoha's continued survival, the Third Hokage will undoubtedly cede some authority at tomorrow's high-level meeting. In the past, the Third Hokage's impunity in allowing Naruto to be bullied stemmed primarily from the power of the Four-Symbol Seal. It suppressed the Nine-Tails completely. In the original timeline, the Nine-Tails had never gone berserk before Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy. Had the sealing technique been replaced with one from the Sand Village, would anyone still have dared to provoke Naruto? They would have been crushed into paste in an instant. Pondering this, Qian Yao's thoughts drifted. There were many love-starved children in this world, especially those who were both neglected and gifted. They were the ideal candidates for the Star of Bonds. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Qian Yao set those matters aside for now. He continued explaining to Fugaku and Sihu Konoha has now been divided into two factions. One faction is led by the Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and includes Danzo Shimura Fuminjibu and Kokotsu. The other is an alliance led by us with the Hyuga clan as our secondary force and several other ninja clans joining us. Everyone now knows that if the Uchiha fall, the Hyuga will be next, and once the Hyuga falls, the others will follow. Therefore, we have turned all of Hiruzen Sarutobi's former allies over to our side. During the eras of the first and second Hokage, the ninja clan submitted to Konoha's leadership because the Hokage's strength far exceeded that of any other clan. Even combined, the other ninja clans could not match them. Those clans could only cower beneath the overwhelming might of the first Age. But modern-day Konoha lacked any such gap in strength. It had evolved into something more like an alliance within which no single clan could monopolize power and devour the others. All Qian Yao needed to do was reveal to the other clans just how much strength Hiruzen Sarutobi had been hiding, and they would rise up and protest. After all, the Uchiha clan had nearly been wiped out. The Hyuga clan has fully aligned itself with our ninja alliance. However, at tomorrow's high-level meeting, they will certainly face grilling from the Third Hokage. Fugaku understood immediately. Shall we lend them our support? Qian Yao regarded Fugaku, quizzically thinking to himself that Fugaku truly lacked political acumen. No, we need only sit back and watch. Fugaku looked somewhat bewildered. In his understanding, allies should advance and retreat together. Elder Sihu, however, was unconcerned. He knew Fugaku could never match Qian Yao in political strategy. Qian Yao smiled and explained, if we went to rescue the Hyuga, we would inevitably have to reveal our own cards, which would be detrimental to the Uchiha clan. Whatever concessions the Hyuga make, we need not interfere, because the Hyuga can only receive nominal positions anyway. We have no need to save them. Only the head and elder of the Hyuga main branch held honorary elder positions in Konoha, and these were purely titular. Due to the caged bird seal on the branch family, they would never take orders from the Third Hokage. No matter what positions the main branch held, the third could not command the branch family. Currently, as Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi holds the greatest authority in Konoha, including control over the Umbu system. Meanwhile, the critical mission assignment and medical systems are under the control of Fuminjibu and Kokotsu. Since we cannot touch those, the Third Hokage will inevitably offer us something else in compensation. Fugaku asked curiously, do we need to reclaim our police force? Qian Yao shook his head. Since we have already withdrawn, we should not return. Remember, there is one position we must secure. The next day, Qian Yao, who had not rested long, rose from bed. Since regaining consciousness, he had basically been sleeping only a few hours each night. Yet he felt no drowsiness. On the one hand, his mind never relaxed its vigilance. On the other, the increase in his strength gave him vigorous energy. Qian Yao stood in the courtyard watching the striking bamboo rise and fall again, and again, his heart completely at ease. Although this peaceful life was quite comfortable for a transmigrator, not making a fortune meant taking a loss. I came all the way to this world. If I don't stand at its pinnacle, wasn't it all for nothing? The door slid open with a rustle. Qian Yao turned around. It was Jiyu pushing Lily outside. Qian Yao. Seeing Qian Yao standing in the courtyard, Jiyu greeted him with a slightly evasive look. Though Qian Yao had been busy these past 2 days, he had also clearly noticed that something was wrong with Jiyu's mood. Brother. Lily greeted Qian Yao in a daze, still looking not fully awake. Qian Yao bent down and ruffled her hair. Go wash up. I still have things to do, and I won't be back at noon. Lily gave her head a wobble. I know, brother. Qian Yao said to Jiyu, after today, Uchiha and Konoha will enter a period of peace. You don't need to stay here every night to keep Lily company. A strange look flashed across Jiyu's face, then she said, feigning indifference, all right. I'll come over during the day from now on. But Lioli clung to Jiyu's arm. No, I want Sister Jiyu to stay with me. Jiyu touched Lioli's hair with great affection. Okay, if Lioli likes it, I'll stay with you every day. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Jiyu still wanted to return to combat duty, but Lioli would definitely come first. Qian Yao did not know the inner turmoil Jiyu was going through. Konoha's high-level meeting was about to begin, so he left after a few reminders. Qian Yao first went to where Yagura was recuperating from his wounds. As soon as he appeared, Linrin came up to report Fourth Elder he's awake, but he hasn't made any other moves. Yagura was easy to identify by his appearance, height, and weapon, so Linrin already knew who he was. But now that Xianyao's status was different, Linren didn't say anything extra. Despite being quite young, Xianyao had done many missions with Linren in previous years, so they were old acquaintances. He gave Linren a punch. There's no outsider here, so why call me elder? Linren's whole expression relaxed. Fine. Call me if there's anything, Xianyao. Xianyao patted Linren on the shoulder before walking further inside. Yagura was unwinding the bandages around his torso layer by layer. It was no wonder Jinchuriki had such tough skin. Yesterday Amaterasu had scorched him medium rare, and today his skin was already scabbed over and peeling off. You're awake. Xianyao spoke as if he and Yagura were extremely close. But in Yagura's perception, he and Xianyao had indeed known each other for many years. I never thought that after such a long time apart you'd actually break through to the Mangekyo Sharingan. You're quite ruthless. What is this black flame? Yagura said somewhat emotionally. Xianyao silently marveled that Kodo Amatsukami was truly incredible, then adjusted his mental state, and said, have you lost your mind? Coming to Konoha to throw your life away. If I hadn't rushed over you'd be dead here. That fire is Amaterasu. If I hadn't taught you a lesson you'd really still be muddle-headed. Yagura sounded a bit somber. The land of water and Kirigakure are in a terrible state now. I had to throw the outside world into chaos so that Mist could have a way out. When I was controlled I ruined Mist like this. When I came here I never expected to return. Xianyao was left speechless, so Yagura really had come to throw his life away. Damn, Xianyao thought same as us Uchiha, he's crazy too. But this kind of decision was probably Yagura's sense of responsibility as a Kage. However, this self-destructive tendency was probably also connected to guilt. In the original timeline he had been discovered and freed from the control, but he killed himself not long afterward. That was probably the reason. Yagura had been conscious while under control, so he was fully aware of what he had done. It was only natural that his psyche had suffered. But I discovered that the one who controlled me was hiding in the Akatsuki. I don't want to die anymore. I want revenge. As Yagura spoke, immense anger and hatred rose in his eyes. Xianyao shook his head. You'd be taking revenge on the wrong person. That man hides in the Akatsuki, but he is not on the same side as Conan. They are even enemies. Yagura was taken aback. But back then they came to Mist together to control me. Yagura, now under Kodo Amatsukami, was already one of their own. Xianyao nodded slightly and pointed at his own eyes. After I awakened the Mangekyo I've obtained quite a lot of intelligence. Combined with the Uchiha clan's records, I already know who he is. That man has kept pretending to be Madara Uchiha. In truth, he is Obito Uchiha. He is a pawn Madara raised back when he was still alive years ago. It's true that Conan cooperates with him, but she is also investigating his identity. Even the founding members of the Akatsuki were all killed by Obito. Xianyao roughly explained to Yagura who Obito was and the grievances between him, Conan, and the others. Yagura's expression was complicated. Conan is actually working with you. Xianyao waved a hand. It's fine. Since her tasks are done and she's still alive, that's enough. This time by pure accident you've done me a great favor. Kirigakure's situation is bad now, but you're far overseas. As long as you have enough top-tier combat power. When Xianyao reached this point, he pointed to himself. Then there will be no problem at all. Yagura gave a light snort which counted as tacit agreement. In the past his strength had left Xianyao far behind. Now, unexpectedly the tables had completely turned. Anyway, since Xianyao was someone he could trust, it didn't matter. When you found Zabuza, was there anyone with him? Xianyao asked a strange question. Yagura shook his head in slight puzzlement. After he tried to assassinate me, he had intended to escape the land of water. After I pardoned him, he came along with me. Xianyao thought for a moment. Is the Kagaya clan still around? When asked about this, Yagura was still rather distressed. The land of water originally had very few Kekkei Jinkai clans left. After I woke up, I wanted to offer amnesty to the remaining Kagaya clan. But the Kagaya clan still wanted to rebel. This generation of the Kagaya clan had no particularly outstanding individuals, so Mei Terumi has probably already led people to wipe them out. Xianyao listened thoughtful. I'll deal with Kisame Hashigaki. This time you should return first. As for my clone you. The Hokage Tower had already been blown to pieces. So this time the meeting was relocated to the Akimichi clan's compound. As for why the Akimichi clan, it was simply because their estate was spacious and contained a rather large conference room. In theory, Torufu Akimichi was once a disciple of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, just like Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet Danzo Shimura Hamuramito Kato and Kohor Udatane had all climbed to high positions. Every clan had reaped considerable benefits. But although Torufu Akimichi was likewise a counselor elder, his clan had made no moves at all. Though the Ino-Shikicho trio could be considered somewhat well-known, they were not a family with real power, nor had they obtained important posts. To make matters worse, Torufu Akimichi's health was already failing, and he had long been bedridden. Despite so many people from Konoha coming to the meeting, Torufu Akimichi again did not show himself. Naturally, the Hokage stood at the pinnacle of Konoha's power structure. Below him came the counselor elders, followed by the honorary elders. As for the Hokage assistant, that was merely a post. Danzo's actual status remained counselor elder. If all three counselor elders opposed the Hokage's decree at the same time, the decree could be invalidated. This framework had been established by the second Hokage Tobarama Senju. Even the succession of the Hokage was supposed to involve a vote. But with the third Hokage, something had gone wrong. When Konoha and Kumogakure were signing their treaty, the Gold and Silver brothers rebelled, resulting in the second Hokage Tobarama Senju being killed in battle. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been hastily appointed the third Hokage in that moment of crisis. What Tobirama had not known was that Hiruzen was a man of great ambition. He was also someone who placed his clan above all else, single-mindedly seeking to eliminate every other ninja clan so that the Sarutobi could become the strongest. With Tobirama Senju no longer there to keep him in check, he directly divided the supreme authority of Konoha among his own comrades. This caused the Hokage's power to inflate to an unprecedented degree, completely out of anyone's control. But Hiruzen Sarutobi did not have the military strength to suppress everyone, so he could only resort to a variety of political machinations. Thus Konoha entered its dirtiest era of conspiracies. Torafu Akimichi, being the most honest and simple-hearted of them, often refused to wade into the muck with them and was gradually edged out of the core of power. Moreover, after being wounded in the Nine Tails incident 7 years ago, Torafu feared that the Akimichi clan would follow in the footsteps of the Senju. He therefore chose to stop managing affairs and serve only as a nominal elder. Thus, even when Hiruzen and the others arrived, Torafu Akimichi still did not appear. Xianyao had spent some time engaging Yagura Karatachi, and by the time he rendezvoused with Fugaku and arrived at the venue, they were the only two still absent. Xianyao and Fugaku walked into the conference room one after the other, Xianyao in front, Fugaku behind. It looks like everyone is already here. Xianyao strolled in nonchalantly, and together with Fugaku took the two remaining seats. The seats were arranged in a U-shape. At the far end sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, with Hamura Midokado and Kohar Uchiha on either side. Jiraiya had come as well, but he stood behind Hiruzen. Although Xianyao's attitude was casual, no one said anything. After all, a man who could single-handedly drive off the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi and directly control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was top-tier combat power. Moreover, judging from the combat strength that Hiruzen Sarutobi had exposed, if they did not band together now, they would be eliminated one by one. Most of the honorary elders cast friendly glances at Xianyao and Fugaku. Fugaku returned each greeting with a nod. As for Xianyao, he looked around the room and found the Hyuga clan head Hayashi and the Hyuga Grand Elder Zhongzhao. Hayashi gave Xianyao a slight nod while Zhongzhao frowned as if lost in thought. Seeing their serious expressions, a hint of contemplation also flashed through Xianyao's eyes. After Xianyao and Fugaku sat down, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed lightly and said, "Since everyone is here, let the meeting officially begin." First, regarding Danzo Shimura and the Uchiha clan. Blinded by greed, Danzo sought to obtain the Uchiha Sharingan, and so carried out deliberate actions aimed at the Uchiha. Huh, Xianyao sneered. What a nicely chosen phrase, deliberately targeting. Deliberately targeting meant ordering the annihilation of the clan, didn't it? Fugaku's face also darkened, while the leaders of the other ninja clans all kept their expressions utterly blank. No wonder they could be politicians. They truly did not show their emotions on their faces. But the third Hokage continued as if he had not noticed the reactions of Xianyao and Fugaku. Danzo also sent root operatives out to ambush and kill Uchiha clan members. Danzo Shimura's conduct is extremely vile and has had enormous consequences. As such, I hereby remove him from his post as Hokage assistant, strip him of his counselor elder status, and disband the root organization. After the third Hokage finished, he looked at Fugaku and Xianyao. The others looked at them too. This was the first time Konoha had softened toward a ninja clan, and it was plainly an attempt to test the limits of the Uchiha. Anger was clear in Fugaku's eyes, but he glanced at Xianyao and held his tongue. Tap 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 tap. Xianyao drummed the table with 4 fingers in turn, producing a string of tapping sounds. So third Hokage, you still intend to protect Danzo Shimura? Xianyao said flatly, seemingly unconcerned about Hiruzen's probing. Kohar Uchiha narrowed her eyes. Her voice was old but full of vigor. Danzo was at fault this time, but in view of the Uchiha's limited losses, stripping him of his rank and reducing him to a civilian along with disbanding root is a perfectly reasonable punishment. Just when everyone had braced for the Uchiha to fly into a rage, and the third Hokage to step in and smooth things over, Xianyao Uchiha merely smiled. Very well. Please continue, third Hokage. Koharu was momentarily stupefied. She had not expected the Uchiha to accept it so suddenly. Watching Xianyao's smiling face, she exchanged a glance with Hamura Midokado, and their hearts sank a little. When had the Uchiha, usually so lacking in brains, become so cunning? Something was off. If 10 parts off, this was 12 parts off. The third Hokage also gave Fugaku and Xianyao a meaningful look. As expected, Xianyao was the Uchiha's new brain. All the lines that had been prepared to coordinate with Kohar Uchiha had turned out to be completely useless. The third Hokage had no choice but to move on to other matters. This time, a large number of explosive tags were planted in Konoha, causing devastating losses. More than 300 people have permanently left the combat ranks. The Hyuga clan, which is responsible for monitoring Konoha, must be held accountable for this. Hayashi Hyuga had known long ago that they would be called to account today, so he only said in a deep voice, "Everyone responsible for monitoring was from our branch family." Those below had already reported the situation to Guangxin Hyuga, but Guangxin intercepted the reports on his own. That has nothing to do with the main family. The third Hokage had already anticipated Hayashi's response. The information Guangxin Hyuga left before his death has shown that it was your main family that suppressed the reports. Hayashi frowned and said that was simply Guangxin's attempt to sow discord. But everyone knew that saying it out loud made no difference. The two sides already had a history of bad blood, and with Guangxin's damning words there was no room left to turn things around. Guangxin's move was nothing less than an open scheme. Tenin Koharu spoke up first. Whether you belong to the branch house or main house of the Hyuga clan, you are all villagers of Konoha. This incident, due to your Hyuga clan's negligence, has caused too many innocent deaths. Punishment must be meted out. After finishing her words, Tenin Koharu cast a subtle glance at Fugaku and Chisa, but surprisingly neither of them reacted. The third Hokage continued, "Hereby I strip Hayashi and Soza of their honorary elder status." Hayashi's expression darkened as he opened his mouth to speak, but Soza beside him quickly stopped him. Although the Hyuga had earned these two honorary elder titles through genuine effort, they were ultimately hollow positions with no real authority. Even with voting rights in such meetings, their significance was minimal. Even though they could no longer attend high-level meetings, honestly, it wouldn't make much difference. Previously, the Hyuga had desperately tried to curry favor with Sarutobi, Hiruzen, only to be betrayed. So now that the honorary elder title is taken away, so be it. Soza had previously worried the Uchiha would fall into the trap, but watching Uchiha Chiyo, now he realized the man was far more cunning than anyone imagined. Throughout this meeting, the Uchiha clan had rallied behind Chiyo as their true leader. Not a single trap Konoha had dug was stepped into. What should come next would be concessions to the Uchiha. As expected, after announcing the punishment for the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage shifted his tone. Due to Danzo's actions, the interests of the Uchiha clan have been severely damaged. Furthermore, Uchiha Chiyo successfully repelled the fourth Mizukage's invasion this time. The two vacant honorary elder positions previously held by the Hyuga shall be assumed by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Chiyo. Previously, Chiyo had intended to let the Hyuga bear the brunt and force Konoha to relinquish two elder seats. But the incident involving Hyuga Mitsuyuki had directly cost the Hyuga family their positions. Although the honorary elder titles now went to Fugaku and Shizeo, these were merely superficial matters without substantial impact. The Uchiha side remained silent as the third Hokage continued reading from above. The Uchiha police force shall be restored to a scale of 30 squads. Upon hearing this, Fugaku glanced at Chiyo. As Chiyo had predicted, Konoha was indeed attempting to use this as a leash to control them. Is that all? Seeing everyone waiting for the Uchiha to respond, Chiyo turned and posed this question to the third Hokage instead. The third Hokage slowly asked, "Shizeo, you may voice any objections you have." Chiyo tapped the table several times. "It's hardly an objection. Merely a few minor reminders for everyone. I have stated before that Danzo and the mastermind behind the Ninetales attack are in collusion. Shizeo, we have found no relevant evidence." Water Door-in spoke in a grave tone. Danzo could fall, but he absolutely must not die. This was the final bottom line of the deal with Danzo. Chiyo seemed to have anticipated this answer and showed no surprise. "Our Uchiha have no interest in expanding the police force. After losing it for so long, we have no desire to reclaim it. However, I believe Konoha Academy lacks an Uchiha principal." Everyone present stiffened. What was the Uchiha plotting? Did they want the position of Konoha Ninja Academy principal? Although Konoha Academy could not compare with the mission center or the hospital system, its influence was far from negligible. All heirs of the ninja clans studied within those academy walls, and even the Ninetales Jinchuriki was among them. In the past, the academy principal was merely a nominal figurehead from a minor clan, an honorary elder with no actual authority. All instructors were directly appointed by the Hokage. This position was little more than an empty title, but placing it in the hands of the Uchiha. What kind of trouble would it breed? Impossible. That position will never go to your Uchiha. Tenin Koharu reacted strongly, believing Chiyo to be living in delusion. The third Hokage also spoke gravely. "Konoha Academy currently has a principal. We cannot replace him without just cause." Chiyo spread his hands innocently. "Oh, we Uchiha have many children, and we are quite willing to see them study and grow alongside the heirs of other ninja clans. But I worry our children might accidentally be kidnapped. Therefore, I wish to serve as academy principal to protect the safety of the children." Chiseo's pointed remarks left the elders of other clans deep in thought. Then he tapped the table again. "I wonder who currently serves as the principal of the academy." "I am." An honorary elder unfamiliar to Chiyo stood up. His name was Tamuratoshi. Outside the famous great clans, minor clans in Konoha typically shared a single honorary elder representative. Tamuratoshi was precisely that kind of honorary elder, a marginal figure drifting along with the tide. "I believe Elder Tamuratoshi has worked tirelessly and should be allowed to retire early." Chiyo cast a meaningful glance at Tamuratoshi. As a marginal figure within the leadership, Tamura's ability to read the room had clearly not diminished over the years. He surveyed the entire assembly. Aside from Tenin Mizukajimon and the Sarutobi clan elders who remained expressionless, the ninja clan elders, led by Ino Shikeicho, all exchanged approving nods with him. Elders like him were essentially fence-sitters, typically following wherever the Hokage's direction lay. But now the situation had shifted. Even the Uchiha, one of the great clans, had nearly been annihilated. Remaining loyal to the Hokage's faction would likely leave them nothing but bones. Besides, he was merely a figurehead principal who had never actually managed anything. After a moment's consideration, he also spoke gravely. "Elder Chiyo speaks truth. This old man is advanced in years and no longer fit to serve as academy principal. I hereby resign from the position and respectfully request the third Hokage appoint a suitable replacement." Tenin Koharu's expression shifted slightly, unexpected that Tamura had flipped so directly. The third Hokage merely furrowed his brow. "Elder Tamura, have you given this proper consideration? The position of academy principal is not easily obtained. Once Tamura had made his decision, he would not waver at a moment like this. He feigned a cough. Age spares no man. I hope the third Sama will understand. The statement was quite absurd. Tamura was barely 50 years old, yet he claimed age was overtaking him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already 60 and still clutching power tightly. The irony was palpable. Everyone present wore expressions of quiet amusement. Chiyo tapped the desk, drawing all eyes toward him. Since Elder Tamura has resigned from the position of Academy Principal, I, Uchiha Chiyo, wielder of the Mangekyo, Sharingan, 4th Elder of the Uchiha clan, the greatest dynasty in the ninja world, and honorary Elder of Konoha, formally declare my candidacy for Academy Principal. Does anyone oppose? Chiyo directly listed his full titles, then fixed his gaze upon the elders aligned with the Hokage's faction. Whether it was Tenin Mizukijimon or the Sarutobi elders, they all exchanged bewildered glances. They never would have expected Uchiha Chiyo to play such a hand. They looked toward the third Hokage for guidance. Since none of the other elders had voted against him, even their opposition would be meaningless. Moreover, opposing him now could be summarized in 2 words: enemy. The third Hokage held the authority to veto Chiyo outright. But Chiyo's fearless demeanor clearly indicated he did not fear rejection. The third Hokage exchanged glances with his inner circle. Those elders remained seated steadily. If the third Hokage himself agreed, what reason did they have to object? Chiyo announced triumphantly, since no one opposes the position of Academy Principal, is mine. The third Hokage did not argue further, and merely said, then Elder Gaisai and Xianyao can handle the handover. Understood, Lord Hokage. Elder Gaisai gave Xianyao a friendly nod before sitting down. The third Hokage pondered a moment. The work of the police force is also very important. Since it has been announced, we naturally have no intention of taking it back. The expansion to 30 squads remains in effect. Xianyao did not argue, a faint arc curled at the corner of his mouth. He sat down and began speaking quietly with Fugaku. The third Hokage said in a grave voice, next item, the bounty on Danzo Shimura. With a bounty like this, many bounty ninja will be tempted to take risks. Therefore, the third Hokage had a point. The reward was too generous and more people had set their sights on Danzo Shimura. Even if the attack had failed this time, there was no shortage of shinobi with special abilities. It was not the thief who stole that one had to fear, but the thief who coveted. When the third Hokage reached this point, he looked directly at Xianyao. Although the bounty had been posted anonymously, everyone in the black market had watched Itachi Uchiha go and post it. Whose bounty? It went without saying. Xianyao rolled his eyes. What are you looking at me for? What does Danzo being targeted by a bounty have to do with me? He made enemies. Getting a bounty on his head is only natural. You think being dismissed from office and stripped to civilian status is the end of it. But some people have a blood feud with him. Xianyao shot a faint, ambiguous smile at Jiraiya, who was standing behind the third Hokage. As for Conan's grudge against Danzo, she had declared it publicly herself. Jiraiya's expression turned grim. It was a good thing Conan was still alive, and yet because of the village he had to stand on Danzo's side. By now Conan had probably come to hate him. The third Hokage's face darkened. No wonder the Uchiha had raised no objection to Danzo's dismissal. So this was the trap they had been waiting to spring. He said in a low voice, Uchiha Xianyao, do you know that this will bring an endless stream of people probing Konoha and keep the village in constant danger? Xianyao yawned. Konoha is a great village with deep foundations. How could we be afraid of a few covetous glances? Besides, why are you so concerned about whether a common civilian lives or dies? That piece of trash. Apart from making enemies for Konoha, what use is he? Since living is nothing but a waste of food, he might as well die sooner. At that point, Xianyao shifted his tone. As long as our Konoha has the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no matter how many come, they won't stand a chance. But what if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot be controlled? The third Hokage took a slow drag from his pipe and forced down the anger rising in his chest. Xianyao's meaning was plain. He was using the suppression of the Nine-Tails Rampage as a bargaining chip. It was a result the third Hokage had to accept, even while pinching his nose. At least until a method was found to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he could not afford to offend the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage's pause lengthened, and everyone could clearly see the anger he was holding back. But this truly was something only the Uchiha could handle. Next is the reconstruction of the village wall, and the third Hokage skipped past the topic. In other words, he swallowed it with a pinch of his nose. The rest of the meeting concerned the village's reconstruction, defense arrangements, and similar matters. Xianyao remained in his seat and quietly began to slack off. Konoha had suffered heavy damage this time, and the high-level meeting dragged on at considerable length. Since everything after that had little to do with the Uchiha, Xianyao simply closed his eyes and rested. In reality, he had shifted his consciousness over to Yagura, in a mountain hollow not too far from Konoha. Zabuza and Biwa Juzo, whose injuries had stabilized somewhat, were staring in bewilderment at the Yagura before them. They were curious about what this Yagura really was, why he looked exactly like their Mizukage, and why his chakra felt exactly the same. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. Zabuza immediately tightened his grip on the decapitating carving knife, while Biwa Juzo rose alertly to his feet. But when the figure emerged from the dense fog, they were both dumbfounded at once. Lord Mizukage. Zabuza and Juzo stared blankly at two identical Yaguras, completely unable to understand what had happened. Yagura walked up to Chinyao's clone and nodded. Then with a sweep of his hand, a water mirror appeared before him. The Yagura formed from Chinyao's clone walked straight into the mirror. Then as the water mirror scattered across the ground, it smoothly merged into the shadows. But in Zabuza and Juzo's eyes, this fake Yagura simply melted straight into the water mirror technique. Juzo's eyes were full of astonishment. Lord Mizuki, what was that just now? A faint smugness appeared on Yagura's face. My water mirror technique has made a breakthrough. That was my water mirror clone. It can perfectly replicate me and maintain itself for a long time. Zabuza and Biwa Juzo were stunned. It was true that the water mirror had been able to copy opponents before, but the clone's chakra had been limited and its mobility restricted. But this one was a one-to-one replica. It could even use the tailed beast cloak. Zabuza's eyes gleamed. Lord Mizuki, doesn't that mean our Kirigakure will gain another perfect Jinchuriki? Yagura laughed heartily. Exactly so. What's more, I have formed an alliance with the Uchiha clan. After this, the land of water will recover quickly. Zabuza and Biwa Juzo were greatly shocked. Hadn't their Mizuki just been controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan? Now he wanted to ally with the Uchiha. Could he have been controlled by the Sharingan again? Yagura seemed to know what the two were thinking and waved his hand. Let's go back first to see Ao and Mei Terumi. We'll discuss Kisame Hashigaki and the alliance with the Uchiha on the way. Hearing this, Zabuza and Biwa Juzo were somewhat reassured because Ao possessed the Byakugan. If the Mizuki had been controlled, he would not dare appear before Ao. Qianyao pulled his consciousness back to the high-level meeting. Only after the third Hokage had arranged everything did the meeting finally come to an end. As everyone filed out, Qianyao deliberately spoke to Fugaku at the door. Clan leader, go on back first. I still need to complete the handover with Elder Gaisai. Then he leaned close to Fugaku's ear and said a few other things. Fugaku nodded with a thoughtful look in his eyes. When Qianyao finished speaking, he took Elder Gaisai and went to the academy. Fugaku meanwhile saw the honorary elders of the Inoshikacho clans and the members of the Hyuga clan and called out, please stay a moment. That single call drew everyone's gaze. During this high-level meeting, Fugaku had basically said nothing while Qianyao did all the talking. Now he was calling over the major clans aside from the Hokage's faction. Surely he had something special in mind. Fugaku did not mind that people from the third Hokage's side were watching from a distance. He said directly to Hayashi, Shikaku, and Noichi, and Shoza this time the third Hokage restored the Uchiha police force to a scale of 30 squads. But we Uchiha do not have enough people to staff the police force. So I am transferring out all the quota for these 30 squads and hiring people from the various clans. You can discuss the specific allocations among yourselves with Hayashi taking the lead. Once there is a result, come directly to the police force and tell me. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Shikaku in particular had a thoughtful look in his eyes. This Uchiha move was formidable. The Uchiha only had so many combatants to begin with. The quota for 30 squads would account for roughly a third of the clan. Moreover, the police force required rotation. If the Uchiha chose to continue serving in the police force, they would clearly be walking into the third Hokage's trap. Not only would their combatants be tied up, but a series of targeted measures might follow. Now the Uchiha had distributed all these quotas to the shinobi clans. That was equivalent to spreading the risk outright. The Uchiha still had as many combatants as ever, and the massing of such force made the third Hokage and the others wary of acting rashly. On the other side, when the third Hokage and the others received word, their eyes were filled with surprise. The Uchiha had actually given up the authority of the police force. Meanwhile, Qianyao followed Elder Gaisai to the Ninja Academy. The academy had also suffered the impact of the explosive tag detonations. The rooftops of 2 school buildings had been blown clean off. Elder Qianyao, I don't know what your intentions are, but there is very little for us to do here at the academy. Gaisai led Qianyao inside as he spoke. Even the teaching materials were all fixed by Lord Hokage. The instructors were directly appointed by Lord Hokage as well, so there is nothing much for us to handle. By now a few ninja were already cleaning up and sorting through the school. The damage to the school was not severe, and the ninja were very quick with repairs. Classes could resume in about 2 days. Gaisai walked inside as the principal, yet no one greeted him as principal. They simply called him Elder Gaisai instead. That alone was enough to show how little presence he had as principal. Qianyao followed Gaisai to the faculty office where the teachers and the nominal principal took their breaks. The room had sofas and desks not unlike offices from Qianyao's original world. Gaisai had a desk here, though he rarely came to use it. Someone was sitting on the sofa. Qianyao recognized him at once. Irika. That he had become Naruto's teacher was naturally an arrangement made by the third Hokage. To shape Naruto into what the third Hokage wanted, the role of teacher had to be filled by the right person. As it happened, Irika's own parents had been killed by the Nine Tails. At present, Irika still harbored hostility toward Naruto, but as time passed he would gradually come to realize that Naruto was also a victim. Though he was among those assigned to watch Naruto, he would later come to treat Naruto with genuine sincerity. Principal, what brings you here today? After losing both parents, Irika had grown used to spending most of his time at the academy. Even he hadn't seen Elder Gaisai in a long while, which made it clear that Gaisai rarely showed up. While a meeting was taking place in Konoha, Hyuga Soda, exhausted after a full night and morning of work, returned to the branch family compound. Passing by Hyuga Mitsunobu's room, he spotted people from the main house. They were Hyuga Hidito and Hyuga Kenichi, and the two were ransacking the room, less like investigators than bandits. Soda, get in here. Kenichi had already searched for a long time and found nothing useful. Seeing Soda arrive, he simply waved him inside. Expressionless Soda walked to the doorway. Kenichi, what do you want? Kenichi casually flipped through the book in his hand. Where did Hyuga Mitsunobu usually go? Soda showed little reaction to the mess in the room. He answered coldly, Hyuga Mitsunobu usually stayed in this room, or else he was at the training grounds. Kenichi frowned. Which clan members did he associate with closely? Soda's mouth twitched unnaturally. He was our branch family elder, so naturally he was close with all the branch family members. Seeing Soda's unruffled demeanor, Kenichi grew furious. Is that how you speak to the main house? Soda responded with a cold sneer, then turned and left. Damn it. Kenichi's eyes blazed with anger. Beside him, Hyuga Hidito reached out and stopped him, eyes narrowing. Don't act rashly. Kenichi knocked Hidito's hand away. He's just a branch member. Why are you stopping me? Hyuga Hidito said, have you forgotten what happened after Hisashi of the branch family died? These are sensitive times. Don't stir up trouble. Kenichi curled his lip. It's just the branch family. Even so, he said no more. He scanned the room. Let's go. This Hyuga Mitsunobu's room didn't have any useful intelligence after all. We'll report to the elder. Hyuga Soda returned to his own home. Only then did the exhaustion, both physical and mental, surge over him like a tide. He gathered a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. After filling the wooden bathtub with water, Soda leaned against its edge. His expression was hollow and lost. Several years earlier, when Hisashi died, the branch family had risen in revolt and lost many lives. Afterward, the branch family adopted a policy of non-resistance, and while the main house no longer subjected them to such brutal pressure, yet the branch family still had no one to rally around. Only after Hyuga Mitsunobu was elevated to elder did people begin to find direction. But now Lord Mitsunobu was dead. He had not even left so much as a word behind for Soda. Did the branch family still have hope? A splashing sound snapped him out of his thoughts. The water in the tub had overflowed while Soda was lost in a daze. Soda snapped back to awareness and suddenly noticed a pouch floating on the surface of the bathwater. Startled, he immediately scooped it out. The mark on it was unmistakably Lord Mitsunobu's. It was a protective seal that only Soda knew how to unlock. Anyone who tried to force it open would only destroy its contents. Soda hastily turned off the water, opened the pouch, and poured out its contents. Inside were 3 storage scrolls. He unrolled the first and found a letter, written by Mitsunobu, and left for him. Soda, by the time you read this letter, I will already be gone. I reported this incident to the main house, but they did not pass it on to Konoha. The main house threatened Niji's life, and all of yours, to force me to make a deal with the Uchiha over this matter. No matter how that meeting went, the main house would never have let me live. Rather than die the same way Lord Hisashi died, I would choose a death with more meaning. After I am gone, the main house will select a new branch family elder from among the people I have arranged. You have extraordinary talent. Don't fall into their trap, or the main house will use you as a scapegoat again. The branch family has no hope left. The new sprout plan is the only way to save it. Niji is still young. We must pave the road for him before he comes of age. In the second scroll is the truth about Lord Hisashi's death. If you get the chance, give it to Niji. The third scroll holds the complete roster of the new sprout plan. Among Yongrin Maudo and Shioji, whichever one becomes elder must continue to lead the plan. Soda took a deep breath and opened the second scroll. Inside it recorded in detail how the third Hokage had brought people to pressure the Hyuga clan, and how the grand elder of the main house Zhao had forced Hisashi to die in Hayashi's place. As for all that talk about Hisashi volunteering, it was simply a bluff invented by the main house to intimidate people. The main house held the caged bird seal over them. With Hayashi and Zhao pressing him to the wall, Hisashi had no choice but to voluntarily die in Hayashi's place. As for the excuse about the Byakugan being compromised, it was utter nonsense. If a life had to be paid, Hayashi could simply pay with his own life and have his Byakugan gouged out. That would have settled it. Under Grand Elder Zhongzhao's coercion, Hisashi had even written a suicide note declaring that he went to his death voluntarily. It was meant to become a shackle around Niji someday. After reading it, Soda once again felt the baseness and revulsion of the main house. Trembling all over, he opened the third scroll. It contained the arrangements for everyone in the new sprout plan. It detailed the various conditions under which the new sprout plan could be carried out, who could be considered and brought into the plan, and each person's assigned role. Most members of the branch family had been assigned a part in the plan, except Soda, who alone had been excluded. At the end of the letter, only one sentence remained: Soda, you must live on. Soda leaned against the edge of the tub and slowly sank down. Feeling the depth of Lord Mitsunobu's care for him, his numb, frozen expression finally cracked, and tears streamed down his face. A choked sob escaped him. Lord Mitsunobu. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, the elder of the Kazuki clan said with a smile, Irika, I have resigned. From now on, the principal will be this young man, Uchiha Senyo. I am currently handing over duties to him. The appointment letter should arrive shortly. Irika looked at the two young Senyo somewhat taken aback, but he quickly recovered his composure. Hello, principal. I am Irika. Senyo nodded slightly. Bring me the current textbooks and brief me on the teaching situation. The Kazuki elder was only a nominal principal, knowing far less than these frontline teachers. Realizing they no longer needed him here, he also greeted Senyo. Elder Senyo, I just checked on the progress. We can reopen the school in 2 days. For any remaining issues, just ask Irika. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't stay longer. Very well, Elder Kazuki, please go ahead. Senyo did not stand on ceremony. The wealth gap in the ninja world was immense. Even a meager fraction leaked from a prestigious clan's fingers would be enough to feed the entire family behind Elder Kazuki. That was also why Elder Kazuki had so readily given up the position of academy principal. After he left, Iruka gathered the teaching materials. The most important one was indeed the Will of Fire. Senio picked it up and flipped through the pages, which were densely filled with manipulative rhetoric. In short, it was about devotion and sacrifice. At its core, one must dedicate oneself entirely to the village, yet in return may demand nothing whatsoever. One could see this from how the Third Hokage treated Naruto. He stirred the villagers to despise Naruto, while casting himself as the savior, becoming Naruto's one and only light, earning the boys' overwhelming gratitude. Behind the scenes, he quietly took over the inheritance of the Fourth Hokage and his wife, who had both died, using it to nurture his own clan. The true essence of the Will of Fire had been secretly replaced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. These school textbooks were merely the tip of the iceberg. Senio picked up a history of the ninja world and flipped through it, unable to suppress a laugh. The entire book began with the founding of hidden villages and went on to Hiruzen succeeding as the Third Hokage. Then came Minato's death and Hiruzen's return to the position of Hokage. A large portion of the text was devoted to praising the Third Hokage. So that was how Hiruzen earned the title God of Shinobi. It all originated from here. Principal: the current curriculum for the lower grades mainly focuses on activity classes supplemented by theory courses. For the upper grades, the courses consist of practical theories, including shuriken, throwing, and trap construction. For Senio, gaining real power quickly as the new principal was not easy. Thus, he intended to profit from these students, for there were many ways to forge bonds with young children. Additionally, Senio planned to send some people to the school. Being principal made it convenient to arrange such matters. Although there were many people loyal to the Third Hokage within the school, that was not a problem. After all, he was currently preparing to play the part of a good principal. In the village hidden in the clouds, built atop towering peaks shrouded in mist and resounding with deafening thunder, there were two Jinchuriki, the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. The villagers mostly had dark skin, excelled in swordsmanship and lightning release, and favored taijutsu ninjutsu combinations. The Land of Lightning valued scientific progress and possessed the strongest technology among the 5 great ninja villages. Many civilian products were developed and sold by the Land of Lightning. As a major trading nation, its national strength ranked among the very top of the 5 great nations. Had its land not been inferior to the Land of Fire, it would long ago have become the foremost of the 5 great nations. As a village founded by militant factions, its aggressiveness was also the strongest among the great villages. Kimobikure had never been absent from the previous shinobi world wars. Now, seeing Konoha on the verge of suffering severe damage, they had dispatched many operatives to gather intelligence. Although several intelligence agents had been encircled and eliminated by the Sarutobi clan, scattered pieces of information still leaked out. The mountains were high and the roads distant, so the intelligence only reached the Raikage's office 2 days later. Moreover, intelligence arrived from more than one channel. You're saying Konoha can't control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The 4th Raikage looked somewhat excited. The combined reports from both channels provided a very detailed picture. Yes, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki went berserk. The people of Konoha only managed to suppress him thanks to the Uchiha. Furthermore, the 4th Mizuki Jigura of the Blood Mist infiltrated Konoha alongside us. Many-tailed beast balls landed in Konoha, inflicting severe losses. As for the Uchiha clan, apart from Uchiha Senio, who subdued the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no other clan member stepped out of the compound. This is our operative's record, and this was provided by that informant in Konoha. As he spoke, the intelligence officer placed the relevant documents on the desk. The Raikage read while pondering. In truth, their own agent's search had been quite limited and could not possibly cover so much ground. The informant in Konoha was someone who had cooperated with Kimobikure for a very long time. Though his identity was unknown, he must surely be a high-ranking figure in Konoha. Back then, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had been mighty enough to found a ninja village alongside Madara. Later, other nations followed suit one by one. At that time, Konoha with the Senju and Uchiha clans was unquestionably the strongest power in the ninja world. Fortunately, it was Hashirama Senju who became the first Hokage, not Madara Uchiha. Otherwise, he would have been Hokage in the morning and unified the ninja world by afternoon. But with both of them gone, Konoha had already entered a period of weakness. It was just that Tobirama Senju was still around, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was Uzumaki Mito. As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki whose sealing arts were unsurpassed across the ninja world, she could freely draw on the Nine-Tails chakra to restore herself or to fight. Her combat power was no different from that of a Valkyrie. Uzumaki Mito only needed to fight a few times to utterly crush the nations that dared to test Konoha. All nations also witnessed the power of Jinchuriki and began researching sealing techniques and Jinchuriki themselves. At that time, however, no village dared to covet Konoha. As time passed, when the Gold and Silver Brothers rebellion broke out in Kimobikure, and the second Hokage fell in battle, the Raikage finally realized that Konoha had unknowingly grown so weak. Hiruzen came to power amid a shift between old and new powers, yet there was no one capable of standing alone. Konoha entered a period of hibernation. All the villages coveted the sealing arts of Uzumaki village and took advantage of this time to join forces and attack the Land of Whirlpools. In the end, the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, with Konoha offering no aid whatsoever, a sign that Konoha could no longer even look after itself. After many factions divided up, the legacy of Uzumaki village sealing techniques across all villages advanced by leaps and bounds. Every village began the transition from the age of ceiling-tailed beasts to the age of utilizing them. Later, because of the incident involving the Third Hokage, the Third Shinobi World War broke out. Konoha essentially held the line thanks to the two great clans, the Uchiha and the Hyuga, along with the meteoric rise of Minato Namikaze. But Minato died soon after, and Konoha's strength plummeted once more. Especially during the Battle of Kikyo Pass, Konoha was pushed all the way back to its own doorstep, a clear sign of its weakness. That was why the Kunovikure attempt to kidnap Hinata had occurred years earlier. Though after much deliberation, Kumovikure and Konoha had reached a peace agreement, that did not mean Kumovikure had abandoned its ambition to invade. Rather, it was mustering its strength for the next invasion of the Land of Fire. And now, with Konoha's strongest clan splitting from the Hokage's regime at such a time, this was the perfect opportunity. After some deliberation, the Raikage realized this was an excellent opportunity. Summoned Dodai and Yujito. Dodai was one of the few intelligent men in Kumovikure, a retainer to successive Raikages, and essentially a strategist figure. Such a significant matter naturally required his counsel. Yujito was one of Kumovikure's Jinchuriki. Though younger than Killer Bee, she had been implanted with a tailed beast much earlier. Compared to Killer Bee, who spent his days rapping and indulging in laziness and amusement, she was far more mature in temperament. Before long, Dodai and Yujito both arrived at the office. "Hey, how are things?" Dodai, who shared a close relationship with the Raikage, asked directly upon arrival. The Raikage placed the documents on the table. "Take a look, this intelligence just arrived. This one is ours, and this one was sent by our collaborator in Konoha." Both Dodai and Yujito knew that Konoha must have undergone a drastic change recently. After dispatching spies, they had been waiting for news. The two took the intelligence and quickly scanned it. Their expressions were filled with shock, both at the content and at the fact that their collaborator in Konoha could obtain such detailed information. The Mizukage infiltrated Konoha. The Mizukage Yagura was a perfect Jinchuriki. Despite his small stature, his strength was far from insignificant. However, his strength was one thing, the fact that the Mizukage had infiltrated Konoha village was the most crucial point. Yagura was the Mizukage after all. Everyone understood the principle that a man of great worth should not risk his life. If he were trapped in Konoha, wouldn't Kirigakure suffer a tremendous loss? What kind of maneuver was this? The Mizukage risking his own life and directly infiltrating Konoha village itself, and he escaped unscathed. Furthermore, Konoha was bombarded with a massive number of explosive tags. The amount of information that could be analyzed from this intelligence was astonishing. The Mizukage has infiltrated Konoha, and the Uchiha clan has barely left their compound. Dodai, look, this is such a good opportunity, we can't waste it. The Raikage's expression was excited, and he was practically rubbing his hands together in anticipation. However, he had enough self-awareness to know that his mind was not as sharp as Dodai's, so he needed to consult Dodai first on such matters. Dodai, however, showed no excitement. He repeatedly compared the various intelligence reports, his expression growing increasingly somber. The Raikage and Yujito had never seen that look in Dodai's eyes, and their hearts skipped a beat. Ignoring their bewildered gazes, Dodai walked directly to the cabinet beside the Raikage's desk and pulled out intelligence files concerning Konoha. The room was filled with the sound of flipping pages. The Raikage couldn't help but ask, "Dodai, what's going on? Aren't these records from decades ago?" After flipping through for a while, Dodai let out a breath. "The one who has been selling us intelligence from Konoha all along is Danzo." His words were a bombshell. "What?" The Raikage was stunned. The Hokage's advisor was a traitor. After all, Danzo was the second in command of Konoha. When they had attempted to kidnap Hinata earlier, a series of intelligence about the Hyuga clan had been sold by a Konoha informant. Kumovikure had prepared 2 contingency plans. Whether they could successfully abduct Hinata or not, they had corresponding measures. But how to infiltrate was the most crucial part. It was thanks to the intelligence provided by this Konoha informant that they managed to, otherwise the Hyuga compound was so large and heavily guarded. There was no way they could have entered. Unexpectedly, Dodai had analyzed that the informant was Danzo. Dodai said with a grave expression, "There's no mistake. This intelligence is so detailed that it could only have come from a Konoha high-ranking official. Everyone knows the relationship between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo. The previous intelligence was deliberately leaked by Danzo to eliminate his rivals. All those who died were people who could threaten the position of Hokage. In fact, many of them were likely sanctioned by the Third Hokage himself. That would explain why the Sarutobi clan has so many people." The Raikage looked surprised. "Doesn't this weaken Konoha's strength?" "Raikage, the situation in Konoha village is different from ours." Dodai shook his head and briefly explained the power structure and political struggles in Konoha. "How ugly and filthy," the Raikage sneered. "Shouldn't the strongest just become Hokage? But thankfully Konoha has these vermin, which gives us opportunities." The Raikage was hot-tempered and disliked using his brain, but when things were explained so thoroughly, he naturally understood. Dodai shook his head. "This intelligence might be a trap. And there's something off about Kirigakure as well." "Wait a moment." The Raikage's expression froze. What could be the problem? Dodai's face showed a contemplative look. "Raikage, where are the recent intelligence files on Kirigakure?" Trusting Dodai's intelligence completely, the Raikage immediately stood up and walked to the cabinet beside him, replying, "Kirigakure has been heavily isolated in recent years, so intelligence is scarce." Raikage-sama, latest intelligence from Konoha. An ANBU from Kumovikure entered the room with the newest report. Dodai's spirits lifted and he reached out directly. The ENBU did not insist on handing the intelligence to the Raikage since analyzing intelligence was Dodai's job anyway, so giving it to Dodai was the same. Meanwhile, the Raikage retrieved a large stack of documents and handed them to Dodai. Dodai first examined the latest Konoha intelligence, which contained the announcements made after the Konoha meeting. It included that Fugaku Uchiha and Xian Yao had become honorary elders of Konoha, and Xian Yao had also become the head of the Konoha Ninja Academy. The Hyuga clan's elder position was stripped. Shimura Danzo was completely removed from power, and the root organization was disbanded. After reading the content, his face showed an expression of just as I expected. Then he handed the latest intelligence to the Raikage and quickly began flipping through the Kirigakure files. The Raikage took the intelligence, read it, and then passed it to Yujito. For a moment, the only sound in the Raikage's office was the rustling of paper. After finishing his reading, Dodai slowly exhaled. What do you think, Dodai? The Raikage also sensed that something was off and now placed his hopes on Dodai's analytical ability. Dodai said in a low voice, the Uchiha series of actions earlier were likely for political gain. We have always known that the Uchiha, despite their formidable combat prowess, have been feared by the Konoha High Command. Therefore, even though the Uchiha had achieved great merits, they never held the position of elder. In recent years, the Uchiha's power has been divided and eroded by Konoha's high command. Previously, Konoha even prepared to annihilate the Uchiha. This indicates that the Uchiha had become uncontrollable, but their extermination plan was counteracted by the Uchiha. Now they have no choice but to sacrifice the Hokage's advisor and yield power to appease the Uchiha. The Raikage nodded repeatedly. He could see that much. Dodai went on, but looking deeper, because of the Uchiha's counterattack, the political rift between the Third Hokage and Danzo has grown wider. The Third wants to appease them, Danzo wants to use force. A faction backing the Hokage's advisor couldn't have been uprooted that quickly, or perhaps it was all an illusion created by the Third Hokage. Danzo released the detailed intelligence to lure us into testing Konoha. In fact, this information may have reached not only us, but also Awagakure and Sunagakure. The Raikage furrowed his brow, never expecting things to be so complicated. Yujito asked from the side, what about Konoha being blasted with a massive number of explosive tags, and the Mizukage infiltrating it? Dodai's expression turned solemn. From the fact that a large number of explosive tags appeared in Konoha, and were successfully detonated, the Uchiha have already infiltrated the village, or are even colluding with other hidden villages. The Mizukage Yagura has very likely formed an alliance with the Uchiha. What a... The Raikage was stunned. This was a serious matter. If two great villages joined forces, their strength would rapidly swell. Calm down, Raikage. Dodai cautioned. It's the Uchiha allying with Kirigakure, not Konoha allying with Kirigakure. The Raikage calmed down as well. So the Mizukage's attack on Konoha was the Uchiha's doing? Dodai said uncertainly. I don't know what the Uchiha used to win over the Mizukage, but the possibility is very high. Otherwise, the Mizukage's chance of escaping unscathed would be far too low. Dodai raised a finger. Suppose the Mizukage is the Uchiha's partner. They had him attack Konoha. It was to demonstrate the Uchiha clan's importance to Konoha, forcing the Third Hokage to yield power and deal with Danzo. Yujito looked puzzled. What could the Uchiha possibly have to win over the Mizukage? This was the most perplexing part. Although the Uchiha were indeed the foremost clan in the ninja world, she still couldn't imagine what they could offer to pull the Mizukage to their side. Yujito was only 20 years old, having spent most of her time and energy taming her tailed beast and fighting. She was somewhat lacking in this area of knowledge. Dodai was patient, tapping the records of Kirigakure from recent years. Although the Land of Water has sealed itself off, fragments of intelligence have still leaked out over the past years. Kirigakure's blood mist tyranny has grown increasingly severe. The Land of Water is now in utter chaos. Under these circumstances, forces opposing Yagura may emerge in Kirigakure, and there is even a risk of him being ousted. Kirigakure is essentially a pit where the strongest devour the rest. Only those with the biggest fists can sit in the Mizukage seat. The Raikage and Yujito were well aware of this. After Dodai's analysis, it indeed seemed possible for the Mizukage to have allied with the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha now possessed a top-tier fighting force, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Raikage frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Since this is all a trap, wouldn't it be best if we don't participate? Yujito's eyes gleamed. No, Raikage, quite the opposite. If the Uchiha truly are entangled with Kirigakure, this is precisely the best opportunity. Because no one knows how greedy the Uchiha are, whether this first step is a probe or something else entirely. Dodai looked at Yujito with approval in his eyes. Indeed, Yujito had a good grasp of the bigger picture. The Raikage nodded thoughtfully as well. Well said. There was a saying, give an inch, take a mile. No one knew whether this was merely the Uchiha testing the waters. Dodai added, Danzo needs us to test Konoha, or rather the Third Hokage. But the Uchiha stance is equally important. Dodai thought for a moment. We should send some people ahead first. Just enough to put on an appearance, but we must keep a close watch on Awagakure and Sunagakure. However, the one leading them must be the face of our village. With that, Dodai looked toward Yujito. Yujito nodded. Then I'll do it. In terms of combat power, Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, couldn't compare to Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Yet Killer B was unreliable most of the time. Without the Raikage around, no one could keep him in check. Hence, Kumogakure's only remaining high-end combat strength was Yujito. Dodai cautioned, if we cross the border, Konoha's most likely move would be sending the Uchiha clan to intercept us. But other possibilities aren't out of the question. If it's someone else, we withdraw and observe. If it's the Uchiha, we just need to gauge their attitude. The Uchiha's Mangekyo has a strong suppression effect on Jinchuriki. To keep Yujito from suffering a loss, it's best to have C and some elite ninja mixed into the group, just in case. Yujito crossed her arms. Don't worry. If the Uchiha truly are that strong, I'll withdraw right away. Suddenly struck by a flash of brilliance, the Raikage said excitedly, Dodai, is there any chance the Uchiha will join hands with us? Dodai pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. If the Uchiha could gather enough backing, it would be only natural for them to become Hokage themselves. But the specifics will depend on how things develop later. Dodai paused. If the Uchiha don't come, our people can probe Kirigakure. Kirigakure has been sealed off for too long. There's virtually no intelligence to be had now. If the Uchiha are working with Kirigakure, we must also be on guard. The Raikage was greatly pleased to hear Dodai's words. With the way Konoha was stirring up trouble for itself, even if they did nothing at all, Konoha would drive itself to ruin. Although Kumogakure had suffered losses in the Third Great Ninja War, it was certainly better off than Konoha. At the very least, they wouldn't lose a large number of elite ninja to all that scheming and infighting. How many people should we send this time? The Raikage asked. That sort of matter was best left for Dodai to ponder. Dodai already had a plan in mind. He stretched out a hand. We only need to send 500. The Raikage asked in surprise, isn't 500 too few? Dodai shook his head. If there are too many people, the meaning changes. These 500 are just to make up the numbers. Stronger Genin or Chunin will do. But Yujito must be there. Remember, we don't need to cross the border. Just stay in the buffer states for a while. The main point is to see Konoha's reaction, who they send, and whether it's the Uchiha. The land of lightning and the land of fire did not directly border each other. Two buffer countries lay between them. These countries were full of spies from both sides. If a large number of ninja crossed the border, concealing their tracks would be nearly impossible. Our people should try to stay hidden, just not act too blatantly. Besides, Inoki must have gotten word by now. I wonder whether he'll let this opportunity slip by. In the land of Earth within Iwagakure village, the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki sat at his desk lost in thought. Much as Mu had guessed, Iwagakure had just concluded a meeting. Although Iwagakure also had other elders, the third Tsuchikage Inoki had held power for an exceptionally long time. Under his governance, over the years the village had prospered. Inoki wielded absolute authority within Iwagakure. The other elders had essentially become his aides and advisors. One person's counsel is short, two persons' counsel is long. Not to mention that Inoki was as shrewd as an old fox. The elders too harbored their share of keen intellects. Though Danzo had never cooperated with Iwagakure before, he had still spread some rather detailed intelligence to the village through other channels. At this meeting, some had deduced that the Uchiha and the Third Hokage were clearly engaged in political conflict. The Uchiha were currently gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Mizukage Yagura Karatachi might well be colluding with the Uchiha. After all, while other nations were dispatching spies, Kirigakure had sent their Mizukage outright. That was like throwing out your ace when you had no idea what cards the opponent held. Either Yagura was out of his mind, or he had absolute confidence he could walk away unscathed. Moreover, the extensive detonation of explosive tags in Konoha was most likely the Uchiha's doing. They might even be colluding with the Hyuga clan. Yet one thing was very strange. Itachi Uchiha had entered the land of Earth with great fanfare earlier, but had not come to Iwagakure. Instead, he had vanished without a trace. Given Itachi's strength, an ordinary person would indeed find it difficult to track him down if he wished to conceal his trail. The elders of Iwagakure mostly leaned toward the view that the Uchiha were also waiting and watching. After all, cooperating with people from other shinobi villages was akin to skinning a tiger by its side. Too little help, and you could not achieve your goal. Too many hands, and the final outcome would spiral out of control. It was only natural for the Uchiha to be cautious. Still, Inoki intended to send some people over to probe the reactions of both Konoha and the Uchiha. As Inoki was deep in thought, an 8-year-old girl came to his side and tugged at his arm, shaking it insistently. Grandpa, why are you still here? You promised to bring Danai back. Inoki snapped out of his reverie, looking helplessly at his granddaughter. His granddaughter was quite gifted and had even mastered lava release. But all day long she trailed after Deidara like a little shadow. All right, Grandpa has important matters to handle. Kuratsuchi pouted and said discontentedly, Grandpa, you never keep your word. Inoki snorted. You're the only one who dotes on that brat. Just look at how many houses he's blown up. Huyen's uncle's family is still lying in the hospital. Let that brat go out and suffer a bit. Kuratsuchi stuck out her tongue, feeling a little embarrassed. Ever since Deidara had become obsessed with the art of explosion, he had taken her out every day to cause destruction. Whether it was blowing up someone's house or blasting apart a cliff face. Deidara was handsome and uninhibited, and Kuratsuchi was utterly infatuated with him. She followed behind Deidara every single day. For one was that Tsuchikage's own granddaughter, and the other was that Tsuchikage's beloved disciple. Even when they caused havoc, there was always someone to clean up after them. But if you linger by the river long enough, you are bound to wet your shoes. This time Deidara had gone too far, burying an entire family of villagers. 2 were severely injured, and 1 lightly injured. Inoki could no longer protect him and banished him from the village. He planned to bring Deidara back once the current matters had been settled. Yet the affairs of Konoha were clearly far more important, and Inoki had little energy left to spare for Deidara. Don't worry, he's currently near Huangyan City. We can bring him back later. Kuratsuchi's eyes rolled mischievously for a moment, then she hugged Inoki. Grandpa is the best. Then she ran off. I'll go tell Akatsuchi the good news. Inoki stroked his beard, and a smile appeared on his stern face. Sunagakure Village. Lord Kazekage, this year the daimyo has cut our funding again. Baki, who had just returned from the daimyo's estate, brought this piece of bad news. Raza's complexion was already dark, but now his face grew even darker. What excuse is it this time? Baki opened his mouth, then said gloomily, still Gaara. Raza's brow furrowed into a deep frown. What a failed product. How many times has he gone berserk this month? Baki paused briefly. 7. Raza's face showed visible irritation. He picked up the intelligence files on the desk and began to ponder. Though it was thanks to his exploits in the Third Shinobi World War that Raza had successfully secured his position as the 4th Kazekage. Within Sunagakure, there was another political force, the faction of elders, led by Chiyo. Chiyo had originally been on the verge of retirement, but now that trouble had erupted in Konoha, Raza's initial intention was not to get involved, but to wait until Kumogakure and Iwagakure had tested the waters. Yet Chiyo was extremely keen on the matter and insisted on sending people to investigate as well, only for Raza to suppress her every time. Raza picked up another intelligence report, also about Konoha, but far more detailed than anything his own village had gathered. It was steeped in an eerie atmosphere from beginning to end. It almost seemed deliberately designed to lure Sunagakure into sending someone over to investigate. Konoha's sealing arts were lacking, and the Uchiha were inept at sealing techniques capable only of controlling a Jinchuriki through ocular powers. After thinking for a moment, a plan began to form in Raza's mind. He asked abruptly, was Pakura ambushed last time? Baki looked rather embarrassed. The so-called ambush had been nothing short of sending Pakura off to die. But unexpected events had occurred, and all of Kirigakure's forces had withdrawn, leaving Pakura to cling to her life. Pakura seemed to have sensed something, and had now fully aligned herself with Chiyo. Since Chiyo wants our Sunagakure to join the fray, let them send Pakura. Baki asked curiously, then who do we send? Chiyo was an old fox. If they sent only her people, she would never agree. Raza's eyes were deep and dark. Gaara. First take out the tea bowl, and extract Shikaka's chakra to craft a remote release seal. Baki instantly understood Raza's intention. Yes, I understand, Lord Kazekage. The border of the land of Earth. After Itachi crossed into the country, he had quickly concealed his tracks. Xianyao had sent him to the land of Earth for 2 reasons: first, to hide his trail, second, to see whether he could lure that explosion-obsessed boy into the Uchiha clan. After all, the shinobi world was vast, yet true geniuses were few. When it came to fleecing, the more sheep the better. And in terms of age, Deidara was now only 9 or 10, far easier to coax than he would be later. However, the land of Earth was vast, and finding Deidara immediately was no easy task. Xianyao had not given a strict order, rather it was a matter of beating the bushes to flush out the rabbit. If it could be done along the way, he would bring the boy back. If he failed to find him, there was no need to force it. Meanwhile, Kabuto was lying low in the land of Earth. After waiting a long time, without his Konoha contact appearing, he emerged from the desolate wilderness, and came to a town to gather information. Only then did he learn that so much had happened in Konoha in such a short span of time. Other matters he could ignore, but the dissolution of the root was something that concerned the funding of the orphanage. He needed to return immediately. Having gathered sufficient information about the Ninja Academy, Xianyao learned it would require another 2 days before reopening. With that in mind, he slowly made his way back toward the clan grounds. Over these past few days, Xianyao had poured his heart and soul into his work, finally managing to stabilize the Uchiha clan. Now at long last he could afford to ease up a little. At least until Hiruzen Sarutobi found a way to control the Nine Tails, no one would dare lay a hand on the Uchiha again. Then again, if the Nine Tails were truly so easy to subdue, Hiruzen would not be so deeply troubled. After gaining control over Yugao Arrow, countless new ideas had flooded Xianyao's mind. However, he merely had a preliminary concept for now. His subsequent plans still required further deliberation. Though many uncertainties still loomed, the horizon already appeared bright. Konoha had been severely bombed by explosive tags, extensive buildings had collapsed, and even the third Hokage's stone face had been destroyed. Even the second Hokage's stone face had sustained damage, and now construction crews were everywhere throughout Konoha clearing the rubble. Along the way, crowds of people bustled about, making quite a lively scene. The Uchiha district lay on the outer edges of Konoha village. After passing through the bustling commercial streets, the crowd around him gradually thinned out. 2 stunningly beautiful women dressed in kimonos approached from the opposite direction. Their porcelain skin and elegantly coiled hairstyles exuded considerable charm. They were clearly tourists visiting Konoha. Xianyao glanced at the 2 women and returned to his thoughts. Just as the 3 of them were about to pass each other, squeak. Xianyao's legs were frozen by suddenly appearing crystals. 2 serpents immediately coiled around his arms while a pair of hands clawed straight toward his eyes. Heh! Xianyao sneered, and his ocular power erupted. With a thunderous crash, the pitch-black Susanoo emerged from his body. It not only crushed the crystals beneath his feet into fragments, but also forced Orochimaru's arm to snap backward. Oh my, isn't this Orochimaru? Orochimaru's body had already undergone extensive modification, so his bent arm merely twitched before recovering. However, Xianyao was entirely enveloped by the Susanoo, impenetrable as a fortress. Orochimaru could not even find an opening to launch an attack. He landed on the ground wearing the face of a beautiful woman, but when he spoke, a hoarse male voice emerged. How did you recognize me? Qian Yao had not actually recognized Orochimaru for this was Orochimaru's true form after reanimation. But Red Lotus standing beside Orochimaru with her hair tied up like a trumpet flower Qian Yao recognized at a glance. Nevertheless, Qian Yao offered no reply. Instead, he regardedly examined Orochimaru from head to toe. Orochimaru was intimately familiar with such a gaze. It was the look of one genuinely intrigued. I was just wondering where to find you, and I never expected you to actually return to Konoha. Oh, Qian Yao's words filled Orochimaru with immense curiosity. After all, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, having led Konoha's forces in numerous battles across multiple ninja wars. Not only was his strength formidable, but he was also a merciless killer. After the war ended following his failed campaign for the position of fourth Hokage, Orochimaru gradually faded from public view. His political defeat further shifted Orochimaru's focus toward various research pursuits, and eventually he defected. To the older generation of Konoha villagers, Orochimaru was regarded as a ruthless and severe hawkish figure. To the newer generation of Konoha inhabitants, Orochimaru was nothing short of a mass-murdering demon. No matter which perspective one adopted, his reputation was far from impeccable. What do you want from me? Orochimaru carefully scrutinized Qian Yao. The Susanoo displayed moments ago was formidable. Even he found it rather troublesome. Some people had already noticed the commotion. Qian Yao could not act openly before such a crowd. Follow me. Qian Yao's figure flashed, and he headed toward the outskirts of Konoha. Red Lotus cast a questioning glance at Orochimaru. Yet Orochimaru's face was filled with keen interest. Let us go and see. Qian Yao's speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Ever since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, his physical conditioning had improved dramatically. His combat experience from hundreds of memories combined with his vast chakra reserves made Qian Yao seem far from an ordinary youth. Orochimaru could naturally keep pace, but the young Red Lotus lagged considerably behind. Although she kept her feet moving swiftly, she could clearly feel herself falling further behind. Orochimaru glanced back, then stretched his arm forward, grabbing the back of Red Lotus's collar to propel them onward. Red Lotus's face burned with shame. I am sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Ordinarily, Orochimaru would never be so gentle. Those who could not keep up would simply be ignored. It was only because Qian Yao's strength had made Orochimaru cautious that he chose to bring Red Lotus along lest any accident occur. Soon Qian Yao led both of them to the forest surrounding the Uchiha district. Last time it was you who was spying on the clan, wasn't it, Red Lotus? After landing, Qian Yao looked toward Red Lotus, for he remembered she possessed the telescope jutsu. In the original timeline, Red Lotus had even used it to monitor Kakashi and the others. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression grew considerably more grave. This Uchiha Qian Yao was far more perceptive than anticipated. Red Lotus opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Orochimaru. The recent responses from the Uchiha were all orchestrated by you, weren't they? Qian Yao lightly snapped his fingers. That is correct. I am the one responsible. Tell me, would you be interested in serving the Uchiha? It would be far preferable to your wretched Sound Village. Orochimaru extended his tongue and swirled it excitedly. It seems you know quite a bit, Qian Yao. This matter had always been handled with utmost secrecy. Not only were his subordinates unlikely to have traitors. Even if there had been a mole, the information could not have leaked this quickly. The means by which Qian Yao obtained these intel were decidedly extraordinary. Nevertheless, Orochimaru naturally possessed his own pride. With his power and renown, he would be treated as an honored guest wherever he went. Naturally, he would not defect to the Uchiha over a single sentence from Qian Yao. Orochimaru scrutinized Qian Yao up and down. I admit your Mangekyo Sharingan holds some power, but you greatly underestimate me. Qian Yao smiled faintly. Surely you do not believe the Mangekyo Sharingan possesses only the Susanoo. Although Susanoo boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, it was far from flawless. At least not at this current stage. Though Orochimaru's sneak attack had been repelled, he was not particularly discouraged. After all, if the legendary Mangekyo could be subdued so easily, that would be truly inexplicable. As soon as Qian Yao finished speaking, Orochimaru realized that the space around them had become completely distorted. Genjutsu. How is this possible? The crucial point was that Orochimaru was not alone. He had been pulled in alongside Red Lotus. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and his chakra surged violently. Yet the distorted world remained entirely unchanged. Release. Red Lotus struck at Orochimaru's body, attempting to break the Genjutsu. But the distorted world showed absolutely no signs of changing. It was only then that Orochimaru realized Qian Yao's Mangekyo Sharingan was rotating, continuously radiating ocular power outward.